In the scorching days of summer, I traversed into the world of the primordial chaos and became one of the three evil beings of Pangu, known as the Evil Ancestor. At this time, a great calamity of ferocious beasts was upon us. The innate deities and demons were locked in an endless war with the beast tribe on a vast land. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were everywhere, with shattered souls scattered around. So many wild souls. I've never fought such a rich battle. The corners of my mouth curled up crazily as I pulled out the soul banner, which was billowing black smoke. Once the news spread, the primordial chaos erupted. Hongjun angrily scolded, "Evil and demonic ways. All spirits must be exterminated." Luo Hu was shocked, refining souls, devouring blood, transforming bones as a single process. Compared to this, I've been too kind. The three pure ones gasped, "Friend, please hold back. This is not the righteous path." A group of innate deities and demons exclaimed, "I do not want to experience three calamities after death." Wuwu, the postnatal beings, scared to tears, cried out, "Great! It's the evil ancestor. We are doomed." Chapter 1. The evil ancestor of the primordial chaos, accompanied by the spirit treasure, the soul banner. Pangu, in order to prove the great Tao, was determined to create the world, but was obstructed by the chaos demon gods. In the battle of opening the heavens, he almost wiped out the 3,000 chaos demon gods. However, Pangu was also exhausted. Just when he was about to reach that unreachable realm, he collapsed from fatigue, leaving behind eternal resentment. After the fall of the great Pangu, his body transformed into all things, completing the primordial chaos. It is well known that the three pure ones, known as the true legacy of Pangu, are transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, but little do they know that besides the three pure ones, there are also the three evils of Pangu. These three evils are the manifestations of Pangu's evil thoughts, resentment, and killing intent. Imagine, the realm of the great Tao is the ultimate goal of all chaos demon gods. Pangu was just one step away, but fought to his death. How could he not resent? How could he not hate? In a world of primordial chaos, in the northern sea's demon eye, there exists an incredibly terrifying innate formation, sealing who knows what kind of terrifying existence. Tian, was also incredibly unlucky. I traversed into the primordial chaos, but was trapped in this innate formation, unable to escape. Heavens! Who did I offend? Damned heavens, broken heavens. 5 yuans, a full 5 yuans. Do you know how I got through these 5 yuans? Do you know? I was on the verge of collapse, feeling a chill in my heart, and couldn't help but lament how bitter my life was. 5 yuans, over 6 million years. I had been trapped in the dark and sunless northern seas demon. This treatment was truly unprecedented. The My roots were incredibly defiant. They were a combination of Pangu's evil thoughts and the first innate evil energy, stronger than the top innate deities and demons by a third. This was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, I would have long been infected and assimilated by the boundless evil energy in the demon eye. Within the demon eye's formation, a thick purple-black evil energy drifted, surrounded by 2 spirit treasures. This was my true body, and those 2 spirit treasures were my accompanying treasures. Point 1 was a small banner, billowing black smoke. The other was a precious pearl, continuously absorbing the evil energy, glowing with a dazzling blood color. The banner was named the Soul Banner, and the pearl was named the Blood-Devouring Pearl, both of which were top-notch innate spirit treasures. When I traversed here, I did not bind any system or have any other golden grandfather. These 2 accompanying treasures might be fate's compensation for me, possessing infinite growth potential, incomparable to ordinary top-notch spirit treasures. For some unknown reason, I had not been able to transform for so long. It was as if there was a natural suppression within this demon eye's formation, not allowing any existence to take shape and be born. Damn, what's the difference between this and prison? No way, I need to get out. I shouted inwardly, rumble. At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled. The northern sea stirred up monstrous waves, and the entire demon eye shook violently. Point 1 after another. Calamity energies rose up on the vast earth, rushing up to the 9 heavens, gathering more and more, becoming increasingly intense, affecting the entire primordial chaos world. Bang! A loud sound echoed like the thunder of the 9 heavens, or the sound of the world being opened for the first time, resounding through the heavens and earth. ringing the bell for the arrival of the calamity. I did not know what was happening, only that the opportunity to escape had come. Just now, the formation above the demon, I had been impacted, and the seal loosened for a moment. Though it was very brief, I still seized the opportunity. Swish! The purple-black evil energy, along with my two accompanying treasures, burst out of the northern sea's demon eye at an indescribable speed. In the next moment, the evil energy filled the sky, covering most of the northern sea. The overwhelming evil energy rolled and surged, constantly changing shape, ultimately transforming into a human form. A young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes stood on the azure sea, his clothes fluttering, purple pupils and black hair, exuding a masculine charm with a hint of softness, and an alluring handsomeness. Jia. Transformed in a human form, I let out a strange laugh and couldn't help but shout to the sky, "I've finally come out." Buzz, the small banner and the pearl floated on my shoulders, sensing my joy, gently swaying and cheering along that I, Tian, shall be the ancestor of the evil path and the primordial chaos. As these words left my mouth, a trace of luck seemed to flow in, weak but real. The heavens and earth seemed to respond in the great Tao of 3,000. There must be an evil path. I shook my sturdy body, raised my head, and looked deeply at the sky, feeling some trepidation toward that existence in the dark. Damn heavens! I curse you. I silently cursed. I turned and left, departing from the sea area that nearly left me with a psychological shadow that I exited the northern sea and headed south. The vast land was in ruins. Everywhere was a battlefield, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, with wandering souls floating aimlessly. On those bloody mountains of corpses lay many oddly shaped, nameless beast corpses, filled with murderous aura and lingering resentment. Hiss! I took a deep breath, suspecting what was going on, and couldn't help but furrow my brows, saying, "The first calamity since the creation of the world, the calamity of ferocious beasts." In my previous life, I had been immersed in the world of online literature and had read many novels of the primordial chaos genre. Thus, I was well aware of the horrors of the calamities of heaven and earth. No matter how defiant your roots are, no matter how extraordinary your talent, if you are caught in a calamity, there will be no good end. Although I had escaped and taken human form, my cultivation was only at the celestial immortal level. Innate beings have deep blessings, favored by the great Tao, and are born with knowledge of the immortal path of the primordial chaos, with 14 great realms: spiritual, immortal, true immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, profound immortal, Tai immortal, Tai celestial immortal, Tai profound immortal, immortal golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo immortal, great Luo golden immortal, Hongjun golden immortal, Hongjun great Luo golden immortal. T the early stage of celestial immortal. I was no different from an ant. Once caught in the calamity of ferocious beasts, I would likely face certain death, with no chance of resurrection. However, I was not afraid and had no intention of avoiding the calamity. Fortune and danger are often intertwined. The calamity is indeed terrifying, but isn't it also a form of fortune? If I grasp the right balance, the advantage will be mine. After pondering for a long time, I muttered, a dazzling brilliance flashing in my purple pupils. Go. I spread my hand, and with a thought, summoned my accompanying spirit treasures. The small and exquisite soul banner suddenly enlarged, billowing black smoke as it swept toward the wandering souls within a radius of hundreds of miles. Buzz! The blood-devouring pearl was not to be outdone, weaving through the battlefields, devouring the essence of blood and flesh, the origins of the ferocious beasts. Before long, the heavens and earth seemed to regain a hint of clarity. The wandering souls and the mountain of corpses disappeared, leaving only the white, bony mountains. I grinned and quietly walked toward another battlefield. The soul banner can devour not only souls but also various soul bodies, and can refine them for my own use. It's like a moving little underworld. Once the banner is unfurled, it can summon ghostly soldiers with extremely high growth potential, simply terrifying. The blood-devouring pearl lives up to its name, capable of devouring the essence of blood and flesh. Though it lacks powerful attack capabilities, it boasts maximum defense. The soul banner is for offense. The blood-devouring pearl is for defense. Both are rare treasures, but their other function is even more important to me. That I in the murmurs of the summer days, he looked contentedly at the two spiritual treasures displaying their divine power, not feeling that heaven was being too harsh on him. These two innate treasures were not only valuable for combating enemies, but also assisted him in cultivation. The essence in the 10,000 Souls banner could refine the primordial spirit, while the blood-devouring pearl could nourish the physical body. Both the physical body and the primordial spirit were the foundation. As long as the foundation was strong enough, cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort, and combat power would undoubtedly be impressive. However, he had absolutely no good feelings toward the heavenly Tao of the Hongjun world. Even if the heavenly Tao gifted him a chaos supreme treasure, it wouldn't change this thought. This was because the heavenly Tao had its own interests, calculating everything about all living beings. Roar. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden roar came from behind him. Not good, it's a ferocious beast. He was startled and quickly distanced himself. Turning around, he saw a group of indescribable monsters, as ugly as stitched-together horrors, with fierce and malicious looks, their large eyes filled with blood red. Chapter 2. The Thief of Heaven, Hongjun's Killing Intent. He was taken aback by the horrifying appearance of the ferocious beasts, his vision receiving a severe shock. But after a moment, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Cultivation required resources. To him, the group of ferocious beasts in front of him was just resources delivered to his door. Not flustered, he summoned the 10,000 Souls banner and gave it a gentle wave. Wuwu. The group of ferocious beasts immediately let out miserable wails. Their primordial spirits lost control, leaving their bodies to be devoured by the 10,000 Souls banner, their massive forms crashing to the ground. Whoosh! With a thought, the blood-devouring pearl transformed into a beam of bloodlight and shot out. In an instant, the flesh and blood essence of the ferocious beast was completely devoured, leaving behind a pile of chilling white bones. Seeking death. A mere earth immortal dares to act wild? Truly a mindless fool, he cursed as he turned to leave. Even if he was weak, he was still a celestial immortal. With such a significant gap in realms, and possessing an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, how dare they bare their fangs? It could only be said that the ferocious beasts were devoid of intelligence, relying solely on instinct. Their nature was brutal and violent, only knowing slaughter, and regardless of how powerful the opponent was, they dared to charge headfirst. He looked up at the sky, using his keen innate spiritual perception to observe the calamity energy enveloping the heavens above. Although the calamity energy is dense, it lacks the overwhelming aspect, indicating that this is merely the early stage of the ferocious beast calamity, he murmured, falling into deep thought that he was all too aware of the grand trend in Hongjun and the heavenly Tao were swords hanging over all beings, mountains pressing down on them. Any being wishing to attain the Tao would ultimately have to face these two monstrous mountains, with no way to bypass or avoid them this time. Hongjun has not yet restored his peak strength, and with Luo Hu as his sworn enemy, and the likes of Tian, Yang, and other demon gods watching closely, he is being restrained everywhere. I must seize this excellent opportunity, plan carefully, and rise before Hongjun becomes invincible, so as not to be at the mercy of others. He settled on the general direction and immediately set his plans into motion. Relying solely on hard cultivation would be too slow. The top innate deities like the three purities had cultivated for endless years, let alone attaining the Tao to become saints, even breaking through to the great Luo Golden. Immortal was a luxury. After enduring the calamities of the ferocious beasts and the Dragon Han, until the eve of the witch and demon war, Hongjun only became truly powerful after attaining the saintly Tao and preaching. Such slowness was unacceptable to him. By then, the situation would already be set, and the overall situation would be determined. How could he contend against that? As the ancestor of the evil path, he had his means. Hard cultivation could never be as fast as evil cultivation. He roamed through battlefields strewn with corpses, the 10,000 Souls banner reaping the souls, and the blood-devouring pearl devouring the flesh essence. With the assistance of the two treasures, both his primordial spirit and physical body were rapidly growing stronger, his power increasing day by day. In the timeless expanse of Hongjun, He lost track of how long it had been he kept a low profile, quietly acting as a cleaner in Hongjun, fearful of attracting attention and being targeted by some terrifying existence. After all, bullying the weak and killing for treasures were common occurrences in Hongjun, seen everywhere. Midstage celestial immortal, too slow, still too slow. He frowned. After thinking for a while, he made a bold decision. He would target those high-level battlefields, starving the timid and overfilling the bold. In these years, he had been steadily calculating, constantly busy in the low-level battlefields. Although he had gained some rewards, they were not satisfactory. In Hongjun, quantity meant little. Even having 1,000,000 Earth Immortals could not compare to a single Profound Immortal, and 1,000,000 Profound Immortals were not as good as a Golden Immortal's finger. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. It could not be compensated for by numbers. One day, filled with excitement, he took a risk and arrived at a high-level battlefield where killing intent was pervasive and the aura of death lingered. The beings that had fallen there were powerful even long after their deaths. The pressure from their corpses had not dissipated through the ages. The killing intent was like a blade, piercing through him, and his primordial spirit felt as though it was being pricked by needles, the pressure like a mountain, making him feel as if he was carrying dozens of immortal mountains, struggling to move. And this was still under the protection of the exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, the terrifying killing intent remaining on the battlefield could obliterate his primordial spirit in an instant, and his physical body would also shatter under the pressure. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and he dared not even breathe. Stealthily retreating to the center of this battlefield stood a Taoist in a coarse robe, summoning a swallowing cauldron, refining the battlefield. He was shrouded in a layer of immortal light, his true form obscured, with unfathomable cultivation, although he did not exude a terrifying pressure, that transcendent and supreme. Tao rhythm was undoubtedly that of a Hongjun golden immortal. His heart raced. That Taoist was much more ruthless than he was. That cauldron consumed everything, not only devouring the corpses and remnants of souls on the battlefield, but also refining this entire space and time, devastating mountains and rivers. This was stealing the essence of heaven and earth. Such a thief of heaven. And the heavenly Tao has no reaction at all. He felt puzzled, questioning the identity of that Taoist. However, what happened next was beyond his belief. A clear radiance fell from the sky, with tiny light particles falling into the Taoist's great cauldron. That was the power of the heavenly Tao. Not only did it not punish the coarse-robed Taoist, but it was also aiding him in refining the essence of heaven and earth. Encountering such a great secret, this is bad. He felt a sense of impending doom, already suspecting the identity of that Taoist. Who else could receive such assistance from the heavenly Tao? How many Hongjun golden immortals were there in Hongjun? Only the surviving chaotic demon gods like Hongjun and Luo who belonged to this realm. In this case, that coarse-robed old Taoist could only be Hongjun. Cold sweat broke out. He instinctively wanted to flee. However, he knew that he was likely to be doomed today. Who was Hongjun? How could he allow such secrets to be exposed? Indeed, Hongjun suddenly turned around, his sharp gaze locking onto him. You have quite the fate to have transformed. A cold and emotionless voice echoed in Hongjun's mind. Who is he? Why does he deserve your attention? Hongjun asked curiously. He is akin to that divine rebel, both being one of Pangu's 3 evils originally sealed by me in the North Sea's demon eye, but escaped during the calamity's rise. Hongjun was immediately taken aback. Then his killing intent became evident. The 3 evils of Pangu are the beings transformed from Pangu's evil thoughts, resentments, and killing intents. Everything related to Pangu should die. The divine rebel is deeply trapped in the calamity. Doomed to die, the dark river has innate flaws, and I have left behind countermeasures against the 3 purities, so they are not to be feared. Hongjun said viciously, then stared at him, gritting his teeth. This scoundrel I must slay. He was truly terrified by Pangu. Whether it was the 3 purities or the 3 evils, all were related to Pangu, and there was hope for Pangu's resurrection. Though that hope was minuscule and practically negligible, Hongjun did not allow their existence. If it weren't for Pangu's remnants, the great Tao's protection, allowing these beings to carry the merit of opening the heavens, Hongjun would have long since slapped the 3 purities to death and stomped the divine rebel underfoot. The time is not yet ripe. The voice of the heavenly Tao remained cold as ice, tacitly approving Hongjun's intentions. His fear of Pangu is even greater than that of Hongjun. Then imprison him and wait for the right moment. Once the essence of heaven and earth is refined and leaks out, it will damage my prestige and be extremely unfavorable to our grand plan. Every word from Hongjun carried overwhelming killing intent, and the swallowing heaven cauldron slowly rotated, its mouth aimed at Tian like a deep abyss of death. My life is over. Tian was filled with terror, overwhelmed by a killing intent from afar, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his heartbeat nearly stopping. What a fickle heavenly Tao, what a cunning old thief, ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, a towering figure suddenly appeared beside Tian. The newcomer was unruly and domineering, exuding an aura like a world-dominating demon lord, confronting Hongjun right from the moment of appearance. Chapter 3. The Struggle Between Tao and Demon. The fisherman benefits. Hongjun's expression changed drastically, filled with immense dread towards Luo Hu, and he hurriedly summoned several supreme, innate spiritual treasures, readying himself for battle. After obtaining the god-slaying spear, Luo Hu had nearly perfected the laws of slaughter. Already reaching the late stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal, a small realm above Hongjun Luo Hu, the cold and indifferent voice of the heavenly Tao showed a hint of panic. It knew that trouble was brewing. If it couldn't stabilize Luo Hu, the Hongjun would never know peace, and many plans might be irreparably damaged. After all, among the surviving chaotic demons, Luo Hu was the strongest, standing out in the Hongjun, far ahead of others. Hee, Luo Hu sneered, speaking in a mocking tone. You abandoned your demon god true form and took over a mere kakan to save your life. Yet your power has recovered so quickly. In just a few yuan meetings, you've reached the mid-stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal. No wonder, no wonder. Shut up, you rascal. Hongjun's face flushed with anger. The largest scar had been ruthlessly torn open, the most humiliating past brought up right in front of him, making Hongjun nearly lose control. Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao, so capricious, not afraid of capsizing while straddling two boats? Luo Hu ignored Hongjun and coldly asked. Looking up, you. Hongjun was infuriated, his rage boiling over. Being ignored was the greatest contempt, and he could hardly bear it. Old thief, do you still dare to bare your teeth? Luo Hu, fierce and few of words, raised the god-slaying spear and charged at Hongjun. He was angrier than Hongjun, as the heavenly Tao had first found him. Yet now it was colluding with Hongjun. Wasn't that a betrayal? The demon ancestor Luo, who was unruly, disrespecting the heavens and the earth with immense power, and the heavenly Tao worried about its difficulty in controlling him, which was why it chose the weaker Hongjun. Luo, who thought to himself that if he couldn't deal with the heavenly Tao, could he not handle Hongjun? As long as he killed this sworn enemy, the vast Hongjun world would be his. Unwilling to compete, he deemed Yinyang and Qingquan not worth worrying about. And Wanshu was even less significant. Only Hongjun, his old rival since the chaotic era, was the only obstacle. In the struggle between Tao and demon, the fisherman benefits. Tian watched as the two old foes fought fiercely, coldly spitting out a few words, his eyes deep in thought, calculating his strategy. Whether it was the secret of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao or other reasons, one thing was clear. Hongjun had murderous intent. The heavenly Tao and Hongjun had long colluded. Together, they would not allow Tian to intervene. It wasn't an exaggeration to say there was nothing worse than this. However, the operations of the heavens were orderly and constrained by the rules of the great Tao. The heavenly Tao could not act personally. Thus, for Tian, the greatest threat remained the old Hongjun. You want to kill me? Let's see. Tian glanced at Hongjun deeply, then turned and dashed towards the north of the Hongjun. North Wilderness, Tianjua Mountain. It was the supreme holy land of the fierce beast tribe, the fierce beast calamity. The heavenly Tao sought to destroy the fierce beasts, yet the powerful dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans would not let it succeed. Tian was well aware that the so-called calamity was all a conspiracy. Each calamity consumed the Hongjun, strengthening the heavenly Tao, making it increasingly powerful. Suppressing the human and earth paths, and monopolizing the Hongjun. Hongjun and the heavenly Tao rose and fell together. The stronger the heavenly Tao became, the stronger Hongjun would also be. After experiencing the fierce beast calamity, Hongjun gradually closed the gap with Luo Hu, and during the Dragon Han calamity, he could already match Luo Hu, ultimately even gaining the upper hand. Thinking of future events, Tian immediately decided to go against the heavens. If the heavenly Tao wanted to annihilate the fierce beasts, then he would assist the gods in reversing and annihilating the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Even if the trend was hard to change and the fierce beast tribe could not escape destruction, he would thoroughly cripple the three clans, killing as many high-level members as possible to prevent the Dragon Han calamity from forming so easily. In short, he was determined to go against the daunting trend of the Hongjun. Moreover, with the demon ancestor Luo Hu, given his unending feud with Hongjun, he would undoubtedly be a major asset that must be utilized. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tian's eyes. To oppose the great trend, he could resort to any means. The heavenly Tao aimed to support Hongjun as its spokesperson. Thus, he would strategize for Luo Hu. Even if it failed, he would still hold Hongjun back. Having crossed over with innate knowledge, he refused to be a pawn of fate and was determined to rise up in rebellion. He vowed to become the behind-the-scenes chess player, utilizing the ambition of the fierce beast tribe, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, and the struggle between Tao and demon, to become the benefiting fisherman. "Kid, where are you running off to so fast?" A rebellious voice interrupted Tian's thoughts. He turned to see a tall and powerful figure dressed in black robes, with long hair flowing, a pale face covered in demonic patterns, exuding an aura like a world-conquering overlord. "Greetings, demon ancestor." Tian bowed and said, "Thank you for intervening. I narrowly escaped from the hands of that thieving heavenly Tao. Such great grace, I will remember it in my heart." Luo Hu waved his hand impatiently, staring at Tian for a moment before sneering. No wonder that old thief wants to kill you. Even I want to make a move." Tian's pupils constricted sharply. He took a deep breath, pretending to be calm, and asked in confusion, "Why is that? I'm no different from an ant. How could I warrant the demon ancestor's intervention?" Luo Hu said nothing, looking up at the sky as if lost in memories, revealing a trace of fear as if recalling a terrifying existence. Tian knew without thinking that the only being capable of instilling fear in the dignified demon ancestor Luo, who was undoubtedly the Pangu god. Unfortunately, the effort ended in vain. Luo Hu shook his head and sighed deeply. He then looked at Tian, half smiling. "Your entire being is filled with evil energy, a manifestation of Pangu's evil thoughts. Hongjun and the heavenly Tao will surely not allow you to exist. Just follow me." Tian was taken aback, looking at Luo Hu in disbelief. In his impression, the demon ancestor Luo, who had always been a lone wolf, domineering and strong, brave yet lacking in strategy, ultimately falling into a situation where he faced the world as an enemy. What had changed now? Did the demon ancestor also want to develop a force? What are you hesitating for?" Luo Hu asked impatiently. Tian thought for a moment, a cunning light flashing in his eyes, then excitedly said, "I'm more than willing." Luo Hu nodded and casually said, "At least you're smart enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. That old fellow Hongjun is very poisonous." Yes. That old man is truly no good." Tian cursed and then asked, "What plans do you have next, senior?" "I act without needing plans. Just wield the spear and kill. Tell me, who in Hongjun can match me?" Luo Hu dismissed the idea of scheming. Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself that while Luo Hu was strong, how many could he actually fight? Such stubbornness would lead to a justified defeat. As far as I know, Hongjun is operating everywhere, and the innate beings view him as their leader, closely connected with the Innate ancestor and Qinkuan ancestor. Tian said leisurely. "What?" Luo Hu's expression changed slightly. He was born proud, incredibly domineering, always aggressive, and had many enemies, having a poor relationship with the Qinkuan ancestor, Innate ancestor, and other chaotic demon gods. Though it wasn't to the point of mutual destruction, it was still far from good. They dare. If they interfere, I'll send them on their way. Luo Hu gritted his teeth, already filled with genuine anger. He thought carefully and felt this possibility was very high. If he really faced 4 chaotic demon gods, even with the god-slaying spear's assistance, he would have to flee. One must know that none of the chaotic demon gods who had survived to this day were simple characters. This first step could be considered success. A wicked smile crept onto Fu Tian's lips. Chapter 4. I'm more concerned about Hongjun than anyone else. Fu Tian successfully instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis in Luo Hu. Under the pressure of this crisis, Luo Hu had no choice but to rein in his past recklessness, and for the first time, started to think strategically. Wanshu's strength was too weak, so she would surely not dare to participate. Yang Mei was hard to say, but Enyang and Qianquan would likely be swayed by Hongjun. Luo Hu frowned, his expression grim. Fu Tian nodded and said, if that's the case, why not take the initiative first? Taking the initiative first makes sense. Luo Hu, with his explosive temper, couldn't wait even a moment. At that moment, the god-slaying spear was summoned to tear through the void, the killing intent rushing straight to the 9th heaven. And steps were taken to enter the void passage. Wait, the enemy is numerous while we are few, scattered in all directions. Who does the demon ancestor intend to kill this time? Fu Tian quickly interjected, his forehead veins throbbing. Who to kill? Luo Hu shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it. It doesn't matter, just kill whoever we catch. It doesn't matter. They're all going to die anyway. Does the demon ancestor have complete confidence? Otherwise, it would only alert the snake and make them unite even more. Wouldn't that help Hongjun a lot? Fu Tian hurriedly analyzed the pros and cons for him. Luo Hu was taken aback and cursed. Do you think they're what? Ents? If I had complete confidence, would I let that old toad, Hongjun, escape? Fu Tian naturally knew what they were, all chaos demon gods. Whether in strength or means, they are not comparable to innate beings. Each one is extremely terrifying. Hiding who knows how many trump cards? Such existences are the most troublesome. Without overwhelming absolute advantages, it's hard to kill them. Although Luo Hu is powerful, he is not limited to this. Otherwise, he would have long since killed Hongjun and become the master of the primordial chaos. Fu Tian smiled awkwardly and said, therefore, this matter still needs careful planning. If we don't act, we must ensure a kill when we do. Easy to say, what plan do you have? Luo Hu said with an unfriendly tone. Fu Tian, confident, said, first, we need to choose our target. Yang Mei's strength is the strongest, but he is also the most unstable factor. He seems neutral, neither helping nor hindering, yet he is isolated and helpless. After hearing what he said, Luo Hu couldn't help but nod. Yang Mei has a high understanding of the laws of space. No one can surpass him, and his strength is unfathomable. Besides Hongjun, he is the one Luo Hu fears the most. Interesting, go on. Luo Hu had long wanted to eliminate Yang Mei, this unstable factor. Like a nail stuck in his heart, it would be uncomfortable until removed. But who is Yang Mei? His methods are endless, even in a desperate situation. He can escape using the laws of space. Trying to kill him is incredibly difficult. Luo Hu doesn't even have a 30% certainty. It is necessary to refine a forbidden instrument specifically targeting the way of space, prepare thoroughly for his means, and wait for an excellent opportunity, so on and so forth. Fu Tian spoke of some insidious and vicious tactics. Although despicable, they could achieve remarkable effects. There is no enmity, yet the enemy's friend is also an enemy. Whoever helps Hongjun, he will deal with them, to the point of death. Hee, good calculation, really good calculation. Luo Hu chuckled, his eyes growing brighter. Fu Tian discussed some details with Luo Hu, arranging layers of killing intent against ancestor Yang Mei. Even if he couldn't kill him, he must harm his foundation, making him no longer a threat. In the northern wilderness, the lair of the beast race, with Luo Hu's help, Fu Tian found Shun Ni and became the Grand Marshal of the Beast Clan. Why was it so smooth? Was there no resistance at all? No other reason, just because Luo Hu was incredibly domineering, beating the opposing beastmen half to death. Beast Emperor Shun Ni had all his bones shattered, and the fur of ancestor Shuho was plucked out one by one. The 4 great beasts were pressed down and rubbed into the ground, in the face of absolute strength. All resistance is meaningless. The strongest of the beast race, Shun-ni, was merely at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The gap between him and the primordial Golden Immortal was not slight, like a chasm that could not be crossed. Luo Hu's arrival was simply a dimensional strike against the beast race, not even on the same level. The pillars of the beast race were all subdued and no longer dared to be stubborn. Luo Hu was too ruthless. He truly beat them to death. Kid, I have to go busy. This treasure I will leave with you for protection. Inside it is a clone of mine. Its combat power is not much worse than my true self, and you can seek help if you encounter trouble. Luo Hu took out a lotus platform, handing it to Fu Tian with a pained expression. The 12-grade destruction black lotus, what a big deal. Fu Tian gasped in shock, unable to help but exclaim. Luo Hu's mouth twitched, glaring at him and saying, Kid, remember what you said, turn the primordial chaos upside down for me. Make Hongjun old man exhausted. Rest assured, dealing with Hongjun is my priority. Just wait and watch the fun. Fu Tian grinned widely. Luo Hu nodded in satisfaction, tore through the void, and stepped inside, leaving without looking back. Roar. Kid, you're dead. After confirming that Luo Hu had left, Shun-ni, Ancestor Shuho, and other high-ranking members of the beast race all glared at Fu Tian fiercely, wishing they could swallow him whole. What? Do you still want to be beaten? Fu Tian was unperturbed. Bastard, bullying the beast with power. Ancestor Shuho cursed angrily, but had no way to deal with him. They had heard very clearly that there was a clone of the demon ancestor in that lotus platform, with combat power not much worse than the original. If they really tried to attack this kid, it would surely result in another beating. You incited the demon ancestor to come to my Tianju mountain with such great effort. What on earth do you intend to do? Shun-ni asked, suppressing his anger. Fu Tian smiled and said, Beast Emperor, do not worry. I am here to help you. Ha ha ha, help me? Innate beings and beasts are like water and fire. To the death. How could you come help me? Shun-ni laughed in anger. Regardless of whether you are sincere, just based on your cultivation level. What can you do? A mere heavenly immortal is no different from an ant. How dare you speak so boldly? Ancestor Shuho scolded, his face full of disdain. At this time, the beast race, although not at their peak, was still very strong. Shun-ni and Ancestor Shuho were both at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Beast Mother and the 4 great beasts were all late-stage great Luo Golden Immortals. Plus, there were 10 divine generals at the mid to early stage of great Luo Golden Immortals. No tribe among the innate 10,000 races could possibly stand alone against the beasts. Even if the 10,000 races unite and form alliances, they would still struggle in the war against the beasts, lacking high-end combat power and always being in a weak position. Of course, the strength of the beast has its tricks. It is definitely the hand of the heavenly Tao. If not for this, the beast race could not be so powerful, and there would be no reason for it. How hateful, how hateful! Xiongqi was furious, his large pupils filled with rage and killing intent. An ant dares to speak so boldly. If it weren't for the demon ancestor, I would have crushed you to dust long ago. Tao Wu cursed without reservation. Tao Tai disdainfully said, What are you? On account of the demon ancestor, we won't kill you. Scram, and don't overstep. Ha ha, Tao Tai King said well. I advise you to roll away early to avoid dying without a burial place. Shun-ni laughed threateningly. Fu Tian paid no attention to their angry curses and mockery, walking up to Shun-ni and softly saying a word. What? Is that true? Shun-ni was both surprised and delighted, no longer able to smile. Staring seriously at Fu Tian, his eyes full of expectation and excitement. Chapter 5 Shun-ni, the honored guest, seizes great power, raises troops for war. The dignified beast emperor Shun-ni was now looking at Fu Tian with eager eyes, devoid of any disdain or arrogance, only anticipation. What happened? Why is the beast emperor acting this way? What did this damned ant say? Do not confuse my emperor. Ancestor Shuho and the 4 great beasts looked confused, then unanimously believed that Fu Tian was sweet-talking, deceiving beast emperor Shun-ni, and thus angrily reprimanded him. Silence. Shun-ni shouted loudly, staring fixedly at Fu Tian, took a deep breath, and said, Grand Marshal, how confident are you? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be 100%. Fu Tian swore. Don't be deceived by this rascal. Ancestor Shuho cried out in anguish. My emperor, be discerning. What ability does an ant at the heavenly immortal realm have? If my emperor believes his slander, he will surely be deceived. The four great beasts advised in unison, looking down on Fu Tian from the bottom of their hearts. With not a shred of trust, they watched as Shunni's attitude underwent a great change, suddenly filled with worry, each one gritting their teeth and glaring at Fu Tian. The warning unspoken. The only thing that changed Shunni's attitude was Fu Tian's one sentence. I have a plan that can help the Beast Emperor see through the primordial chaos. Fu Tian ignored them, too lazy to explain, just looking at Shun and I with a smile. Shun and I occasionally frowned and then relaxed, looking at the calm Fu Tian, then glancing at Tao Tai and the other beasts. His expression was very complex. The method to break through the chaos of the world, although unsure of its authenticity, is worth a try. If it fails, I won't lose much. If it succeeds, I will no longer fear old ones like Hongjun and Luo. After a moment of contemplation, Shun and I gritted his teeth and made a decision, waving his hand and saying, Grand Marshal, please follow me to discuss this matter in detail. Good. Fu Tian nodded and followed him into the Beast's sacred hall. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Such ants only know tricks to deceive. Zhu Hong and the four great ferocious beasts changed their expressions drastically, shouting in advice. However, Shun and I activated the great formation of the sacred hall, blocking all interfering factors and not allowing anyone to enter. Roar. Seeing this, Zhu Hong immediately roared in anger and directly attacked the great formation of the sacred hall. He and Shun and I were both teacher and friend, not just a simple ruler-subject relationship. The four great ferocious beasts submitted to Shun and I, fearing the royal authority. But Zhu Hong had no such concerns. Shun and I, have you become so foolish? Get out here and drive that damned ant away. Zhu Hong scolded in rage. The beast god cannot. The stunned four great ferocious beasts quickly held him back, as they saw this as a major act of rebellion that would bring great disaster. The great formation guarding the sacred hall was extremely solid. Even after Zhu Hong attacked for half a day, it was of no use. The four great ferocious beasts feared Shunni's wrath, and a confrontation with Zhu Hong could cause chaos within the Beast clan. So they gritted their teeth and dragged Zhu Hong away. In the empty sacred hall, Shun and I patiently asked, what is the method of borrowing strength, gathering luck, and seeking the Tao? Borrowing strength means leveraging the great trend of heaven and earth. Gathering luck means consolidating the luck of a clan. Seeking the Tao requires following the great Tao, making great vows, and establishing grand aspirations to seek the favor of the great Tao, Fu Tian said calmly. Shun and I was dumbfounded, his mind buzzing, feeling that it was profound and unfathomable, but he sensed that this method was feasible. The Luo golden immortal has its own perception and sensed a thread of opportunity in the void. I earnestly request the Grand Marshal to teach me. Shun and I performed a great salute, sincerely seeking guidance, without a trace of royal arrogance. The Hongjun golden immortal is something to aspire to, but cannot be reached. That is another realm, with a gap that is as vast as heaven and earth compared to the Luo golden immortal. Shun and I, having risen early and stayed up late, had never been able to comprehend this realm, and now that the opportunity was in front of him, he naturally did not want to miss it. The Beast clan did not know what kind of enchantment had been poured into the Beast Emperor Shun and I. They only knew that from this day on, that little minion of the celestial realm became Shunni's honored guest, monopolizing power, with a status even higher than the four great ferocious beasts. I command the Cheongchi tribe to advance east, the Tao tribe to advance south, the Tao Tai tribe to advance west, and the Chaos tribe to advance north. Zhu Hong will act as a mobile force, ready to support at any time. The army will set out immediately, using Mount Buzhou as a boundary to occupy the entire northern territory of the Hongjun. The strongest Beast Emperor's army directly faced the main force of the Innate Beings Alliance, keeping a close watch on the three clans. They did not need to win. They only needed to hold them back, preventing them from attending to other matters. Fu Tian's orders were met with great discontent from the four great ferocious beasts. and Zhu Hong's eyes widened in anger, sneering repeatedly. However, Shen was determined to gamble everything to break through to the Hongjun Golden Immortal and fully supported Fu Tian. Why pretend to be deaf and mute? Can't you hear the Grand Marshal's orders? All units set out immediately. Shen was enraged. Boom! The majesty of the Emperor erupted. The pressure of the peak de Luo Golden Immortal was released without reservation, instantly changing the faces of the four great ferocious beasts. Shen and Zhu Hong wanted to speak, but hesitated. With his understanding of Shen, he naturally knew that Shen was truly angry and even had murderous intent. At this critical moment, he did not dare to provoke trouble. The Emperor's authority could not be desecrated. At this time, anyone who dared to act recklessly would definitely face Shen's wrath. Considering the bigger picture, Zhu Hong took a deep breath and said solemnly, "We accept the order. We accept the order." The four great ferocious beasts saw this and dared not voice any objections. Although they were discontented, they could only comply obediently. In Hongjun, strength was paramount. Even the combined forces of Tao Dai and the other four great ferocious beasts were not a match for Shen alone. To act recklessly now was purely seeking death. Thus, under Shen's strong suppression, the ferocious beast army surged forth, advancing at lightning speed, unstoppable, as if entering a no-man's land. The western defense line collapsed immediately. The Tiger Tribe army stationed in the west was about to go mad. The Tiger Tribe's strength was second only to the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan tribes, and they were not easily defeated, but their allies were too outrageous, bringing them great suffering. Useless. Useless. All the beings of the West are useless. The defense line collapsed at the first touch. Millions of troops couldn't even hold for an incense stick. The White Tiger Tribe leader was filled with rage. The Black Tiger Tribe leader no longer wanted to speak. With such a group of pig teammates, how could they fight? They couldn't fight at all. There's nothing to say. The Western Wasteland is not our ancestral land. Since they do not resist, we will abandon them like old shoes. Why should we fight to the death? The Red Tiger Tribe leader gritted his teeth. The Winged Tiger Tribe leader felt a chill in his heart. Weary and helpless, said, "Retreat, preserve strength, and wait for the opportunity." Thus, the Tiger Tribe army retreated south of Mount Buzhou, allowing the Taotai tribe to wreak havoc in the Western Wasteland. The local beings in the Western Wasteland retreated even faster than they did, not even building a new defense line, but retreating deep into the southern region, hiding behind the Tiger Tribe army to observe. The Tiger Tribe crossed over to assist them in fighting the ferocious beasts while they fled without a fight, treating them as a firewall. Such acts of betrayal would surely be reckoned with in the future. A Western being with red eyes said, "Pfft." A golden-haired, blue-eyed being with wings killed him with a single sword strike and disdainfully stepped on his corpse, saying, "What are you, a small fry, understand? We only need to preserve our strength, wait for the fierce beasts and eastern beings to injure each other. Then we will launch a surprise attack, and with one battle, we will determine the fate of the world and roam freely in the wilderness." What is there to fear about retribution? Clearly, this kind of thinking has caused great suffering to the Tiger clan and the eastern beings. The Taotai clan faced almost no significant resistance, but the Qiongqi clan that ventured east suffered heavy losses as the eastern beings fought to the death. The Taotai clan achieved a great victory, and the Chaos clan had already cleared the remaining forces in the north, driving the Xian Turtle clan into the northern sea. The Tao clan posed the greatest resistance, but the Beast Emperor was also stationed in the south, so there should be no worries. Fu Tian analyzed the battle situation and issued an order. Listen up. The Zhenhao clan will accompany me east and work with the Qiongqi clan to take the eastern territory. Zhu Hound let out a muffled grunt, reluctantly accepting the order, leading the Zhenhao clan towards the eastern territory. Fu Tian stepped on the 12th grade destruction Black Lotus. The Wanhun banner, emitting black smoke, hung high behind him, and the blood devouring pearl rotated around him, with 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures protecting his body. How could he be so afraid of death and still go to the front lines? Zhu Hound coldly mocked. Fu Tian was neither angry nor annoyed, saying, in a battle, how can the Grand Marshal not go to the front lines? What if a mere piece of trash from the celestial immortal realm goes? Any small soldier can crush you. Zhu Hound was truly unreserved in his words. I sit back and strategize, overseeing the overall situation, and I won't personally engage in killing. Besides, how could you all just stand by and watch a Grand Marshal get killed by a small soldier? Tian did not care about his ridicule. Zhu Hound blurted out without thinking, that can't happen. It would disgrace our fierce beast clan. Tian smiled and did not speak. He naturally had his own confidence in going to the front lines, not to mention the means left by Luo Hu. Just the 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures protecting his body. How many could break through? On the Eastern battlefield, the Dragon Clan's Qinglong division commanded the overall situation, directing various clans to fight fiercely against the Qiongqi clan. Although they were at a disadvantage, they fought tenaciously, losing and regaining their positions repeatedly. Kill! Tian shouted, and the Zhenhound clan instantly joined the battle, pressing against the Qinglong division. Ha ha! The Zhu Hound has arrived. Reinforcements are here. Kill them all. Slaughter that damn dragon. Qiongqi laughed loudly. Not good. The Qinglong's face changed dramatically. They were already at a disadvantage, and now it was even worse. Where are the reinforcements? Go ask where the reinforcements have died. Qinglong roared. However, were there any reinforcements? The innate beings were already weak, and the fierce beast army had emptied out, leaving no extra troops. The main force of the alliance faced the Beast Emperor's elite troops and had to split their forces to confront the Tao clan, bearing more pressure than anyone else. It was impossible to send more troops for support. The battlefield was filled with ominous winds, ghostly wails, and the black mist from the Wanhun banner spread across the entire battlefield. The cries of despair rang out. The Wanhun banner wreaked havoc, its strange power targeting the primordial spirits, penetrating defenses. Retreat, Qinglong shouted, quickly reminding everyone, steady your minds, set up the Hongjun formation. That treasure specifically targets primordial spirits. Do not be careless. You talk too much, don't you? Zhu Hound said, charging straight toward Qinglong. Qinglong was terrified and quickly ordered a retreat, fighting while pulling back, stubbornly drawing Zhu Hound away. As just an early-stage Luo Jinxian, he was not a match for Zhu Hound at all. Fortunately, his fate was extraordinary, and he was born with a heaven-defying companion spiritual treasure. Once Qinglong left, Qiongqi faced no one to contend with, and the army instantly collapsed, scattering in flight. Leave no one alive. Tian coldly uttered a few words, and the Wanhun banner unleashed its might, reaping lives one by one. The blood-devouring pearl transformed into a long rainbow, traversing the vast battlefield, crazily devouring blood and flesh. Before long, the battlefield, littered with corpses, was left with nothing but white bones. GGG, take care of the environment. It's everyone's responsibility. Clean up the battlefield, remove the filth, and today's merit is won. My cultivation can also break through a small realm. How wonderful, how wonderful. A wicked smile crept onto Tian's lips. He loved doing good deeds. The bodies lying in pools of blood on the battlefield were not corpses, but rather cultivation resources. Thanks to the companion's spiritual treasure, cleaning up a battlefield could enhance his cultivation. So why not? Just as the innate beings were retreating step by step, and the fierce beast army occupied half of the territory. Suddenly, the heavens and earth stirred. A supreme aura descended, overwhelming the wilderness, sweeping through heaven and earth, shocking all directions, unmatched in might. Demonic beasts, do not be rampant. A grand voice spread across the various battlefields. The pressure of the Hongjun Jinxian engulfed the entire wilderness in silence. Not good. It's that old man Hongjun. Tian exclaimed, truly startled, and immediately contacted Luo Hu's avatar. Hongjun. The furious roar of the divine reversal came from afar. Oh no, the old monster from the Hongjun realm has come out. This is a big deal. Zhu Hound cursed under his breath, disregarding the pursuit of Qinglong and quickly turning direction, rushing to support the divine reversal. You demonic beasts, ignorant of the heavenly laws, not walking the righteous path, raising arms to disturb the wilderness, creating boundless slaughter. This is the path to self-destruction. However, heaven has the virtue of preserving life, and I The poor Taoist will give you a chance. Retreat and live, advance and perish. Hongjun's cold voice resounded through the heavens, as if representing the will of heaven, reaching everywhere. Unheard by none. GGG, boy, do you dare to meet old Hongjun? Luo Hu's voice came from an unknown direction. Tian immediately laughed, saying, "How could I not dare? Good boy, you have some spirit. Go ahead and don't be polite with him. I'll back you up." Luo Hu was very satisfied. Old man Hongjun and I are like water and fire. It's either he kills me or I kill him. How could I be polite with such a formidable enemy? Tian's voice radiated a bone-chilling coldness. What have I done all this way? Why have I done it? Because Hongjun has developed murderous intent towards me. Everything I have done, thought, and considered is all to resist the great trend to oppose Hongjun. Chapter 7. Evil and Heretical Paths. All spirits must be punished. Divine reversal was targeted by Hongjun, and the terrifying pressure from the Hongyuan realm forced him to kneel before the two armies, losing all face as the Beast Emperor. Roar! The rapidly arriving Zhu Hound saw this scene and was instantly enraged, cursing loudly, "Old Hongjun, do not be arrogant." However, before he finished cursing, a look from Hongjun, carrying the might of heaven, made him spit blood and fall to his knees. Roar! The myriad beasts roared in rage for their emperor, but what was the use? Hongjun sneered, lightly stamping his foot, causing countless fierce beasts to kneel on the ground, their bones shattering into dust. "Ha, I'll have this day." The Zhu dragon laughed loudly, then raised his arms and shouted, "Old Ancestor, Hongjun's divine might." Old Ancestor's divine might. The innate beings cheered wildly, filled with excitement. Seeing this, Hongjun's face, which was usually calm, revealed a hint of a smile. This feeling of being revered by all spirits seemed quite wonderful. What a virtue of heaven to preserve life. What a retreat means life. Advancing means death. What a shameless old thief. A cold voice, like a stone shattering the heavens, suppressed the wild cheers of the myriad beings, making Hongjun's face turn frosty, no longer showing a trace of smile. "Who dares to be reckless here?" The Zhu dragon shouted angrily. Tian stood on the 12th grade destruction Black Lotus, looking down from above at the Zhu dragon, saying, "The dignified ancestor of the dragon clan. How can you act like a dog in front of the two armies, wagging your tail to please an old thief who steals from the heavens? Isn't that laughable?" Looking for death, the Zhu dragon was enraged and unleashed a terrifying dragon breath. However, the 12th grade destruction Black Lotus swayed slightly. Demonic energy surged, and demonic light erupted, instantly neutralizing this deadly move. Evil and heretical paths. All spirits must be punished. Hongjun's expression darkened, glaring at Tian and the destruction Black Lotus, gritting his teeth and saying. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely flicked the whisk in his hand, unleashing a brilliant immortal light. The might of Hongyuan shaking the heavens and earth. Smack! With a crisp sound, the demonic energy overflowing from the Black Lotus coalesced into a large hand, directly shattering the celestial light and giving Hongjun the middle finger. TSK, the old dog is getting anxious. Is he afraid that the filthy deeds he has done will be exposed to all beings? Tian is on a path of self-destruction from which there is no return. Stop talking, you evil demon. You have willingly become the henchman of that devil, Luo Hu, and colluded with the Beast Clan, going against the heavens, straying from the righteous path, opposing all beings, and your crimes are inexcusable. You will surely face heavenly punishment. Hongjun scolded sternly, his words filled with the laws of heaven, each sentence causing Tian to incur heavenly wrath. Tian's innate spiritual perception detected something abnormal, feeling uncomfortable all over, as if he did not belong to this world. Kid, you are being targeted by the heavenly Tao. Part of your fortune has been severed, and you are facing heavenly disdain. You're going to have bad luck. The gloating voice of Luo Hu came through. What does that mean? I've been blacklisted by the heavenly Tao. Tian understood what had happened and cursed inwardly. Old thief, despicable. The heavenly Tao is treacherous. Hongjun was merely a Hunyuan golden immortal, still far from achieving the Tao, and could not sever someone's fortune with a mere word. It must have been the heavenly Tao's doing. Truly absurd. The great Tao is fair, nurturing all beings. Do all beasts not count as part of the multitude? Moreover, who do you think you are to represent all beings? Tian retorted without reservation. Luo Hu was somewhat surprised, muttering, "So brave? Not afraid of angering the old man Hongjun? Does this incarnation of mine have no way to contain the situation?" Hongjun's complexion changed from green to red, his gaze colder than 10,000 years of ice. What a sharp-tongued demon, clearly engaging in acts against the heavens, yet you dare to twist right and wrong and blame me. Such a reversal of heavenly intent means you are already on the path to death. Each of Hongjun's words hit a terrifying killing intent, every sentence radiating a chilling aura. His rage capable of burning down the 9 heavens. This was an enormous provocation, an extreme humiliation. Since the chaos era, what has a mere ant dared to prance before him? Without any regard, utterly audacious. This is intolerable. However, Hongjun found himself unable to do anything about it. He could neither kill nor touch him, feeling frustrated to the point of madness. Ridiculous. You, a thief of heaven, think you can represent heavenly will? Tian ignored the furious Hongjun and continued to stoke the flames. With a swipe, he threw out a scroll, which was a piece of his memory. In the image, Hongjun wore a coarse robe, with a great cauldron above his head, refining the essence of a realm. You think such petty tricks can deceive all beings? I take it upon myself to uphold the Tao and have always acted righteously. Even if you want to slander me, you shouldn't use such tricks. Tell me, among all spirits and beings, who could believe this? Hongjun sneered, swearing an oath, without a hint of guilt, presenting himself with an air of calm. Tian also knew that Hongjun's reputation was very high, and the persona he crafted in the primordial world was very stable. These things would not affect him at all. The only thing he could do was to gross him out a bit. You dare to slander Hongjun, the ancestor, with your demonic tricks. Oof. The ancestor is compassionate and boundless. How could he do such a thing? Clearly, it is you evil demons who have stolen the essence of heaven and earth. Do not embarrass yourselves with such petty tricks. We naturally trust Ancestor Hongjun. The heart of the demon is indeed malicious, thinking to sow discord. But you have miscalculated. Fool! Ancestor Hongjun is the leader of the righteous path. Even if you want to frame me, do you not think? Do you really take us for fools? Hongjun did not need to argue much. The innate beings had already scolded Tian thoroughly. This child must be eliminated as soon as possible, or he will become a great calamity. Hongjun swore silently in his heart. He was already in calamity. Once the merits of opening the heavens dissipated, he would immediately eradicate him. The cold voice of the heavenly Tao came, clearly agreeing with Hongjun's thoughts. Pangu, oh Pangu, truly not a thing, even in death. You leave behind these disgusting things. What bad luck. Hongjun cursed inwardly. Hongjun suppressed his anger and no longer paid attention to Tian's provocation. In his eyes, Tian was already a dead man, unable to bounce back for long. He stared at Shan and I, succinctly stating, "Retreat or die." Tian immediately burst into laughter, saying, "Come. If you have the guts, kill him. If you don't act today, you're a grandson." Shan and I was startled, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, inwardly cursing Tian. You think you're so noble, you're so amazing, but it's not you who's going to die, right? You damn little ancestor. Please don't say that. The fearless Zuhong was stunned. Damn it. Damn it. Hongjun angrily cursed in his heart, feeling trapped. The guy seemed to know many secrets and was certain that he wouldn't dare to kill Shan and I. I am the Grand Marshal of the Beast Clan. Today, I will never retreat. Everything north of Mount Buzhou must belong to my clan, or we will just drag this out to the end. Tian directly made the decision for Shan and I. Hongjun was so furious that his beard bristled, angrily saying, "You're going against the heavens, wolf-hearted and ambitious, deluding yourself. The heavenly Tao is unjust. To follow is to perish, to oppose is to live." Tian pointed to the sky, retorting forcefully, "You little beast." Hongjun was furious beyond measure. Tian was unceremonious. "Old rag. Unless you keep guarding, if you dare to leave, my army will come back in an instant. Ask them if they can stop us." The dragon ancestor and other beings exchanged glances, silently shaking their heads. They couldn't stop it. They really couldn't stop it. Chapter 8. The Treasure of Suppressing Luck. The sword's edge aimed at the dragon clan Hongjun was so furious he was about to explode. After several breaches of defense, he found no way to deal with Tian. He had intended to slap the beast army back to Heavenly Absolute Mountain, then lay out layers of great formations to confine them, giving the myriad clans time to grow. However, that troublemaker Luo Hu was everywhere. His plan was completely dashed. With no other choice, he had to divide and rule. The Beast clan monopolized half of the primordial world, while the innate myriad clans migrated south, with everything north of Mount Buzhou belonging to the beasts. Luo Hu, Tian, I swear to kill you. Hongjun was filled with a madness he had never felt before towards a being. Heavenly Tao, you must think of a way to let those 3 clans grow up quickly. Otherwise, I really cannot hold back. Hongjun lamented. The heavenly order has its rules. The time has not yet come. However, the heavenly Tao is not omnipotent. It must follow the rules of the great Tao. Hongjun let out a great roar, charging into the heavens, venting his pent-up anger in the chaos. On the other side, the beast army's headquarters. After a big victory, Shun and I showed no signs of happiness. Hongjun is a mere man, too much. It infuriates me. Shun and I was filled with rage, almost tearing down the beast sanctuary. The 4 great beasts stared at each other, not daring to advise, nor pull him back, quietly slipping away while Shun and I was distracted. The Ancestor Hound also did not want to provoke trouble. He too was filled with anger and returned home in frustration to wreak havoc. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the beast god sanctuary of the Ancestor Hound collapsed. Tian was clever, very aware of the situation, and found a secluded hall to digest his recent gains. The banner of 10,000 souls already contained 1,000,000 souls. As the banner unfurled, the wind howled, and the cries of ghosts and wolves echoed, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The blood-devouring pearl had also absorbed too much source power, radiating a layer of blood-red light. Tian focused on dual tasks. His primordial spirit refining the 10,000 souls banner, absorbing thousands of essence souls, while his physical body received the backfeed from the blood-devouring pearl, solidifying his foundation and rapidly increasing his strength. When he emerged from seclusion, he was already at the late stage of Celestial Immortal, just 1 step away from Xian Immortal. During this time, Shun and I had destroyed several palaces, and his pent-up rage had finally been vented. Let the heavens be my witness, the universe be my proof. I swear to break through to the Hongjun realm. Shun and I roared to the sky, his conviction unwavering. Hongjun not only brought him immense humiliation, but also made him see some truths. The strength of the Beast clan was an illusion, without a Hongjun golden immortal to oversee. No matter how strong the beasts were, they were just paper tigers. Faced with a strong enemy like Hongjun, they would be suppressed in an instant, unable to raise even a ripple. Breaking through to Hongjun golden immortal had become Shun Ni's obsession. To this end, he put everything down and sincerely sought advice from Tian. Great Marshal, my clan has already occupied half of the wilderness. Can we leverage the great momentum of heaven and earth? Tian nodded and said, Beast Emperor, this first step has been achieved. Next, we must gather the fortune. What is fortune? It is ethereal and elusive, invisible to the eye and unattainable by touch. How can we gather it for our use? Please enlighten me. Shun and I frowned and asked, allow me to ponder for a moment. Tian knew there was a method, but he was unaware of the details. In desperation, he could only seek help from Luo Hu. Hey, you kid is truly mysterious. You know how to leverage momentum and gather fortune. Luo Hu's avatar looked surprised. I stumbled upon it by chance. It's hard to explain. Tian hurriedly deflected. The fierce beast clan dominates the wilderness, thriving immensely, and the accumulated fortune is already sufficient. To let Shun and I gather the fortune of the clan to break through, a treasure to stabilize fortune is needed as a guide. After hearing Luo Hu's words, Tian immediately felt overwhelmed. There aren't many spiritual treasures capable of stabilizing fortune. Such supreme treasures are usually owned by someone, destined by fate, and it is almost impossible for them to be lost outside. This means that Tian not only has to find a treasure to stabilize fortune for Shun and I, But this treasure must also resonate with the fortune of the fierce beast clan. It's difficult, very difficult. Fu Qian sighed deeply. This is a big problem. I wonder if my accompanying spiritual treasure can stabilize fortune? Shen and I said as he took out a golden seal. The golden seal was in two colors, crimson and black, with a fierce beast looking up to the sky, which was Shun Ni's true form, with countless beasts bowing beneath its hooves, and the bottom engraved with innate royal Tao divine patterns. The demon ancestor holds the eye of the palm. Fu Qian silently transmitted. This treasure. Luo Hu pondered for a moment and said, although it possesses the aura of the royal Tao, it has a flaw. There should be a complementary spiritual treasure of the same root and origin. If it can be completed, it can stabilize the fortune of the clan. Fu Qian's pupils constricted as he remembered his two accompanying spiritual treasures and immediately asked, Beast Emperor, are there two accompanying spiritual treasures? Shen and I nodded and said angrily, yes. Another treasure was taken by that old man Hongjun and given to that old mudfish, the ancestor dragon. Fu Qian smirked, feeling relieved. As long as it is not in Hongjun's hands, that's fine. Why does the great marshal laugh? Shen and I asked, slightly displeased. Fu Qian stood up and said, the dragon clan dares to steal the beast emperor's treasure. It cannot be forgiven. Let us mobilize the troops and march against the dragon clan to seek justice. Sending troops against the dragon clan is a small matter. But what if that old bastard Hongjun intervenes? Shen and I expressed some concern and fear. That old thief is truly hateful. Every time he ruins his good plans at critical moments. The old thief could clearly kill him, but he chooses not to, only to humiliate him, causing him to lose face and be utterly embarrassed. Shen and I was both angry and afraid. Not afraid of death, but afraid of humiliation. Fu Qian smiled calmly and said, this time is different from the past. We don't need to lead a large army. We must catch them off guard. We cannot make a grand show. He instructed Shun and I to gather the Zhuhong, the 4 great fierce beasts, and the 10 divine generals to launch a surprise attack, delivering a fatal blow to the dragon clan. In the previous battle, Hongjun halted the conflict. Wasn't it to buy time for the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans to gradually grow stronger? If that's the case, then let us first cripple the dragon clan, severely injuring their vitality, and then target the Phoenix and Qilin clans, not giving the 3 clans time to grow. In short, whatever Hongjun and the heavenly Tao intend to do, Fu Qian will not let them succeed. The Zhenhong feeds on dragons, and the Zhenhong tribe has fought the dragon clan the longest and knows them best. Please share the details about the dragon clan, Fu Qian said to Zhu Hong. The Zhenhong tribe is the direct descendant of Zhu Hong, second only to the Beast Emperor's elite forces. The dragon clan is strongest with the ancestor dragon and the candle dragon, both at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, followed by the 9 dragon gods, 4 of whom are at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal, while the rest are only at the early stage. The dragon clan loves to collect the world's greatest treasures. They have countless magical treasures, so we must not be careless. They form a triangle with the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan. Once war breaks out, the other 2 clans will surely support them, so we must be cautious. After listening to Zhu Hong's words, Fu Qian carefully considered and made the most meticulous arrangements. Everyone listen. This battle aims to severely injure the dragon clan. We will strike the ancestor dragon and the candle dragon hard, kill the 9 dragon gods if we can, and not let any treasures escape the dragon clan's treasury. We will open the slaughter, engage in massacre, and must annihilate their living forces. I want the dragon clan to be unable to fight back for at least 2 Yuan meetings. Fu Qian's thoughts were extremely malicious, ruthless, and the combat plan against the dragon clan was incredibly cruel. In his view, the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are all pawns of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. If not for the overwhelming situation, he would have wished to directly annihilate the 3 clans. Chapter 9. The Dragon Slaughter Poison Scheme. The great calamity of the dragon clan in the eastern wilderness, the ancestral land of the dragon clan. The ancestor dragon's brow twitched violently, restless, with a vague feeling of impending disaster. It must be said that the spiritual perception of innate beings is terrifyingly sharp. Issue orders to all divisions, prepare for battle. The ancestor dragon felt a sense of foreboding and immediately gave the order. The various divisions of the dragon clan instantly entered a state of battle readiness, sleeping with weapons and armor, alert and waiting. Elder brother, what exactly has happened? Could it be that those damned, fierce beasts are coming again? Candle Dragon asked in a deep voice. The ancestor dragon shook his head and sighed. I don't know, but I always feel something is off. It seems there is great terror looming in the dark. We must be on guard. The leader of the 9 dragon gods, the thunder dragon god, furrowed his brows and said with concern, at this moment, the only threats to us that may take action, apart from the wicked fierce beast clan, are that demon Luo Hu. As soon as these words were spoken, the ancestor dragon palace fell into a dead silence. The dragons exchanged glances, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Alas, hopefully it's not that scoundrel Luo Hu. The ancestor dragon sighed heavily. Luo Hu, known as the demon ancestor, is immensely terrifying and is the archenemy of old ancestor Hongjun. The dragon clan truly does not want to face him, because even if they exert all their strength and reveal all their trump cards, they would not be able to match Luo Hu, with not a shred of hope for victory, and even no chance to escape. Under the chaos, all are ants. Such an insurmountable gap cannot be bridged by sacrifice. Even if the dragon clan were to fight to extinction, they could not injure a single hair of Luo Hu. The chasm-like gap left the ancestor dragon feeling despair. Luo Hu has been missing for a long time, and our clan has not offended him. There is no reason for him to take action. In my view, the crisis mostly comes from the fierce beasts. We cannot let ourselves get disorganized, the dragon clan war god Long said loudly. In the face of a great enemy, we absolutely cannot let such negative emotions spread. Being timid before the battle is a great taboo. Kue Long sneered, speaking in a deep voice, that is Luo Hu, the demon ancestor. Does he need a reason to act? I believe we should still be vigilant. The ancestor dragon deeply agreed, saying, send orders to let the young and old of the dragon clan evacuate first to avoid disaster. Boom! Before the ancestor dragon's command could be conveyed, the protective great formation of the dragon clan was torn open. Roar! A loud roar from Zhu Hong echoed. In the dragon clan below, the great Luo golden immortal was almost entirely wiped out. In an instant, dragon corpses with blood streaming from their 7 orifices were everywhere. You vile creature! The ancestor dragon was furious. Such indiscriminate attacks were slaughter for low-level beings. You shall die 1,000 deaths. Candle Dragon, with red eyes, charged towards Zhu Hong in a rage. Beast, how dare you commit such slaughter? Zhu Hong, I want you to pay for the lives of the young men of the dragon clan who died in vain. Kill, cut down this vile creature. All 9 dragon gods were enraged, their killing intent shocking the heavens, unleashing their ultimate techniques at Zhu Hong. Puff! Zhu Hong coughed out blood, facing the reckless attacks of 11 dragon clan experts. Even he found it hard to withstand. Boom! Suddenly a dull, thunderous sound echoed, and the ancestor dragon spewed blood and was sent flying, crashing through dozens of celestial mountains. Shenanai! Candle Dragon roared, eyes bursting with rage, cursing, you vile thief. How can you, as a royal of the clan, lead an ambush? This is utterly shameless. In a life-and-death battle, one does not choose means. Do you expect this emperor to reason with you? Shenanai said scornfully. You Candle Dragon are so furious you tremble all over. Shenanai ignored him and rapidly approached the ancestor dragon, wanting to take his life while he was ill. How dare you? The Candle Dragon saw through his intentions and went mad with resistance. However, the divine reversal had a clear target and did not engage in a fight, instead directly charging towards the heavily injured ancestor dragon. The ancestor dragon was severely injured, losing more than half of its life, gritting its teeth and fighting while fleeing, desperately rushing towards the Chilean tribe. It did not die. The ancestor dragon's vitality was truly remarkable. The hidden sky, watching from the shadows, was amazed. In his plan, the ancestor hound would strike first, completely enraging the higher-ups of the dragon tribe. And then the divine reversal and other ferocious beasts would take the opportunity to launch a deadly attack on the ancestor dragon. It wasn't just the divine reversal acting alone, but rather a combined strike from over a dozen great Luo golden immortals. Theoretically, the ancestor dragon should have fallen on the spot. However, this creature was equipped with treasures and had thick vitality, managing to withstand the deadly calamity. Roar. A thunderous Qilin roar. The primordial Qilin blocked the divine reversal at a critical moment, allowing the ancestor dragon to escape yet again. Get lost. The divine reversal was furious and forcefully knocked the primordial Qilin away, directly pursuing the fleeing ancestor dragon. You all hurry to rescue the dragon tribe. The primordial Qilin bellowed, quickly catching up to the divine reversal, desperately dragging him back to create an opportunity for the ancestor dragon to escape. A cry of a phoenix came from the south, and the sky was filled with red clouds as the original phoenix rushed over. The Great Elder ordered, quickly support the dragon tribe. The original phoenix left a command and directly charged towards the divine reversal, working together with the primordial Qilin to hold him back. The 5 elders of the phoenix tribe and the 3 kings of the Qilin tribe all rushed towards the dragon tribe. However, the battle was still overwhelmingly one-sided. The experts of the ferocious beast tribe were all out, with the peak great Luo golden immortal ancestor hound personally stationed, continuously suppressing the experts from the 3 tribes. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. That damned beast must be lured away. The candle dragon was extremely anxious. The pressure from the ancestor hound was too great. Just a slight move from him would cause injuries. Leave it to me. The thunder dragon god roared in anger, gritting his teeth and resolutely burning his essence. Transforming into his true form, his dragon body rolled up the ancestor hound, intending to take him out of the battlefield. Seeking death, the ancestor hound was enraged, also revealing his true form, his massive body nearly bursting the thunder dragon's form. A swipe of his claws left behind a bloody mess. Brother. The candle dragon's eyes brimmed with tears, both sorrowful and angry, and after a roar, he resolutely charged towards the ancestor hound, transforming into his dragon form and biting down hard on the ancestor hound. I come to assist you. The great elder of the phoenix tribe spread his wings and flew high, his claws ignited with undying flames, gripping the ancestor hound's head tightly. Candle dragon, you're seeking death. The Wuwu was furious and charged at the candle dragon recklessly. The Red King is here. Where do you think you're going, beast? The kings of the Qilin tribe desperately defended against the Wuwu. A heart-wrenching scream. One of the 9 dragon gods, the Kuei dragon, was turned into pulp by the Taotai and Xiongqi. The dragon pearl shattered, the dragon's soul split, with only a trace of true spirit escaping. No! The azure dragon cried out in grief, its dragon eyes bleeding tears, desperately charging at the Taotai. All of you die. The Yinglong was covered in blood, some from enemies, but more from himself. The death of the Kuei dragon devastated him. He became completely enraged, burning his essence, burning everything, and for a moment, he unleashed astonishing combat power, actually suppressing the Xiongqi in a fierce fight. With mid-stage great Luo golden immortal strength, he fought head-on against the late-stage great Luo golden immortal Xiongqi, truly deserving the title of Dragon Tribe's war god, displaying incredible might. The hidden sky couldn't help but sigh and moved further away. In such a war, without the 12th grade Black Lotus left by Luo Hu, he wouldn't even qualify to watch the battle. A random ripple could kill him 100,000 times. TSK, this maliciousness must be your doing. After this battle, the Dragon Tribe would at least need to recuperate for several Yuan meetings. Luo Hu clicked his tongue. Can't blame me. Who told them to be pawns of Hongjun and the way of heaven? The hidden sky said lightly, with a cold expression. Whoever helps Hongjun will be killed by him. Whether that person is acting voluntarily or under compulsion, whether that person knows it or is kept in the dark. The avatar of Luo Hu felt a chilling sensation and couldn't help but think. This child is ruthless and heartless, willing to use any means to achieve his goals. If he grows up, can he still be used by me? Chapter 10. The demon ancestor blocks the door. The 2 instruments sacred gods rescue the dragon tribe what? The fate of the ancestor dragon is uncertain? Damn, it's that beast divine reversal again. Hongjun, feeling inspired, calculated with his fingers, and was instantly stunned. The Ancestor Dragon is an extremely important piece. He absolutely cannot allow any accidents to happen. Boom! The door of the Purple Cloud Palace was violently blown open. Hongjun rushed out in a hurry, but before he could leave the Purple Cheong Mountain, an unexpected guest arrived. "I come to ask for a cup of tea, yo? Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" Luo Hu blocked the mountain gate, asking with a half-smile. "Luo Hu." Hongjun gritted his teeth, glaring angrily, and said, "Get out of my way. I have urgent matters." "Oh, what urgent bad deeds are you up to?" Luo Hu said leisurely, smiling. "Bastard." Hongjun angrily scolded. Luo Hu's expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Dare to scold me? Look at my gun." As he spoke, the gun shot out like a dragon, with unmatched killing intent, pushing Hongjun back. "Luo Hu, you madman. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? What exactly do you want?" Hongjun's face changed from green to white. "Ha ha." Luo Hu laughed heartily, pointing the god-slaying gun at Hongjun, and said coldly, "You and I have always been enemies who cannot coexist. Whatever you want to do, I will not let you succeed." Hongjun's face changed repeatedly, and the killing intent in his eyes surged wildly. Luo Hu looked disdainful and indifferent, saying, "My little brother is up to something big, and specifically asked me to keep an eye on you. Today, you can't go anywhere." Upon hearing this, Hongjun immediately knew who was causing the trouble without a second thought. "Hidden Sky, you damned little evil spirit." Hongjun gritted his teeth in hatred. Luo Hu, like a tyrant, blocked the gate of the Purple Cheong Mountain, staring intently at Hongjun, with the god-slaying gun ready to fire. The dragon tribe waited for a long time without receiving Hongjun's divine assistance, and suffered heavy losses, their vitality greatly diminished. The ancestor hound, Tao Tai, and other ferocious beasts were engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon tribe's experts while also carrying out indiscriminate slaughter, nearly wiping out the direct bloodline descendants of the dragon tribe. At this point, the dragon tribe's experts finally reacted. This was a genocide battle. If this continued, the dragon tribe would face extinction. The major dragon gods no longer lingered in battle, decisively abandoning the dragon tribe's main base and desperately protecting the dragon tribe's descendants to escape. The blood feud of the dragon tribe today. I will make you repay 10,000 times. The Long, to cover their retreat, fell into encirclement, facing a dozen great Luo golden immortals alone, and after fighting until exhausted, let out a roar and self-destructed, dying in the explosion. Chase after them. The wilderness is this big. Let us see where they can escape to. The Hidden Sky ordered a relentless pursuit. The Candle Dragon saw that he couldn't shake off the pursuers. The distance between both sides was constantly closing and immediately shouted, "Scatter! Scatter in all directions. You must not linger in battle. Hurry up and leave. Surviving means there will be a day for revenge. The ferocious beast tribe must be exterminated." The Azure Dragon shouted with tears, diving into the East Sea. "The dragon tribe will repay this hatred. The ferocious beast tribe must be exterminated." The Red Dragon roared and charged southward. Seeing this, the Hidden Sky immediately devised another poisonous scheme, transmitting a message to the Ancestor Hound and other ferocious beasts. Cooperate with the Beast Emperor to encircle and kill the Ancestor Dragon, and prepare for an ambush. I want to see if they will abandon the Ancestor Dragon and flee or return to assist the Ancestor Dragon. The Ancestor Hound's eyes brightened, and he shouted, "Stop chasing. Let us go kill that old mud loach, the Ancestor Dragon." Orders received. The Tao Tai and other ferocious beasts echoed in unison, turning around, rushing billions of miles, and directly killing towards the Ancestor Dragon. Not good. Big Brother is in danger. The Candle Dragon suddenly felt that things were going badly. Knowing it was a dead end, he disregarded everything else and returned to assist the Ancestor Dragon, covered in injuries. Why hasn't the old Ancestor Hongjun arrived yet? We can't wait any longer. We cannot watch the Ancestor Dragon perish. In this desperate battle, we must block divine reversal. This is the poisonous scheme of the ferocious beast tribe. Today, they kill dragons. Tomorrow, they will exterminate phoenixes, targeting breakthroughs of the three tribes. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. If the three tribes are exterminated, the situation will be dire, and we will no longer have the strength to resist the ferocious beasts. The survival of the myriad races in the wilderness is at stake in this battle. In the heavens and the earth, roars echoed through the skies as figures soared into the air. The leaders of the White Tiger, Black Turtle, Flying Serpent, and other major clans fought with all their might. Although they were only in the early stages of Great Luo Golden Immortal, they resolutely joined the battlefield. In the sultry days, Tian frowned slightly, raised his head to gaze at the sky, as if he saw an invisible giant hand changing the course of the battle. He knew that this fight had to come to an end. Continuing would surely lead to unforeseen changes. They would fight one last round, disregarding everything else, unleashing all their hidden strategies against the Dragon Clan. And once it was over, they must not engage in further combat. Tian hid in the shadows and issued his final command, then quickly returned to the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. Abandon the ancestral dragon and fully focus on intercepting the returning Dragon Clan. Brother Hound and I will kill the Candle Dragon, and together with the Beast Kings like Tao Tai, we will slay the old dragon Lei Zhe, while you 10 generals take down the weakest dragon. Shen and I scanned his surroundings and immediately made arrangements, hiding his deadly moves, waiting for the returning Dragon Clan. This is bad. The ancestral dragon suddenly felt a violent heartbeat and bristled with hair standing on end, as if he had seen through Shun Ni's intentions. Candle Dragon, my brother, do not advance, retreat quickly. The ancestral dragon shouted anxiously. Shun Ni's icy gaze revealed a chilling glint as he glared fiercely at the ancestral dragon and waved his hand, saying, "Attack." The ancestral hound, Tao Tai, and other fierce beasts quickly turned around and rushed towards the returning Candle Dragon and the dragon Lei Zhe with incredible speed. The ancestral dragon, overwhelmed with anger, spat out a mouthful of essence blood and shouted desperately, "Stop them! Stop them!" However, even if Yufeng and Shi Qilin were fast, it was already a bit too late. My life is over. The Candle Dragon had a face full of despair. Shen and I, an ancestral hound, joined forces, enveloped in terrifying killing intent, delivering a fatal strike that no one could block. Not to mention that the Candle Dragon was already severely injured, even at his peak. He wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. Shen and I, you dare to defy the will of heaven and disrupt the chaos of the wilderness. At that moment, a furious shout came from the heavens. A black sun smashed directly towards Shun and I, and the terrifying sun fire wreaked havoc. The pressure of a half-step mixed Yuan Golden Immortal overwhelming everything. By heavenly mandate, to quell the calamity and restore order. Immediately after, a cold, bone-chilling female voice echoed from the western sky. A pure white hollow circular ring radiated a soft glow, and the extreme cold power of the Tian spread out, enveloping all directions. The newcomer was also a half-step mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. It's them. How is this possible? Tian turned around suddenly, looking at the black sun and the circular ring in the sky, his face filled with disbelief. The sun shines brightly, the Tian flickers. The two primordial divine beings, born of the two instruments, are extremely ancient, possessing sacred virtue and holding a high status. These two divine beings are incredibly low-key, with a weak presence in the wilderness. But that does not mean they are weak. The demon ancestor blocking the door is truly powerful. It seems Hongjun had no choice but to invite the two gods to save the situation. After figuring all this out, Tian smirked, letting out a chilling and sinister laugh. In this game, the heavens have half lost, and Hongjun has slightly faltered. Watching the candle sun and the ghost fire standing tall in the 9 heavens, showcasing their divine might, easily suppressing Shun Ni and Ancestral Hound, and forcing the experts of the Fierce Beast clan to flee in panic. Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. His eyes flickered with cold light, revealing murderous intent, as he said, "The talents of these two beings are not inferior to the future 6 saints of destiny. Their reverence for the will of heaven may become a great threat in the future." Chapter 11:13 Treasuries. Unlocking the Golden Metal Henchman. The Candle Sun and Ghost Fire turned the tide of the battle, forcing Shun Ni to order a retreat. Although they did not slay the Candle Dragon, after this battle, The dragon clan was already severely weakened. The ancestral dragon was heavily injured. The 9 great dragon gods were either dead or wounded. The direct bloodline of the dragon clan suffered heavy losses, and the connection was almost severed. Even more critically, the ancestral land of the dragon clan had fallen, and the resources accumulated over the years, with more than a dozen treasuries, had all fallen into Tian's hands. As everyone knows, resources are always a necessity. For the great clans of the wilderness, cultivation resources are extremely important, and to achieve development, vast amounts of resources must be consumed. The good days for the dragon clan had come to an end. Without a long passage of time, it would be difficult to recover their vitality. At this moment, the mastermind behind all this was bargaining with the avatar of Luo Hu. Kid, for the dragon clan's treasury, it's an 80-20 split. I want the larger share. Luo Hu's avatar said lazily. Tian immediately protested, saying, "How can a dignified demon ancestor say such a thing? Does that little treasure of the dragon clan really catch your eye? You brat, I have been busy for you, so what's wrong with taking the larger share? And don't talk nonsense. I need resources too. Demon ancestor, what you're saying is ridiculous. What do you mean busy for my sake? It's all to deal with that old Hongjun. 50-50 is the best." Luo Hu's avatar said angrily, "You only came up with a clever idea and were carried along the whole way. How can you have the nerve to take half? At most, it should be a 70-30 split. Fine. Even if I'm a lucky dog, the brothers of the Fierce Beast clan have worked hard. So Tian should argue for their share. 40-60. Unacceptable. Luo Hu cursed through gritted teeth. "Stinky brat, don't take advantage and act innocent. Be careful not to choke on this much. Old demon, don't be too greedy. A 50-50 split makes everyone happy." Tian refused to back down. There are a total of 13 treasuries for the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon, candle dragon, and the 9 great dragon gods each have a treasury. And in addition, the ancestral dragon and candle dragon have private stores, which are internal treasury. In the end, Luo Hu, being more cunning, took the larger share and got 7 treasuries. Tian was not easy to mess with either. It seemed he had slightly lost out, but in reality, he had won big time. What good treasures could the 9 great dragon gods have? How could they compare to the private stores of the ancestral dragon and candle dragon? Tian couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. He obtained 6 treasuries, fewer in number than Luo Hu's, but their quality was absolutely superior. This is because among these 6 treasuries, 2 were private stores of higher value, which was an incredible fortune. Stinky brat, are you a fox? How come you're more cunning and treacherous than that old fox Hongjun? Luo Hu, who realized this too late, cursed loudly. Tian feigned ignorance without changing his expression. "What are you talking about, demon ancestor? Isn't the larger share yours?" Luo Hu glared at him and said nothing more. After all, he was the demon ancestor, not the kind of small demon who couldn't take a loss, nitpicking over every detail, which would be beneath his dignity. However, he still underestimated Tian's limits. Tian had a chinkuan bag in his left hand, a treasure basin in his right hand, and all 10 fingers adorned with shumi rings. He was truly taking everything he could. The ancestral dragon palace, candle dragon hall, and the residences of the 9 great dragon gods were all collected by Tian, leaving not even a single brick behind. "You brat, you've truly gone mad with greed." Luo Hu's avatar was at a loss for words. The incredible wealth, one must take it if it's free. These buildings were all made from heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Tian laughed heartily, finally experiencing what it feels like to become rich overnight. The 6 treasuries of the dragon clan, not to mention how many cultivation resources there were, even the rare, innate spiritual treasures numbered over a dozen. Of course, there were no superior innate spiritual treasures. Most were of middle to lower grades. Unfortunately, after searching the ancestral land of the dragon clan, he still could not find Shin's accompanying spiritual treasure. Tian sighed lightly. That spiritual treasure is of great use and directly affects the future of the Fierce Beast clan. Did Hongjun not hand it over to the ancestral dragon? Tian couldn't help but frown. If that were the case, it would be a big problem. No. Shin's perception of the accompanying spiritual treasure cannot be wrong. Tian's eyes brightened. Since the dragon clan's treasury does not have it, there's only one possibility. This treasure must be carried by the ancestral dragon. It makes sense. The top-grade innate spiritual treasures are extremely rare and can be encountered but not sought. Who would find it excessive? Who would leave it in a storage room to gather dust? With a flash, Tian summoned the 10,000 Souls banner and blood-devouring pearl, letting them roam across the battlefield filled with dragon corpses, devouring dragon souls and dragon blood to their heart's content. Master, good news, the golden legend. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the 10,000 Souls banner. Huh? What golden legend? Tian instinctively asked. Hee. The spirit of the 10,000 Souls banner said with a strange laugh. The remnant soul of the Kuei dragon. I can refine it into a battle soul. Its combat power is no weaker than in life. Really? Are you sure you're not bragging? Tian's eyes widened in shock. If that's true, doesn't that mean he has gained a loyal golden metal henchman? Moreover, this henchman is a great Luo golden immortal. Although it is only the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal, it can still be considered a major figure. In today's Hongjun, how many great Luo golden immortals are there? At most, there are just over 100. Tian is more excited than the 10,000 Souls banner. The 10,000 Souls banner responded. Indeed, of course it's true, but it requires some time and a large number of souls. Tian understood that this was not a small project. It needed an immense amount of souls as raw materials, carefully refined, and the success rate was low. However, the 10,000 Souls banner was confident of success, claiming a 98% certainty. The only problem was that the inventory of the 10,000 Souls banner was insufficient, and Tian needed to find a way to collect a large number of souls. A small problem. If necessary, we can have a few more battles. Today, we slay dragons. Tomorrow, we hunt phoenixes, and exterminating the innate 10,000 clans will surely be enough. Tian said with a murderous aura. I also have good news. The spirit of the blood-devouring pearl also spoke up. Tian looked at it in surprise, wondering if this pearl also wanted to join in on the excitement. My lord, I have devoured part of the blood and flesh essence of the Kuei Long, obtaining 3 drops of essence blood. This can be used as a foundation to refine the Kuei Long battle body. It is equivalent to reshaping the Kuei Long's physical body, but its strength is only 30 of what it had in life, and it can cooperate with the battle soul of the banner. My lord can also transform it into a Dao body. Upon hearing the blood-devouring pearl's words, Tian was overjoyed and exclaimed, Today is truly a double happiness, with more good things to come. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. He dashed out of the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, heading straight for the place where the Azure Dragon fell. The Azure Dragon is stronger than the Kuei Long, a master in the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. If he could obtain its remnant soul and essence blood, wouldn't that provide him with a mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal fighter? That would be wonderful. The dragon fought in the wild. Its blood was dark yellow. The Azure Dragon, in order to protect the direct bloodline descendants of the Dragon Clan and ensure the safe retreat of the Dragon Clan's high-ups, fell into a desperate situation and self-destructed. The dragon's soul scattered in all directions. The dark yellow dragon blood soaked the mountains and rivers. Between heaven and earth, the dragon's might pervaded, and the resentment and killing intent lingered for a long time. The wails of the dying dragon made all spirits weep and all things lament. Hongjun Prefecture. It was named to commemorate the fall of the Azure Dragon. Tian sneaked here, looking at the boiling resentment of the dragon in the mountains and rivers. His brow furrowed. The self-destructed Azure Dragon had already merged with this land, and to obtain its remnant soul and essence blood, there was only one way. Conquer Hongjun Prefecture and refine this piece of heaven and earth. This matter still needs to be planned carefully. Tian sighed deeply with his current cultivation. He couldn't achieve this step. Chapter 12. Shen and I wants to fight again and forms a personal army. In Hongjun Prefecture, Tian marked a location. He did nothing, sneaking in and sneaking out, quietly returning to the northern wilderness's Tianjua Mountain. The Grand Marshal has finally returned. How was it? Did you find that treasure? Shen and I asked impatiently. Tian shook his head and said, It should have been taken away by the ancestor dragon. I did not find it in the dragon clan's treasure vault. That slippery ancestor dragon should really be cursed. Shin In-ai gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes flashing with fierce light. The war against the dragon clan seemed like a great victory, but Shin In-ai felt somewhat defeated. He originally thought that with his peak great Luo golden immortal power, he was the strongest under the Hongjun realm, enough to suppress all enemies in the world. Who could rival him as long as Hongjun did not emerge? However, the appearances of Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying severely slapped Shin Ni's face. They even impacted his invincible ambition. Those two beings, merely half-step Hongjun golden immortals, turned the tide of battle with just a slight effort, causing Shin In-ai to flee in embarrassment. This battle deepened his understanding of the Hongjun golden immortal. It was a transcendent realm. Every move contained heavenly might. Even at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal, one could not withstand a single blow. It was like an ant shaking the heavens, not even comparable in scale. Shin Ni's desire to break through to the Hongjun golden immortal was stronger than ever, almost to the point of being obsessed. Everyone, I want to fight the ancestor dragon again. Shin Ni's eyes were bloodshot, and the chilling, killing intent made people shiver. No, Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying are stationed in the southern wilderness. If we start a war now, it will be disadvantageous for us, the wise counsel of the beast god. The beast god spoke reasonably. My king should think carefully. The 4 great beast kings, such as Tao Tai, and the 10 great generals, all advised in unison. However, Shin Ni's determination was unshakable. He vowed to reclaim his companion's spirit treasure and vowed to penetrate the realm of Hongjun. Seeing that he could not dissuade Shin In-ai, Ancestor Hound helplessly looked at Fu Tian and said with a strange tone, "What does the Grand Marshal say? If we really go to war, how will we deal with those 2 beings?" Ancestor Hound had a lot of opinions about Fu Tian. He simply couldn't understand what kind of concoction Fu Tian had fed Shin In-ai. He didn't understand why the dignified monarch of the fierce beast clan had turned into such a mad state. Since the beast emperor wants to fight, then we can fight. Our target is the ancestor dragon, not Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying, so there's no need to confront them head-on. Fu Tian said calmly. Ancestor Hound and the 4 great fierce beasts frowned, looking at Fu Tian with suspicion, feeling that he was playing with fire. However, Shin Ni's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What brilliant plan does the Grand Marshal have?" The ancestor dragon, having been injured at its origin, will definitely hide to recover. We must first find him, then feign an attack on the Qilin clan to distract all factions, allowing Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying to be preoccupied. Fu Tian spoke incessantly about his thoughts. The main strategy is to lure the tiger away from the mountain and strike from the east while attacking from the west. However, saying it is easy, doing it is quite difficult. The first step encountered trouble. No one knew where the ancestor dragon would hide, in which corner. The 3 clans are interlinked. Will the ancestor dragon hide in the Qilin clan? Tao Tai asked. Ancestor Hound shook his head. Interlinked? That's nonsense. It only appears that way when facing our clan. There have been plenty of conflicts between the 3 clans. Will he hide in Hongjun's dojo? In that case, Tala frowned. Shin In-ai glared at him with a stern face. Cough, cough. Ancestor Hound cleared his throat twice, making a face to signal Talu to stop talking. Talu, slow on the uptake, did not notice Ancestor Hound's hint and continued to chatter. Even if the ancestor dragon is really in Hongjun's dojo, I'm not afraid. At worst, it's just a beast dying with its eggs facing the sky. There's nothing to worry about. Slap. Xiongqi couldn't take it anymore and slapped Talu on the forehead, saying, "Shut your mouth. Look at His Majesty. Your mouth will eventually get you killed." Chaos secretly transmitted a message. Shin Ni's face became grim, veins bulging on his forehead, and he shouted angrily, "Stop guessing and quickly go investigate." Who should we ask for information? Xiongqi, why did you kick me? Talu said with a displeased expression. Fu Tian was also exasperated. Shin In-ai, Ancestor Hound, and these rough men had always relied on brute force to win and had never considered developing intelligence, spies, or other underground forces. Expecting the 4 great fierce beasts to gather information, Fu Tian didn't even dare to think about it. I will investigate the hiding place of the ancestor dragon. For the sake of the grand plan, Tian took the initiative to take on this task. He thought for a moment and added, "As the Grand Marshal, I have no troops under my command. Isn't that ridiculous? I want to form a personal army. Each faction should select some clever ones to send over." Swish! After speaking, he would not allow the beasts to refuse. Tian threw out a Chinquan bag, silencing them. It was filled with various resources obtained from the Dragon Clan's treasure vault. "Everyone, take what you need and enhance your strength as much as possible to prepare for the upcoming war." Tian's face was pained. That was the resources of 3 entire treasure vaults. So much. Is the Dragon Clan really that rich? Shinai was also shocked. The Fierce Beast Clan also had treasure vaults, but they had consumed too much and had very few resources left. However, every treasure vault of the Dragon Clan was filled to the brim. This was mainly because the Dragon Clan was good at management, occupying many blessed lands and caves. But they would not exhaust their resources, while the fierce beasts only knew how to plunder and ended up eating their way to poverty. Great. With these resources, I am confident I can break through a small realm. Me too. Haha. The day I emerge from seclusion will definitely be the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Me too. Tao Tai and the fierce beasts rejoiced, letting out loud cheers. For the next period of time, in the busy days of summer, Tian was selecting suitable personnel from various major battle divisions every day. His requirements were high. They not only had to be clever, but also had to possess decent talent and bloodlines. It is said that the trend of the primordial era is irreversible. So leaving some seeds for the Beast Clan is acceptable. Tian did not know what kind of crisis he would face in the future, but he was clear about the calculations of the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun. Unless there were unexpected events, the outcome for the Beast Clan would definitely be tragic. His intention to leave seeds for the Beast Clan was not out of goodwill. It was purely to leave some troubles for Hongjun. The excellent seeds must have sufficient potential for growth. To this end, Tian brought the direct descendants of the Divine Reverse into his team. "Form a formation." Tian shouted loudly. 3,000 elite troops quickly moved into formation, standing tall and straight, forming a neat square. Under Tian's strict demands, these beasts all transformed into human forms, wearing uniform attire and wielding the same weapons. He invested heavily, consuming a large amount of resources to arm them to the teeth, equipping each with a 10,000 souls banner and a blood-devouring pearl. Although these were postnatal treasures, they were fully functional. Tian trained them for several months, progressing from initial chaos to strict discipline, achieving remarkable results. With resources for cultivation and treasures in hand, what was still lacking? Mounts. What is the best mount? Of course, it is the Qilin. Therefore, your task this time is to subdue a Qilin each and take it as your mount. Set off. With a command, Tian led his troops straight to the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan is one of the top races among the innate beings, on par with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, collectively known as the 3 clans of creation. It signifies the 3 strongest clans since the beginning of the world. Could such a colossal entity be something Tian and his 3,000 young soldiers could provoke? Chapter 13. The first evil cultivation army of the primordial era, Shunmia, the direct descendant of the Beast Emperor Divine Reverse. Although a postnatal being, possessed talent that was not inferior to innate beings, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Deng Long and Zhu Huang, the direct descendants of the true Huang bloodline, were equally strong, also at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Tian's elite troops captured almost all the strongest bloodlines from various beast tribes. They were either direct descendants, or ancestral returns, or pure bloods. These beings had the true blood of their ancestors flowing within them, inheriting their ancestors' laws and divine powers, all possessing extraordinary potential and talent. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the future of the Beast Clan. In a world of the primordial era, with billions of races, apart from the carefree Beast Clan, there was probably no other race that dared to entrust the seeds of hope to outsiders. Great Commander. The Qilin clan has 9 major battle divisions, each with a Qilin king at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Which division should we attack first? Shunmia asked eagerly, ready to try. Bang! Fu Tian gave him a backhand slap and said, "Are you stupid? Those are direct descendants with great Luo golden immortals stationed there. Can we afford to provoke them?" Shen Mie touched his head, awkwardly saying, "It seems we really can't provoke them." Fu Tian rolled his eyes at him, sounding old beyond his years. Young people should be grounded and not aspire too high. The Qilin, born from the virtues of the earth, resided in the central part of the primordial era. Although under the threat of the beast army, the first Qilin had to abandon its ancestral land and lead the direct descendants to retreat southward. However, the Qilin clan had a large population and could not all migrate south. Some side branches still guarded their homeland, either hiding in deep mountains or lying in the fields. Qiongqi and Yaogu. The two divisions are the archenemies of the Qilin and know them best. I order you to be scouts and go investigate the enemy situation. Fu Tian looked at the two beings. Order for Qiongxiong. Order for Sure. Qiongqi and Yaogu left the team, each using their means to search for their archenemies. Fu Tian was quite satisfied with their performance. These 3,000 elite troops were not easy to gather, having dug deep into various major battle divisions at a great cost. To arm them was also to win their hearts, making them listen to him, consuming a large amount of resources in the process. By now, Fu Tian had only 2 of the 6 treasure houses obtained from the Dragon Clan left. The best treasures were naturally kept for himself. The remaining 2 treasure houses belonged to the Ancestral Dragon and the Candle Dragon, and he could not touch them, as they were his capital for becoming stronger. Remember, once the war starts, you must not be careless. When you meet the enemy, go all out. Ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy forces, and do not forget to clean up the battlefield afterward. Fu Tian earnestly reminded. The suppression of the Qilin as mounts was merely a pretext. The real purpose of this battle was to collect souls for the 10,000 souls banner. The number of souls required to reshape the Kualong battle soul was terrifyingly large. 10 extremes. This is an extremely terrifying number. 10,000 equals 100 million. 100 million equals 1 trillion. 1 trillion equals 10 quadrillion, and so forth, with various units until finally reaching the extreme. 1 extreme equals 10 to the power of 48. Thus, 10 extremes are unimaginably vast and horrifying. Relying solely on himself, who knows when he could collect so many souls? Hence, Fu Tian had to develop his connections. After much persuasion, he finally moved the avatar of Luo Hu and refined over 3,000 postnatal 10,000 souls banners and blood-devouring pearls. Fu Tian equipped them to his elite troops, forming the first evil cultivation army of the primordial era. Great Marshal. Traces of the soil Qilin side branch have been discovered 100,000 miles to the south. Reporting to the Great Marshal, I found the water Qilin side branch in a great swamp to the southeast, about 1 million miles away. Before long, the scouts Qiongqi and Yaogu successfully gathered intelligence on the enemy. Ordered the Tao Wu, Hongjun, and Taiyu to be the vanguards, and Shen Mie and Deng Long to be the left and right generals, dividing the troops into 2 routes to swiftly capture them. Remember, the enemy is numerous and we are few. We must use any means necessary and do not hesitate to use those restricted devices, talismans, and poison pills. Fu Tian quickly made arrangements. Understood. We will take our orders. Shen Mie and Deng Long each led 1,500 men, hastily heading south to the battlefield. With the Peak Golden Immortal as the commander and the Pinnacle Golden Immortal as the vanguard, the rest were all late-stage Golden Immortals. With such a lineup, capturing a side branch of the Qilin clan should not be a problem. Thus, Fu Tian did not follow the main army south. Everything is arranged properly. With my cultivation, going to the front line does not hold much significance, especially since I am a heavenly hater, Fu Tian murmured to himself. He had been blacklisted by the heavenly Tao, severing some of his fortune, and recently faced a streak of bad luck. He feared that following the army might trigger some unforeseen events, which would be more trouble than it's worth. Heavenly haters are punished by heaven and are not favored by fortune. Fu Tian felt helpless about this. Ever since he was schemed against by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, he had fallen into misfortune. Despite refining massive resources, his cultivation was still hard to advance. artifact refining would fail, alchemy would explode, comprehending the Tao would lead to drowsiness, and closing himself off would make him sleepy. In a basin 100,000 miles south, surrounded by mountains and isolated from the world, it was a peaceful and serene place, seemingly a pure land beyond the mundane. However, this peace was shattered. The Beast Emperor's direct descended Shun Mie led a great army to kill, throwing out several arrays to seal off this basin, turning this pure land into a dead zone. Not good, the beasts are invading. Damn it, our tribe's sentries have all been removed. These damned beasts have set up a great formation to seal this place. We can't escape or call for help. The only option now is to fight to the death. Oof. Those who fear death are not good Chilans. Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy. Kill, kill. The Chilans still had blood in them, at the moment of life and death. This usually non-combative soil Chilan suddenly burst forth with astonishing fighting spirit. Roar! The angry roars of the Chilan shook the heavens and the earth. Shemye sneered, seeing that the strongest among the Chilan clan was merely at the peak of the golden immortal realm, his face filled with disdain. According to the great Marshal's plan, there was no need to show them mercy, no need to care about martial ethics. They should wipe them out completely and slaughter this place. With a command, killing intent surged into the sky. The army threw out talismans, summoned forbidden artifacts, and cast out poisonous pills. In an instant, this place transformed into a battlefield. The black clouds obscured the sun, and the wind stirred up dust and stones. 1,500 postnatal myriad souls flags raised a monstrous aura of evil, ruthlessly harvesting the souls of Chilan. No. The tragic cries were filled with despair. This was not a great battle, but a one-sided massacre. In just one encounter, hundreds of thousands of Earth Chilan were already dead or injured. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing, and lives were as fragile as grass. The clan leader at the peak of the golden immortal realm felt his heart wrenched in pain, his bloodshot eyes filled with grief and anger as he cursed. Evil demons, you who have lost your conscience and are extremely wicked, your sins are boundless, and you will surely be punished by heaven. You act against heaven and will not be tolerated by the righteous path. You will be exterminated by all races. Shemye looked on disdainfully. The strong thrive. The weak perish. There is no righteous or evil in the wilderness. Weakness is the original sin. At this moment, the formation sealing this place came under attack, and a voice came from outside. How dare you, vile creatures, speak recklessly. You do not know the will of heaven, acting against it. Today, I shall uphold the righteous path and eliminate you pests. Shun Mie's expression changed, his brow furrowed. The newcomer was not one person, but three powerful beings at the peak of the golden immortal realm. Chapter 14. The Myriad Souls Flag's Nemesis. The descent of the ancestral dragon Shun Mie was valiant, but he could not take on three opponents at once. In a critical moment, fortunately, Danglong arrived just in time. They joined forces to fight and retreat, and although they were at a disadvantage, they managed to protect 3,000 loyal troops. Perhaps fearing the beast race, the three beings did not dare to pursue. They hurried south with a few surviving Chilan. Who are these ruffians? How dare they ruin my plans? Tian was furious upon receiving the news. Shemye thought for a moment and said, Commander, there's a being with pure yang energy wielding a congenital pure yang sword, which is extremely effective against the Myriad Souls flag. There's also someone called the Thunder Taoist who has a treasure seal above his head, and when he raises his hand, lightning flashes and thunder rumbles. He can also completely counter the Myriad Souls flag. Danglong added. As for the third being, his name was unknown, but he also had means to counter the Myriad Souls flag. Pure yang energy, congenital pure yang sword. Tian murmured, falling into thought. That being looked incredibly similar to the famous Dong Wang Gong of later generations. Dong Wang Gong possessed the pure yang energy of the congenital, born from the essence of congenital wood, and his accompanying spirit treasure was the pure yang sword, ranking among the top-grade congenital spirit treasures. However, this was just a guess. Tian could not be 100% sure. There were too many beings in the wilderness, and there were simply too many similar existences. Forget it. Who cares who he is? I cannot tolerate anyone who counters my myriad souls flag. Not even a little. I need to find an opportunity to eliminate them all. Fu Tian secretly gritted his teeth, feeling very displeased. It was one thing to be maliciously targeted by the heavenly Tao, but now a few nemeses had emerged. Could I still play properly? Let's go back. He waved his hand, signaling Shan Mie and Deng Long to retreat. He was not in the mood for petty squabbles. Just remember this grudge. I'll plan something big later. Fu Tian looked up at the sky, silently raising his middle finger, muttering in his heart, Heavenly Tao. Wait for it. I'll arrange a big surprise for you soon. From this day on, the army of the beast race surged forth, displaying the momentum to sweep across the world. The world trembled, and all races were terrified. The situation in the wilderness instantly became tense. Candlelight and Yueying, both at the half-step primordial golden immortal realm, took their positions at the front, closely monitoring the movements of the beast race. Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin called upon the congenital races to gather their armies and resist the beast race, with clan leaders responding one after another, leading their forces to confront the beast army along the route of Buzhou Mountain. Only the ancestral dragon had yet to make an appearance. Candle Dragon, Azure Dragon, and other high-level Dragon Clan members also vanished without a trace. They couldn't be forced out by this? Fu Tian frowned. Such a massive mobilization was meant to draw out the high-level members of the Dragon Clan to clarify the location of the ancestral dragon. However, perhaps the ancestral dragon was too severely injured, or perhaps he was wary of something, or maybe he had received guidance from a powerful being. He had not shown himself at all. Senior, can we discuss something? Fu Tian helplessly turned to Luo Hu for assistance. Hee, do you really take me as a tool? Luo Hu's avatar sneered. Ever since he was tricked by Fu Tian during the division of the Dragon Clan's treasury, he had been quite displeased. Fu Tian gritted his teeth, feeling immense pain. The internal treasury of Candle Dragon cannot be cut any further. Are you sending a beggar away? Luo Hu's avatar looked disdainful. Fu Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to turn hostile, and gritted his teeth. At most, I can add 3 more low-grade congenital spirit treasures. 10 items. Or 3 mid-grade spirit treasures. Luo Hu had also learned to bargain. You really dare to ask for that much? Farewell. I'll find another way. I don't believe I can't find that old mudfish. Fu Tian said angrily. Luo Hu was taken aback. What went wrong? Why was this different from what he expected? Wait a minute, kid. Can't you negotiate? Everything can be discussed. Just give me a price. Upon hearing this, Fu Tian extended 5 fingers and said, 5 low-grade spirit treasures. Not a single item more. Okay, deal. Luo Hu's avatar agreed without a second thought, fearing Fu Tian would change his mind. Damn it, I've been fooled. It took Fu Tian more than half a day to react, cursing inwardly. This old fellow. When did he become so cunning? Whoever dares to default on Luo Hu's debts must be tired of living. Fu Tian had lost 5 spirit treasures. Although he was unwilling, he could only hold it in. I have peered into the secrets of heaven, but due to the dense calamity energy, I only obtained a vague result. The secrets indicate that the ancestral dragon should be in the East Sea's Qianlong Abyss. After Luo Hu received the benefits, his efficiency in handling matters was astounding. East Sea, Qianlong Abyss. Fu Tian heard this name and felt his head throb. That was the eye of the East Sea, renowned alongside the South Sea's Guishu, the North Sea's Demon Eye, and the West Sea's Dark Abyss, forming its own realm, vast and boundless. This is truly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fu Tian sighed lightly. Although it was somewhat difficult, it had come to this. The arrow was knocked and could not be released. No matter what, I must give a try. Beast Emperor Palace. Shen Ai, Zhu Hong, and Tao Tai, among other high-ranking members of the beast race, gathered together. Fu Tian entered the main hall, found his seat, and sat down confidently. Clearing his throat, he said, Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that the ancestral dragon is in the East Sea's Qianlong Abyss. Good. Very good. Excellent. The Grand Marshal has indeed not let me down. Shen Ai laughed heartily, looking up to the sky. Your Majesty, don't laugh just yet. There is still a problem to resolve. Fu Tian interrupted Shen Ai and presented the issue they were facing. Qianlong Abyss was vast and boundless, and the one most likely to find the ancestral dragon was Shun and I. One of his accompanying spirit treasures was in the ancestral dragon's hands, which could be used to locate him through the bond with the treasure. However, once the war began, Shun and I had not shown himself. This naturally raised suspicions. Candlelight and Yuying would surely search the world for him. It's not a big problem. We just need to put on a show, focusing on restraining those two beings. We can have Chai Ho pretend to be your majesty, Zhu Hong suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Shen Ni's eyes lit up and he said, "That's a good idea. If anyone knows me best, it's none other than Chai Ho." Chai Ho, Shen Ni's partner, the mother of all beasts and the queen of the beast dynasty, had recently broken through to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Having her pretend to be Shun and I was the most suitable option. "Since your majesty has said so, then let it be," Fu Tian said, beginning to plan the details. Although it was a performance, it had to be convincing. Otherwise, who would believe it? The congenital beings were exceptionally intelligent and not so easily deceived. Meanwhile, at Ziqiong Mountain, Hongjun received a warning from the heavenly Tao, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Luo Hu was peering into the secrets of heaven to find the ancestral dragon. What did he want? Not good. Does he want to kill the ancestral dragon to force me in a battle? No, the ancestral dragon must not die. Shen and I, that damn bastard. How long has it been? He is mobilizing troops again. Is he suffering from some major illness? Can't he just settle down? Hongjun felt increasingly troubled, overwhelmed with annoyance. Since cooperating with Tian, he hasn't had many days of peace. Just look at that rascal Luo Hu, still squatting at the mountain gate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fragments of the chaos jade dish trembled lightly. Daoist Qinquan, Daoist Yin Yang. Finally, I have news of you. Hongjun let out a long sigh of relief and casually formed a hand seal. The fragments of the chaos jade dish shone brightly, revealing two threads. Those were the threads of causality, spanning time and space, establishing a connection with two ancient beings. Poor Daoist Qinquan is willing to lend you a hand to eliminate that scoundrel Luo Hu, but please be sure to fulfill your promise otherwise. Don't blame me for being merciless. Hongjun, you and Luo Hu are not good things either. Remember what you said, if you dare to deceive me, I will make you taste the severity of the yin-yang laws. What promise did Hongjun make? It actually moved yin-yang and Qinquan. If Fu Tian knew about this, he might worry to the point of losing his eyebrows, terrified and restless. One Hongjun is already enough for him to handle. Only by relying on Luo Hu can he contend with him. Now, with the addition of two chaos demon gods, how can he survive? No matter how strong Luo Hu is, he cannot withstand the alliance of three chaos demon gods. At that time, where will he go? Chapter 15: A scheme to harm three races, killing enemies while killing oneself. Report. Fellow seniors, news has come from the west. The beast army has only left the old and weak behind to guard, and the elite is rushing towards Buzhou Mountain. Urgent news from the East Wilderness. The beast clan's Huodo Department, Zhuai Department, Zhuyan Department, Gudiao Department, Kuanyo Department are all converging on Buzhou Mountain. I report to you, seniors. The Divine Reversal's personal army has appeared, coming from the north, heading straight for our alliance's main force. Urgent military reports are coming from all directions, making all innate beings feel as if a great mountain is pressing down on them. What do these beasts want? Do they wish to occupy Buzhou Mountain? Simply delusional. The beginning Qilin scolded with a stern face. What kind of place is Buzhou Mountain? It is transformed from the spine of the Pangu great god, the celestial pillar of the Hongwang world, an extraordinarily sacred and transcendent place. It is not only of significant meaning, but also an extremely important strategic location. If Buzhou Mountain is captured, the beast army can march southward unimpeded. Investigate further. Focus on the movements of the Divine Reversal's personal army, and the main forces of the 4 major beasts and 10 evil beasts. If there are any changes, report immediately. The beginning Qilin took a deep breath, striving to keep calm. The ancestral dragon is seriously injured. The dragon clan has suffered a massacre, and their vitality is greatly weakened. The burden of leading the myriad races to resist the beasts naturally falls on him, and Yuan Feng's shoulders. Zhu Zhao descended from the sky, transforming into human form as he entered the main tent, frowning. I have patrolled around and found no trace of the divine reversal. You all need to be careful and guard against deception. What? Everyone was shocked, a sense of ominous premonition rising in their hearts. Not only that, but the high-ranking members of the ancestral beast clan, such as Zhu Hound, Tao Tai, and Xiong Qi, have not shown up, yet their troops are rushing here. Dressed in a white skirt, Yuing also walked in, bringing some very bad news. What are they plotting? Yuan Feng looked confused. Her intuition told her that there must be a scheme. In the main tent, all beings were tense, feeling unprecedented pressure. Something is off. 9 out of 10 things are not right. When did the simple-minded, strong-limbed beasts learn to use schemes? On the other side of Buzhou Mountain, Fu Tian sat in the command tent, holding a feather fan, a wicked smile on his lips, exuding an air of strategizing from a distance. Reporting to the general. News has come from the True Hound Department. Our ancestral clan has bypassed Buzhou Mountain and is approaching the immortal Fire Mountain. The divine annihilation is following closely behind, saying, General, Mother, our emperor has arrived at the Qilin clan's main sect. The 4 kings, including Tao Tai, and 10 divine generals, including Yaogu and Zhu Yan, are all ready, just waiting for the general's order to catch them off guard. Good. Fu Tian stood up, cold light flashing in his sharp eyes. A murderous aura radiating from his handsome face as he shouted, Order all departments. Go to war. Understood. The divine annihilation and Deng Long received the command and hurriedly ran out of the main tent, sounding the battle horn. The mournful and majestic sound of the horn resounded through the skies. Roar. The beasts roared, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. An endless army of beasts charging towards the enemy like a raging tide. Let's go. There's nothing for us here. Take the troops to Hongjun Prefecture, Fu Tian said calmly. The divine annihilation glanced back at the fearless beast army and sighed. What a pity for these lads. Don't be sentimental. For the greater good, for our emperor, their deaths are worthwhile. Deng Long patted his shoulder. Fu Tian glared at them and urged, Hurry up, without the great Luo Golden Immortal here. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Fu Tian took his 3,000 personal troops, along with some carefully selected soldiers, leaving the battlefield and heading straight for Hongjun Prefecture. Today, many of these beast armies are destined to die. They have already become discarded pawns. This is Fu Tian's cunning scheme, killing enemies while killing himself. This battle will undoubtedly be extremely brutal, with heavy casualties among the beasts, the Phoenix clan, and the Qilin clan, blood flowing like rivers, corpses piling up like mountains. There may even be great Luo Golden Immortals falling. Near Buzhou Mountain, the ominous aura covered the sky, and a scene of apocalypse loomed above. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of war drums reverberated through the heavens as the armies of the innate myriad races swiftly counterattacked. Along the Buzhou Mountain line, battlefields were everywhere. Countless vibrant lives were withering, like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, a truly tragic sight. What a divine reversal, still not showing up at this time. Simply looking down on us. The beginning Qilin roared angrily, charging directly into the beast army, killing indiscriminately. Fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive, guard against deception, Yuan Feng shouted. However, the beginning Qilin, drenched in blood and madness, no longer cared about that, unleashing his full fighting power as a late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, slaughtering the beasts crazily. But he was not reckless. He dared not venture too deep alone. This move was merely to force the divine reversal to appear. Let him kill to his heart's content. I am here to ensure his safety. Even if the divine reversal comes, so what? Zhu Zhao said with composure. Yuan Feng's heart inexplicably raced, that ominous premonition intensifying. A sense of desolation arose within her, her bloodline seemingly crying out, and tears of blood flowed involuntarily from her eyes. What is happening to me? Yuan Feng trembled, finding it unbelievable. Clan leader, something is wrong. The beasts want to annihilate our Phoenix clan and sever our roots. A red rainbow shot across the southern sky at high speed, its voice arriving before its figure. Elder Qi Huang, Weren't you guarding the ancestral land? What happened? Yuan Feng was shocked. Qi Huang, covered in wounds and tears streaming down, looked as if he were a bundle of blood and tears. I must die. I am a sinner of the Phoenix clan. I failed to guard the ancestral land. The immortal fire mountain has fallen. Qi Huang felt like he wanted to die. What did you say? Yuan Feng was both shocked and angry. Clan leader, that damned beast Zhu Hound, along with Tao Tai and Xiongqi, bypassed Buzhou Mountain and headed straight for the immortal fire mountain. We cannot hold it. Up hissing. Upon hearing this terrible news, Yuan Feng's anger surged, and she directly spat out 3 mouthfuls of phoenix blood. Zhu Hound, you return my ancestral land. Return my lads. I will make you pay blood for blood. Yuan Feng roared and shot into the sky, transforming into a dazzling red light, filled with furious rage and killing intent, speeding towards the south. She was no match for Zhu Hound. Ying murmured and was about to follow. Zhu Zhao stopped her, saying, I will go. The immortal divine fire of the Phoenix clan's ancestral land will suppress your tying power. If that is the case, then I will trouble you to make the trip. Ying did not refuse his kindness. Elder Zhu Zhao, please take us along. The several elders of the Phoenix clan requested. Zhu Zhao nodded, then used great divine power to swiftly take them toward the immortal fire mountain. This was a great upheaval that stunned the leaders of all races. Unexpectedly, the beast army's full-scale attack turned out to be a ruse. Fierce beasts, truly ruthless to the extreme, merciless to enemies, and even more so to themselves. Living beings sighed, looking at the countless beast corpses lying in pools of blood, feeling a chill all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Such an enemy is too terrifying. Zhu Hong's sneak attack on the Phoenix clan's immortal volcano. Where is the divine rebel? Where did the divine rebel go? Living beings exclaimed. The leaders of great clans like the White Tiger, Go Chun, and Tung Shi felt their scalps tingle, sensing that something was amiss. The beginning Qilin suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations, as if struck by lightning, his primordial spirit trembling. Not good. Some Qilin clan. The beginning Qilin shouted in terror, sprinting back to the clan's territory in a hurry. Chapter 16. Refining Songyun Prefecture. Rahu encounters trouble. Songyun Prefecture, the land where the Azure Dragon fell. Dragon blood once splattered for billions of miles. Dragon souls merged into dragon veins, resentment lingering for ages. This vast region has long been polluted by resentment, turning into a cursed land where all living beings have transformed into monsters. Some beings were eroded by dragon resentment, some were mutated by dragon blood, and some were occupied by dragon souls, becoming unrecognizable. Tao Tai, Shen Mie, and Tung Long. You control the central formation, fierce and gluttonous, guarding the 4 corners. Sealing off Songyun Prefecture. With a command from Futon, 3,000 elite troops quickly unfolded their actions, raising their formation flags. The true demon refining heaven great formation, activate. Shen Mie roared, stationed at the center, activating the formation. Roar. In an instant, the sky darkened, sand and stones flew, and the 3,000 formation flags fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. Futon was not as overbearing as Hongjun, who could devour a whole world with a single mouthful. He did not possess such a defiant spiritual treasure. Even this great formation was learned from Rahu's incarnation. The true demon refining heaven formation covered the entire Songyun Prefecture. Boom! The moment the formation activated, the ground collapsed, mountains were destroyed, dragon veins cracked, trees turned to ashes. Rivers were dried up, and everything crumbled to dust. Songyun Prefecture was filled with wails, living beings suffering. Colorful beams of light gathered from all directions towards the formation center. Those were the origins of myriad beings, souls, and essence blood. There were also the essence of mountains, the marrow of the earth, and the quintessence of dragon veins, the source of this great region. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Songyun Prefecture was refined. All living beings perished. Not a blade of grass grew, and billions of miles of mountains and rivers turned to dust. Boom! In the heavens above, thunder roared, and the overwhelming calamity light struck towards Futon and the 3,000 elite troops. Change the formation. Futon shouted, having anticipated this. Refining a world is a true act against heaven, and the heavenly way would surely unleash divine retribution. Anyone daring to do such a thing would face heavenly punishment. Except for Hongjun, the spokesperson for the heavenly way, no one else could escape being struck by lightning. The swallowing heaven great formation, activate. Tao Tai shouted, swapping places with Shun Nye, taking control of the formation center, waving the formation flags, commanding everyone to quickly change the formation. The swallowing heaven formation, an innate grand formation of the Tao Tai ancestors, is said to swallow everything, devouring all. Roar. A massive Tao Tai head roared at the heavens, its wide, blood-filled mouth resembling a bottomless black hole, directly swallowing the power of the heavenly calamity from the nine heavens. Boom! A huge sound rang out in the sky. The thunderclouds were tinged with a shocking purple, the majestic might of the heavens pressing down on the 8 directions, startling countless living beings. Damn it! Heavenly Tao! You can't handle this, can you? What a small matter. And your mother brings the purple sky, divine thunder. Futon pointed to the sky, furiously cursing. The purple sky, divine thunder, could harm saints, and the heavenly way truly left no room for survival. Targeting. This is definitely targeting. The destructive purple sky, divine thunder, with an unstoppable force, shattered the swallowing heaven great formation. Puff puff. Futon and the 3,000 elite troops were all heavily injured, their faces pale as they spat blood. They watched as the thunder calamity continued to gather power. Imperishable shield, go! Tung Long gritted his teeth and summoned a golden shield. It was a heavy treasure forged by Zhu Hong himself, capable of blocking a peak attack from a Luo golden immortal. Bang! However, this imperishable shield was nothing under the purple sky, divine thunder. It shattered into dust with just one encounter. Damn it! Futon cursed and directly summoned the 12-petal destruction Black Lotus. You little brat, you really don't act like a human. Rahu's incarnation cursed. He had to step in to withstand the lightning. Because above the sky, a vast purple was brewing an incredibly terrifying thunder calamity. Just that kind of aura could scare off the Luo golden immortals. If Rahu's incarnation did not intervene, the 12-petal destruction Black Lotus might even be harmed. The ancestral demon's myriad transformations, a reverse heaven great divine ability. Though it was an incarnation, it was no different from the true body. With combat power not inferior to the main body, he withstood 9 divine thunders in one breath. At this point, the calamity clouds spreading across the sky began to dissipate, and the thunder calamity ended. Rahu's incarnation stood on the Black Lotus, soaring into the heavens, leaving behind 2 phrases. Kid, I'm leaving. Old Hongjun really joined forces with Yin Yang and Qian Kuan. My true body is being besieged and is in big trouble. I also want to take the destruction Black Lotus with me. You'd better calm down and not make such a fuss, or you'll be in trouble without knowing how you died. Futon's face changed drastically upon hearing this, immediately feeling an unprecedented sense of urgency and crisis. He knew that Hongjun would unite with other chaotic demons like Yin Yang and Qian Kuan. However, he did not expect Hongjun's actions to be so swift. Ra's situation must not be good. Otherwise, he would not recall his incarnation. Once Rahu was defeated, it would be the beginning of disaster. Hongjun would definitely restore order and re-guide the direction of the fierce beast catastrophe, and he would absolutely not let Futon, the thorn in his side, go. Time waits for no one. He must speed up, taking advantage of Rahu's distraction of Hongjun to let the divine rebel abandon heaven and enter the Tao, breaking through to the realm of the mixed element golden immortal. Futon took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his injuries, and looked at everyone saying, "Hurry back to Tianjua Mountain." On the other side, the Qilin clan's main clan. Yuing brought the beginning Qilin and a group of experts down from the sky, just in time to encounter the retreating divine rebel. Roar. The beginning Qilin let out a world-shaking roar, his eyes bloodshot, flames of fury igniting, killing intent almost materializing. The Qilin clan's main clan was strewn with corpses, the ground covered in wounds. The once auspicious Pure Land was now devastated beyond recognition. Moreover, the Qilin clan's treasury had been completely plundered. Purple Qilin King, Blue Lin King. Earth Qilin King has also fallen. The high-ranking members of the Qilin clan, rushing back to their territory, cried out in heart-wrenching pain. The three kings guarding the clan's territory had all fallen. The kings of the Qilin clan were the Luo Golden Immortals. Such losses were more severe than the Dragon clan. No clan could accept it. First, they launched a surprise attack on the Dragon clan, causing the Dragon clan to lose 2 dragon gods, and then set up for a decisive battle, sneak attacking the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan, truly aiming to defeat them one by one. It is said that 3 elders of the Phoenix clan died, and the immortal Phoenix tree was seized. The Fierce Beast clan is so treacherous, causing heavy casualties to the 3 clans, severely damaging their vitality. In the future, they must be on guard against this group of beast sneak attacks. The Divine Rebel is audacious. With 2 half-step mixed-element realm elders stationed, he dares to do this. He is truly going against the heavens. If this continues, all clans will be in danger. They must face the army on the front lines while also guarding against sneak attacks. Some clan leaders gasped in shock, feeling the horror of the Fierce Beast clan more and more. Such tactics could not be endured by any clan. Yu Ying's speed was extremely fast. Bringing together experts from various clans, they quickly blocked the Divine Rebel and the Fierce Beasts, just as both sides were about to fight to the death. A great commotion came from the direction of the East Sea. What happened? Why are the high-ranking members of the Dragon clan all rushing towards the East Sea? Some living beings wondered. I sensed the presence of the Zhu Long and the Qing Long, and at the same time, I also detected an incredibly powerful killing aura. A living being with exceptional spiritual perception exclaimed. The Divine Rebel's aura. The beginning Qilin looked towards the East Sea, gritting his teeth. What? How is that possible? Everyone felt it was unbelievable. Wasn't the Divine Rebel right in front of them? I am the Queen of Insects, the mother of all beasts. At this moment, the surrounded Divine Reversal suddenly transformed into a woman with fiery red lips, dressed in a blood-red gown. Those beings closely related to the Dragon clan immediately felt their scalps tingle and cried out in terror. Oh no, the Ancestor Dragon is in danger. Chapter 17. Divine Reversal Success. Huge gains. Yue Ying furrowed her brows and hurriedly went to the East Sea without a word. She and Zhu Zhao had clearly become a firefighting duo. To protect the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, they were being led by the nose the entire time. In fact, with their strength, they could have led the countless clans to counterattack, annihilate the main force, and drive the Fierce Beast clan back to the northern wilderness. However, the will of heaven would not allow it. Fierce beasts must not be killed. The 3 clans must not perish. You just need to defend and not attack. Let things take their natural course. Everything has its own destiny. Do not act recklessly. This was the repeated admonition from the heavenly path at the time they were called to action. Zhu Zhao and Yue Ying complied with the divine will and dared not defy it. EC, Hidden Dragon Abyss. The Ancestor Dragon was completely caught off guard by Divine Reversal's arrival, nearly spilling blood in the Hidden Dragon Abyss. Already severely injured, he was further burdened. Fortunately, with Ying Long and Qing Long present, the 2 mid-stage Luo Golden Immortals protected him, allowing the Ancestor Dragon to escape a disaster. However, Divine Reversal was after all at the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal level, despite Ying Long and Qing Long using all their means and risking their lives. They could hardly stop him. Divine Reversal swept through, capturing Qing Long directly. Ancestor Dragon, I don't want to waste words. If you don't want him to die in front of you, hand over my spiritual treasure. Divine Reversal threatened the Ancestor Dragon, a large hand pressing down on Qinglong's head, the power to destroy everything building up, ready to obliterate his primordial spirit at any moment. Is what the Beast Emperor said true? The Ancestor Dragon's expression changed repeatedly. Yinglong looked at his good comrade, teetering on the edge of death, with a worried face. One word, hand it over or not? Divine Reversal shouted, fully aware of the urgency and having no patience left. The commotion here would inevitably attract the attention of the innate myriad clans. If Zhu Zhao and Yue Ying came, wouldn't that ruin his good plans? The chilling sound of bones breaking was terrifying. Qinglong's face twisted in pain as his skull was brutally crushed by Divine Reversal. part of his primordial spirit severed. Stop! The ancestor dragon shouted, seeing divine reversal's murderous intent, and quickly threw out a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was an ancient and elegant Dao map, with innate Dao patterns depicting the scene of myriad beasts bowing to the emperor, the aura of imperial authority permeating the air. Divine reversal grasped the Dao map, checked it repeatedly, and smiled in satisfaction after confirming its authenticity. Suddenly, he slammed his palm into Qinglong's chest. Poof! Qinglong spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his face pale, his breath increasingly weak. How dare you? The ancestor dragon was furious. The worst thing he feared had happened. Divine reversal's words did not count. Having obtained the spiritual treasure, he did not release Qinglong, but instead intended to kill him. Today, even if I die in this hidden dragon abyss, I will make you pay a bloody price. The ancestor dragon roared with red eyes, killing intent surging. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. The ancestor dragon stepped forward. With each step he took, his momentum grew stronger, burning himself and preparing for a desperate fight. How could it come to this? How could it come to this? I haven't killed him. Why are you so anxious? Divine Reversal said as he took out a jade bottle and collected Qinglong's essence blood. What do you really intend to do? How about this? If you offer up a drop of my source essence blood, I will release Qinglong. How about that? You're a flip-flopper. How can we trust you? Isn't that simple? If you don't believe it, I can swear to the heavens. After saying this, Divine Reversal solemnly vowed. After obtaining the source essence blood from the ancestor dragon ending long, he pushed Qinglong away and quickly left. He sensed a very strong aura rapidly approaching the hidden dragon abyss. That aura was extremely cold. Who else could it be but the Tian Yueying? You are too late. Ha ha ha. Divine Reversal left the hidden dragon abyss, laughing loudly over the boundless East Sea, just as he brushed past Yueying. Northern Wilderness, Tianjue Mountain. Tian, leading 3,000 loyal troops, rushed back to the main camp without a moment's delay. They were in a sorry state, having been injured to varying degrees by the heavenly tribulation. A dark halo appeared behind Tian's head, emanating an ominous aura that made anyone who looked at it feel a chill. That was the curse of heaven, the manifestation of karma. Refining the essence of heaven and earth was a great act of rebellion, and the heavenly path had branded him with the label of deep sin. It is no exaggeration to say that now, even a sip of water could choke him, and he might be struck by lightning while sleeping. He was utterly unlucky. Damn it, the heavenly path is really petty, Tian said with a face full of gloom. Targeted like this, he could hardly cultivate. He had to find a way to resolve this. Otherwise, he would stagnate in his cultivation and never hope to break through in his lifetime. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the Queen of Insects, Divine Reversal, and the high-ranking members of the Fierce Beast clan returned one after another. Zhu Hong was the most unfortunate. He had led Tao Wu, Qiongqi, and others deep into the south, causing havoc in the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, and before long, he was caught by Zhu Zhao. The son Zhu Zhao, the embodiment of utmost yang and strength, was truly ruthless, beating Zhu Hong to the point where he had no temper left, nearly losing half his life. Great Marshal, this is what you wanted, the Queen of Insects said, handing Tian 3 Qinquan bags. One contained a dense mass of souls. Another was filled with Qilin essence blood, and the last one was even more significant, containing the primordial spirits and bodies of 3 Qilin clan kings. The 9 kings of the Qilin clan held high positions and power, similar to the 9 dragon gods of the Dragon clan and the 9 elders of the Phoenix clan. Their strength was also at the mid-stage of the Luo golden immortal level. Thank you, your majesty. Tian beamed with joy, ecstatic. For him, it meant gaining 3 golden ticket fighters. At this moment, Zhu Hong also tossed 3 Qinquan bags. Tian opened them to find them filled with the souls and essence blood of the Phoenix clan, along with the suppression of 3 Phoenix clan elders. Beast God, you've worked hard. Tian was nearly brought to tears. These big, carefree fierce beasts really stepped up when there was work to be done. The Great Marshal need not be polite. Zhu Hong shook his head. Divine Reversal took out 4 jade bottles and smiled. My gains are not much. I only obtained 3 drops of source essence blood and part of Qinglong's primordial spirit. Great Marshal, please do not blame me. Not at all. The Beast Emperor is joking. I am grateful. Fu Tian quickly replied. This was a massive gain. Zhu Hong, the Queen of Insects, and others had taken over the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix and Qilin clans, not only severely injuring the vitality of those two clans, but also emptying their treasure vaults. Divine Reversal successfully retrieved the companion's spiritual treasure, suppressing the fate of the Fierce Beast clan, making full preparations for the next step of his plan. If one were to say who gained the most, of course it was Fu Tian. 3 Qilin kings, 3 Phoenix clan elders. The source essence blood of the ancestor dragon and Yinglong, part of Qinglong's primordial spirit, refining into Hongjun prefecture, and then obtaining the remnant soul and source of the Zonglong. These were like seeds. As long as enough souls were provided to the myriad souls banner and enough essence blood to the blood devouring pearl, these seeds would grow into towering trees. Fu Tian would have several Luo golden immortal level fighters. Once the beasts dispersed, Divine Reversal looked at Fu Tian, both nervous and expectant, saying, Great Marshal, everything is ready. Shouldn't we move on to the next step? Fu Tian took a deep breath and said solemnly, Once we take that step, we will be at odds with heaven, and there will be no turning back. The Great Marshal need not say more. I must step into that realm, even if it means being at odds with heaven. Divine Reversal was full of vigor, his resolve unwavering. However, he did not realize the true meaning of being at odds with heaven. Because of this, the arrogant Divine Reversal would pay a painful price in the near future, severely injuring the vitality of the Fierce Beast clan. Chapter 18. Invoking the Great Tao, establishing the Beast clan, and standing against heaven. The Beast Emperor Divine Reversal was merely a self-proclaimed emperor. The Fierce Beast clan was just a general term and had not received the recognition of the Great Tao. Since the Heavenly Tao took control of the wilderness and the Great Tao withdrew, its presence seemed to diminish more and more. Today, however, someone is building the Great Tao altar, intending to draw out the Great Tao. Standing atop the Tianjua mountain, Fu Tian overlooks the vast expanse of 100,000 miles. Gazing at the various Great Tao altars, feeling a mix of emotions and complexity within, the Fierce Beast clan is already on the edge, and he is about to push them further down a path of no return. As a transmigrator, he knows many secrets and is very clear about the fate of the Fierce Beast clan. Even if the Divine Rebellion suffers a disastrous defeat and the Fierce Beast dynasty is destroyed, some fierce beasts might survive, fleeing to the borders and living on, not being exterminated. Perhaps this is the mercy of heaven. However, what Fu Tian intends to do today will change the fate of the Fierce Beast clan. This calamity is destined to be extremely severe. If the Divine Rebellion fails, the Fierce Beast clan will definitely be wiped out, leaving not a single one behind. Because today's actions are truly against the heavens, they will completely offend the Heavenly Tao, with no room for reconciliation. O Divine Rebellion, do not blame me for being ruthless. It is only through this that perhaps a glimmer of hope can be fought for. The Heavenly Tao is unkind, treating all living things as mere fodder. And the so-called great struggle of the world is like a dream or illusion, all a facade. You will eventually realize that the true enemy is always the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun. Fu Tian sighed internally, knowing that his plans would inevitably endanger many lives. Grand Marshal, all the altars have been completed. Your Majesty, please proceed to the Great Hall to discuss matters. At this moment, Fu Tian received a message from Tao Dai. Beast Emperor Hall. The Divine Rebellion sat high above, his face glowing, wearing a magnificent robe for the first time, looking quite cheerful. On the second tier of the hall, Zhu Hou sat imposingly on the left, while Chai Ho sat on the right. The third tier consisted of the 4 great beast kings, with Tao Tai and Xiongxi on the left, and Tao Wu and Hundun on the right. The fourth tier was occupied by the 10 great generals, also known as the 10 evil beasts. The 5 on the left were Wuxin, Jingzhu, Azu, Jian, and Huidou, while the right side had Gu Jiao, Yu Zhu Huai, Kuan Yo, and Lai Tianxi. In addition, there were some powerful figures in the hall, such as the disaster beast Fu Zhu, Fei, Pao Xiao, the disaster bird by Fong, and Wu Qi clearly, The matters the divine rebellion intended to discuss were of great importance. The pillars of the fierce beast dynasty, the high-ranking officials, and several important characters were all present, making it a very grand and high-standard meeting. Grand Marshal has arrived. With the announcement of the guards, Tian stepped into the Beast Emperor Hall. Swish! In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Come, give the Grand Marshal a seat. The divine rebellion's face was full of smiles. Tian waved his hand and said, No need, let us keep it brief. As far as I know, Hongjun has already repelled Luo Hu, and the time left for the Beast Emperor is limited. What? The smile on the divine rebellion's face suddenly vanished completely. At a critical moment, we must not delay, Beast Emperor. Tian's expression was serious. During these days, he had been paying close attention to the major events in the wilderness. However, he was astonished to find that there was no news of a battle between the Hongjun Golden Immortals. That could only mean one possibility. The battlefield between Luo Hu and Hongjun is in the chaos beyond the heavens. How the battle is going, no one knows, and when it will return is also unknown. If Hongjun suddenly comes back, that would be troublesome. This time, he is not alone. On the surface, there are the ancestors of Qinquan and Yin Yang, and secretly, there's also the assistance of the heavenly Tao of the wilderness. Once the abnormalities of the fierce beast clan are discovered, Tian's plans are likely to come to naught. The divine rebellion cannot hope to decipher Hongjun in a short time. Everyone, act according to the plan. Success or failure rests on this move. The divine rebellion no longer hesitated and made a decisive decision. Yes, we obey your orders. The commanding voice echoed in the great hall. Zuho, Chaiho, Tao Tai, and others quickly flew out of the Beast Emperor Hall, rapidly initiating action. Boom! Boom! One by one, the great Tao altars were activated, and beams of light shot up to the sky. The myriad beasts roared in unison, causing the atmosphere to tremble. Flecks of faith power surged from all directions, gradually coalescing into a golden river. Swish! The divine rebellion stepped onto the river of faith. Two accompanying spiritual treasures floating on his shoulders, erupting with a dazzling golden light, bestowing the fortune of the fierce beast dynasty entirely upon the divine rebellion. Between heaven and earth, a marvelous rhythm emerged. It felt real yet illusory, existing yet not existing, like the voice of the great Tao, profound and mysterious. The divine rebellion stood above the firmament, his towering figure casting a shadow everywhere, visible in all the territories occupied by the fierce beast clan. Huff! The divine rebellion exhaled a breath of turbid air, meticulously reviewing the details that Tian had instructed, and then solemnly swore an oath, making a grand vow. Great Tao above, today there is the Pangu clan's divine rebellion, establishing a dynasty to command the myriad beasts. Yet the myriad beasts are deeply afflicted by the fierce and malevolent aura, harmed by the remnants of the demon gods, their true spirits muddled, their minds difficult to open. Following their nature without knowing the great Tao, fierce and brutal, poisoning the wilderness. The myriad beasts are without the Tao. Without the Tao, they perish. I wish to eliminate the ferocity of the myriad beasts, seeking the Tao for them, establishing the beast clan and taming the myriad beasts. Forever suppressing the fierce and malevolent aura. Wherever I am, the myriad beasts shall follow the Tao, clearing the ferocity, restoring clarity, not harming heaven, not harming the earth, not engaging in slaughter, and not carrying out extermination. I hope the great Tao shows mercy. If the beast clan is established, I shall be the father. Chai shall be the mother, Zuho shall be the elder, and Tian shall be the revered teacher, with my accompanying spiritual treasures suppressing the fortune. Please witness this by the great Tao. The grand voice echoed across most of the wilderness, instantly triggering an extraordinary phenomenon. Above the firmament, the sound of the Tao rumbled, showering down countless auspicious colors. In the void, flowers of the great Tao bloomed, and the mysterious rhythms of the Tao spread across the sky. Boom! The wilderness trembled as all living beings looked up at the sky. In this moment, they sensed the existence of the great Tao, so clear and supreme. Although it could not be seen or heard, the sensation was unmistakable. The great Tao nourishes all beings, creates all things, and is the root of all existence. All spirits perceive it as a child perceives its parents. How could they possibly be mistaken? Approved. Moments later, a voice that seemed both real and illusory echoed in the hearts of all beings. A brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens. It was the great Tao showing favor and bestowing merit. The merit of the great Tao was divided into several portions, the largest portion falling upon the divine rebellion, amounting to about 20%. Fu Tian, Zuho, and Chai each received 10%. The fortune-suppressing treasures gained 10%. The 4 great beast kings received 10%. And the 10 great generals received 10%. Figures like Futsu, Fei, Baoxiao, Bifang, Wuki, and over 100 other important roles from the Beast Clan also received merit from the Great Tao, amounting to about 10%. The remaining 10% transformed into countless tiny lights, crossing time and space, descending upon the heads of countless Beast Clan members, enlightening their true spirits. Once all the phenomena subsided, the Great Tao withdrew. A single vertical eye appeared in the air above the Beast Emperor Hall, clearly formed by the intertwining of laws, yet carrying a strong sense of anger. Hongjun, return to the wilderness quickly. Divine rebellion and Fu Tian. These wicked ones have altered the heavenly fate and have already become variables. They cannot be spared. Can you believe it? The heavenly Tao actually has emotions. Moreover, it has developed a killing intent, its thoughts becoming sharper, increasingly resembling a true living being. Chapter 19. Reactions from all sides. The fierce Beast Clan's power surged. The divine rebellion took an oath, made a grand vow, revived the great Tao, and descended merit, shocking the entire wilderness. The hearts of the innate myriad clans were raised to their throats, filled with fear and unease, and they collectively realized that the fierce Beast Clan would make significant moves. Perhaps a battle would determine the fate of the world. Order the army to be ready for a decisive battle at any moment. The pessimistic Qilin said. Yuan Feng warned with a serious face, at this critical moment of life and death, we must unite. If there are any who waver the morale of the army, do not blame me for being ruthless. In a nest covered in chaos, how can there be intact eggs? Although the Dragon Clan was severely weakened, their spirit remained undiminished, willing to fight to the end. The heavily injured Ancestor Dragon also arrived. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had all suffered heavy losses, yet at this crucial moment, they still upheld their responsibilities, with none retreating. This spirit deeply influenced the innate myriad clans, raising the morale of the allied army and igniting their fighting spirit. However, the Beast Clan has not made any major moves. This not only did not make the innate myriad races relax their vigilance, but instead made them even more anxious. After all, the Beast Clan has a history. The incident of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin being stolen is still fresh in their memories. And no one dares to be careless, fearing a repeat of the past. As time goes by, the innate myriad races, who are on edge, are almost at the brink of collapse. This unparalleled immense pressure has made them paranoid, to the point where even the slightest sound makes them jumpy. Stay alert. The more it gets to this time, the less we can relax. The first Qilin personally inspected the passes and gave strict instructions. They personally checked for various anomalies, not daring to rest for a moment, fearing an unexpected change that would catch them off guard. This battle is a decisive battle. If we lose, we will have no place to stand. Moving the ancestral land to the south side of Buzhou Mountain solves our worries and prepares us for battle. The ancestral dragon suggested moving the ancestral land to the south side of Buzhou Mountain first. The Phoenix clan and Qilin clan responded immediately, followed closely by other major clans like the White Tiger and Tongue Snake, united in a determination to fight with their backs against the wall. However, they did not know that the Beast Clan had no time to cause trouble. The high-level figures like Shun and I were all in seclusion, breaking through. Meanwhile, deep in the chaos, Hongjun finally received a message from the heavenly Tao, and his expression changed drastically as he cursed inwardly. Damn Shun and I. Damn that kid Fu Tian. You really know how to pick your time. Hongjun gave up pursuing Luo Hu and had to return to the Honghuang to clean up the mess for the heavenly Tao. Why are you leaving, Tao friend? Qian Kuan, Lao Zu stopped him. The yin-yang Lao Zu said irritably, "You coward, are you afraid? That Luo Hu is already injured. If we continue to pursue him, we will surely kill him." Hongjun took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and said, "He has the body of a chaos demon god. What does that little injury mean to him? Ha ha, we can take advantage of the victory. He can't defy the heavens." Yin-yang Lao Zu sneered. "The chaos is vast and boundless. If he escapes without fighting, how much time will we waste?" Hongjun retorted, shaking his head. "It's better to focus on cultivation and wait until we break through our cultivation to annihilate him in one fell swoop." Yin-yang Lao Zu fell silent. The chaos demon god is not so easy to kill. Wanting to slay Luo Hu will definitely take a lot of effort, time, and energy. "I think Dao friend Hongjun is right. We have reached a critical step and should not waste time," Qian Kuan Lao Zu said. Well, Yin-yang Lao Zu sighed deeply. In the battle of opening the heavens, they were severely injured, losing the initiative, allowing Luo Hu and Yang Mei to move ahead. However, after all, they are chaos demon gods. Who is better than whom? After a long period of cultivation, they finally resolved their Dao injuries, and their strength was rapidly recovering, reaching the peak of the mixed element golden immortal realm in no time. "I will go first, farewell." Hongjun shattered the void and hurried back to the Hongwang. Yin-yang Lao Zu and Qian Kuan Lao Zu exchanged glances and set off on their way back to the Hongwang. However, just as they left, Luo Hu suddenly appeared from nowhere. Yeah. Hongjun was anxious. There must be changes in the Hongwang. Did that kid's plan succeed? If so, I should add fuel to the fire. In the North Wilderness, at Tianju Mountain, a powerful aura suddenly emerged, causing the heavens and earth to lose color and the sun and moon to dim. Boom! The pressure of the mixed element golden immortal swept across the 8 desolations. Shun and I transformed the luck of the beast clan for his own use, forcibly breaking through the bottleneck, and leaped to become a mixed element golden immortal. But that is not all. He refined the merits of the Tao, and with this, he broke through another small realm. At this moment, as a mid-stage mixed element golden immortal, he truly became a top expert. Ha! Shen and I laughed wildly, shouting, "Old thief Hongjun, Zhu Zhao Yuing, your doomsday has come." Is he getting carried away? Fu Tian frowned and looked at the soaring Shun and I, falling into deep thought. Is Hongjun's doom approaching? Truly, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The ignorant are fearless. You, a mere guy who relied on luck and merits to break through to mid-stage mixed element golden immortal. How dare you speak so boldly? Who gave you the courage? Fu Tian had a premonition that Shun and I was going to face a disaster. In his current state, he would undoubtedly seek out Hongjun for revenge. The foundation of the chaos demon god is unimaginable, with unfathomable strength and various incredible methods, and their defiance is endless. Such beings are beyond common sense, and cannot be provoked by someone like Shun and I. Not long after, 2 more auras appeared, although not as strong as Shun and I. They were still formidable, no different from Zhu Zhao and Yuing. The Peak de Luo Golden Immortal, Zhu Hong and Chai Ho, took another step forward, becoming half-step mixed element golden immortals. As if receiving a signal, the entire beast clan began to break through. One after another, auras emerged, sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain. In an instant, the strength of the beast clan surged. The current Hongwang is becoming increasingly dangerous. Fu Tian looked up at the sky, his face grave. The calamity aura, shrouding the 9 heavens, suddenly multiplied several times, becoming denser, almost reaching its peak. This is not a good omen, indicating that the calamity of the fierce beast has entered its late stage. Everyone, we have all gained something upon leaving seclusion today. This is great joy. Let us celebrate throughout the world. Shin and I waved his hand grandly, throwing out some shumi rings. The posture seemed to say, "You all enjoy yourselves. I will cover all expenses." Fu Tian did not join the festivities. Instead, he sealed his palace, shutting himself off from the outside world. He did not use the merits of the Tao to break through his cultivation. Doing so would be a waste. He only used a small portion of the merits to resolve the heavenly Tao curse and eliminate his karma. In the following period, the calamity aura invaded the heart. and it was hard to guard against. Any beings that entered too deeply into the calamity would inevitably suffer and be unable to control themselves. At that time, everything would be uncontrollable. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself, and relying on oneself is not as good as relying on external support. Tian felt it was time to leave the Beast Clan. He had done everything he could, and there was no longer a need to stay. He sensed the subtle changes in Shun-Ni, noticing signs of calamity aura invading his heart. If he did not leave soon, one day he would also be invaded by the calamity aura, lost in confusion, and he would not even know how he died. Chapter 20. The inflated Shun-Ni is completely carried away. The Xian immortal is known as the immortal of profound understanding. They comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao, realize the true meaning of cultivation, and their every movement gives rise to profound laws and boundless wonders. If Tian had not been cursed by the heavenly Tao, he would have broken through to the Xian immortal realm long ago. Over the years, although he could not break through his realm, he has always been accumulating and settling, with a solid foundation and rich heritage. Now that the curse has been resolved and karma eliminated, Tian's primordial spirit is ethereal, and his path is clear, with fog dissipated and clouds parting to reveal the sun. He broke through to the peak of the Xian immortal realm in one breath. If he were not worried about his unstable foundation and deliberately suppressing himself, Tian could even break through to the limit of the great perfection in the Xian immortal realm. After leaving seclusion, the spirit of the 10,000 Souls banner transmitted a message. Master, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Tian smiled and said without hesitation, then let's hear the good news first. The good news is that the remnant soul of the Kuei Long has been refined into a battle soul, which can fight for the master in all directions. Hee, how about that? Surprised? The spirit of the 10,000 Souls banner said with a strange laugh. That's great. What a big surprise. Tian was overjoyed and asked, what about the bad news? What is it? Ooh, it's all gone, completely gone. So many souls, not a single one left. The spirit of the 10,000 Souls banner cried poor. Upon hearing this, Tian was both amused and exasperated. Refining a battle soul of the Luo golden immortal level consumes an enormous amount. Gathering 10 extreme souls takes a long time. Tian had entrusted the high-level members of the Beast Clan, like Zhu Hong and Chai Ho, to mobilize the entire Beast Clan to refine a large number of postnatal 10,000 Souls banners, which truly took a lot of effort. After finally gathering them, they all vanished in an instant. However, all of this is worth it. He has gained a gold medal enforcer, whose combat power is not weaker than that of an early Daluo Jinxian, and is 100 loyal. Tian gently patted the Wan Hun banner and comforted, all right, stop complaining about being poor. I'll take you to a good place soon, where there are endless souls to be obtained and used. What? Is there really such a holy land? Wan Hun banner was both surprised and delighted. Of course it's true. My lord, I haven't read any books. Don't deceive me, where is it? The foundation of reincarnation, the blood sea of the underworld. Tian found Shun-Ni and was about to take his leave. But Shun-Ni spoke first. Ha. Great Marshal, you've come at just the right time. I want to attack Ziqiu Mountain, destroy the Taoist temple of that old man Hongjun, and avenge my shame. Do you have any good strategies? Upon hearing this, Tian was stunned. Shun-Ni, who had broken through to the mixed Yuan gold immortal, had become overly inflated. He was completely floating. Beast Emperor, think twice. Don't forget the oath of the great Tao. Do not harm heaven, do not harm the earth. How can you destroy a fairy mountain? Tian frowned and advised. Ziqiu Mountain is one of the top 10 supreme fairy mountains, not inferior to Kunlun, Penglai, and other famous mountains. After Hongjun became a saint, he opened the Zixiao Palace in the chaos beyond the heavens, and this mountain was granted to the primordial Tianzuan to avoid the taboo of Zixiao Palace. The character Z was removed, and the character Qiong was dismantled, renaming it Yujing Mountain, where the renowned Yujing Golden Palace was built. If Shun-Ni dared to destroy such a fairy mountain, he would definitely face heavenly punishment and the backlash of the great Tao as oath. When I made my vow, It was indeed not to harm heaven and earth, but it didn't say anything about not being able to destroy a mountain. What can the great Tao do to me? I just want to vent my anger, Shin and I said with a stern face. Tian was speechless. Was this guy playing word games? All right. You're not just floating, you're about to take off. How dare you treat the great Tao lightly? This is the first case in the Hongwang. This reckless man, fool, simply asking for death. I'm really speechless. Tian kursid inwardly. Taking a deep breath, Tian once again advised, the great Tao is omnipresent and sees everything. The oath of the great Tao cannot be taken lightly. This matter must not happen. However, before he could finish, Shin and I waved his hand and coldly said, no need to say more, my mind is made up. Fine. Good words are hard to persuade a dead ghost. Do as you wish. Tian was too lazy to say anything more. Shin and I had become completely inflated, ignoring everything. Tian, you are the master of all beasts. You should prioritize teaching the beasts. Moreover, your cultivation is too weak. This position of great martial ends here. One sentence from Shun and I made Tian feel a chill in his heart, as if he were being dismantled after crossing the river. However, he didn't say anything, just silently nodded. In that case, you no longer need the 3,000 personal troops. Disband your forces. I allow you to keep a few to assist me. Shin and I continued. Tian did not object and said flatly, I want Shinmia, Danglong, Kuei Ben, and Qing Zizi. The others can be arranged as you see fit. Shin and I frowned, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. I want to travel a bit. And by the way, teach the beasts. As for the matter of war, Beast Emperor, put in more effort. Do not open a massacre and commit slaughter. Tian left a sentence and walked out of the Beast Emperor's palace without looking back. Shin and I snorted coldly and said, a mere ant. Do you really think of yourself as a prominent figure? If it weren't for Luo Hu, would I allow you to point fingers in front of me? Luo Hu, I have already broken through to the mixed yuan. Sooner or later, I'll have a showdown with you. Just wait to kneel and beg for mercy. It must be said that Shun and I was unprecedentedly inflated, making Luo Hu kneel and beg for mercy. This was something even Hongjun wouldn't dare to say. Tian, along with Shun Mia, Danglong, and others, left Tianju Mountain and headed straight for the blood sea of the underworld. However, they hadn't gone far before they saw the impatient Shun and I stepping on a golden road that spanned the heavens, charging towards Ziqiong Mountain with killing intent. The pressure of the mixed yuan gold immortal enveloped everything. Wherever Shun and I passed, all races trembled in fear, terrified to the point that even the air did not dare to breathe. Soon after, Zhu Hong and Chai Ho also appeared, directly attacking Zhu Zhao and Yuing. Boom! Not long after, a deafening sound came. The protective array of Ziqiong Mountain erupted with boundless light, and the aura of the mixed yuan gold immortal rampaged. Shun and I was like a madman, incredibly violent, striking the protective array of the mountain, causing it to rumble, and the entire Ziqiong Mountain shook violently. Shinmia, you must be more cautious and never learn from your reckless uncle, the leader of your clan, acting like a fool. If this continues, the Beast clan will be in danger. Tian patted Shunya's shoulder and criticized Shun and I in front of him. Shinmia grunted and said defiantly, what do you know? My father has his own plans. Him? What plans can he have? Tian sneered. I respect you as the master of all beasts, but you should not underestimate my father. My father established a dynasty, ruling all beasts. How could he lack wisdom? Shinmia was somewhat angry. Tian immediately laughed and said, this is typical blind worship. While the two were debating, several powerful auras suddenly descended from the outside world. TSK, Qian Kun. Look quickly, whose old nest has been uprooted. Ha ha, this is killing me with laughter. Hongjun, you're really living backwards. A being dressed in yin-yang robes laughed heartily, full of sarcasm. Yin-yang, shut up. Hongjun gritted his teeth. Hey, you're anxious. Qian Kun. Look, ISNT anxious? Ha ha. The ancestor of yin-yang pulled the ancestor of Qian Kun and laughed even more joyfully. Hongjun glared at him with a dark face and scolded, old bastard. Stop being so yin-yang weird. After saying that, Hongjun fiercely waved his sleeve, his cold eyes flashing with cold light, filled with rage, and rapidly rushed towards Shen and I. Chapter 21. Rushing to the blood sea of the underworld. Hongjun cheats the moment Fu Tian saw Hongjun return. He knew Shen and I was going to be beaten badly. He quickly took Shenmia, Deng Long, and others to escape, hiding their whereabouts, heading west, taking a long detour, and entering the central and southern regions. Buzhou Mountain, transformed from Pangu's spine, is the pillar of the Honghuang world. The blood sea of the underworld, transformed from Pangu's navel, is located directly south of Buzhou Mountain, near the southern wilderness. When out and about, one must be low-key and cautious. Who knows what kind of opponent may appear in the next second? Therefore, one must keep a hand. Change your appearance, conceal your aura, do not reveal your identities, hide your spiritual treasures, and at least conceal one major realm of cultivation. Fu Tian taught the essence of this to Lao Lu as he walked. Shen Mia, Deng Long, and others listened and felt their scalps tingle, breaking out in cold sweat. They recalled some of the great battles from the past, and couldn't help but feel some aftertaste of fear. Just imagine, when you are fighting an equally matched enemy, battling to the last moment, sure of victory, about to defeat them with a single move. Suddenly, the enemy smirks, their cultivation skyrocketing by a major realm, pulling out several spiritual treasures from their pants and completely reversing the situation. How terrifying is that? It's simply horrifying to think about. Hiss! Shenmia and others gasped, looking at Fu Tian with eyes full of caution, feeling he was too sinister and treacherous. How damaging! Deng Long secretly transmitted sound. Kuei Ben deeply agreed, responding, "The bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been seized by him. Fortunately, he is not an enemy of the Beast clan, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." Qing Zizi said with lingering fear. Shimia took a while to calm down before transmitting to them. He said very seriously, "Listen well, learn well. This is a secret not to be passed on. It seems despicable, but it is actually very effective." All the way, Fu Tian spoke continuously, endlessly. He gave many examples, including pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, seeking stability through cunning, and also pretending to slap the face. Shen Mia and others listened intently, their worldview shattered, then rebuilt, as if they had found a door leading to a new world. Finally, the group approached their destination. From a distance, they could see the overwhelming bloodthirsty aura of the blood sea of the underworld, an endless sea of blood with waves surging. Various foul energies, such as malice and resentment, surged in from all directions. Countless souls gathered in droves, densely converging towards the blood sea, with a chilling aura overshadowing the sky and blocking the sun, causing the blood sea to be shrouded in darkness year-round. This is the description of the Nether Blood Sea. Futon had seen it many times, but when he witnessed it in person, he was still greatly shocked. Is this the Nether Blood Sea? How terrifying! My goodness! How could such a perilous place exist in the world? This is truly an eye-opener. The world is vast and full of wonders. Is this the final resting place for all beings after death? It is so filthy and unbearable. Shenmi and the others were filled with emotions, uneasy and deeply impacted. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a dull drumbeat resonated from the direction of Mount Buzhou, shaking the heavens and earth, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. What is happening? Longjun exclaimed in shock. Shenmi recognized the source of the drumbeat and questioned, how can the war drums of the innate myriad races have such might? Is a decisive battle about to unfold? Our clan's strength has surged. How dare they? This is self-destruction. Kuei Ben was initially confused, but then showed a disdainful expression. Qing Zizi nodded and said, "Indeed, the myriad races are seeking death. Our emperor has already broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, unmatched by anyone. However, Futon did not think so. Hongjun has returned, and if nothing unexpected happens, the Beast Clan will suffer a devastating defeat. As the master of all beasts, Futon clearly sensed that the fortune of the Beast Clan was rapidly dwindling. This means the casualties of the Beast Clan are significant. Their territories have fallen heavily, and defeat is inevitable. with no chance of recovery. Hopefully, this battle will awaken the divine rebellion. Futon gazed northward and sighed. Let's go. He turned back and shouted, leading Shinmi and the others into the depths of the Netherblood Sea. A few days later, a strange phenomenon occurred in the heavens and earth. Hongjun stood tall in the sky, and after a complex ritual, successfully manifested the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao proclaimed that the ferocious beast clan has been brutal and lawless, wreaking havoc on the wilderness for far too long. Today, the three great clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, leading the White Tiger, Gochun, Tangxi, and myriad races, are fighting against the ferocious beasts to maintain order and safeguard the wilderness, achieving great merit. I, the poor Taoist Hongjun, dare to request merit for the myriad races, hoping the heavenly Tao will show mercy, reward the good, and punish the evil, to promote the righteous path. Hongjun's dignified voice spread throughout the wilderness, and the heavenly Tao granted merit, significantly boosting the fortune of the innate myriad races. What the hell? That old Hongjun is shameless. The heavenly Tao is utterly without bottom line. Futon cursed angrily upon hearing the commotion. In order to pull the development trend of the calamity back on track, Hongjun and the heavenly Tao are truly capable of anything, with no limits whatsoever. Although the merit of the heavenly Tao is not as great as that of the great Tao, it is still quite rare. Since when has it become so easy to obtain? Whether innate myriad races or the ferocious beast clan, they are all part of the myriad beings of heaven and earth. Why do they receive great merit for opposing the ferocious beasts? Essentially, it is still mutual slaughter, depleting each other. There is some merit in safeguarding the wilderness. But with the myriad races repeatedly losing battles and losing half their territory, how much merit can they truly gain? It is negligible. However, the heavenly Tao utilized its authority to open the door wide, granting a considerable amount of merit. The ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin can at least use this to break through to the great Luo golden immortal's perfect limit. Beasts like the candle dragon and white tiger, at the very least, can break through a small realm, becoming late stage or peak great Luo golden immortals. Is this not cheating? After this incident, Futon gained a deeper understanding of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Like himself, they are willing to use any means necessary to achieve their goals, without regard for the cost, and are utterly ruthless. Such beings are often the most terrifying, impossible to guard against. While Futon was lost in thought, suddenly, a surge of killing intent emanated from the depths of the Blood Sea. Immediately after, two crimson sword lights slashed directly toward Futon, sharp and unmatched. Oof. Futon let out a cold snort and summoned the 10,000 Souls flag, calling forth the Kuei Dragon Battle Soul. The strength of the attacker was formidable, already nearing the threshold of the immortal Golden Immortal. If he didn't T-summon his Golden Metal Enforcer, Futon would not be a match. The disparity in strength was too great to compete with. The Kuei Dragon Battle Soul merely glanced at the incoming sharp sword light, which silently vanished without a trace. Who dares to attack? Futon shouted loudly. With a roar, waves surged in the Netherblood Sea. A figure stepped onto the waves, dressed in a blood-red robe, exuding a chilling, killing intent, holding a sword in each hand, both of which were top-grade innate spiritual treasures. He seemed born for slaughter. His killing aura was extremely intense, pure and true, without any impurities, as if he were the embodiment of the way of killing. Oof. Which thief dares to trespass in my Netherblood Sea? The newcomer roared, his killing intent rising further. Futon scoffed and disdainfully said, "Is your face too big? Or has the Netherblood Sea written your name? Truly, what a big mouth." Upon hearing this, the figure wasted no time and immediately swung his dual swords, unleashing a series of blood-colored sword beams. "Good for you, Minghe. Have you been given face?" Futon had already recognized who he was. However, he did not understand. Has Minghe spent too long in the Netherblood Sea? His mind eroded by the filthy aura? Standing before him is such a powerful enforcer in the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How can Minghe not see it? How dare he swing his sword? Chapter 22. Suppressing Ming He, the 10,000 souls flag goes insane. The Nether Blood Sea is attached to the wilderness but also constitutes its own realm, vast and boundless. It was originally transformed from the divine cavity of the great god Pangu, specifically the navel, which turned into its current form due to a mass of filthy blood within. This filthy blood harbors Pangu's killing intent. This killing intent is remarkable, possessing great fortune. It takes form in the Nether Blood Sea, being one of Pangu's 3 evils. Ming He. Ming He was born to be the overlord of the Blood Sea, a top-grade innate demon, innately mastering the laws of killing, created solely for slaughter. His 2 accompanying spiritual treasures are also extraordinary treasures of the killing way, killing without karmic ties. Ming He views the Nether Blood Sea as a forbidden treasure, not allowing any being to lay a hand on it, even driving away another innate demon born from the Blood Sea, to block the chariot with a mantis arm. He does not know his own strength. Given that we are both among Pangu's 3 evils, I don't want to kill you. If you know what's good for you, step aside and don't bring misfortune upon yourself. Futon shouted, before the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened. The Nether Blood Sea was the final resting place for all beings after death, since the creation of heaven and earth and the birth of myriad beings. Countless souls and remnants have gathered here, making it a supreme holy land for the 10,000 souls flag. Futon must cultivate in the Nether Blood Sea for some time. No one can stop him unless Hongjun personally intervenes. The Kuei dragon battle soul struck Ming He, causing him to spit blood, his face pale, with no power to fight back. But that stubborn Ming He, so foul and hard-headed, was just like a headstrong man, defiant and unyielding, knowing he could not win. He still gritted his teeth and held out, refusing to leave. Futon was also impressed. Had he not shown mercy, Ming He would have been slapped dead by the golden metal enforcer long ago. After all, the disparity was simply too great. The Kuei Dragon Battle Soul was in the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet Ming He had only touched the threshold of the immortal Golden Immortal. Not even a Golden Immortal, with several major realms between them. Futon coldly laughed, saying, since you were so ungrateful, do not blame me for suppressing you for countless eons. In his plan, Ming He was of great use and a very important key figure, so he cannot be killed. This matter is not over. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you. Clean your neck and wait for the sword to be offered. Ming He finally became anxious, leaving behind a harsh remark as he turned to leave. He stepped on the 12-grade Karma Red Lotus, walking on the waves, rushing swiftly toward the depths of the Nether Blood Sea. He, who was unruly, could lose, could be defeated, but he absolutely could not accept being suppressed like a caged bird, forever losing his freedom. However, it was too late. Futon was a man of his word, someone whose actions followed his words. Since he said he would suppress Ming He would definitely do so. Swish! The Kuei Long Battle Soul extended a hand that blocked the sky, crossing the Blood Sea effortlessly to catch the Ming He, sealing his cultivation with a single grasp. Let's see if you dare to be so stubborn in the future. This infernal fire red lotus, I'll gladly accept it. Tian chuckled, taking out a clay pot and stuffing Ming He inside. The pot was as black as ink, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure obtained from the Dragon Clan's treasury, filled with the power of mysterious ice that exuded a bone-chilling cold. Tian instructed the Kuei Long Battle Soul to erase the primordial spirit mark left by Ming He on the infernal fire red lotus and collected it. As for the abyss and the primordial slaughter, he did not move them, stuffing them along with Ming He into the pot, as the accompanying spiritual treasures were not so easily tamed. The spirit of the 10,000 souls banner, laughed heartily, watching the countless souls floating above the Blood Sea, eagerly devouring, completely bloodthirsty. Whoosh! The blood-devouring pearl transformed into a red light, piercing deep into the Blood Sea. It was even more frenzied than the 10,000 souls banner, absorbing boundless blood, evil energy, and refining the source of the Blood Sea. Tian saw the 2 spiritual treasures busying themselves, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Then he found a place to cultivate diligently. Shenmia, Danglong, and the others had little interest in the Yuming Blood Sea, and after a quick tour, they had already gone out to train. Meaning he waited until they left before making his move, intending to find a soft persimmon to squeeze, but unexpectedly, that soft persimmon had a golden bodyguard. After a long period of time, Tian reached the limit of the great perfection in the Xianxian realm. He was just a step away from the Tai realm, yet he found himself in a state of confusion. Tai, the way, also known as Tai, symbolizes the source of all things in heaven and earth, the essence of everything, the beginning of all things. Cultivating to this realm, one comprehends the true meaning of cultivation. All techniques and divine powers become secondary. Comprehending the great path and understanding the laws of the great path is of utmost importance. Therefore, the Tai immortal is also known as the true immortal who has attained the Tao, the true immortal of Tai, the 3,000 great path laws, any one of which can lead to the Tao when cultivated to the end. However, laws also have strengths and weaknesses. Have you not heard? Space is king. Time is revered. Fate is unyielding. Causality reigns. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, creation of the universe, and the cycle of reincarnation. Power is supreme. These 10 supreme laws have an overwhelming advantage over other laws. Should one comprehend the strongest great path laws? Or should one comprehend the laws that best suit oneself? Tian found himself in a dilemma. If he said the former, it should prioritize power, and if he said the latter, naturally the laws of evil would be the best. How should he choose? After deep contemplation, Tian sighed. There is no strongest. There is only what is most suitable. If one cannot attain the Tao, what does it matter if they comprehend the laws of power? This world is very complex. It cannot simply be judged by strength. There are many factors to consider. Suppose there are 2 beings, A cultivates the supreme law, and B cultivates a common law. Theoretically, A is definitely stronger. However, if B's cultivated law resonates with him, he progresses rapidly, while A finds himself at a disadvantage, lagging behind by a great realm. Who is stronger? High cultivation is a solid truth. Often, the speed of growth determines everything. The calamity of fierce beasts has already reached the late stage, and after the Dragon Han calamity, before the Witch Demon calamity, how much time is left? After Hongjun attains sainthood, he will complete the heavenly Tao. And to pave the way for the method of slaying the 3 corpses to attain sainthood, the heavenly Tao will completely sever the path of law and attainment. Tian thought far ahead. Only by doing so could he make the most advantageous decision. When contending with heaven, one must be fast enough. A moment of slowness could lead to irretrievable consequences. Even cultivating the strongest laws of power would not be able to go against heaven. Therefore, Tian still honestly sought to comprehend the laws of evil. This was a great path law that resonated most with him. In understanding it would yield twice the result with half the effort. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The path of evil is strange. Neither righteous nor demonic, both good and evil. Neither the best of good nor the worst of evil. It exists between light and dark, within yin and yang. The sound of the Tao echoed like the chanting of scriptures, resonating in the Yuming blood sea. Tian sat cross-legged like an old monk, solemn and dignified. But his aura grew increasingly powerful, enveloped in a layer of Tao rhythm. Boom! The powerful aura surged, finally peaking at a certain moment. Whoosh! Tian opened his eyes, and a beam of evil light shot out from his purple pupils. His Tao body and primordial spirit underwent a tremendous transformation, radiating a pure and evil aura from head to toe. The true immortal of Tai was achieved. Tian stood up, neither happy nor sad. At that moment, a figure rushed over rapidly. Great Marshal, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Hurry up. During our travels, we discovered a treasure emerging from a volcano. Shun Mie and Deng Long were surrounded by innate beings coming to seize treasure, and the 3 beings that restrained the 10,000 souls banner were also hastily saying this. What? Finally found those 3 nemeses. Tian could no longer sit still, saying, "Lead the way. Let me show them who is going to die." Chapter 23. Those who restrain my 10,000 souls banner, all must die. The Yuming blood sea stretched south for 108 000 miles, where there stood a giant volcano named Nanli. The peak towered into the clouds, surrounded by immortal mist, with red flames reaching the sky, dyeing the firmament in dreamy colors. At the mountainside, clouds and fog swirled, and immortal energy floated. Boom! A loud noise shook the earth and mountains. A beam of light shot from the volcano, dazzling and bright, with auspicious light filling the sky and treasures radiating everywhere. It seemed like a scene where a great treasure was about to appear. In the sky stood over a dozen figures, all staring at the volcano's mouth. What exactly was that treasure? No one knew, because it was obscured by a layer of innate immortal light. Even the immortal golden celestials could not see through it. However, from extremely hot aura, it was likely a treasure of utmost yang and utmost strength. TSK, the evil aura is suppressed. This thing does not suit me. Fu Tian's mouth twitched. Rushing over, he understood at a glance that this treasure would likely restrain him. The more it was so, the more he had to get his hands on it. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of some great enemies, it would only lead to endless troubles. Finally about to appear, I've waited so long. A golden-haired, purple-robed Taoist sighed. The Taoist's golden hair resembled lightning, with golden electric arcs flickering among the strands. And his purple robe was embroidered with thunder patterns, surrounded by bolts of lightning. The golden-haired Taoist exuded an imposing aura without anger, slowly saying, "Several yuan meetings ago, I discovered this mountain and left my mark. At that time, this mountain was shrouded in thunderclouds, and the timing for the treasure's emergence had not yet arrived. I have been waiting here until now, and this treasure is finally about to appear. If you all have any sense, leave quickly." After the golden-haired Taoist spoke, no one retreated. Instead, he fixed his sharp gaze and coldly said, "As fellow innate beings, I do not wish to slaughter you all. Do not misjudge yourselves." Upon hearing this, instead of any deterrent effect, it provoked a burst of laughter. A being with blue hair and blue electric arcs dancing on his skin disdainfully said, "Thunder Taoist, are you not afraid of your tongue getting struck by lightning while boasting? You want to slaughter us just based on you? Blue electric, do you want to seek death?" The Thunder Taoist was furious. The blue electric held a blue-gold sword, pointing it at the Thunder Taoist, asking, "Do you want to test whether my immortal sword is sharp? Good. I want to see whose sword breaks first, or whose treasure seal shatters first." The Thunder Taoist's killing intent was revealed. "Since you two are so eager for a fight, why not have a match? Let's see how strong you are." A being teased. Ha. Another being laughed heartily, adding fuel to the fire. "Who can't boast? Let's have a fight and see who is bluffing. It will be lively for us." The Thunder Taoist and the blue electric Taoist simultaneously glared at him, eyes wide with anger, killing intent palpable. "Chiang, I will be the first to kill you." The Thunder Taoist made a throat-cutting gesture. The blue electric coldly shouted, barking in front of me, "You have already chosen the path to death. Kulme. The Chiang Taoist stretched his neck and beckoned, saying, "As fellow early golden celestials, what are you pretending to be? Am I afraid of you?" Noisy, a Taoist named Xiang, shouted impatiently, "Those who can obtain the innate spiritual treasures will eventually have to fight. If we're going to fight, let's do it." Immediately, someone nodded and said, "That's right. The sooner we finish fighting, the sooner we can go home. You all are just idling around, but I still have to turn in my homework to my Tao partner. Everyone, if you want the treasure, let's see who has the real skills under their hands. But first, you have to get past me." Dozens of beings became increasingly agitated, and the atmosphere reached a boiling point where a fight could break out at any moment. Fu Tian looked at the beings present and was surprised to find that they could all, to varying degrees, resonate with that treasure. In other words, they could all, to some extent, restrain the Wan Hun banner and counter the evil path's laws. Thunder, blue lightning, red sun, Zing. Just from these titles, one could glean some clues. Boom! The volcanic crater trembled violently, swallowing the spiritual energy from all directions. That treasure was about to emerge. The innate celestial light was dissipating. The towering beam of light was gradually dimming. The celestial clouds were retracting, and the crimson flames were calming down. All the anomalies were returning to a state of tranquility. giving a sense of returning to simplicity. Kill. Suddenly, someone shouted, igniting a chaotic melee. Sword lights, saber lights, and fire lights danced wildly, with fist imprints, palm imprints, and thunder imprints, showcasing various Dao techniques and mysterious arts. At the same time, more and more figures rushed in from all directions at high speed. Some called friends, some summoned clan elders, and some beings, sensing the commotion, hurried over, wanting to seize the treasure. Shun Mia, Deng Long, and others' identities were exposed and became targets. There was no choice. The malevolent aura on them was too obvious, like a bright light in the dark night. If they didn't act, they could hide a little. But when fighting beings of the same realm, who would dare to be distracted? It was inevitable that they would be exposed. Those who dare to touch my Wanhun banner, you all shall die. Fu Tian stood on a blazing red lotus, holding the Wanhun banner in his left hand and the blood-devouring pearl in his right, exuding a murderous aura. However, with only the cultivation of early Tai, he couldn't participate in a battle at the level of the immortal golden immortal. But he had the Kuei long battle soul, with a golden metal enforcer present, who would still act personally. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded, shaking the entire arena, causing all beings to look over. Great Luo, golden immortal. Damn, how could he arrive so quickly? Our clan elder is still on the way. How infuriating. Is this treasure going to be taken away? Everyone was shocked, staring at the Kuei long battle soul, with eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Kill, leave no one alive. Fu Tian's lightly spoken words were incredibly cold, plunging everyone into despair. Bang! The Kuei long battle soul threw a punch, and immediately, more than half of the beings exploded in a blood mist, their primordial spirits shattered. Buzz! The Wanhun banner and blood-devouring pearl were already prepared, immediately consuming all those primordial spirit fragments and blood mist. With a wave of the Kuei long battle soul's hand, the treasures of those beings were packed and placed into Fu Tian's Chinquan bag. Quick run! Evil spirits. They are definitely evil spirits. Soul refining and blood devouring. In cahoots with Shan Mia and Deng Long. These beasts are a great demon, impossible to contend with. Damn demon. Are you not afraid of heavenly retribution? When our clan elder arrives, you will surely die without a burial place. Some beings shouted in panic, the shadow of death making them terrified, while others cursed loudly. Fu Tian paid no attention to the curses, only fixating on one being with a sinister smile. That being had red hair and wore a green robe, exuding an innate pure yang aura, combined with an innate wood aura, giving off a sense of vitality. Are you Dongmu Gong? Fu Tian asked calmly. Oomph. That being snorted coldly, raised his head high, and said without changing his expression, this poor Taoist does not change his name or his surname. I am indeed Dongmu Gong. You evil spirits will surely face heavenly retribution. Fu Tian continued to ask. You're also known as pure Yangzi and Donghua Jun, right? That's right. I might as well tell you, this evil spirit. I am also known as the Purple Mansion Xiaoyang Jun. Dongmu Gong not only showed no fear, but instead had a proud expression. At this point, Fu Tian could be 100% certain that this Taoist in front of him was the future Dongwang Gong. Fu Tian looked up at the sky, pondering. The fate of Dongwang Gong is extraordinary. What would happen if I killed him now? Chapter 24. Destiny Unbroken. Killing him won't, and at the great trend of the wilderness is irreversible. Killing one Dongwang Gong may lead to the emergence of a Nanwang Gong or Beiwang Gong in the future. In any case, someone will inevitably replace him to continue the unfinished mission, pushing forward the calamity between the Wu and the Yao. Fu Tian wanted to take this opportunity to probe into the foundation of the heavenly Tao and see how far it had calculated. If the heavenly Tao had already calculated the calamity of the Wu and the Yao, then it couldn't possibly overlook such an important chess piece as Dongwang Gong. If it hadn't, then there would be fun to be had. Fu Tian acted decisively, coldly ordering the Kuei long battle soul. Kill him, erase everything about him. Don't let even a trace of his true spirit escape. The battle soul refined by the Wanhun banner was simply flawless. It was both a loyal guardian and a ruthless war machine, as well as a merciless assassin. Great heavens, how could you be so unfair to me? Dongmu Gong sighed deeply, slowly closing his eyes, a sense of despair and desolation rising in his heart. Faced with a great Luo golden immortal, all his struggles were futile. He could not escape, and resistance was meaningless with no hope in sight. Which evil spirit dares to act fiercely here? Just then, a furious roar rang out, and a figure rushed in at incredible speed, saving Dongmu Gong, clashing with the Kuei Long battle soul. Boom! The shockwave from the clash of great Luo golden immortals swept over like a raging tide, instantly knocking everyone away. The ground trembled violently, and the mountains within hundreds of miles turned to ash. Even the immortal mountain that nurtured the treasure shook violently. Where did this old man come from? Daring to ruin my good deed. Do you want to die? Kuei Long, kill him. Fuqian knew things weren't that simple. Dongmu Gong, being a character with a special fate, was equivalent to a child of destiny. Destiny is not to be lost. Killing him won't end it. Every time life and death are at stake. He can always turn misfortune into fortune, transforming danger into safety. Kuei Long. That being was extremely shocked and asked, "How is this possible? Didn't he already fall?" Unfortunately, no one answered his question. The Kuei Long battle soul said nothing, only becoming increasingly ruthless. However, being at the early stage of great Luo golden immortal, the Kuei Long battle soul had no physical body and no spiritual treasure, significantly reducing its combat power. Not only could it not defeat the opponent, but it also fell into a disadvantage. Tian frowned slightly, saying, "I was careless. I need to prepare suitable spiritual treasures for Kuei Long later, or else it will be too disadvantageous." He had quite a few innate spiritual treasures in hand, but giving them to Kuei Long now wouldn't be very effective. Because innate spiritual treasures all have restrictions, refining them is not an overnight task. Quickly kill Dongmu Gong. Fuqian turned to transmit a message to Shun Mia and the others. Shun Mia, Deng Long, and the four received the message and silently nodded, almost simultaneously charging towards Dongmu Gong. Ha ha ha! Senior Qin Jiao saved me, which means the heavens will not let me perish today. What does it matter to face four at once? Dongmu Gong laughed loudly, drawing his sword to meet the enemy, exuding a heroic spirit. His words and that fearless momentum were quite infectious. A being clad in armor and wielding a spear deeply gazed at Dongmu Gong and shouted, "Friend, what a spirit you have. I come to assist you." Before he finished speaking, he charged at Deng Long with his spear. Dongmu Gong is truly a model for us. This poor Taoist is willing to lend a hand. That crippled little calf is mine to deal with. Another being shouted as they charged at Kuei Ben. "How bold! Who dares to insult me? Your entire clan are cripples, and your father and mother are both useless, which is why they gave birth to such a thing like you." The furious Kuei Ben cursed loudly. The Kuei Nyo clan, born with a single leg, how could they be called cripples? The angrier Kuei Ben became. The more he picked up a purple gold single-legged spear and fiercely smashed it down. Dongmu Gong is truly a hero. Another being exclaimed, filled with fighting spirit, stepping forward to engage in a back-and-forth fight with Qing CZ, with no clear winner. On one side, Tian was observing the battlefield while keeping an eye on the sky. The clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, as if a terrifying presence was awakening high above, overlooking everything. This dark scheme is truly frightening. Tian muttered to himself. Suddenly, he shivered, feeling a wave of chill, as if a cold. Indifferent, I was fixating on him. Boom! A thunderclap erupted, and a bolt of lightning, like a giant dragon, struck right at Tian's feet. Although it didn't harm him, the warning was unmistakable. Tian wasn't scared. He pointed one arm towards the sky and silently raised his middle finger, performing a move that was harmless but extremely insulting, the contemptuous finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of air breaking came from afar, as three streaks of rainbow light, exuding the aura of great Luo golden immortals, rushed towards him at high speed. We, under the decree of Ancestor Hongjun, are here to eliminate evil and suppress the wicked Tian. It is unrelated to innocent lives, so leave quickly to avoid accidental injury. Someone shouted, their grand voice echoing through the skies. Fu Tian's expression changed, and he quickly communicated with Shan Mie and the others. You guys leave first, head south from here. Enter the West Sea from the South Sea, take a detour, and then return to Tianju Mountain. Hurry. What about you? What will you do? Shan Mie asked anxiously. Only after you all have gone far can I find a way to escape. Don't dawdle, go quickly, Fu Tian urged. Shan Mie and the others had heard Fu Tian's lectures many times and understood his cunning and ruthlessness well. They no longer hesitated. After knocking their opponent back, they retreated. The brat of Shun and I isn't that impressive either. If you have guts, don't run. Ha ha ha. Dong Mu Gong laughed, looking up to the sky. Suddenly, the Kuei Long battle soul erupted in fury. Withstanding the attack from a Qing Jiao, it unleashed a breath capable of annihilating everything towards Dong Mu Gong. Not good. I'm doomed. Dong Mu Gong exclaimed in both joy and sorrow, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so ostentatious. Boom! A loud crash accompanied by a terrifying shockwave. Dong Mu Gong collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, his celestial robe torn to shreds, looking like a beggar about to be beaten to death. No way. He's still alive? Fu Tian couldn't believe it. That was a full-force strike from a great Luo golden immortal. Even if the Kuei Long battle soul was only at the early stage of great Luo golden immortal, even if it had lost its peak combat power, that breath shouldn't be something an ordinary immortal golden immortal could withstand. There was only one truth. Dong Mu Gong had other treasures for protection besides the pure Yang sword. Dong Mu Gong's face twisted in agony, blood pouring from his 7 orifices. His body riddled with wounds, resembling a fragile porcelain item about to shatter. My innate wood jade talisman shattered, just like that. The half-dead Dong Mu Gong gasped for breath, wailing in immense pain. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing Dong Mu Gong's tragic state instantly frightened the other immortal golden immortals into fleeing, not daring to linger, fearing to follow in his footsteps. Kuei Long, you scoundrel, why are you helping that evil demon? Have you forgotten the blood feud of the Dragon Clan? Qing Jiao roared in anger, attacking without mercy. At this moment, the 3 great Luo golden immortals who had come under the decree of Hongjun finally arrived on the battlefield. Dao friend, are you mistaken? Isn't Kuei Long dead? Qing Jiao said while battling Kuei Long Luo. Take a closer look. He is indeed Kuei Long. But I don't know what has happened. It's hard to distinguish between friend and foe. What? This is unbelievable. Luo looked at Kuei Long's battle soul in shock. A woman with reddened eyes said, Kuei Long, what's wrong? I'm Tian. Don't you remember me? Dao friend Kuei Long. I am Qi Hu once fought alongside you. Qi Hu also tried to awaken Kuei Long. However, all efforts were in vain. They ignored Fu Tian and worked together with Qing Jiao to control Kuei Long's battle soul. Examining it closely, their brows furrowing tighter. Chapter 25. Exploding Dong Mu Gong, the super gold medal enforcer. Taking advantage of being ignored, Fu Tian quietly approached the half-dead Dong Mu Gong. Ding! His finger tapped the pure Yang sword. The long sword trembled lightly, producing a crisp sound. The sword body was straight, its edge restrained, firm but not aggressive, fierce but not rash. This sword is not bad. It's a pity it has been wasted on the wrong person. Fu Tian shook his head, expressing regret. Dong Mu Gong coughed up a mouthful of blood. Startling awake from his near-death state, his anger making his eyes bulge, his whole body trembling. Whoosh! The soul banner fluttered, dark and evil energy surged, forming a ghostly figure. Senior Tsang Long. Dong Mu Gong was greatly shocked. If Kuei Long had miraculously survived and regained a life, it might be understandable. However, Tsang Long had no chance of survival. He had perished in self-detonation, completely dead. But what was going on with this figure in front of him? Dong Mu Gong simply couldn't comprehend it. His small mind was filled with great confusion, feeling it was unbelievable. Suddenly, Dong Mu Gong spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale as a corpse. The sole imprint left in the pure Yang sword was erased. He suffered backlash, severing his connection with his companion's spirit treasure. Dao friend, rest assured and travel on. This sword I'll take care of. Fu Tian said expressionlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tsang Long battle soul slapped down at Dongmu Gong. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the 9 heavens, brewing terrifying heavenly might, as if the heavens were enraged. However, the heavenly order had its rules. The heavenly Tao ultimately dared not violate the laws of the Great Way. It merely intimidated without sending down a thunder calamity. How dare you? Qing Jiao roared angrily, rushing to rescue Dongmu Gong. But unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Dongmu Gong's body exploded, his soul shattered, scattering into pieces. Collect! Fu Tian shouted lightly, the soul banner and bloodthirsty pearl simultaneously exerting power, devouring Dongmu Gong's blood and soul. However, Dongmu Gong was like an indestructible cockroach. Even so, he did not fall. His true spirit erupted with immeasurable light, swirling up soul fragments and the essence of blood and flesh, shattering the void and disappearing without a trace in an instant. Hunyuan golden light. The power of the heavenly Tao. Fu Tian was shocked, staring blankly. He never expected that the heavenly Tao had long prepared a backup plan for this pawn, ensuring he wouldn't fall. Such calculations, such methods, were chilling to contemplate. What a brazen evil demon, daring to act fiercely before us, so unrestrained, clearly not taking us seriously. Simply arrogant. Qing Jiao was furious. Fu Tian coldly glanced at him and said, "You're just a dog under Hongjun's command, jumping around, actually thinking you're important? Impudent." Qing Jiao was enraged, taking action. The Tsang Long battle soul emitted a high-pitched dragon roar and immediately charged at him. Boom! The two clashed, the laws colliding, techniques bursting forth, shaking the universe, with explosive sounds ringing endlessly. Tsang Long has appeared? How was this possible? Luo was dumbfounded. Qiyu took a deep breath and said, like Kuei Long, his true spirit is lost, merely a puppet. Although he has some remnants of his soul, he has long been corrupted by evil methods, completely at the mercy of others. Alas, Luo sighed deeply, saying, "These two friends have made great contributions in the battle against the fierce beasts. I never expected that after their fall, they would have to undergo this calamity. As old friends, how can we stand by and watch them sink into the demon's mire without doing anything? Let's free them." Luo and Qi Hu exchanged glances, their expressions filled with reluctance, pain, and a sense of determination, their emotions complex. Tsang Long and Kuei Long, both were heroes guarding their territories in life, but after death, they had become fierce weapons in the hands of the enemy. Killing a dragon also requires to strike at the heart. This is the greatest humiliation to them. Let's take action. Tsang Long, Kuei Long, if the true spirits have knowledge, they would not endure such great humiliation. Let us help them escape the sea of suffering. Tian said tearfully. She was a mighty giant python, had a good relationship with the dragon clan, and shared a close bond with Kuei Long, with mutual affection. If nothing goes wrong, they would have long become partners for life. However, the sudden attack of the fierce beast caught them off guard. Kuei Long fought to the death. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this world. Time cannot be reversed, and the past cannot be changed. "I will kill you, Fu Tian," Tian shouted fiercely, his vertical pupils filled with murderous intent. Qi Hu let out a roar and coldly said, "Today, you won't be able to escape. Prepare to be slaughtered. Wash away your shame with blood and repay your sins with death. I won't let you die too easily. Your sins are beyond redemption, and I will make you experience the most extreme punishments in the world." Luo's cold words exuded a bone-chilling aura. They hated Fu Tian to the core, their eyes red with rage, wishing they could skin him alive. The intense killing intent was almost tangible. Qing Jiao and Tsang Long were locked in a fierce battle, while Qi Hu blocked Kuei Long Tai and Luo, filled with anger and overwhelming killing intent, walked straight towards Fu Tian. Hee. Fu Tian smiled wickedly and provocatively said, "There are many who want to kill me. Will you all? Just a couple of insignificant ants." Oomph. Luo snorted coldly and said, "You evil creature, facing death, still dare to speak so shamelessly." Tian remained silent, but the murderous intent in her emerald green pupils grew stronger. It is not an exaggeration to say that at this moment, Her gaze could kill any being below the great Luo golden immortal. If it weren't for the fiery red lotus, Tian might have been eliminated long ago. Come on, show your true form. Super gold medal enforcers, Ziki King, Lin King, go to battle. Tian shouted. The great soul banner shook violently, the flags fluttering and producing a sound, unleashing a terrifying aura of evil that turned this place into a ghostly realm. Buzz! The blood-devouring pearl trembled violently. Crimson light danced chaotically, and the blood-evil energy surged like an ocean, spreading outwards. Boom! The aura of the great Luo golden immortal appeared out of nowhere. And two figures stepped out of the ghostly realm, one charging towards Luo and the other towards Tian Strange. It really is Ziki King, Luo exclaimed. Tian's face also changed dramatically as she screamed. Lin King, my friend, oh my. These two were not ordinary gold medal enforcers. They possessed physical bodies, and their combat power was close to their level in life, making them super gold medal enforcers. This was the battle soul refined by the Great Soul Banner, combined with the battle body reshaped by the blood-devouring pearl. Oh, more fools are coming? Tian looked towards the northeast, and suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the heavens. Quickly approaching. Obviously, the Dragon Clan must have sensed the aura of Kuei Long and Song Long through some secret method and tracked them down. It was a dragon with wings on its back, exuding a strong aura, radiating the pressure of a mid-level great Luo golden immortal. Who else could it be but the Dragon Clan's war god, Long? As the strong enemy descended, Tian showed no fear and remained calm. Where did he get his confidence? If someone were to take a look at the blood sea of the underworld, they would be surprised to find that the blood sea had undergone a significant change. The countless souls floating on the blood sea had almost completely disappeared. The dark red blood ocean had faded by a third, and the sea level had dropped considerably. Chapter 26. Targeting Chi Hu, the mixed Yuan realm, killing Dalmark. In the Southly volcano, the battle between the great Luo golden immortals raged on, causing the sky to darken and the sun and moon to lose their light. With no clear victor in sight, the arrival of Long did not change the situation. Tian played a trump card, summoning a mid-level great Luo golden immortal enforcer to engage in a fierce battle with Long, almost evenly matched. This was the only mid-level great Luo golden immortal enforcer. Back then, Zhu Ho led 7 high-ranking members of the Beast Clan, bypassing Mount Buzhou, and headed south directly to the Undying Volcano, attacking the ancestral land of the Phoenix Clan. The 4 elders of the Phoenix Clan, left to guard the ancestral land, were simply no match for the 8 experts of the Beast Clan. In terms of both quantity and quality, they were far behind. The strongest, Qing Feng, was only a mid-level great Luo golden immortal, while Tao Wu and Xiongxi were also at this level, and Zhu Ho was at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal. The 10 great generals of the Beast Clan, including Huido and Zhu Huai, sent 5 of them, all of whom were at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. In that battle, apart from Qi Huang's fortunate escape, Qing Feng, Ice Phoenix, and Snow Phoenix were all killed on the spot. Entrusted by Tian, Zhu Ho packed their primordial spirits and physical bodies into the Great Soul Banner to refine battle souls and transform them into battle bodies in the blood-devouring pearl, thus becoming tools, obediently following orders as enforcers. The cries of phoenixes and dragons erupted. Qing Feng and Long were locked in a bitter struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Today, a new tiger general should be added. Tian's gaze turned to Chi Hu. That guy had a thick bloodline and high toughness, making him the best candidate for tanking in team battles. Chi Hu had been battling Kuei Long for a long time and was already injured, but he seemed unfazed, his aura showing no signs of weakening, as fierce as ever. Chi Hu only had 1 high-grade innate spirit treasure, a tiger-headed knife that was purely offensive. He had no defensive spirit treasures, making his weaknesses obvious. He was indeed the best target. Tian wasted no time and used the Great Soul Banner to command the enforcers to surround Chi Hu. The underworld blood sea was overflowing with resources in the Great Soul Banner and blood-devouring pearl. Tian was not worried about consumption. nor did he need to fear that the enforcers would be seriously injured. As long as they entered the Great Soul Banner and blood devouring pearl, they could instantly recover to full health. This was simply cheating, bringing spring water to the team and asking how the opponents could win. Be careful, my friend Shi Hu. Watch out. Qing Jiao, Luo, and others quickly reminded him and rapidly countered against Kuei Long, Song Long, and the other enforcers. However, Fu Tian was determined to subdue Qi Hu and naturally would not hold back. The cries of phoenixes echoed through the sky. Snowflakes danced. And the Snow Phoenix and Ice Phoenix also joined the battle. What a pity. The Earth Qilin, that sly one, managed to deceive the Queen of Scorpions. Otherwise, I would have had 3 enforcers from the Qilin clan. Fu Tian sighed regretfully. The 3 kings of the Qilin clan, Ziki King and Lanlin King, had already become his enforcers. The only remaining Qilin king was just an empty shell. There weren't enough primordial spirit fragments, and the Great Soul Banner couldn't refine him into a battle soul. It seemed that there were 2 more puppets added. Ying Long and the others' expressions changed drastically, feeling as though a mountain was pressing down on them, extremely heavy. They each unleashed their methods, either calling for friends or seeking help from their clan. They all felt that things were not looking good. If the battle continued to develop like this, someone might really fall. Roaring, Qi Hu howled, his tiger roar shaking the heavens. As the targeted individual, he felt immense pressure, wildly waving his tiger-headed knife without daring to pause for a moment. Quick battle, quick resolution. Fu Tian knew he couldn't drag this out. Refining the fallen high-ranking members of the 3 clans into puppets was a huge provocation to the 3 clans. Once the news spread, it would surely incite public outrage, and perhaps even the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin would personally come. At that time, things would become troublesome. Qi Hu spat blood, caught off guard. No matter how thick his bloodline was, he couldn't hold on much longer. The battle puppets, including Kuei Long, focused on him and attacked fiercely. They recklessly endured the attacks from Qing Jiao, Luo, and others, paying no attention to their surroundings, their eyes solely on Qi Hu. Damn it! Damn it! This wicked, evil creature. How can it be so cruel? Stop cursing and think of a way. At this rate, Qi Hu is in danger. Qing Jiao and the others were filled with shock, anger, and urgency, cursing wildly while desperately countering. Suddenly, Ying Long turned back, glaring fiercely at Fu Tian, gritting his teeth and saying, "You damn bastard! Cursed by heaven, how many such battle puppets do you have?" He, as expected of the war god of the Dragon Clan. Trying to surround me to save yourself? Come and try. Fu Tian sneered, seeing through his intentions. No matter how evil you are just an ant. How many tricks can you have? Can your trump cards be endless? Ying Long let out a loud roar and charged directly at Fu Tian. It seems you really want to die. Fu Tian's gaze was as cold as ice. In fact, Ying Long was right. No one's trump cards could be endless. In the scorching days, Fu Tian still held 2 trump cards in his hand, a set of unbeatable cards to guard against Hongjun. He really didn't want to waste the opportunity here. However, the arrow was on the string, and he had no choice but to release it. Not good. Ying Long suddenly sensed a warning sign and felt an inexplicable sense of deadly crisis, his heart turning icy. He had miscalculated. That evil being actually had a trump card. The innate spiritual sense of primordial beings was not only extremely keen, but also very precise, and it basically would not make mistakes. With a snap, Ying Long bit his teeth, steeled his heart, and made a decisive move to sever his own flesh. He resolutely abandoned his physical body, allowing his primordial spirit to exit his body, carrying his essence, blood, and origin to soar into the sky. Fu Tian summoned his trump card, and a mark appeared on his forehead. A strange dark red mark emanated an incomparably pure and terrifying killing intent. That killing intent seemed to kill everything. Kill heaven and earth. Slaughter all beings. It was as if everything could be killed, everything could kill. In the next second, the killing path mark flickered and shot out a dark red beam like blood, crashing into Ying Long's body. Boom! In just one encounter, even the mid-stage body of a great Luo golden immortal silently vanished, completely disappearing without leaving even a trace of ash. Damn it! How could he have a killing path mark of the Hunyuan realm? Who gave it to him? Yinglong's primordial spirit fled to the horizon, witnessing this scene from afar. Feeling heart-stopping fear, suddenly, he remembered a terrifying existence, and then he realized. Recalling the past, before Mount Buzhou, two armies faced off. The ancestor Hongjun suppressed the beast army to the point where they couldn't lift their heads, and Shun Ni knelt before the innate 10,000 clans. Losing all face. Just as the situation was about to be settled, the great commander of the beast army, Tian, descended from the sky, stepping on the 12-petaled destruction Black Lotus. It seemed that the killing path mark of the Hongjun realm must have been given by the demon ancestor Luo Hu. This is bad, this is bad. I shouldn't have forced him. Although I escaped the calamity, Qing Jiao and the others are in danger now. Yinglong felt some regret. If he hadn't pressured Tian to reveal his trump card, perhaps Qi would have been worn down. But Qing Jiao, Luo, and the others could have survived. Now that Tian had revealed his trump card, he would surely kill rampantly. Fellow Taoists are in danger. The myriad spirits of the South Wilderness are in danger. Fellow Taoists who came to support are also in danger. Chapter 27. Those who send you to death are the evil ancestor. Yinglong had narrowly escaped death, and his primordial spirit did not dare to linger, fleeing rapidly, disappearing without a trace. Tian let out a chilling demonic laugh, filled with murderous intent, saying, "Forcing me to reveal my trump card, you all must die. Not my fault. You can't handle this, right? The one forcing you is clearly Yinglong. Why are you staring at us instead of going after him?" Qing Jiao, Qi Hu, and the others felt their scalps tingle, witnessing the terrifying killing move that could instantly obliterate Yinglong, feeling a sense of despair in their hearts. You think you're the only smart one? You caused a big mess and then ran away, right? Seriously, are you not ashamed? Didn't you see that little evil being looking calm and composed? Everyone was playing well, so why did you flip the table as soon as you arrived? All right, flipping the table is one thing, but you just left the mess for your brothers to wait for death? Although Qing Jiao and the others didn't say anything, they surely cursed Yinglong in their hearts. The ancestor Hongjun said, "Evil demons and crooked ways must be exterminated by all beings. Today, if I die on the path of exterminating demons and upholding justice, I will not have failed the righteous path, and even in death, I will have honor." Qing Jiao shouted to the sky, fearless and unafraid, displaying a demeanor of facing death without fear. "Haha, I have already seen through the secrets of heaven. I see your fate, you evil demon, destined to die a horrible death," Tian said, half crying, half laughing, in a crazed manner. "Roar," Qi Hu roared, saying, "As we walk in the world, eliminating demons and protecting the path, overcoming evil and calamity, why fear a life? It's just a pity we couldn't eliminate you, evil demon." Only Luo remained silent, revealing his tiger form and 9 tails, bowing his body to gather strength, as if preparing some great killing move. You all call me an evil demon, but little do you know there are distinctions among demons. Evil is evil, and demons are demons. How can they be conflated? Listen well, those who send you to death are the primordial evil ancestor. Tian coldly shouted, activating the Hongjun killing path mark. Boom! With a single strike, they turned to ashes. This piece of heaven and earth fell into a dead silence. All enemies perished. Both primordial spirits and physical bodies annihilated. Only a trace of innate spiritual light escaped. Ding! The crisp sound of metal hitting the ground was heard. Qi Hu's tiger-headed knife smashed onto the ground, the spiritual light dimming, its sharpness completely retracted. Tian walked over expressionlessly to collect the spoils of war. An ancient bronze mirror with 2 innate Tao patterns on its back meant enlightenment. This was Luo's companion spirit treasure, and the only supreme innate spirit treasure in the field. Qing Jiao's azure scale spear, Tian's great dough pearl, and Qi Hu's knife were all high-quality innate spirit treasures, far inferior compared to the enlightenment mirror. Tian revealed a wicked smile and said, counting as an innate pure yang sword, "I have gained 2 supreme treasures and 3 high-quality ones." Suddenly, the enlightenment mirror shone brilliantly, soaring into the sky at an extremely fast speed. What the heck? A cooked duck flying away? Tian was both shocked and angry. The speed of that broken mirror was too fast, and it was too late to intercept. Normally, spirit treasures would not autonomously revive. But the Enlightenment mirror was somewhat unusual, as if it had a plan, not flying away early or late. Waiting until Tian let down his guard before escaping. Luo might not have died. Tian suddenly had this premonition. He immediately added a line to his grievance book. Southly volcano. Luo faked his death to deceive treasures, losing one supreme, innate spirit treasure. The grievance book had no physical form, only existing in his heart. Tian specifically allocated a strand of his soul to record grievances big and small. For example, Southly volcano, treasureborn, encountered Dong Mu Gong and wanted to eliminate it, struck by lightning. Heaven's way threatened. Southly volcano 1. Hongjun the old dog sent minions to harm me. Luo and the like are truly despicable. Southly volcano 2. Inglong courting death, forcing me to use my trump card, dismantling my unbeatable cards. Just then, the ground beneath suddenly shook violently, like a dragon turning over, mountains crumbling and earth splitting. Boom! The Southly volcano erupted with an incomparably high temperature, radiating brilliant light. One might think a sun had fallen there. Whoosh! An object radiating boundless light flew out from the volcano's mouth. Stop it! Tian shouted, and 7 golden plaque enforcers rushed toward that spirit treasure. Whoosh! The 10,000 souls banner tore through the air, dark energy surging, transforming into a ghostly pressure toward that newly emerged spirit treasure. The blood-devouring pearl followed closely, evolving into rivers of blood, like chains of the great Tao, wrapping around the newly born spirit treasure. The boundless light gradually dimmed. The spirit treasure finally revealed its true form, a fist-sized crimson treasure pearl. Wow! The glow filled the sky, red flames soaring. That pearl was terrifying, creating a sea of fire, instantly shattering the ghost domain of the 10,000 souls banner and evaporating the blood rivers of the blood-devouring pearl. The flames were extraordinary. One of the 10 great divine fires of the primordial era, the Southly bright fire. The 10,000 souls banner and blood-devouring pearl retreated reluctantly. There was nothing they could do. This was definitely a nemesis. They couldn't fight at all. The 7 golden plaque enforcers, including Kuei Long and Song Long, were also burned by the scorching heat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. From that sea of fire, suddenly came the sounds of birds chirping. Flap, flap. Countless fire-red little birds burst out from the sea of fire, flapping their wings, rushing toward Kuei Long and the other battle puppets. Those little birds were transformed from the fire, dense and overwhelming, creating a sweeping momentum that made one gasp in awe upon seeing them. Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. Shocked. Could it really be an innate ultimate treasure? This scene, such spirituality, did not look like something an ordinary innate spirit treasure should possess. It was certain that when a supreme, innate spirit treasure emerged, it would never make such a big commotion. 7 great Luo golden immortals joined forces, yet found themselves in a bitter struggle, unable to take it down for a long time. Tian felt it was unbelievable. Was this pearl defying the heavens? Even if it wasn't a congenital supreme treasure, it likely wasn't far off. At this moment, the immense commotion from the Southly volcano had already alarmed powerful figures from all sides. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as the White Tiger, Pishio, and other major clans, all hurriedly sent experts to investigate. What on earth had happened there? Why was there such earth-shattering noise? Some weaker beings were filled with curiosity, eager to know what was happening at the Southly volcano, their gossiping hearts burning fiercely. I heard that a supreme treasure was born there. It must be that the ancestors of various clans were making a fuss to seize it. But what I heard was different. A great demon had emerged there, terrifying beyond measure, and the ancestors of various clans were rushing there to subdue it. Some said that the demon could summon the undead. Indeed, many ancestors who had died in battle had turned into demonic soldiers, and many of them were from the 3 clans. No wonder, no wonder. Just now, the ancestor dragon had already taken the 5 great dragon gods south, and the ancestor Qilin had also set off. More and more news was revealed, and everyone was shocked to discover that the Southly volcano had become the focus of the entire wilderness world. Over 60 of the great Luo golden immortals in the whole wilderness, along with clan leaders, seemed to have discussed and were gathering from all directions towards that place. Chapter 28. The Quasi-Constitutional Supreme Treasure. Southly Fire Pearl. Fu Tian's brow twitched wildly, his mind restless, sensing a strong crisis, as if the Grim Reaper was about to arrive. Rationality told him it was time to flee. Otherwise, a great disaster awaited. However, the supreme treasure was right in front of him. How could he bear to give it up now? Fu Tian gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and fixed his gaze on the pearl radiating divine might, vowing to claim it for himself. Boom! A huge explosion erupted, and the sea of fire exploded. The crimson pearl emitted a dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! 7 blazing pillars of fire shot up into the sky like furious dragons, transforming into 7 suns in the firmament. The great suns arranged in a certain pattern, depicting a gigantic bird. The giant bird spread its wings, shooting out terrifying red rays. Roar! The battle souls, like Kue Long and Song Long, roared in anger. When the red rays landed on them, their soul bodies were instantly ignited, like dry wood meeting fierce flames. Boom! The purple Qilin King, blue Qilin King, and other physical battle puppets were no better off, their vital blood burning fiercely, their powerful bodies becoming fuel. This damned pearl was truly sinister. Fu Tian scolded with a frown. Whoosh! A red lotus rose into the air. Fu Tian reluctantly summoned the flame red lotus, which was not afraid of any divine fire, and began to suppress those red rays. At that moment, a clear radiance fell from the outer starry sky. That pearl was simply defying the heavens, its spirituality frighteningly strong, with extraordinary means. It actually drew upon the power of the stars for its own use. This broken pearl. Damn it! Fu Tian cursed with a dark expression. He felt a mix of anger and anxiety, the sense of crisis growing stronger within him. A great enemy was approaching. Fu Tian took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't keep dragging things out. Otherwise, he would likely suffer a great loss today. Boom! Fu Tian shouted fiercely, glaring at the pearl. Rumbling. A deafening roar erupted as 7 battle puppets at the great Luo golden immortal level self-destructed simultaneously. The terrifying explosion seemed to threaten to destroy heaven and earth. The void was torn apart, and the Southly volcano collapsed, mountains and rivers shattered, leaving a scene of devastation on the vast land. The pearl was at the center of the explosion, suffering the greatest impact, and instantly became dim and lifeless. I'll make you suffer. I want to let you die. If you don't submit to me today, then wait for your destruction. Fu Tian gritted his teeth and said. All his patience had been exhausted. Whoosh! The banner of 10,000 souls soared into the sky, emitting black smoke and a sinister aura that obscured the sun. The next moment, the 7 battle souls reappeared, surrounding the pearl once again. The blood-devouring pearl glowed with red light, surging with a bloodthirsty aura, launching one battle body after another. The 7 battle puppets that had just self-destructed quickly restored to their prime state. Rumbling, they charged forward silently and self-destructed again, causing the pearl to grow even dimmer. Awesome. Why aren't you awesome anymore? You're asking for trouble. I brought spring water with me. Do you think I can't outlast you? Hee. Fu Tian laughed wickedly to the sky. The banner of 10,000 souls and the blood-devouring pearl exerted their power, and the 7 battle puppets reappeared once more. These 2 accompanying spiritual treasures, one absorbing countless souls from the underworld's blood sea, and the other refining a portion of the blood sea's origin, had ample reserves. Their foundations deep enough to support the self-destruction of the 7 battle puppets without any issues. Buzzing, the pearl trembled lightly, its brilliance dimming, sending a mental message to Fu Tian. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. If you keep hitting, I'll crack. Fu Tian was taken aback. It was a melodious voice like that of a young girl. A cold smile crept onto Fu Tian's lips as he said, Here's your chance. Submit. Or face destruction. You bastard. Wuwu. The pearl emitted a pitiful whimper. Who understand my family? I just came into the world and didn't even get a good look at it before encountering such a great evil person. Whoosh! The 7 battle puppets stepped forward simultaneously, their auras suddenly becoming extremely violent, poised to self-destruct. The pearl was startled, and the instrument spirit cried out in alarm. Tian looked cold, with a chilling light flickering in his purple pupils. He didn't want to waste words, only seeking a satisfactory result. If he didn't get it, then destruction awaited. As time ticked by, Tian raised his arm high, his gaze chilling as he prepared to strike down. Wait! The red pearl finally panicked. Release this source restriction. 3, 2. Tian seized the opportunity to apply pressure. Damn! You big bad guy, just wait. One day, I'll turn against you. The Pearl-S spirit said as it released the restriction. Tian immediately placed a mark of his primordial spirit on it, completely ignoring her words. The spiritual treasure turning against its master? That would require an opportunity. This spirit was like a young and willful girl, spoiled and rebellious. Tian had plenty of ways to handle her, not worried at all about her retaliation. Southleaf Fire Pearl, a quasi-constitutional supreme treasure. Tian was overjoyed. One of his strands of primordial spirit was imprinted on the source restriction of the Southleaf Fire Pearl, obtaining some information. This pearl was indeed capable of controlling all divine fires. Although a quasi-constitutional supreme treasure was not on par with a true congenital supreme treasure, it was still an extremely rare and valuable treasure. At the beginning of heaven and earth, when chaos was undivided, there were 4 great congenital origins, also known as the 4 primordial elements. Earth, fire, wind, and water are the fundamental substances for constructing a realm. This crimson pearl evolved from the primordial origin of fire. With the number of great changes being 50, and one of them being evaded, those who could use it were 49. A congenital supreme treasure has 49 restrictions. A quasi-constitutional supreme treasure must have at least 45 restrictions. The restrictions of the Southleaf Fire Pearl amount to 47, making it a top-quality quasi-constitutional supreme treasure. Hee. This round is a huge profit. Tian laughed heartily, feeling refreshed and in a very good mood. He had picked up a great treasure. If the Southleaf Fire Pearl had been allowed to settle for a while, it would have been impossible to subdue it. Quasi-constitutional supreme treasures are extremely powerful. The reason the Southleaf Fire Pearl did not display its overwhelming might was simply because it had just emerged and lacked sufficient foundation to exert some of its powerful means. The sound of a phoenix's cry came from the south, resonating through the 9 heavens. A powerful aura appeared in the southern sky, rapidly approaching. It was the aura of a great Luo golden immortal at the peak of perfection. Yuan Feng. Tian's expression changed drastically. The Phoenix clan had great ties with him and a deep blood feud. At that time, one of his schemes directly led to the destruction of the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. Even the immortal Phoenix tree was dug up. In the summer, when I thought about the consequences of Yuan Feng capturing me, I couldn't help but gasp. Roar. The dragon's roar soared high in the eastern sky, and the oppressive force of a fully realized great Luo Jinxian swept over. Howl! A single roar from a Qilin shook the heavens. As the primordial Qilin walked through the sky, shrinking the distance into inches, stepping across mountains and rivers for tens of thousands of miles. From the northwest came a fierce tiger's roar, with an extremely sharp metallic aura spreading, a chilling atmosphere overwhelming everything. Rumbling. In the northeast, thunder rumbled and lightning flickered, as a living being rode the myriad thunders, stepping on a sea of thunder, heading straight for the Southleaf volcano. Powerful auras came from all directions, the weakest being in the mid-stage of Great Luo Jinxian. What the hell is this lineup? The Ancestor Dragon, the Primordial Qilin, the White Tiger, and the formidable opponent. All present. I exclaimed, what a scene is this? All the top experts from the innate beings pyramid have arrived. Chapter 29. The Anomalous Rahu. All great Luo gathered at Ziqiong Mountain, Hongjun's dojo. The heavenly Tao informed Hongjun of everything that happened at the Southleaf volcano in detail. What? That treasure that can suppress the heavenly extremes has fallen into the hands of that brat. Tian? Damn it. were the ancestor dragon and the others doing? They couldn't even handle this small matter. Useless. All the innate beings are useless. Hongjun was furious. Long before Tian appeared at the Southly volcano, he felt that the little evil spirit was up to something. Hongjun sent people to suppress Tian, but unexpectedly, Hu and the others were more of a hindrance than a help. Not only did they fail to suppress Tian, but they were instead counter-killed. Later, to be safe, he directly ordered the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, the primordial Qilin, and other top innate beings to take action and ensure the suppression of the evil spirit Tian. However, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. The leaders of these innate clans were hesitant and fearful, really scared, and they delayed taking action. They feared that as soon as they left, their ancestral lands would be attacked. After all, the blood feud of the three clans was still vivid in their memories. The Beast Clan's Grand Marshal Tian, the most cunning and ruthless person in the wilderness. The schemes to slay dragons, extinguish phoenixes, and massacre Qilins originated from his hands. One must ask, which leader of the innate 10,000 clans does not fear Tian? But they dare not offend Hongjun. After much discussion, the ancestor dragon and the others finally set off for the Southly volcano. Unfortunately, they were too late. The Southly fire pearl had already fallen into Tian's hands. Hongjun was truly furious, annoyed, and helpless. These innate beings were so timid. None of them were reliable. Why didn't Hongjun go himself? He couldn't dare to go, nor could he. That damned evil being, Shan and I wanted to start a major battle right after breaking through to the mixed Yuan Jinxian, always keeping an eye on me. And that damn Rahu, what exactly does he want to do? Opening the ancestral demon palace on my Zichio mountain, it's simply outrageous. Hongjun cursed with a dark face. Holding in a deep frustration, it was unbearable. After returning from the Chaos War, Rahu occupied a peak of Zichio mountain and opened an ancestral demon palace there. Living next to Hongjun, he neither made noise nor caused trouble, just kept staring at Hongjun, not knowing what he wanted to do. Hongjun felt uneasy and called upon the Qinquan ancestor, wanting to join forces to drive Rahu away. However, the usually belligerent Rahu turned around and left, not engaging them in battle at all. After Qinquan ancestor returned, Rahu came again. Thus, they fell into a cycle. Whenever Hongjun sought helpers, Rahu would run away. And once the helpers left, Rahu would return immediately. Among the chaos demon gods, there was no trust. Perhaps 1 second they were good friends, and the next second they would stab each other in the back. Whether Qinquan or Yinyang, no one could stay long on Zichio Mountain. After a while, Hongjun was also exhausted and simply ignored Rahu, letting him be. But in his heart, he remained wary of Rahu, because Rahu's behavior was too abnormal, clearly indicating he was plotting something big. At the Southly volcano, Tian successfully obtained the treasure and was fleeing frantically. He couldn't fight back at all, not even a bit. The ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Qilin were all at the peak of Great Luo Jinxian. The beings of the second tier, like Zhu Long, were all at the pinnacle of Great Luo Jinxian. What could Tian possibly fight? He could only use the 36 strategies, with running being the best option. The ancestor dragon was in the east, Yuan Feng in the south, and the primordial Qilin in the north. Only in the west was there no presence at the peak of Great Luo Jinxian. The Gochun, Tengxi, and other powerful clans were mostly beings from the eastern wilderness. Among the enemies coming from the west, the strongest was the White Tiger, at the pinnacle of Great Luo Jinxian. Thus, while the encirclement had not yet formed, breaking out west was the only way to survive. Tian remained calm in the face of danger and quickly devised a strategy. Whoosh! The Qing Feng revealed its true form, flapping its wings and transforming into a streak of green light, rushing toward the western wilderness at full speed. Tian sat cross-legged on the back of the Qing Feng, holding the 10,000 souls banner in his left hand, the blood-devouring pearl in his right, the Southly fire pearl protecting his back, and 6 battle puppets standing in front of him. The 12-petal karma fire red lotus hung in the air, dropping a red shield that completely enveloped the massive body of the Qing Feng. The speed of the Qing Feng was extremely fast. Although it was only in the mid-stage of Great Luo Jingxian, it erupted with the speed of a pinnacle Great Luo Jingxian. This was because Tian was willing to pay any price to make the Qing Feng burn its essence for speed. Whoosh! The blood-devouring pearl burst forth with bloodlight, continuously replenishing the Qing Feng's essence and providing power. Elder Qing Feng, Yuan Feng screamed, her eyes bloodshot, the undying divine fire on her body burning fiercely, the terrifying heat twisting the void. She stared at Tian's back, completely red-eyed, killing intense surging, and her speed increasing. White Tiger, block him! The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin shouted almost simultaneously. Just like Yuan Feng, they were also furious at Tian. His poisonous schemes had severely injured the vitality of the three clans, and the direct bloodline descendants had almost been exterminated. Even today, they have not recovered. Roar! With a tiger's roar, the white tiger rode the wind. Where does the evil spirit think it's going? The white tiger shouted, moving so fast that it was hard to see, leaving behind traces in the sky. The distance between Tian and the white tiger quickly closed in. Whoosh! The 6 battle puppets flew out of the shield, charging at full speed toward the white tiger. Kuei Long, San Long, Ziqi Wang, Lanlin Wang, my friends. The white tiger lamented, heartbroken. They had once fought side by side, slaying fiercely in the battles against ferocious beasts, heroes of a generation. Yet they had fallen to this state. How could it not make him feel pained? The white tiger roared. Such methods are utterly inhumane, truly the evil path. Your crimes cannot be tolerated by heaven. Today you deserve to perish. Tian remained expressionless, completely ignoring him, only uttering a single syllable. Explode. Boom! Using the same trick again, the 6 battle puppets self-destructed not far in front of the white tiger. This was Tian's strongest killing move at the moment, and it would have a surprising effect if caught off guard. You despicable thief! The white tiger cursed, caught off guard by the terrifying explosion that sent him flying. The Qing Feng suddenly accelerated, instantly surpassing him and heading straight into the depths of the western wilderness. Hey, where do you think you're going? A sharp-nosed, monkey-faced being from the west blocked the way. Whoosh! Tian smiled wickedly, waved his hand, and threw something out. Bang! The being punched it away. But then his expression changed, and he quickly chased after it. A high-grade innate spiritual treasure. This demon actually uses a spiritual treasure as a brick. What a fool. That being was overjoyed. However, before he could put away that spiritual treasure, another being kicked up a storm of yellow sand, with a red cloak fluttering, shouting, Junior, the waters of this innate spiritual treasure are too deep for you to handle. Let this seat take it. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced being saw that the opponent was stronger than himself and immediately retreated, feeling disheartened. This is bad. He was deceived. This was a case of spending wealth to buy a way out. By the time that creature reacted, Tian had already opened a long distance. He repeated the same trick. Just by throwing out a few innate spiritual treasures, he made that group of naive Western beings scramble to grab them. Damn, you short-sighted fools. You actually forgot about the demon, just for a mere spiritual treasure. The white tiger was practically going to be driven mad with anger. He chased fiercely and soon caught up with Tian. Tian glanced back and said to the Southly Fire Pearl, roast that white-haired tiger. Barbecued? I like it. He seems a bit strong, though. He can't be burned to death, but he can be singed bald. The spirit of the Southly Fire Pearl chuckled. Chapter 30. Bald and Stronger? A crisis seems to turn the furious white tiger dashed into a sea of fire, and in an instant, screams erupted. His snow-white fur was burned clean off. This was no ordinary flame, but one of the top 10 divine fires, the South Mingli fire. If time allowed, this fire could refine a great Luo golden immortal to death. However, the white tiger's cultivation was profound, his reactions extremely fast, and he had an ultimate innate spiritual treasure protecting him, which is why he didn't perish in the sea of flames. Nevertheless, he was severely injured. The fire essence entered his body, constantly scorching his Tao body and roasting his primordial spirit. A bald big cat is so ugly. The spirit of the Southly Fire Pearl said with a melodic giggle, like a quirky little girl. Ha ha, indeed incredibly ugly. Tian was also amused by her. Roar. The white tiger was furious, his eyes filled with bloodlight, and a murderous aura surged into the sky. He transformed into a human form, wielding a gleaming, innate Hongjun knife. His fur had been burned off, leaving him with a shiny bald head, and he leaped into the sky, slashing down. Swish! A knife light over 10,000 feet long fiercely slashed towards Tian, the murderous intent palpable, the sharp Hongjun energy rampaging. The white tiger was bald. It somehow seemed stronger. Tian was taken aback and quickly urged Qing Feng to accelerate, waving his hand to throw out an innate spiritual treasure to block the knife. This strike was not something he could resist. The white tiger's furious blow was terrifyingly strong, surpassing the peak of a great Luo golden immortal, comparable to a great Luo golden immortal in complete perfection. Bang! The innate spiritual treasure used to block the knife collided violently with that terrifying knife light. Boom! The poor low-grade innate spiritual treasure was directly cracked, dimmed, and fell to who knows where. However, the power of the knife light was also exhausted. Qing Feng sped away, quickly creating some distance. A poof! The white tiger's face turned pale, his tiger body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, his breath somewhat disordered. Already injured, he had forced out his strongest strike in extreme anger, and after that surge of energy was released, he felt as if he was suffering a backlash, becoming weak and powerless, his insides burning, barely able to hold on. Dam evil, demon, Tian. The white tiger sighed, not daring to chase anymore, landing on a desolate mountain below to begin meditating and recuperating. Tian's crisis was not resolved. Instead, it intensified, because the strongest among the innate myriad races was already approaching him. Filthy spawn, I want to see how far you can run. The cold voice of the ancestor dragon came from behind, the distance now less than 100,000 miles. The three clans have suffered greatly because of you. Today, you shall pay your blood debts in blood. The voice of the Yuan Phoenix was cold and merciless, her deep-seated hatred for Tian stemming from the blood feud of the Phoenix clan. If this villain is not eliminated, I will never rest easy. The primordial Qilin felt the same way. In that battle, the Qilin clan lost 3 great Luo golden immortal kings. Countless direct descendants were injured or killed, and their clan's treasury was completely looted. All 3 of them had reached the limits of great Luo golden immortal. Even if Qing Feng burned everything, she could not outrun them. She would be caught up in an instant. Tian furrowed his brows and muttered, "The disparity in strength is too great. I can't escape. Now I can only use that move. I hope the Ancestor Dragon and the others have enough resilience." That trump card he had intended to use against Hongjun had to be used now. Running? Why aren't you running anymore? Keep running. The Ancestor Dragon's face was like frost, the anger and killing intent in his eyes nearly turning tangible. He clearly wanted to kill Tian, yet he did not strike immediately. The Ancestor Dragon pointed at Kuei Long and the other battle puppets, demanding, "How did you do it? Tell me. Can they truly come back to life? Speak quickly." The Ancestor Dragon had ideas. Tian was taken aback. He was about to throw out his ultimate trump card. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not attack, but also wanted to extract some information. Since that's the case, let's talk. What if there's a turnaround? It would save a trump card too. Yuan Phoenix and the primordial Qilin also changed their expressions, staring intently at Tian, their eyes filled with some anticipation. If they could truly resurrect Qing Feng and the others, that would be perfect. True spirits are missing, primordial spirits are fragmented, and there is no consciousness left. Only the instinct to fight. How can we talk about resurrection? Tian shook his head. Yuan Phoenix did not hear a satisfactory answer and immediately showed disappointment. Then her killing intent surged, coldly saying, "Then you shall die." Wait. She struck out with a palm, but was stopped by the primordial Qilin, not injuring Tian, just making his face pale. "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" Yuan Phoenix coldly demanded, her gaze at the primordial Qilin very displeased. The primordial Qilin cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, please calm down. I still have some matters to clarify. Fine. Then I will give you a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, I will definitely kill this villain. Yuan Phoenix said domineeringly. The primordial Qilin nodded, looking at Fu Tian and asking, is this method taught by the demon ancestor Luo Hu? Fu Tian shook his head and said, I am the evil ancestor. This is the method of the evil path. Do you want to create such a puppet army? Don't dream about it. That old man Hongjun won't allow it. The primordial Qilin's face became slightly awkward. Then he snorted and quickly covered it up. Brat, don't be arrogant. You're about to die. Yet you still dare to disrespect the old ancestor Hongjun. Also, don't you dare slander me. How could I use such evil methods? The primordial Qilin shouted loudly, quickly stating with righteous indignation, but his latter words had an obvious hint of wanting to cover up. Hee. Fu Tian sneered, saying meaningfully, are you really not tempted? Whoever obtains this method will lead their own clan to dominate the wilderness, becoming supreme for eternity. Bold spawn, don't speak nonsense. The primordial Qilin reprimanded sharply, his face changing drastically. He could not help but admire Fu Tian's insight. Those eyes were like piercing the falsehood, able to see through the deepest thoughts of his heart. It was terrifying, ridiculous. You all claim to be righteous, but are so hypocritical, Fu Tian said disdainfully. Did the primordial Qilin not have the idea of dominating the wilderness? That would truly be a ghost sighting. Among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, who did not have the ambition to dominate the wilderness. It has hit it too deeply, being suppressed by the beast clan, which is why it had not manifested. As expected, the ancestor dragon and Yuan Phoenix looked at the primordial Qilin with somewhat subtle expressions. This method, although an evil one, was indeed, as he said, whoever obtained it could dominate the wilderness. The ancestor dragon could not help but generate an evil thought. Just imagine, in a battle between two armies, the fallen enemies and allies could all be refined into puppets, then reassemble a fearless puppet army. As the two sides exchanged, the snowball would only grow larger, and the gap would become wider. Moreover, as long as there were enough resources, the puppet army would be equivalent to being immortal and indestructible. Dominate the wilderness? Simply absurd. To me, this kind of evil method cannot be tolerated by heaven. Whoever dares to use it will become the common enemy of all races. Yuan Phoenix harshly criticized. At this moment, perhaps only Yuan Phoenix, who was intent on killing Fu Tian, was clear-headed, not being manipulated by ambition and desire. Fu Tian pointed at Qing Feng, Shui Huang, and Bing Feng, then smiled wickedly, saying, what if I say that one day they will truly be resurrected? Chapter 31. Slapping the primordial Qilin's face. Ancestor Hound urgently saves the situation. Is there still hope for the battle souls refined by the 10,000 souls flag to be resurrected? Yes, some brothers, yes. Such a simple and outrageous matter. The Wanhun banner has 9 methods to achieve it. However, first, the Wanhun banner must be promoted. As for how to promote the Wanhun banner, don't ask. The answer is unknown. Futin is unclear, and even the Wanhun banner itself does not know. Only when the opportunity appears in the dark can one know a thing or two. What? Are you serious? Yu Wenfeng's attitude has made a complete 180-degree turn. If that is the case, the 3 elders of the Feng clan, Qing Feng, Shui Huang, and others, will return to the Feng clan. The great Luo Golden Immortal is definitely considered a high-level combat power in this era. Whether it's the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, or the Beast clan, no strong clan or major force in the Honghuang wants to lose such a master. You didn't say that just now. The ancestor dragon glared, gritting his teeth. Futin shrugged his shoulders and casually said, I just found you annoying and was teasing you. Now I've changed my mind. You brat. The ancestor dragon scolded with a dark face. Yuan Feng didn't want to listen to their nonsense. Her eyes coldly staring at Futin, she said sharply, Speak. How can they be revived? If you dare to say half a lie, you will taste the pain of the 10,000 fires refining the soul. Futin frowned. This old woman's temper was like the divine fire of immortality, exploding at the slightest provocation. She didn't have much patience, so he had to be careful. The ancestor dragon and the beginning Qilin were also staring intently at him. Who would T want to revive the masters of their clan? Even the slightest hope is worth paying attention to. One day, they will truly be revived, but not now. It requires a long wait. Futin paused, glancing at the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin, noticing their subtle changes in expression. A cunning light flashed in Futin's eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Whoever can guarantee my life, I will tell them the method of revival." Oomph. The beginning Qilin snorted coldly, angrily saying, "You evil being, having done so many wrongs, still want to live today? It's simply wishful thinking." The ancestor dragon followed up, "Giving you a quick death to spare you some suffering before you die is already being merciful. Hand over the method, and I can ensure your true spirit remains intact." "I will only kill your current body," Yuan Feng said with a serious face. This was the biggest concession. Good. You want the horse to run fast, but also want to save on fodder, right? You want the method of revival, but also want to kill me. You want all the good things for yourselves, leaving me only sadness, right? How can this be?" Futin was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. He took a step forward and, in a flash, slapped hard. Slap! A crisp sound echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. A clear handprint appeared on the beginning Qilin's face. Hiss! The ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng gasped, both stunned, exchanging glances and silently stepping back a few paces. This was terrifying. A dignified ancestor of a clan, a giant leading the myriad spirits of heaven and earth, a powerful being at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal, was actually slapped in the face. Can you believe that? The damage from that slap was negative, but the humiliation was infinitely great. If today's incident spreads, his lifetime reputation will be utterly ruined, and his face will be completely lost. How will he walk in the Hongjun in the future? Anyone who sees him will not be able to help but whisper behind his back, "Look, that's the beginning Qilin who got slapped in the face by a Tai true immortal." Futin's slap plunged the scene into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard, and it was terrifyingly quiet. The beginning Qilin was stunned, reaching up to touch his old face. Feeling an unreal sensation as if he were dreaming, his expression dazed, and he took a long time to react. So embarrassing. He couldn't accept it for a long time, wishing it were fake. Roar! The extremely angry Qilin roared, like thunder, shaking the ancient skies. The beginning Qilin was furious. Fiery smoke bursting from his ears, nose, and mouth. That was rage ignited, fueling his vigorous blood, and the burning vitality spewed from his 7 orifices. He was truly so enraged that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. At this moment, the beginning Qilin was completely blinded by extreme anger, no longer caring about anything else, only wanting to kill Futin. What puppet army, what method of revival, all were thrown to the back of his mind. Bang! The ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng acted simultaneously, one confronting the beginning Qilin and the other protecting Futin. "Calm down, my friend," the ancestor dragon shouted, using the innate water laws to suppress his fury. "Ancestor dragon, get out of my way." The beginning Qilin roared with rage, completely irrational, filled only with fury and murderous intent. "Friend Yuan Feng," he began, wanting to persuade him, but was directly interrupted. "Yuan Feng, don't say any more. If I don't kill this brat, my heart will not be relieved." The beginning Qilin was impatient, wanting to kill Futin to relieve his anger, and couldn't he hear a single word from the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng also had a temper. She snorted coldly and said, "I must obtain that method of revival. If you don't give face, then let us fight." The ancestor dragon expressed his stance. "Songlong and Koelong are my brothers. The opportunity for revival is right in front of us. We absolutely cannot miss this good chance." The furious beginning Qilin paused, wanted to see if they were serious. And suddenly a flash of inspiration popped into his angry mind. "Fool! Truly a fool." The beginning Qilin cursed inwardly, and then said, directly refine his primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng's eyes lit up. They couldn't help but think. They were indeed muddled, and hadn't thought of this simple and effective method. Oh no! Futin's face changed dramatically, feeling that something was terribly wrong. You brat. Today you're dead for sure. No one can save you, I say." The The beginning Qilin sneered confidently. However, the slap to the face came too quickly. Beast God is here. Let's see who dares to harm my master of all beasts. A roar came from the northern sky, and the pressure of a half-step mixed element golden immortal overwhelmed everything. Not good. It's that beast, Ancestor Hound. The Ancestor Dragon exclaimed. The true hound feeds on dragons and is the sworn enemy of the dragon clan. The Ancestor Dragon is extremely sensitive to the aura of hounds. Yuanfeng's expression changed drastically. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked toward the north, surging violently. She had a blood feud with Ancestor Hound. The pain of the Feng clan's ancestral land was all caused by Ancestor Hound, and the Feng clan's sacred tree, the innate immortal phoenix tree, is still in the hands of the enemy. Bang! Bang bang! The beginning Qilin frantically attacked the shield of the fiery red lotus, anxiously shouting, "Come help! Break this damn shield and refine this brat." He didn't even consider Ancestor Hound's arrival. His eyes were only on Futin, wishing he could kill him immediately. Boom! Futin's 7 battle puppets made their move with all their might, supporting the shield at any cost, burning everything, almost to the point of sacrificing everything. The blood-devouring pearl, the Wanhan banner, and the Nonly fire pearl. The 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures resonated with the fiery red lotus, momentarily boosting its power, making the shield unbreakable. You lot are outrageous. Ancestor Hound sensed all of this and was furious, stepping onto a seemingly illusory golden road, crossing time and space, and instantly arriving. Boom! The pressure of a half-step mixed element golden immortal swept over. The Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin all felt the breath of death, their hearts overwhelmed by despair. All anger and murderous intent vanished. Bold beast, how dare you act ferociously? Before Ancestor Hound could act, a black sun suddenly appeared in the sky. And terrifying solar true fire poured down. Damn candlelight, here to ruin my great plan again. Today, I'll settle old and new scores together. If I don't slay you, I'm not worthy to be the beast god. Ancestor Hound was furious. He had already entered a powerful phase, possessing great invincibility in this realm, and was not afraid of the old half-step mixed element golden immortal, Candlelight. Chapter 32. Ancestor Hound versus Candlelight. Hongjun sect Yuing. Ancestor Hound's timely arrival was thanks to the gods extinguishing them. After escaping from the Nonly volcano, they rushed back to Tianjua Mountain without delay to ask the Beast Emperor Sheni to rescue Futin. However, Hongjun was too vigilant, making it impossible for Shan and I to escape. After suffering a great defeat in the battle at Ziqiang Mountain and facing another crushing defeat during the counterattack of the innate 10,000 clans, Shan and I no longer dared to be arrogant. He understood that to fight against Hongjun, he needed the strategies of Futian. Thus, Shen and I immediately sent Zhu Hong to rescue Futian, while he pretended to incite a great war, using small maneuvers to lure Hongjun and allow Zhu Hong to slip away unnoticed. But who is Hongjun? He is cunning and always has a backup plan. Just as Zhu Hong landed, Zhao Zhao arrived, leaving no chance for him to wreak havoc. At the critical moment when Zhu Hong was about to strike, Zhao descended like a divine soldier, delivering a fatal blow that forced Zhu Hong to stop. Then took the opportunity to rescue Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shikolin. What a great opportunity! Eliminating the ancestors of the 3 clans would be equivalent to cutting down the pillars of the innate 10,000 clans alliance. Even if the clans did not fall apart, their morale would definitely plummet, leading to chaos as they fought amongst themselves for the 3 thrones. Unfortunately, it was all ruined by Zhao. Zhu Hong was furious. Zhao Zhao transformed into a humanoid avatar, leading the 3 ancestors to flee while shouting, "This fiend is ruthless. Retreat quickly." Zhu Hong split off a portion of his avatar to protect Futian, while his true self charged toward Zhao, battling fiercely. The innate 10,000 clans like Baihu, Goqing, and Tengsha, who had come to hunt Futian, the great Luo Jingxian, were all startled by Zhao Zhao's shout. "Quickly leave. Are we just going to wait here to die? Run." The half-step Hunyuan Jingxian was terrifying beyond measure. The aftermath of their battle could crush us. I have only transformed for a little over 10 yuan meetings and am still very young. I haven't lived enough yet. TCH. Who is a little baby? I have only cultivated for about 20 yuan meetings, no different from an infant. Hey, fellow Taoists. As the saying goes, better to let a friend die than to let me die. I will take my leave first, no hard feelings. Hey, you old six. Slow down and let me tell you about the Tao and reason. Can't provoke. I'm out of here. These innate beings and various experts, like rabbits, seeing an eagle, scattered in a hurry, using all kinds of speed techniques, each faster than the last. The candlelight illuminated the 8 directions, breaking through all laws. Zhao shouted loudly, using the solar law, turning the terrifying true fire of the sun into rounds of great suns, smashing down towards Zuhong. My Tao is immortal, unending through the ages. Zuhong also shouted, radiating an immortal divine light from his entire body. Even the true fire of the sun could not harm him. He was transformed from the heavenly crown of the Pangu great god, with an incredibly strong body and unbreakable bones, unmatched among the beings of the wilderness, born to master the law of immortality. Now, Zuhong was already a half-step Hongjun Jinxian, with the law of immortality approaching perfection. His primordial spirit and body enduring countless tribulations without perishing. Boom! The laws clashed, the Tao collided. This piece of heaven and earth was about to be shattered. With cracks filling the void, mountains and rivers breaking apart, everything turning to ash. The battle of half-step Hongjun Jinxians caused immense destruction to this world. A catastrophic disaster for all beings. 9-fold solar divine rings. Zhao transformed into a humanoid shape, first summoning the accompanying spiritual treasure. 9 divine rings hovered behind his head, the light of the sun illuminating the eternal blue sky, the laws intertwining to create various phenomena, making him appear like a supreme, holy being. This guy is truly difficult to deal with. Zhao frowned tightly, his expression very serious. The usually invincible solar law could not even move Zuhong. How long has it been since the last battle, when Shun and I attacked Ziqiong Mountain? In less than 1,000,000 years. Zuhong's cultivation had advanced tremendously, leaving Zhao astonished. 9 suns converge as one. Zhao unleashed a terrifying strike, the 9 solar divine rings behind his head spinning rapidly, greatly enhancing the power of the attack 9-fold. That terrifying divine might was comparable to a true Hongjun Jinxian, causing Zuhong's expression to change dramatically. Again, with this move? Damn it! Immortal seal of eternal tribulations, come forth. Zuhong roared, a divine seal flying out of his mouth. The seal radiated immortal divine light, rapidly enlarging, smashing down toward Zhao like a giant star. Boom! The heavens were about to be pierced through, the breath of destruction raging. Ever since Zhao set out on a mission from heaven, he had become a sworn enemy of the Beast clan, experiencing numerous wars, with deep-seated grudges between both sides. Therefore, both of them unleashed their true fire at this moment, using all their hidden techniques. However, Zuhong seemed to be on a roll. His incredibly strong body allowed him to ignore the threat of the true fire of the sun, suppressing most of Zhao's techniques and steadily gaining the upper hand. With the law of immortality nearing perfection, his primordial spirit had no weaknesses, and Zhao grew increasingly exhausted from fighting. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if eternal night had descended. Unable to see a finger's length in front of him, and a bone-chilling cold surged from the darkness, extremely cold, as if it would freeze everything. In the western sky, a glowing hollow ring appeared, radiating the aura of a half-step Hongjun Jinxian. Tian Yueying, Zuhong's expression changed. In a one-on-one battle, he was invincible in this realm, and even against multiple opponents, he was not afraid. But these 2 beings were the exception. Together, they were not simply 1 + 1 = 2. The Tian and the sun mutually supported each other, yin and yang combined, evolving into Taiji, reopening chaos, capable of unleashing infinite power and performing supreme wondrous methods. At that time, their combat power would be no less than that of a true Hongjun Jinxian. With a gust of wind, Zuhong transmitted sound to Tian, urging him to leave first. Tian silently nodded, and then charged towards the direction of the West Sea. In fact, heading north would be the shortest path to Tianjua Mountain. But Tian feared that the old six would be waiting ahead, like that old Qilin he had slapped in the face. For safety's sake, he decided to take a detour, first entering the North Sea from the West Sea and then heading south from the North Sea. Zhao looked at Yuying with surprise, gently asking, "Sister Ying, why have you come?" Yuying transformed into a humanoid shape, still dressed in white, with an icy expression, glancing at him and saying, "Senior Hongjun sent me to suppress the evil spirits and to see Brother Zhao. So that's it. Then, Sister Ying, hurry up. That little evil spirit is about to escape," Zhao said, pointing towards Tian. Yuying shook her head and asked, "Do you think that Zuhong will stop me?" That beast will definitely obstruct you." "Then that's settled. You and I will work together to take him down first." "Good." Thus, Zuhong silently watched. Those two completely disregarded him, exchanging glances as if they were weaving threads with their eyes. "Roar!" he roared, saying, "You truly do not put me in your eyes. Come and fight." "Hammer him." Zhao and Yuying exchanged a glance and said in unison. Tian, controlling the Qing Feng battle puppet, swiftly crossed over most of the western wilderness and could already see the huge waves of the West Sea. "Where do you think you're running?" Suddenly, a cold shout came from behind. Tian was startled and turned around, immediately cursing. "The white dragon of the dragon clan? No, are you sick? Why shout so loudly?" He was genuinely frightened, thinking that Yuying and Zhao had caught up. The white-clothed man transformed from the white dragon stared intensely at Tian, laughing loudly. "Haha, what a coincidence. I was just about to go to the West Sea to establish the Dragon Palace, but unexpectedly, I encountered you, this damned evil spirit here. I will have your blood spill in the West Sea, to accompany my brothers Songlong and Kuelong, and to avenge the billions of innocent descendants of my dragon clan." Tian sneered, thinking, "There are plenty of beings wanting my life. Who do you think you are? A little mid-stage great Luo Jinxian white dragon. Instead of waiting at the back, rushing to the front to seek death? Then I shall grant you that." Chapter 33. The White Dragon, True Sixth. Encounters a genius in the Western Sea. The 9 dragon gods of the Dragon Clan are the strongest beings besides the Ancestor Dragon and the Candle Dragon, led by the Thunder Dragon God, with the Black Dragon and the White Dragon at the end. The White Dragon was able to break through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal thanks to the old thief Hongjun. Back then, Hongjun asked the Heavenly Tao for merit on behalf of all races, and the Heavenly Tao cooperated with Hongjun to put on a show, opening the gates wide and bestowing a considerable amount of Heavenly Tao merits. The White Dragon refined these Heavenly Tao merits, which allowed him to break through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Tian was also puzzled. He had nearly killed Long at the Nanli volcano. Did the White Dragon not know about this? Well, let's assume he didn't. He should at least know about the matter of the 7 great battle puppets, right? The news of the masters from the Kuei Dragon and Tsang Dragon clans being sacrificed and turned into puppets shocked the entirety of Hongwang once it spread from the Nanli volcano. This incited great anger, causing the Ancestor Dragon, the Yuan Phoenix, and the beginning Qilin to be furious, and they hated Tian to the bone. As a high-ranking member of the Dragon Clan, the White Dragon should have known this, right? If he did know, how could he still dare to come seeking death? Could it be that he truly was tired of living? Tian couldn't figure it out, but he remained on high alert, standing on the back of the Qing Feng battle puppet, activating the protective shield of the Flame Lotus, while the other 6 battle puppets guarded around him. The fear was that any unusual occurrence must have its cause. While traversing Hongwang, it was better to be cautious, as no one knew what kind of killing weapon the enemy might be hiding. The encounter at the Nanli volcano was a vivid example, wasn't it? Given the situation and the visible strength at that time, Long had an absolute advantage and could have easily crushed Tian. However, when Tian played his trump card and triggered the killing Tao imprint of the primordial realm, everything changed. Long was only able to escape quickly. Otherwise, he would have long since become a dead dragon. The White Dragon was so bold, but he might not be without his trump cards. Tian thought to himself, becoming even more vigilant. Roar! A sound of the White Dragon's roar. The White Dragon summoned clouds and mist. turning the surrounding area of hundreds of thousands of miles into a white, hazy world, with dragon might filling the air, concealing a hidden killing intent. Evil spirits die. Tian heard the white dragon's roar, but his cultivation was too low to see through the mist created by the white dragon. Apart from the endless white haze before him, he saw nothing, causing him to be greatly alarmed, his trump card ready to unleash, and his vigilance skyrocketed. Then, there was no further development. That fellow was merely putting on a show. All the buildup was just to scare Tian and buy himself time to escape. Damn! Tian felt relieved, complaining. This deluded white dragon might as well be ranked 6th. He shook his head again. Rather than the white dragon climbing up by himself, it would be better for him to lend a hand. With 2 of the 9 dragon gods already lost, and Ying Long half dead, if he put in some effort and took down another, the white dragon would naturally become the true 6th. The more Tian thought about it, the more amusing it became. The white dragon's thought process was truly peculiar. Clearly very cautious about his life, yet he still wanted to show off, and in the end, he only ended up cursing himself a few times. Did he not fear being hunted down to the ends of the earth? With a cry, the Qing Feng battle puppet let out a long howl and accelerated into the sky above the Western Sea. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, waves surging and crashing. With towering waves and pristine blue waters, seemingly peaceful and serene. However, beneath the surface of the sea, dark currents surged, with hidden dangers lurking and various sea beasts that were no less formidable than the beings on land. Tian did not know how long he had been flying over the Western Sea when an isolated island appeared before him, emanating an astonishing aura of blood and slaughter. A female Taoist dressed in a blood-colored long dress stood atop a giant mountain of corpses made up of the bodies of various sea beasts. The blood flowing from that mountain of corpses streamed into the Western Sea, dyeing a large area of the water red. The blood-dressed female Taoist was a congenital being, and her foundation was not lacking. She had already reached the stage of the Tai Xianxian. Wuwu. She opened her mouth to suck in, and immediately a bloody wind and rain swept across the deserted island, the mountain of corpses rapidly dissolving, turning into a mountain of white bones in an instant. The essence of blood and flesh from those sea beasts was completely devoured by the blood-dressed female Taoist. GGG, this being is simply a humanoid blood-eating pearl. Tian grinned wickedly, feeling a sense of encountering a kindred spirit. Gome, the female Taoist shouted sharply, her large hands suddenly grasping, pulling a large group of sea beasts from the Western Sea with tremendous force, and she did the same, turning them into part of the mountain of bones. Go! The female Taoist opened her mouth and spat out an object, which, radiating a blinding blood light, drilled into the mountain of corpses. Boom! In an instant, the massive mountain of corpses began to collapse, and all the bones turned to powder. Genius! She is definitely a genius. Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide open. That female Taoist was actually collecting the essence of countless bones to refine her own magical artifact. Her magical artifact was very strange. It resembled a sword but was not a sword, looked like a needle but was not a needle, extraordinarily fierce and sharp, seemingly possessing the power to seize the essence and origin of all things. Oh no, I was truly foolish to have wasted so many resources. After observing the Taoist refining her artifact, Tian immediately slapped himself, his eyes shining brightly as if he had received a great inspiration. He remembered when he first transformed. Tian had also once taken the role of a cleaner in Hongjun, cleaning up one battlefield after another. He had given countless souls a home with the 10,000 souls banner and used the blood-eating pearl to devour the essence of blood and flesh, deeply addressing the environmental issues of Hongjun. After finishing the task, he left quietly, hiding his merits and fame, leaving only a mountain of white bones. Looking back now, he realized that there were mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. There were actually masters in this path. In this world, there is no garbage. Only fools who do not know how to utilize resources. I truly have committed a sin. Those gleaming white bones are not waste at all. They are clearly refining materials. Tian slapped his forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. How could he not have thought of this? The fierce beast clan and the congenital races had fought several large-scale wars, resulting in countless lives lost. How many corpses were left behind? Although Tian had refined some postnatal 10,000 souls banners and blood-eating pearls, distributing them to some powerful members of the beast clan and collecting a lot of souls, in essence, those bones. No, rather than bones, they were more like Dao bones. Tian truly had not considered that, discarding them like trash. Now, looking back, he realized he had committed a sin, wasting so many resources for nothing. Now, he finally understood the wonderful use of Dao bones. At the very least, they could be used for refining artifacts. And some Dao bones left behind by fallen strong beings even contained remnants of laws, which could be used to comprehend their laws and divine abilities. That female Taoist magical artifact was not a congenital spiritual treasure, but was forged postnatally. Yet its killing intent and sharpness were not inferior to low-grade congenital spiritual treasures. I want to learn from her and study her artifact refining techniques. As the saying goes, a master is a teacher. Tian immediately decided to seek advice from this great genius. The female Taoist suddenly raised her head, showing an unhappy expression, and shouted sharply, "Which fellow Taoist is peeking here? What do you intend to do?" Before her voice fell, she transformed into a sky full of blood mist, rushing towards all directions. Tian focused his eyes. What kind of blood mist was this? It was clearly a swarm of tiny, flying insects. The flying insects resembled mosquitoes, with black and red colors, 3 pairs of blood-red wings, and exuding a faint red light, their numbers countless. So it was her. Tian sighed lightly, having already guessed the origin of that female Taoist, and he was almost certain. After all, in the entire Hongjun, there was only one person who fit her image and characteristics. Chapter 34. Refining the Bone Transformation Tower, darkening by 3 points. The blood-dressed female Taoist transformed into countless tiny flying insects. When she saw Tian, who was standing on the Qing foam battle puppet, her heart sank in fear, and she panicked completely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black and red insects, whose wings glimmered with bloodlight, flapped their wings in a panic, flying chaotically. Their numbers were extremely large, densely packed, beyond counting, flying in a dark mass, like a blood-colored cloud, drifting in all directions. It is evident that the blood-skirt Taoist is very cautious. The moment she saw Tian, she was ready to flee. If nothing unexpected happens, those countless little flying insects should be her means of survival. After all, she is only a Tai Xianxian. How could she not fear the Luo Hu? Tian's cultivation is even weaker than hers, merely at the early stage of Tai Xianxian. But the Qing Feng battle puppet beneath him is at the mid-stage of the Luo Hu. Fellow Taoist, do not panic. I mean no harm. Tian shouted hastily. Passing through this place, I found your refining technique quite marvelous, so I came to seek your guidance. I hope you will not hold back. As he spoke, Tian revealed a gentle smile. Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. This humble path is not worth mentioning, a cool voice responded. A small flying insect transformed into the blood-skirt Taoist, who bowed to Tian and Qing Feng. The mosquito Taoist was terrified at first glance. That person's cultivation was only at the early stage of Tai Xianxian, but their mount was at a Luo Hu. She couldn't help but think, do all the big shots like to hide their cultivation? But isn't this too obvious? To dare use a Luo Hu as a mount at the very least. They must be a half-step Hongjun Jinxian, right? The mosquito Taoist was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a chill the more she thought about it. Fellow Taoist is being modest. In my eyes, you are a great talent, and this method is quite marvelous. Tian laughed. The female Taoist was taken aback by his words. Having traveled alone in the wilderness, her method of refining with the bones of myriad spirits had drawn considerable trouble. It wasn't that someone coveted her. Rather, those who prided themselves on being righteous, with nothing better to do, loved to meddle in others' affairs. They would often speak of eliminating demons and safeguarding the Tao, with their mouths full of righteous indignation. The female Taoist had long been labeled as a demon, targeted wherever she went, akin to a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat her. In desperation, she distanced herself from the wilderness, either retreating in the cold and desolate outskirts to cultivate in seclusion or drifting across the seas. She had thought Tian was just another hypocrite hiding behind the guise of eliminating demons and safeguarding the Tao. But she did not expect him to hold her refining method in such high regard. When she heard Tian's praise, she felt a bit surprised and quite pleased, experiencing a sense of joy at encountering a kindred spirit. Senior, you flatter me. I dare not claim the title of great talent. If you're interested, I'm willing to offer my refining method. In that case, I thank you, fellow Taoist. Senior is too polite. After some exchanges, Tian achieved his goal, obtaining the method of refining bones into tools and confirming the identity of the blood-skirt Taoist. She was one of the 5 innate insects, known as the blood-winged black mosquito, self-named the mosquito Taoist. She was born by the banks of the Blood Sea in the underworld, where she practiced the blood fiend laws, but was expelled by the tyrannical river of the underworld and subsequently fell to the ends of the earth. How? The vast blue sea was stained red with blood, countless sea beast corpses floating on the surface, their deaths horrific, making one shudder at the sight. Tian went mad, wielding the wand of 10,000 souls, slaughtering sea beasts within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to refine a magical tool. The mosquito Taoist gasped, feeling that Tian was too cruel. Compared to him, she truly was a kind soul. Swish, swish, the blood-eating pearl transformed into a red light, circling around and devouring the blood and flesh of those sea beasts. The originally blood-colored sea water regained its deep blue clarity, as if purified, leaving only the eerie white bones on the surface. Not all were just white bones. There were also some colorful ones with mysterious patterns, resembling gold and jade, glowing like treasure bones. Kulme, Tian shouted, reaching out his hand to grasp the air, and those bones instantly turned to powder. Swish, swish, swish. The colorful essence of Tao bones floated towards him, condensing in Tian's hand into a delicate tower. The tower had 9 layers, as white as jade, flawless in appearance, only qualifying as a magical treasure, not yet reaching the level of a postnatal spiritual treasure. Ding! Tian snapped his fingers against the white bone tower, causing the 9-layered small tower to sway and emit a crisp sound. He nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, since it is made of myriad bones. Let's call it the Bone Transformation Tower. The mosquito Taoist refining method indeed had some merit. A magical tool made from the essence of myriad bones, although it was postnatal, had great potential for growth. Tao bones carry laws and divine abilities. They're the strongest treasure bones within living beings, condensed from the essence of their cultivation. Therefore, magical tools refined from Tao bones can break through physical defenses and suppress laws, which is their characteristic. The mosquito Taoist spoke while recalling that unbearable past. Back then, by the blood sea of the underworld, she transformed into her shape, not inferior to the river of the underworld, but her fortune was far lacking. The river of the underworld possessed unparalleled luck, not only having 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures accompanying it, but also a 12th grade karma, fire-red lotus willingly protecting it. The mosquito Taoist had nothing. To grow stronger and enhance her combat power, she crazily refined her mouthpiece and inadvertently discovered the wonders of refining with Tao bones, from which she could not extricate herself, suppressing the physical body, restraining the laws. Tian's eyes lit up. This characteristic was indeed too powerful. He was determined to refine the Bone Transformation Tower well and elevate its grade to the utmost. At that time, the wand of 10,000 souls would restrain the primordial spirit. The Bone Transformation Tower would restrain the physical body. The blood-eating pearl would heal and replenish. The karma fire red lotus would defend, and the southly fire controlling pearl would attack. With these divine artifacts in hand, the world would be mine. How can anyone rival me? If you have some leisure time, could you accompany me to a place, Senior? The mosquito Taoist suddenly said. Tian frowned slightly and asked, Where to? How far? Returning, Senior, it is the sea, eye of the western sea, 3 days' journey from this island. The abyss of darkness? What do you want to do there? Tian subconsciously asked. The The mosquito Taoist hesitated for a moment and said, I suspect there might be some exotic treasures emerging there. It turned out, the mosquito Taoist had previously discovered that any being that entered the abyss of darkness would experience a threefold increase in combat power upon exiting. Such a thing exists. Tian was shocked. The mosquito Taoist continued, Senior, those beings are abnormal. Their eyes glow with bloodlight, emanating strange black gas, devoid of reason, and extremely violent. She was worried that this bizarre change would cause her to lose control and fall into danger, which is why she did not dare to delve deeper into the abyss of darkness. Interesting, is it said that those who turn dark become 3 times stronger? Tian thought, then said to the mosquito Taoist, Find one such being for me to see. I want to know what exactly is causing the trouble. All right, Senior, please follow me. The mosquito Taoist said, transforming into a blood-colored rainbow light that shot into the sky. After rushing westward for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, roar, howl. Below, several sea beasts were roaring, their eyes blood-red, their bodies emitting black smoke, rampaging through the blue sea, violent and ferocious. They were in chaos, attacking this one and that one, like a group of headless flies. Attacking randomly without any target. Bang! One sea beast crashed headlong into a small island, going mad, violently striking the island, using various techniques chaotically, without any method. Rumble! A huge creature, unable to find an opponent, actually exploded itself in frustration. Indeed, very violent. Tian marveled, his violet eyes fixed intently on the black gas on the sea beast. He felt it was somewhat familiar, very much like the demonic energy of the demon ancestor Luo, yet somewhat different, mixed with dark energy. Tian fell into contemplation. The mosquito Taoist asked, Has Senior discovered any clues? Tian nodded and shook his head, saying, Not yet. The energy from these sea beasts is too mixed. To know the truth, we need to go to the abyss of darkness. Swish! Tian summoned the Qing Feng battle puppet, leaping onto its back, and said to the mosquito Taoist, Aren't you coming up? Do I need to invite you? Ah. The mosquito Taoist's face turned pale. Using a Luo Jinxian as a mount? Is that really okay? She was terrified, worried that a single glance from Qing Feng would end her life. Tian chuckled and said, What are you afraid of? It's just a puppet. Huh. The mosquito Taoist took a deep breath, gently landing on Qing Feng's back, trembling as if walking on thin ice. The speed of the great Luo Golden Immortal is extremely fast. In just 1 hour, he arrived at the abyss of darkness. At the entrance of the abyss of darkness, Tian sensed a rich presence of demonic energy and dark aura. He immediately understood what was happening with the sea beasts that had fallen into a frenzied state and increased their combat power threefold. This wasn't just blackening. It was clearly a case of being possessed. Could it be that the demon ancestor is in the abyss of darkness? What secret could be hidden here that warranted his visit? Chapter 35. Abyss of Darkness, Mosquito Taoist Wild Speculation, the sea eye of the West Sea. Like the blood sea of the underworld, forms its own realm, and it is not a good land. It is called the Abyss of Darkness because it is the darkest place in the primordial world, where the innate laws of darkness permeate, and there is not a shred of light. The entrance to the Abyss of Darkness is an unfathomable abyss at the bottom of the West Sea, dim and lightless. Astark-us-enk. Light can rejuvenate all things, making them flourish, and the laws of light can amplify everything, enhancing all dermis. The laws of darkness are completely opposed to this, capable of suppressing all things and darkening all laws. Spiritual perception, innate spiritual awareness, field of vision, as well as cultivation and laws were all suppressed. Tian frowned tightly. The laws of darkness here are too dense, omnipresent, and inescapable. Attention to protection is crucial. The laws of darkness can erode the primordial spirit and Tao body, and if one is not careful, they will be corrupted just like those sea beasts. Mosquito Taoist wore a serious expression, having deep experience with the dangers here. After discovering the abnormalities of the sea beasts, she had once entered the abyss of darkness alone. But she barely made it far before nearly having her primordial spirit eroded by the laws of darkness, scaring her into a hasty retreat. Tian nodded silently and slowly explored ahead. They were like mortals entering an unfamiliar place, cautious and careful, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Swish! After a while, Mosquito Taoist would split off an avatar as a marker. Senior, the dangers here are extraordinary. Once deepened, it's easy to get lost. Without leaving some markers, even the great Luo Golden Immortal would find it difficult to walk out. If one becomes trapped here for too long, they will surely sink. Mosquito Taoist was inherently cautious and meticulous, and one could say that she calculated every step along the way. It was evident that she valued her life and was experienced, fearing that a moment of carelessness would lead to her falling into darkness and eternal descent. After exploring in extreme darkness for some time, Tian finally grew impatient. The abyss of darkness forms its own realm, vast and boundless. If they continued to explore so slowly, when would they reach the end? He took out the 10,000 souls banner and said, "Banner, send out some soldiers to test the distances you can sense." Woo! A gust of cold wind blew, and the 10,000 souls banner emitted dark smoke, deploying countless shadow soldiers. Mosquito Taoist shivered at the sight, her fear of Tian reaching a peak, feeling a chill at the sight of those shadow soldiers. This senior is not a kind-hearted person. Since the creation of the world, although the beings of the primordial world have been in constant conflict, there have been some extremely vicious figures like the Beast clan. However, overall, the beings of the primordial world are quite honorable in martial ethics. At the very least, incidents of refining souls into soldiers have not occurred. Those self-proclaimed righteous beings would still cry out against me. If they saw this senior refining souls into soldiers, wouldn't they explode in anger? Compared to this senior, I really am too kind-hearted. I can't possibly bear the title of demonic. Mosquito Taoist muttered to herself, starting to doubt Tian's identity. How could someone like him go unnoticed? Could he just be an avatar of some terrifying existence? Hiss! Mosquito Taoist suddenly gasped, her eyes widening, her body trembling uncontrollably as if she thought of something extremely terrifying. It is rumored that the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, has grand schemes and has refined many avatars that are not weaker than his true body, hiding them in crucial places throughout the primordial world. Some of these avatars have transformed their forms and roamed the world, searching for something or plotting something. Gulp! Mosquito Taoist swallowed, filled with terror. Could this mysterious senior be an avatar of the demon ancestor, Luo Hu? No way. No way. She was startled by her own thoughts. A quarter of an hour later, after testing, the 10,000 souls banner finally obtained some data. Master, the shadow soldiers deployed can no longer sense anything. The distances vary. The distribution of the laws of darkness in this realm is not very uniform. The spirit of the 10,000 souls banner communicated. Tian nodded and said, "Very well. Continue to send out shadow soldiers to scout the way. I want to see what secrets the abyss of darkness holds." "All right, this banner will handle it. You can rest assured, Master." The 10,000 souls banner unfurled, releasing a torrent of sinister energy, and countless shadow soldiers surged in all directions, their numbers countless. Mosquito Taoist felt her scalp go numb, and still in shock, she was even more terrified. "Why are you shaking your legs? Huh? Why are you still trembling all over?" Tian glanced at her, puzzled. The abyss of darkness is indeed somewhat chilly, but it shouldn't make a Tai Xianxian tremble, right? That seems a bit exaggerated. It's nothing. Maybe it's just my body being cold, right? "Yes, my body is cold," Mosquito Taoist stammered in response. Tian rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you even hear what you're saying? Cold body. The Tai Xianxian body is already a type of dermic body, not an ordinary person. How could there be a cold body?" "Master, over 100,000 miles to the left front, a large chunk of dark immortal gold has been discovered. 80,000 miles to the right front, a dark crystal has been found. Directly ahead, 150,000 miles away, there is a dark immortal essence mine. And over 700,000 miles from the immortal mine, there is a stone spring with the spring water entirely made of dark true essence liquid." The 10,000 souls banner reported messages one after another, and the dense shadow soldiers discovered many treasures. Tian thought for a moment and said, "Don't pay attention to those low-value items. Look for any patterns. Master, you want to believe it. This banner has indeed discovered a pattern. Those treasures are all in areas where the laws of darkness are dense. The denser the laws of darkness, the higher the grade of the treasures. Full speed ahead. Find the place where the laws of darkness are densest. Tian said without hesitation. It seems that if there are truly any precious treasures or secrets, they must be hidden in the densest areas of the laws of darkness. However, Tian didn't hold out much hope. He sensed the demonic energy left behind by the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, in the abyss of darkness. If there were truly any heaven-defying treasures, they would have long been claimed by Luo Hu. Given the character and vision of the demon ancestor, he would only take the best. Unlike that old man Hongjun, who wanted to gather all treasures he saw, ultimately creating a treasure division. Thinking like this, as long as old Luo eats the meat, I can still sip the soup. I hope what he left behind isn't too bad. Generally speaking, every flower has its leaves. Any place where a treasure is born usually has accompanying items. For example, the South Leaf Fire Pearl, which was born in the South Leaf volcano, has the accompanying item of the South Leaf Bright Fire. Although Tian obtained the South Leaf Fire Pearl, there must still be seeds of the South Leaf Bright Fire in that volcano, and this seed is also a treasure. Chapter 36. Laws Materialized. Proud Ali rebelling online after some time, Tian and Mosquito Taoist had already reached the depths of the abyss of darkness, not far from its core. Along the way, many shadow soldiers were eroded, turning into fierce souls, with malevolent energy filling the sky, making this cursed land even more eerie and terrifying. Tian and Mosquito Taoist did not dare to be careless. They walked slowly, stopping frequently, and every time they advanced a distance. They would sit down to stabilize their primordial spirits and cleanse the dark laws within their bodies. They also discovered some treasures along the way, such as dark immortal gold. Tian did not want to waste time and ignored them, but Mosquito Taoist's eyes turned red as she regarded them as treasures, collecting them one by one. She had truly had enough of her impoverished days. Understanding her hardships, Tian allowed her to scour for treasures. The Mosquito Taoist had no spirit treasures, no dojo, no disciples, and no backing. He was even worse off than Huanglong, who was also a 3-no entity. Although this caused some delays, it was not a major issue. Finally, they approached the core area of the abyss of darkness. The laws of darkness here could no longer be described as dense. They had reached a terrifying level. Laws are invisible and intangible. Their essence is merely a form of rule power, sensed only through the primordial spirit. However, the laws of darkness before them had become tangible, like ribbons dancing in the high sky, or streams flowing on the ground. They were half real, half illusory, seeming both true and false. This was a great opportunity, but also a great terror. If a being practicing the laws of darkness came here, their strength would undoubtedly skyrocket, and their comprehension of the laws would be like cheating. But they could also be eroded, sinking into darkness, becoming muddled and lost forever, trapped in this abyss of darkness for life. Be careful. Such a dense law of darkness can cause even a great Luo golden immortal to fall. Tian warned gravely. Everything can be darkened. The laws of darkness inherently possess the ability to erode and suppress everything. Just a wisp is hard to guard against, let alone this. The Mosquito Taoist nodded silently, closely following Tian. Before them stood a barrier of law. If they could not pass, this trip would be in vain. If they broke through, they would achieve their desires, and all the secrets of the abyss of darkness would be revealed. Whoosh! The 12th-grade Inferno Red Lotus emitted a faint glow, resonating with various top-grade innate spirit treasures like the Wandering Souls banner. The mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Qing Feng Battle Puppet was at the forefront, with the 6 major battle puppets, including Kuei Long and Tsang Long, forming a formation to lend support. Boom! The entire area shook violently. The faint light emitted by the Inferno Red Lotus seemed to provoke the laws of darkness, instantly sending it into a frenzy. Not good. Tian's expression changed dramatically. They had stirred a hornet's nest, and trouble was brewing. The extremely dense laws of darkness seemed like a pack of hungry wolves discovering a small sheep, pouncing in an instant. The surroundings were plunged into absolute darkness, where one could not see their own fingers, and the perception of the primordial spirit was completely suppressed, making innate spiritual awareness useless. They had become blind men with their eyes wide open. The faint light of the inferno red lotus was dyed black, merging with the darkness. Fortunately, the protective shield had not been breached. Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The mosquito Taoist looked terrified, no longer able to care about her reservations, anxiously saying, "Senior, could you please not hide your cultivation at this time?" Tian looked puzzled and said, "When did I say I was hiding my cultivation?" The mosquito Taoist was stunned. It turned out all his guesses along the way were completely wrong. No, if he were really just a Tai, true immortal, how could he have such powerful battle puppets? The mosquito Taoist shook her head, her eyes filled with suspicion. However, in this environment of being blind with eyes open, even if they were face to face, they could not see each other's eyes, let alone any expressions. Tian felt a bit anxious, with no time to spare for her, his eyes darting quickly as he furrowed his brow, contemplating a way to break the deadlock. At that moment, the Wandering Soul's banner suggested, "Master, we cannot outlast the laws of darkness here. Summon Ali to disperse it." Tian could not think of a good solution for the time being, so he could only try it as a last resort, saying, "All right, let's give it a shot. No, if you want to fight, go fight yourself," came the rebellious girl's voice. The Wandering Soul's banner hurriedly replied, "Ali, don't make trouble. This banner specializes in the primordial spirit and can deal with ghosts. But this thing is beyond my capability." "Then let Xiao Zhu go fight," the Southly Fire Pearl haughtily huffed. The blood-devouring pearl said helplessly, "If I were to advance, I could swallow in an instant, but right now I really have no way to deal with it." Just as Ali was about to turn her attention to the Inferno Red Lotus, she cleverly spoke up first. "My master defends, not attacks. The Inferno Fire is ineffective against that thing." "Ugh." The Southly Fire Pearl was awkwardly silent, then immediately retorted, "You little red flower, did I say anything about you? Just butting in?" Tian slapped his forehead, feeling that his head was spinning at that moment. This willful Southly Fire Pearl. Why is she still causing trouble at such a time? The fire is about to reach her eyebrows. "Ali, these three are all pretty but useless decorations. When it really counts, it all depends on you." Tian had to coax her. Otherwise, with the rebellious nature of the Southly Fire Pearl, she would definitely be uncooperative. Even though he was her master and his primordial spirit was imprinted on her original restrictions, he still had no way to control her. He couldn't really afford to lose a supreme treasure. That's more like it. Did you three decorations hear that? Who the boss is clear now, right? Come on, call me sister and let me hear it. The Southly Fire Pearl said proudly. "Sister, you're the boss. You're the big sister." The Wandering Soul's banner said without hesitation. The blood-devouring pearl shamelessly added, "Sister, Ali is the best. Sister, Ali is the strongest. Sister." The Inferno Red Lotus reluctantly called out, Not bad. Sister is very satisfied. You three stinky little brothers, step aside. Sister's going to work." The Southly Fire Pearl said, unleashing her full power as the innate fire law poured out like a sharp knife, slicing through the laws of darkness. Ali forcefully tore open a gap, creating a path. The earth, fire, wind, and water, the four great innate source laws, though not as powerful as the 10 supreme laws, were still among the top in the 3,000 laws. The Southly Fire Pearl, having been formed from the condensation of the innate fire law, naturally mastered the law's power and could disperse the laws of darkness. However, Ali was not without her challenges. The clash of laws consumed her greatly. Banner continued to send out the Een soldiers to scout the path, avoiding areas with dense laws, and go straight for the core area. Tian decisively commanded. The laws of darkness here were continuously flowing, and they absolutely could not afford to be exhausted. All right, the Wandering Soul's banner complied, dispatching the strongest batch of Een soldiers and generals. These were the souls of the Ancestral Hound and Scorpion Queen, brought back from the ancestral lands of the Phoenix and Qilin clans, many of whom were undying golden immortals. Before long, the Wandering Soul's banner excitedly said, "Master, This banner has discovered something truly good. Not far ahead is a cluster of low-grade dark origin. Master refining this cluster of dark origin can quickly grasp a portion of the laws of darkness. By then, we will no longer be so passive. Tian furrowed his brows tightly. He primarily cultivated the evil laws, walking the path of single law. Refining the dark origin and comprehending the laws of darkness did not align with the path he was pursuing. Would it have any future impact? What if it backfired and he lost more than he gained? Tian was somewhat conflicted, mainly unsure of the path he wanted to take. He had not yet thought it through and was hesitant to make a hasty decision. Sigh. The laws of proving the Tao through power. I only know the general idea, but not the intricacies. If only Luo Hu were here, I could seek his advice. Tian sighed deeply in his heart, feeling a bit lost. Ultimately, he was still too young, lacking foundation, and unaware of the depths of cultivation. He thought for a moment and said, "What is Luo Hu doing?" After returning from the battle and chaos, he has gone silent. He is not the type to be settled down. Is he planning something big? Chapter 37. Both front and back are darkness. Instant enlightenment, what kind of laws to comprehend? What path to take? One must never decide hastily. It requires careful consideration. A wrong step leads to a wrong step. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. Tian had his concerns, and for the time being, he did not refine the dark origin, instead tossing it into his Qiankuan bag to gather dust. Thus, they could only continue to move forward under immense pressure. In this darkness, they could not perceive the passage of time at all, nor did they know how long they had been moving forward. One team after another of scouting soldiers was swallowed by the darkness. Communication was completely cut off. The thick darkness ahead harbored immense danger, like a blood basin mouth, devouring all outsiders. This was the core of the abyss of darkness. It seems as if a great terror is lurking, an ominous breath causing an extraordinary sense of heart palpitations. There lies the ancestral ground of all darkness. A dead silence envelopes the blackness, like the haze of chaos. Vast as the sea, resembling a realm within a realm, boundless and infinite, with no beginning and no end. Dim and devoid of light, silent and soundless. There is no sky, no earth, just a void, even lacking time and space, as well as cause and effect and order. In the eternal dead silence, only the purest dark matter exists, along with various energy bodies evolving under the dark laws. Howl! The cries of ghosts and wolves echo, with chilling winds raging. The dark aura mingling with the sinister energy, as those shadowy soldiers consumed by darkness reappear. They step out from that ocean of darkness. Their originally ghostly green eyes are now pitch black, as if their souls have been empowered, exuding a thick black mist. Kill! With a loud shout from Tian, he can sense that these shadow soldiers have already been corroded. They have become the minions of the dark realm, their level of corruption far exceeding that of the ferocious sea beasts. Since entering the outskirts of the core area, the situation has become somewhat bizarre. The dark laws are exceptionally active, as if someone is manipulating them. The previously corrupted shadow soldiers wandered aimlessly, but this batch seems to be under some sort of command, with a clear objective. Could it be? Is there a dark being born here? Tian can't help but doubt. The flags of the myriad souls banner flutter in the wind, creating a rustling sound and emitting thick black smoke. However, unlike before, the black smoke emanating from the myriad souls banner is mixed with a strange purple aura, which is a sinister energy, not a dark one. Pop! The sound of bubbles bursting comes, and one by one, the corrupted shadow soldiers instantly tear apart, their souls collapsing and shattering. The battle souls formed from the myriad souls banner naturally cannot contend against it, their existence only hanging by a thread. Hiss! The spirit of the myriad souls banner gasps in shock, exclaiming, "My lord, the losses are great." How so? Tian furrows his brow and asks. These shadow soldiers have been thoroughly corroded by the dark laws. Their souls have become a part of darkness. Even if they are shattered, the remnants cannot be recovered for reuse. Tian and the mosquito Taoist both change their expressions, their vigilance skyrocketing, filled with trepidation towards the dark ocean ahead. This is too terrifying. Touch it and be corrupted eternally sinking. Woo! The cold winds howl, the dark aura surges violently. Those shattered shadow soldier souls actually complete their reconstitution in an instant, and they become even stronger. This is bad. They are regrouping for a counterattack. Futen completely loses his calm. He knows better than anyone how disgusting his usual tricks can be. Killing them won't make them die, and annihilating them won't make them disappear, unless one possesses absolute power to crush everything and erase all existence in an instant. Otherwise, as long as there is a sliver of residual soul left, they can immediately restore to their former state. Moreover, this dark spring even provides a sort of enhancement, increasing their corruption by threefold. The darker they become, the stronger they get. It's simply cheating. Futen watches with his eyes wide open, anxious in his heart, truly fearing what he didn't want to come. His side is most afraid of being consumed, and yet these shadow soldiers have been corrupted. Afin now, immediately, recall all the battle souls that can still be sensed. Futen says sternly. Clearly, they were his scouts, and in the blink of an eye, they have turned into the vanguard of darkness. What kind of situation is this? Futen feels overwhelmed. If this continues, he will eventually be exhausted and sink into this dark abyss, never to return. The myriad souls banner acts swiftly, but the result leaves Futen dumbfounded. The number of battle puppets sent out for scouting exceeds 1 million, yet less than half come back. Such a significant loss? Futen immediately curses. Damn it! This cursed dark law can't have developed consciousness, can it? Something is off. Very off, extremely off. Those battle souls were merely sent to scout, not to seek death. Once they discovered the dark laws were too dense to resist, they would retreat at the first opportunity. How could so many be corrupted? It feels as if they encountered malicious targeting. Futen shivers. He even feels that within the darkness, there is a cold, emotionless eye fixated on him. What to do? It's still possible to withdraw now. The mosquito Taoist, Paleface, says. She feels a bit regretful. Had she known that the depths of the dark abyss were this terrifying, she would have risked it for anything, whether it's a top-tier treasure or a chance against the heavens. Having the means to obtain it without the means to use, it would all be in vain. Futen looks back, then forward, frowning in contemplation for a moment. Having come this far, both in front and behind him lies darkness. If there were truly an existence he could not contend with, it would have attacked long ago. Why wait until now? Thus, he thinks that rather than hesitating, it would be better to burn the boats and take the risk of being corroded by the dark laws. To fight against the odds, he ultimately refuses to retreat and desires to take a gamble. What else could the mosquito Taoist say? Even if she wanted to leave, she couldn't. With her own strength, she simply couldn't escape. However, before that, some preparations must be made. Afin Ali, I'll trouble you to defend for a bit, and Xiao Zhu, protect me. Futen says as he takes out the low-grade dark origin he obtained earlier. My lord, listen to advice. If things go wrong, just run away. The path ahead is still unclear. Refining it may yield unpredictable consequences. The myriad souls banner advises. He is somewhat worried, yet also angry, not expecting this mere dark law to force his master to this extent. Futen shakes his head and says, no need to refine it. Have you not heard that stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade? What do you mean? The myriad souls banner doesn't understand. One thought is righteous. One thought is evil. One thought leads to immortality. One thought leads to demonic paths. All beings have evil thoughts, and everything can be corrupted, just like the dark laws. The path of evil can also erode all laws. Futen's tone is calm, his face no longer anxious. His entire demeanor undergoes a transformation, becoming serene and composed, as if entering a state of profound mystery. The laws have evil, and evil erodes the laws. Futen does not speak, but around him, the sounds of chanting echo, sounding both real and illusory, as if the sounds of the Tao are vast and ethereal. Buzz, the dark origin in his hand, seems to feel a tremendous threat, overflowing with an incredibly thick black aura, struggling violently, as if trying to escape from the evil hands. However, Futen pays it no mind, instead closing his eyes as if an old monk in meditation. A purple-black light emerges from his body, spreading a mysterious Tao rhythm. and the purest evil aura permeates the air. As this wondrous change occurs, Futon's cultivation breaks through a small realm. Mid-stage true immortal of Tai, his understanding of the evil Dao laws deepens. If before he was just a beginner, now he has already caught a glimpse of the door, reaching an entry-level understanding of the laws. Swish! Threads of purple-black law chains, finer than hair by 100,000 times, shoot out from Futon's body, tightly wrapping around the dark origin. That is the evil Dao law. It cuts through the dark origin, breaking it down to pieces, one by one. This is a breakthrough in the heat of battle, an instant enlightenment. The mosquito Taoist covers her mouth, exclaiming in her heart, her eyes filled with shock. What kind of monster is this? To actually achieve enlightenment and breakthrough at such a critical moment. At the same time, in the place where the dark laws are densest, a voice filled with ancient wisdom echoes. This kid is cunning. Relying on external objects is not the true path. It seems I have to push him a bit. The calamity energy between heaven and earth is rising day by day, and he must enhance his cultivation. Well, since he has come here, it's a good opportunity to discuss the next actions. A towering figure emits a terrifying demonic aura, causing the dark laws to tremble before him. Chapter 38. Another transformation? The astonishing calculations of the true self lead to instant enlightenment, a moment of awakening. This is extremely rare even among the innate beings. Those who can achieve it either have astonishing backgrounds and good fortune, or have accumulated profound depth. Fu Tian's situation belongs to the latter. He could have already broken through to the mid-stage of the Tai, true immortal realm, but he chose to suppress himself to solidify his Dao foundation, striving to perfect each realm. Ever since entering the abyss of darkness, he has been eroded by the dark laws every moment, constantly resisting them. Opposing the laws is a form of cultivation in itself. Although Fu Tian's situation is forced, it aligns with this method of cultivation, and naturally, he gains rewards. Through the clash of two or even multiple laws, his understanding of the laws rapidly improves. Enlightenment and breakthroughs seem mysterious, but in reality, they are merely the result of time and a touch of luck. The same goes for the mosquito Taoist. Throughout her journey, she cultivates while fighting, and her understanding of the laws deepens. However, she lacks a bit of fortune. Congratulations to my fellow Taoist for your improvement. The mosquito Taoist immediately sends her blessings. Fu Tian shakes his head and says, "It's just a small breakthrough, nothing to congratulate." Boom! A loud noise. The abyss of darkness trembles violently. The dense dark laws part to the sides, creating a wide path that extends directly to Fu Tian's feet. "Kid, come here for a chat." A weathered voice comes from there, accompanied by a rolling demonic aura. The demon ancestor. Fu Tian is both surprised and delighted, not expecting the demon ancestor Luo Hu to really be here. "I'm coming," he immediately shouts, putting away his spiritual treasures and battle puppets, stepping onto that wide and straight path. Demon ancestor. My goodness, I actually have the fortune to see the living demon ancestor. The mosquito Taoist expression is very complex, filled with shock, fear, longing, and admiration. Whether it's due to excitement or terror, her body trembles uncontrollably. A dignified Tai Xianxian can't even walk properly. An excited heart, trembling hands. The mosquito Taoist thinks, if I could receive a bit of guidance from the demon ancestor, my life would be secured. She shakes her head again, her brows furrowing, caught in a dilemma. The demon ancestor Luo, who is notoriously unpredictable. What if seeking guidance leads to being killed with a single glance? But what if I receive guidance from the demon ancestor Luo Hu? Wouldn't I soar straight into the sky, no longer having to live in fear and anxiety? Fortune favors the bold. As the saying goes, only those who dare to fight will win. The mosquito Taoist mentally cheers herself on, takes a deep breath, gathers her courage, and steps onto that wide path. Oof. When did a mere insect become worthy of meeting me? A cold, indifferent voice accompanied by an incredibly terrifying pressure. No, please don't. The mosquito Taoist screams in terror, her face devoid of color, despair filling her heart. Senior, please spare her life. This child may have great use in the future. Fu Tian quickly transmits his voice. Her? Great use? I can't find many such beings with a wave of my hand. Luo Hu dismisses her, but still stops. I boldly ask the senior to trust my judgment. Fine, since you say so, I shall spare her life. Fu Tian's words carry a bit of weight with him. This kid has a lot of cunning ideas, even more wicked than the demon ancestor himself. Fu Tian breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, if the trend cannot be changed, the mosquito Taoist might serve as a poisonous thorn, piercing deeply into the Western Church. This fellow could cause havoc during the future calamity of the canonization, harming the Western Church's golden lotus of suppression and draining the turtle spirit Holy Mother, thus earning a notorious reputation. In this lifetime, if carefully cultivated, who knows how much commotion she could create. After all, the mosquito Taoist has some innate talent for making big things happen. You've been causing quite a stir lately, attracting Hongjun's attention multiple times to suppress you. And what's with calling yourself an ancestor with your level of cultivation? So what? Fu Tian responds, unfazed, completely unaware of the concept of embarrassment. His cultivation may not be impressive, but his background is undeniable. Born from the fusion of Pangu's evil thoughts and the first ray of innate evil energy. With such a background, who else could claim to be the first of the evil path in the primordial chaos, if not me? By the way, how does Luo Hu know everything? Is he monitoring the primordial chaos? Fu Tian can't help but feel curious. The Hongjun golden immortal doesn't possess omniscience, and with the calamity's aura enveloping the nine heavens, the heavenly secrets are chaotic and can't be glimpsed. Could it be that Luo Hu has some powerful means? Does he have anything else? If so, I want one too. Luo Hu seems to have seen through his thoughts, saying, I am at Ziqiong Mountain, naturally aware of recent major events. You are at Ziqiong Mountain. So this one before me is yet another incarnation? No, but how many incarnations do you actually have, senior? In principle, the ancestor demon can manifest countless incarnations. But for someone at my level, only 3 are truly useful. The fact that the demon ancestor has 3 incarnations leaves even Fu Tian gasping in shock. This incredible divine ability is far stronger than the one Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. The Tao bodies are indistinguishable from the true body, and their perception can ignore spatial distance, and they can persist in the world. If the true self were to unfortunately perish, as long as one Tao body exists, Luo Hu could resurrect infinitely. Even more terrifying is that after resurrection, he would not lose any cultivation. Only the source would suffer great loss, requiring a long time to recover. Could he be the illegitimate son of the demon ancestor? Watching Fu Tian chat casually with Luo Hu, the mosquito Taoist's suspicions grow. It makes sense. It must be so. The mosquito Taoist becomes increasingly convinced that Fu Tian is the illegitimate son raised by Luo. Only in this way does her logic make sense. Otherwise, what qualifications does a mere Tai, true immortal, have to converse with the demon ancestor Luo Hu? Moreover, with so many battle puppets, which one isn't stronger than him? It's impossible that he refined them himself. The mosquito Taoist thinks this, as if everything suddenly makes sense. What is the senior doing here? The true demon ancestor is at Ziqiong Mountain to confront Hongjun, right? No, there haven't been any recent reports of battles in the Hongjun realm. Fu Tian is very curious. He knows Luo Hu's style of action too well. This is the rhythm of making big moves. The abyss of darkness constitutes its own realm. The true self has come to refine the heart of this realm and gain control over it for future use. As for the true self, he has opened an ancestor demon hall at Ziqiong Mountain, becoming neighbors with Hongjun, intending to drug Hongjun, and plan to set up the sword array of extermination under his very nose. Fu Tian listens to the words of Luo Hu's incarnation, dumbfounded, completely stunned. The sword array of extermination has been brought out. Is he planning to kill Hongjun in one fell swoop? All beings in the primordial chaos know that the demon ancestor Luo Hu wields the god-slaying spear, an innate treasure of slaughter, incredibly terrifying, with unimaginable power. But Fu Tian knows that Luo Hu also possesses a set of ultimate killing weapons. That is the accompanying spiritual treasure, the sword array of extermination. This treasure was originally a chaos spiritual treasure, but after the battle of opening the heavens, it was severely damaged, its rank plummeting, and now it is merely a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. However, its terror far surpasses that of the god-slaying spear. Once the sword array of extermination is activated, it cannot be broken unless 4 experts of the same realm work together. Yang Mei, that old fellow, has disappeared, and I've searched the primordial chaos without finding a trace. The true self suspects he has already turned to Hongjun, hiding in the dark and preparing something. Yang Mei's strength is unfathomable. Just in case, the true self has decided to take the initiative and deal with a chaos demon god first. Luo Hu's incarnation's words carry a chilling, killing intent, as if he intends to kill the heavens, the earth, and all enemies. Tian realizes that a major event that will impact the primordial chaos is about to happen in the near future. Unlike the previous battles in the Hongjun realm, this time it is a true life-and-death battle, and both sides are sure to have prepared their strongest killing moves, with one battle determining life and death, and one battle deciding the fate of the world. This battle is extremely dangerous, and we must be cautious. Hongjun has fragments of the creation jade dish in his hands and is aided by the heavenly Tao. Even if the calamity energy is thick, he can still catch a glimpse of things, and it is impossible for him to be completely unaware. He must be prepared, conservatively estimating that his preparations are no worse than the killing immortal sword array. Tian said seriously. Luo Hu's avatar was taken aback and said, "That's true. But who told you that my true self intends to take action against Hongjun? The killing immortal sword array is only to trap him, preventing him from causing chaos at a critical moment. That old toad has too many tricks up his sleeve, and my true self does not have full confidence." Chapter 39. Explaining the Law and Resolving Doubts. Pangu truly is a great god. Tian and Luo Hu's avatar were in a secret conversation, understanding the plan of the demon ancestor Luo Hu, while the poor mosquito Taoist was left aside the whole time. Since that's the case, I will return to Tianjishan soon and add fuel to the fire for that divine rebel, probing into the depths of that old man Hongjun. Tian said with a wicked smile. As long as it is to deal with that old man Hongjun, he has always been very proactive, eager to be the vanguard and lead the charge. This matter is not urgent. My true self still needs some time. You can keep this item for now. It will be convenient for contact later. Luo Hu's avatar handed over a black lotus. It was not a 12-grade destruction black lotus, but a 9-grade demon lotus cultivated from the destruction black lotus, not much inferior to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior," Tian said with a grin, solemnly accepting the demon lotus. Luo Hu probably felt that his cultivation was too weak and could easily be killed by others. Therefore, he often made his things not as simple as they seemed. This 9-grade demon lotus would leave behind some means of self-preservation, such as the primordial killing Tao mark, and so on. Luo Hu's avatar waved his hand and said, "You brat, your Tao foundation looks solid. But why is your cultivation progressing so slowly?" "Slow? It's not slow, all right. I transformed from a celestial immortal into existence, cultivating to the mid-stage of Tai, true immortal. And it won't exceed 1 yuan at most. The wild ancient times are counted without years. Time is the cheapest thing. Those innate beings close the doors for a retreat, and it often takes a long time. Compared to that, my cultivation speed is not slow at all," Tian said, feeling wronged. "The great Tao is profound, and the laws are obscure and hard to comprehend. This is not the chaos, the time when the great Tao fed you." Bang! Luo Hu's avatar directly hit him on the head. "Who are you disparaging with your strange tone? So the reason the 3,000 chaotic demons are strong is because the great Tao feeds them? Then doesn't that make you a complete waste? You brat, dare to argue? Don't you know your own level? Specializing in a single law. Do you think you are one of Pangu's 3 evils and really consider yourself as Pangu? Truly ignorant of the heavens." Luo Hu's avatar pointed at him and scolded fiercely. "What is wrong with specializing in a single law? Isn't the path of realizing the law to comprehend one kind of law to the extreme? What is the problem?" Tian asked in confusion. "Brat, if you don't have that talent and aptitude, just be honest and don't think about climbing to the top in one step. I wouldn't dare to think about realizing a single law. After saying this, Luo Hu's avatar began to demonstrate the power of the laws he mastered. The laws of the demon path, the laws of formations, the laws of slaughter, the laws of darkness, the laws of destruction, the laws of chaos, and many other laws totaling hundreds. Tian was completely dumbfounded by this scene and questioned life. The 3,000 chaotic demons represent 3,000 great Tao laws. Shouldn't they only specialize in a single law? Ignorant. Foolish. Luo Hu's avatar scolded and then said, "Who told you that the 3,000 chaotic demons representing 3,000 great Taos only specialize in a single law?" Isn't that the case? Tian felt his head turn to mush, as some of his previous understandings were shattered. If that's the case, if I were injured, would I have to seek healing from a demon god? Or find a pill or medicine demon god? If I wanted to set up a formation, would I have to find a formation demon god? Tian was left speechless, feeling that what he said made a lot of sense, and he could not refute it. But he was still curious, and asked, "Is there really no chaotic demon god specializing in a single law?" "Yes," Luo Hu replied firmly. "Who?" Luo Hu pointed to the sky and then to the ground, saying, "Besides that great god Pangu, who else has such courage? You are still one of Pangu's 3 evils." How foolish. Now it makes sense. No wonder the great god Pangu is so strong. Tian suddenly realized. Luo Hu sneered disdainfully, saying, "He is the oldest chaotic demon god, simply born early. Otherwise, would you let him open the heavens and split the earth?" One must know that cultivating a single law becomes increasingly difficult in the later stages. The path is hazy and chaotic, like building a car behind closed doors, without a reference for the laws, without a way to borrow from, relying solely on one's own strength to realize the Tao. The difficulties involved and the time it takes are simply unimaginable and incalculable. No wonder later generations call Pangu a great god. It turns out he had such a reputation since the chaotic era, specializing in a single law and striving to realize the Tao. Such a feat, such an achievement. Even the 3,000 chaotic demon gods would sigh. Pangu truly is a great god. Tian did not hesitate and decisively abandoned the idea of specializing in a single law. He felt that if he hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the great god Pangu. What is the point of cultivating a single law? The difficulties of this path, just hearing about them, can make one despair, completely killing my resolve. The great Tao has 3,000. None can be absent. When you see the passage of time, is it really just the law of time? Wrong. It also includes the laws of change, derivation, and so on. The interweaving of laws constitutes everything you see. Though I'm a chaotic demon god, I do represent a great Tao law, but I will also comprehend other laws to seek connections. Luo Hu's avatar explained his Tao to Tian. That was a path that included multiple laws, based fundamentally on the demon path as the main, while other laws serve as auxiliary. The main and secondary complemented each other, resonating with the laws, making cultivation more effective. In fact, this is the path most chaotic demon gods are taking. Like that Hongjun, with the immortal Tao laws as the main and the righteous Tao laws as the secondary. After obtaining the fragments of the creation jade dish, he must have comprehended other great Tao laws, like that Wang Shu, with the laws of the moon as the main and the laws of chaos as the secondary. Hence, she is also known as the chaotic lunar demon god. Like that Evil Ancestor, did he only comprehend the laws of yin and yang? Is he really not interested in the lunar and solar aspects? There are countless such examples, finding connections in different ways. The stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. Now it makes sense. It should be like this. Senior, I understand. Tian felt enlightened, suddenly finding his Tao heart clear, his primordial spirit ethereal, shaking his head and swaying, as if entering the Tao, floating as if ascending to the heavens. "Brat, stop pretending. Be careful, I might hit you." Luo Hu's avatar glared at him, feeling very speechless. Tian quickly awoke from that state of being deserving of a beating. If Luo Hu said he would hit someone, that person would definitely be pressed down and beaten. Tian chuckled foolishly and sincerely bowed deeply to Luo Hu's avatar, saying earnestly, "Thank you, Senior, for clearing my doubts." This great kindness, I shall never forget. Stop. Enough. Luo was said with an impatient expression. He hated this kind of stuff the most. After thinking for a moment, he said, Brat, if you really want to repay the kindness, then give me a good beating for that old man Hongjun. This is good. This is what I want to do the most. Killing Hongjun, Tian said with a wicked smile. Swish. Luo Hu's avatar took out a large mass of top-grade dark origin and said, refine it, initially grasp the dark law, and then you can return to Tianjushin to wait for the opportunity. Tian nodded, carefully accepting the dark origin, just about to enter seclusion for refining, when he suddenly remembered the mosquito Taoist and said, Senior, if you have free time, could you take her under your wing? This being is extraordinary, and if nurtured well, will be of great use in the future. Tian raised his head timidly, afraid to reveal too much, lest the heavenly Tao's old sixth sense it. Luo Hu's avatar remained silent, only slightly nodding. At this moment, if the mosquito Taoist were present, she would surely be looking at the incarnation of Luo Hu with eager eyes, saying, Boss, please take me along. Chapter 40, A Glimpse into the Hall of Wisdom. Late stage of Tai true immortal with Luo Hu's guidance. Tian no longer had any doubts in his heart, and he immediately entered seclusion to refine the dark origin and comprehend the dark laws. After a long period of time, Tian initially grasped the dark laws and, through analogy, made further progress in understanding the laws of the evil path, significantly advancing his cultivation level. The comprehension of laws by any being begins from the Tai realm. The previous realms, such as Xian and Tian, mainly focused on cultivating the primordial spirit, refining the physical body, and understanding divine abilities and mysterious arts. From the early stage of Tai, true immortal onward, to break through to a small realm, the physical body, primordial spirit, and laws must progress simultaneously. As a beginner, having just started, he could be considered to have initially glimpsed the Hall of Wisdom. By further enhancing his physical body and primordial spirit, he could break through to the late stage of Tai, true immortal. Tian murmured, with a glint of brilliance flashing in his purple pupils. The path ahead was clear. With no shadows of doubt, he had already realized the road he was to take. That is to primarily focus on the laws of the evil path, with other laws as secondary, mutually promoting and complementing each other. Swish. Two accompanying spiritual treasures hovered beside him. Tian was multitasking, with his primordial spirit entering the 10,000 souls banner for cultivation, while his physical body refined the essence blood and origin provided by the blood-devouring pearl. Just after exiting his previous seclusion, he entered another one. However, this time it wouldn't take long. The accompanying spiritual treasures, as if meticulously designed and custom-made, greatly aided his cultivation and saved a significant amount of time. Cultivation consumes a lot of resources. Without these two accompanying spiritual treasures, how many pills would Tian need to take to enhance his physical body and primordial spirit? How many resources would he have to refine? If the cultivation of other beings is nourished by all things in heaven and earth, then Tian feeds on the myriad beings. This method of cultivation is almost akin to cannibalism, with the 10,000 souls banner and the blood-devouring pearl in hand. Tian no longer needed to worry about resources. What if the resources were insufficient to support his cultivation needs? That is simple. As long as he stirred up some trouble, incited a great war, or wiped out one or two powerful clans, with more beings dying, would he still fear a lack of resources? In the vast wilderness world, it may lack this and that, but what it has in abundance is living beings. Within the 10,000 souls banner, countless soldiers and generals were densely packed, with a thick atmosphere of energy almost liquefying. Tian's primordial spirit sat cross-legged on a great river, which was a river of divine souls formed by the gathering of pure souls. As a large number of pure souls were refined, Tian's primordial spirit grew stronger, more solid, and radiant, resembling a holy being, as if cast from purple gold divine iron, with no sense of illusion. Wow! The primordial spirit radiated immeasurable light. At a certain moment, it seemed to break through a critical point, exuding a powerful pressure. At the same time, his physical body shook violently, with a booming sound echoing inside like muffled thunder. Boom! Suddenly, a magnificent aura emerged. A blood-colored light pillar shot up from Fu Tian's head, as if surging forth from a vast ocean of blood. On his body, flesh, bones, and organs all flashed with the patterns of the evil path laws. This was forging the law body. As the name suggests, it means engraving the laws into the physical body, forging the law body, allowing the flesh and blood body to undergo transformation and become even stronger. In the next moment, the primordial spirit floated out from the 10,000 souls banner, merging with the physical body. With a loud rumble, it was as if thunder struck from a clear sky. That was the roar of the laws, the surge of blood energy, and the release of primordial spirit power, resonating in unison, breaking the shackles and stepping into the late stage of Tai, true immortal. Swish! Fu Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and a purple-black beam shot out from his eyes, piercing through the darkness and causing the void to tremble. He laughed heartily, feeling refreshed as if he had boundless magical power, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth with every gesture. He was intoxicated by the exhilaration of his breakthrough, unable to extricate himself. Various defiant thoughts emerging in his mind, both evil and ambitious. All right, you brat, stop grinning foolishly and hurry back to Tianju Mountain to do something serious. At this moment, the impatient voice of Luo Hu's incarnation came. Fu Tian collected his thoughts and replied, "Okay, I'm going. Can you give me a ride, senior?" You brat. Luo Hu's incarnation was somewhat speechless, not knowing what to say to him. Boom! The dark ancestral land trembled violently. Luo Hu's incarnation struck out with a palm, instantly shattering the void and creating a passage. A gigantic hand, shrouded in rolling demonic energy, reached out towards Fu Tian. Fu Tian's expression changed, and he shouted, "Senior, be gentle." Luo Hu's incarnation paid him no mind. The gigantic hand grabbed Fu Tian, like picking up a chick, and with a flick, tossed him into the void passage. The peak strength of the Hongjun golden immortal was beyond imagination. Being in the dark abyss of the West Sea, the open void passage could directly reach the Tianju Mountain in the northern wilderness. Ignoring the vast distance, he could arrive in an instant. Bang! A loud sound echoed across the sky. The void split, opened a massive gap. Fu Tian tumbled out awkwardly, crashing down towards the Beast Clan's main camp, destroying several great halls and collapsing a mountain peak. Impudent, arrogant, which thief dares to trespass? Are you tired of living? Oomph! How dare you invade the ancestral land of the Beast Clan? You have sealed your own death. Do you really think my clan can be bullied? Seeking death. Familiar, angry roars resounded through the heavens. There were divine reversals, ancestral hounds, the 4 great ferocious beasts, as well as other high-ranking members of the Beast Clan. Cough, cough, Fu Tian staggered out from the swirling dust, coughing while patting his chest, his face somewhat pale. His legs trembled, and his whole body ached, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. Wow, Luo Hu is really too ruthless. Fu Tian complained in his heart. Being thrown into the void passage felt like being a ball, bouncing off the void barriers, unable to stop. He was dizzy and had broken several bones. Fu Tian weakly shouted, "It's me. Why are you all shouting so loudly? Great Marshal, the Great Marshal has returned." Tao Tai, who was closest to him, exclaimed in surprise. What? Great! The Great Marshal has finally returned. The beasts were initially startled, then ecstatic, overjoyed, and dancing with excitement. Swish! Divine reversal flashed and appeared before Fu Tian at the first opportunity, grinning. "Great Marshal, are you well?" Fu Tian glanced at him and smiled. "Not bad. Is the Beast Emperor well?" Sigh. Divine reversal sighed deeply, shaking his head. "I regret not listening to the Great Marshal's words and attacking Ziqiong Mountain." The Beast Clan's current situation was quite dire. Divine reversal had been pinned to the ground and beaten by Hongjun with a single finger, his invincible ambition thwarted, and his spirit somewhat depressed. He couldn't understand, truly couldn't understand. They were all in the mid-stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal. How could the gap be so large? It was simply absurd. Before Hongjun, he felt like a naive child, only there to be beaten, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Divine Reversal no longer dared to be arrogant. His gaze had become much clearer. Subsequently, Hongjun ordered the innate 10,000 clans to launch a counterattack against the Beast Clan. Hongjun personally came to the front lines to oversee the situation, and the innate allied forces won battle after battle, unstoppable, driving the Beast Clan into the cold and bitter land of the northern wilderness. This battle caused the Beast Clan to lose a large amount of territory, and their fortune plummeted. Several high-ranking members of the Beast Clan, who had relied on fortune and merit to enhance their strength, were more or less backfired. Divine Reversal's cultivation even dropped a small realm, now only at the early stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal. Tian traveled through the wilderness, delaying his return, and the Beast Clan lost their strategist, living in constant anxiety at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, the man they had been eagerly awaiting finally returned. "When will the great marshal send troops? I allow you to command all the forces of the Beast Clan, including my personal army." Divine Reversal looked at him with anticipation. "Great Marshal, give the order. Grand Marshal, lead us back to fight. Grand Marshal, Zuhan Tao Tai." And other high-ranking members of the Beast Clan all turned their gazes to Tian, raising their arms and shouting, their fighting spirit soaring to the skies. Tian looked at them and said, "Do not panic, everyone. What we have lost, we will definitely reclaim. Those humiliations and blood feuds will eventually be settled." Chapter 41, Rebuilding the Banner, a beginner's chat group? More than 3 months later, a piece of news shocked the Hongjun. The Beast Clan's army was revitalized, emerging from the cold northern wasteland, marching south with high morale and showing a momentum to swallow the world. Boom, boom, boom. The drums, symbolizing war, resonated throughout the heavens and earth, creating a heavy and oppressive atmosphere that enveloped most of the Hongjun. After receiving the news, the ancestral beings of the dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, White Tiger, and Gaoshan held an emergency meeting. In the main tent of the Alliance's camp, Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Qilin sat on the highest 3 thrones, while the clan leaders of the top 100 clans, such as Baihu, Gochun, and Tangxi, occupied the second tier. The rest stood on either side, filling the tent with a sea of figures. What do you think? Is Shin and I just bluffing? Or does he really intend to start a major war? Qilin, sitting in the middle, spoke first. "The momentum is fierce. It does not seem like a fake." Tangxi said seriously. Their clan had lived in the north before the ferocious beasts caused chaos, and after the Beast Clan was driven back to the northern wasteland. They were responsible for monitoring their movements. "Have you discovered who the leader of the army is?" Zulong asked. Tangxi shook his head and replied, "I only saw the army departing, but did not see the high-ranking members of the Beast Clan." Boom! Yuan Feng's aura surged. The immortal divine fire burned wildly, and her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent as she cursed. "Shin and I is truly running out of tricks. Again with this despicable and shameless ploy. The ancestral lands of all clans have already moved to the foot of Buzhou Mountain. I want to see who that scoundrel can ambush." Qilin was also filled with fury. It was as if a switch in their memories had been triggered, and they immediately recalled the disasters of that year. The army was pressing down, fierce and aggressive, yet the high-ranking members of the Beast Clan, such as Shun and I, did not appear. By the time the news arrived, the ancestral lands of the Phoenix and Qilin clans had already fallen. The actions of the Beast Clan today are so similar to those of that year. However, the current situation is vastly different. All clans are gathered at Buzhou Mountain, watching over each other, and only a small portion remains in their former ancestral lands. Having long received the order to retreat, the myriad clans have no worries behind them. As long as Shun and I and the high-ranking members of the Beast Clan dare to come, they will be walking into a trap. Despite this, Zulong still felt some concern. There is something you all must know. That demon ancestor Luo Hu has been guarding Ziqiong Mountain all day, which means this battle can only rely on us. As soon as Zulong's words fell, the tent fell into silence, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Not to mention other beings, even Yuan Feng and Qilin showed some signs of panic, with beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads. Hongjun is restrained and cannot assist them. This point they had overlooked. If it comes to this, how can we contend with that Shun and I in the Hongjun Golden Immortal Realm? Below Hongjun, everyone is like ants. Even if the two predecessors, Tian and Tian, teamed up, they would probably not be a match. Some beings were terrified, with darkness before their eyes, unable to see even a glimmer of light. In an instant, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, and morale plummeted. A feeling called despair was rapidly spreading. At this moment, two beings walked in hand into the main tent. Zhu Zhao, dressed in white, held the jade hand of Ying, with a face that was serious, yet always carrying a smile, as if saying that this life has reached its peak. Ying, in a black dress, still exuded the aura of an ice-cold beauty, but her gaze towards Zhu Zhao overflowed with tenderness, making her appear even more beautiful. She used to have a youthful beauty, a cold beauty, but now she carried a more mature and intellectual beauty. Tian and Tian, which is stronger? The facts seemed to prove that Tian is indeed stronger. Zhu Zhao had fought thousands of battles with her, to the point where his lips turned pale. His waist and knees softened, and his steps became somewhat unsteady. Predecessors. We have met the predecessors. The crowd was both surprised and delighted, bowing deeply. Do not panic. At this moment, we should trust Senior Hongjun. He must have prepared a backup plan, Zhu Zhao said. Ying nodded and said, "You need not be afraid. The sky will not fall." Their arrival injected a shot of adrenaline into the innate myriad clans, dispelling the shadow of despair as morale gradually rose. Meanwhile, at Tianju Mountain, in the Beast Emperor Palace, Fu Tian furrowed his brow in thought, contemplating. Should I lure Hongjun out? This way. Luo Hu can also arrange the extermination sword array. No. If I let Hongjun leave without taking action, when that old man returns, he will definitely suspect something and will investigate everything. Luo Hu's efforts may be wasted. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the 9th grade Demon Lotus to send a message to Luo Hu. When his divine consciousness entered the Demon Lotus, he discovered an intricately designed large array inside, subtly rotating with a dozen types of law powers. The illusion created by the array resembled a go board, but there were only 5-star positions, with Fu Tian's divine consciousness precisely at the Tian Yuan star position. As his divine consciousness moved, a line of text suddenly appeared in the Demon Lotus. Senior, please do your utmost to prevent Hongjun from coming out. If he leaves, the matter of arranging the array may be exposed. The Eastern star position flashed, and a line of small text appeared in the Demon Lotus space. Demon Ancestor No. 1. I am at the Long Yuan of the East China Sea, preventing Hongjun from coming out. Tell me, are you there? If so, make a sound. The Southern star position also flashed, and a line of small text popped up. Demon Ancestor No. 2. I am very busy at the Gue Su of the South China Sea. If you want to deal with that old man Hongjun, come find me. Immediately after, the remaining 2-star positions also flickered and similarly displayed some small text. Demon Ancestor number 3. Kid, your movements are quite quick. I just arrived at the North Sea Demon Eye, busy dealing with that damned heavenly Tao array. Demon Ancestor Ben Mo. You brat. Next time you want to do something, can you inform me in advance? I just buried the 3rd sword, and almost got discovered by that old toad. Fu Tian looked at the lines of small text. His face filled with astonishment, and then fell into contemplation. It is said that there are not many locals in Hongwang. Could Luo Hu also be a time traveler? This thing looks just like a beginner's chat group. Fu Tian was greatly surprised. With intense curiosity, he carefully examined the Demon Lotus space and found that it could even modify nicknames and set avatars. Fu Tian's mind stirred, and at the Tian Yuan star position, a big headshot popped up with 4 small words floating above it. Evil Ancestor Ben Zhu. Understood. I will definitely inform you in advance next time. By the way, do you know what kind of creature the Sandao Wuwu is? Demon Ancestor number 3. TSK. You brat is only into these virtual things. Are you addicted to calling ancestors? Demon Ancestor number 2. Sandao Wuwu? Never heard of it. Probably some bug from a corner of the world. Demon Ancestor No. 1. What kind of creature is that slave you mentioned? Just hearing about it makes me feel that it is not a good creature. Why do I have an impulse to kill it? Demon Ancestor Ben Mo. Kid, give me a location. Once I finish my current tasks, I will go eradicate them. Fu Tian felt a bit disappointed. Just from this one sentence, he could tell that Luo Hu was still Luo Hu, and not a time traveler. After all, no son of China would not know about those creatures' deep-seated blood feuds. How could he dare to forget? Why not rule out foreign beings? If you must argue like this, Tian would definitely be furious and say to you, Hongjun is such a high-level world, it cannot be tarnished. Retracting his divine consciousness, Tian gently tapped the armrest of his chair and murmured, this time, who will Hongjun invite to help? Inyang? Or perhaps Qian Kuan? A figure rushed into the hall of the Beast Emperor Palace, kneeling on one knee, and said, Grand Marshal, all the troops have arrived at the designated location. Just waiting for your command. Chapter 42. Provoking the Heavenly Tao, Hongjun in a daze. Send the order, the army must not advance too deep. Still using Buzhou Mountain as the boundary. Zhu Huan, you need to entangle Zhu Zhao and Yuing. You can lose, but you must not let them free their hands. Chai Ho, your task is to suppress them. With the command of Tian issued, the high-ranking members of the Beast clan quickly executed it, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. After arranging all matters, Tian walked out of the empty and silent Beast Emperor Palace, standing high in the sky. Gazing south, his eyes filled with cold and ruthless light. He slowly raised his head and began to attend to another matter. Looking up at the dome of the sky, his gaze seemed to penetrate everything, directly confronting the primordial heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao had no compassion, treating all beings as mere chess pieces. Do not blame Tian for being unjust, stepping on the corpses of all beings. Everything in heaven and earth is but my pawn. Tian sighed, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked smile, pointing one hand to the sky, raising his middle finger with a provocative expression, wildly speeding down the path of self-destruction. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled. The indifferent and ruthless eye of the law appeared out of nowhere, looking down and locking onto Tian, the destructive purple sky, thunder, gathering power. Ow! The world changed color, dark clouds pressed down, heavy blood rain poured. Purple lightning danced wildly, the furious wind roared, and the might of heaven rushed towards him. Tian sneered, curling his finger and saying, Come on, you little brat. The laws of heaven must be followed. The primordial heavenly Tao has developed consciousness and also has its own selfish desires. But it does not dare to act recklessly and still follows the rules set by the great Tao. Boom! This loud sound truly echoed through the primordial world, reaching the ends of heaven and earth without any distance. At this moment, the world fell silent for a moment. Whether it was the Beast clan or the innate 10,000 clans, the hearts of all beings jumped out a few words. The heavens are angry. The terrifying scene in the sky seemed to want to destroy the world, the might of heaven overwhelming, as if to suppress all those who defy heaven. TCH, is that all you can do? It seems like making some noise can scare me to death. How boring. Tian looked down on it. Although he had been causing a ruckus recently, he had not overstepped. The heavenly Tao had not caught him on anything, and there was no reason to act against him. So what could it do but rage and impotence? Boom! The heavenly Tao retaliated, striking down a divine thunder that almost grazed Tian's hair. Useless. You have no courage at all. With your pathetic state, how dare you cooperate with Hongjun? Be careful. You might not even know how you die. Tian cursed. Above the 9 heavens, lightning flashed, thunder surged, and the dark clouds in the sky resembled a piece of black paper covering the world, with a line of purple golden small characters appearing on it. Evil Ancestor Tian, acting against heaven. Today, if not killed, it is the mercy of heaven. If there is no repentance, you will surely face heavenly punishment, and all beings will kill you. The eye of the law of the heavenly Tao vanished after leaving a harsh remark, but that line of purple golden small characters was imprinted in the hearts of all beings. This was a subtle tactic. The heavenly Tao is limited by the rules of the great Tao and cannot act directly. But the pawns of the heavenly Tao are not restricted. Using beings to kill beings is its most skilled trick. However, even the heavenly Tao cannot control the will of beings. This act merely planted a seed in the hearts of beings. Whether the seed can sprout and take root depends entirely on the being's attitude towards the heavenly Tao or towards Fu Tian. Hee, isn't this just a disguised killing order? What use is it? Fu Tian scoffed. Evil and wickedness. The beings of the primordial world must be exterminated. As the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun has issued killing orders before, and isn't he still living well? The emotions of the heavenly Tao grew richer. Today, it was bound to be thoroughly enraged. I'm not afraid it 1T pressure Hongjun. Hee. Fu Tian murmured in his heart, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'm not lacking in brains. Why would I provoke the heavenly Tao for no reason? To raise my hatred value, lest the heavenly Tao forget about me? There is naturally some calculation behind this. Many times, the player can also become a pawn. It just depends on who is more skillful. Ziqiang Mountain. Hongjun's head felt heavy. Damn. First, that rascal Luo Hu refused to leave Ziqiang Mountain, and then that wicked creature, Shun and I, raised troops again. The heavenly Tao has ordered me to quickly deal with that little Fu Tian. I really can't take it anymore. How can there be so many problems in such a small primordial world? Hongjun cursed loudly, feeling overwhelmed and very irritable. The heavenly Tao is truly useless. If I were you, I would master every blade of grass and tree in the primordial world and never allow any variables to exist, looking ahead and behind, being cautious and hesitant, besides bravely doing away with the ancestral god Hao Yin and stripping him of his heavenly fate once. Usually, he is like a shrinking turtle. Hongjun secretly cursed the heavenly Tao, looking down on it completely. If it weren't for needing to use it to gradually control the primordial world, he would have long since lost patience. This heavenly Tao, like certain tool spirits, indeed has considerable wisdom, but it values the rules too much and binds its own hands and feet. Hongjun rolled his eyes, a cold gaze revealing a cunning, deep as a chasm. Then the corner of his mouth twisted, grinning like an old fox. Huh. He exhaled a breath of foul air, took a deep breath, and said to the heavenly Tao meaningfully, "In this troublesome autumn, with my hands tied, if I could gain 1/10 of authority, then everything would be possible." The heavenly Tao fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. What authority does Hongjun want? It must be the authority of the heavenly Tao. How could the supreme authority that controls all things in the primordial world be easily granted to others? After a moment, the heavenly Tao coldly asked, "With this 1/10 of authority, can you suppress Fu Tian?" "Of course," Hongjun assured fervently. Agreed. The heavenly Tao might have been overwhelmed by anger and lost its rationality, or perhaps it thought that releasing 1/10 of authority was harmless, and surprisingly agreed to Hongjun. Little did it know, it was conspiring with the tiger, and without even getting a single tiger hair, that vicious tiger began to bite back. Wuwu. Dong dong dong. The horns of the beast clan sounded long, and the war drums of the innate 10,000 clans beat loudly, the two grand sounds clashing violently. In an instant, two astonishing killing intents surged between heaven and earth, the aura of slaughter soaring into the clouds, a fierce murderous aura covering the sky and earth. "Sons, drive them back to the south. Kill!" Zhu Huan shouted, charging forward and igniting the first battle. Sun and moon, who is strong and who is weak, yin and yang combined, invincible under heaven. Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying spoke in unison, the laws of the sun and the laws of the moon colliding and merging, reversing the chaos and evolving the Tai Chi, their divine might unmatched. They deeply understood the power of Zhu Huan. In a one-on-one fight, none could match him. Therefore, Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying communicated their thoughts and immediately unleashed their combined ultimate move, aiming to quickly defeat Zhu Huan. One thought is eternal, and one calamity is immortal. Zhu Huan shouted, a divine seal hovering above his head, the law of immortality pouring out, unexpectedly generating a kind of resistance against Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying's methods. Whether it was the sun and moon or the chaotic Tai Chi, when striking Zhu Huan, it felt like sinking into a quagmire. The originally unstoppable and overwhelming power suddenly felt a sense of stagnation. What? How could this be? Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying were greatly alarmed. The already fierce Zhu Huan had become even more difficult to deal with. He, Zhu Huan sneered and said, "We have been old rivals for quite some time. After so many fights, do you really take me for a sandbag? I already have ways to crack your techniques." Zhu Huan was full of vigor, pressing hard against Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying, determined to repay the humiliation he had suffered before. Progress is always the way to go. After Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying joined hands, they had spent a long time deeply communicating, although it felt good. They had fallen into a disadvantage and were now being beaten back step by step. The hearts of the innate 10,000 clans sank to the bottom. The ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, and other experts also turned pale, their hearts feeling icy. If one Zhu Huan is this strong, how can they fight? The other half-step mixed Yuan golden immortal Chai Ho was still watching closely. If she made a move, who could block her? The most terrifying Shan Ai had yet to show up. What was he plotting? In an instant, panic spread, morale rapidly plummeting, and a bone-chilling cold surged in the hearts of all innate beings. Not good. Chai Ho has made her move. Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shikolin. Can they stop her? Many beings were filled with anxiety and worry. Three supreme, the Luo golden immortals at their peak working together against a half-step Hunyuan golden immortal should not be a big problem, right? One step in the sky, one step on the ground. Between heaven and earth, there is a vast difference. The three ancestral clans joined forces and used all their means. Yet they could do nothing against Chai Ho, who instead battered them to the point of injury. Hiss! Zulong's basket was shattered. Pain. So painful. This female beast is too ferocious. Yuanfeng's wings were torn apart. When will Hongjun's backup arrive? All innate beings were terrified, praying to Hongjun, hoping that the powerful being who could turn the tide would arrive soon and reverse the situation. Chapter 43. Fortune Bestowed, Quasi-Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The Beast clan had experienced several major defeats, losing 98 of their territory, from dominating half the country to guarding the vast mountains alone. However, despite the Beast clan's defeat, their vitality remained intact. This was all intentional by Hongjun. Otherwise, with a single slap, he could have wiped out the Beast clan. Everything was for the purpose of measuring the tribulation. Now the Beast army returned with great momentum, still unmatched in strength, pushing out of the vast mountains and sweeping everything before them. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, although severely weakened by Tian, were quickly recovering due to Hongjun and the Tao of Heaven's subtle manipulations. Back then, when Hongjun asked for merits from heaven, the Tao of Heaven opened a convenient door, allowing the innate myriad clans to significantly enhance their strength. Therefore, when the main force of the innate alliance faced the Beast army, it seemed that the two sides were evenly matched, trading blows back and forth. However, the peak combat power of both sides was ultimately vastly different. Not to mention the Beast Emperor Sheni, a strong early-stage Hunyuan golden immortal. Just Zhu Hong and Chai Ho could compress the entire myriad clan's breathing. Yuan Feng spat blood, her face pale, having been blasted more than 10 times. If it weren't for the undying nirvana fire, she would have truly been in danger. Even so, her source was heavily depleted. Roar! Shikolin roared in anger, his Qilin horn broken, and his body was marked with a terrifying wound that pierced through him. Zulong's wail was the most tragic, making one weep upon hearing it. His lifeblood was turned into blood mist, and the intense pain nearly shattered his consciousness. Chai Ho disdainfully said, "You are all useless, easily defeated." She truly found it easy, fighting against the three ancestral clans effortlessly, at most exerting only 30% of her strength. With a cry, a phoenix's cry, Yuan Feng shouted, "The Phoenix clan's fortune, all added to me. Where is the Dragon clan's fortune? Come quickly to aid me in battle." Zulong, enduring the intense pain, shouted loudly. Roar! Shikolin howled to the sky, commanding, "In my name, summon the Qilin clan's fortune, the auspicious energy of the 10 directions. Come quickly to aid in battle." Rumble! The sky trembled, a thunderous roar, a cloud of auspiciousness fell at Shikolin's feet, and 3 strands of fortune power broke through the air, enhancing them. Fortune enhancement, a necessary measure, because this method has significant drawbacks. Gathering a clan's fortune onto one person can greatly enhance combat power, but if defeated and killed, that clan will be extinguished with no chance of survival. Boom! In an instant, 3 powerful auras emerged, accompanied by a faint Hongjun golden immortal's might. Integrating a clan's fortune power, trying to forcibly break the shackles. You are dreaming. Chaiho's expression changed, and she shouted fiercely, immediately unleashing all her strength, no longer holding back. If those 3 beings were to succeed, they might truly step into the realm of half-step Hongjun golden immortal. 10,000 insects devour the heart. Domain of poison, open. Chaiho formed seals with her hands, the laws of poison flowing, spreading outward from her center, evolving into an eerie green poisonous domain. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows of poison, transformed from laws of power, glimmering with green light, tore through the void, shooting towards the foreheads of Zulong, Yuan Feng, and others. The undying divine fire burns away all poisons. Yuan Feng was enveloped in the blazing, undying divine fire, a sea of flames spreading beneath her feet, and those poisonous arrows, as if encountering their nemesis, dimmed and rapidly dissipated. She actually resisted Chaiho's killing move. Roar! A Qilin's roar dispersed a large area of poisonous mist. Shikolin stepped on auspicious clouds, wielding the Qilin staff, knocking away one poisonous arrow after another. The ground issued a killing intent. The 4 elements were chaotic, thick earth virtue, annihilate the fierce. As soon as Shikolin's words fell, it was as if his words commanded the laws. The earth, fire, wind, and water elements in this space immediately fell into chaos, colliding with each other, creating massive explosions that shook the poisonous domain unsteadily. On the battlefield, the vast earth seemed to come alive, opening a terrifying giant mouth, swallowing the beast army. One bite, taking 1,000,000. How dare you? Chaiho was enraged. Soldiers against soldiers, kings against kings. She hadn't even attacked the Alliance's main army. Yet Shikolin dared to break the rules of martial ethics. Boom! Chaiho, filled with rage, struck out a colossal hand, as large as the stars, directly smashing towards the main force of the Alliance. Poisonous which do not act so ferociously. Zulong roared in anger, transforming into a towering dragon body, his tail swinging fiercely, shattering that palm print like a long whip. Uft, uft. Zulong spat blood. Having forcefully endured Chaiho's furious strike, it was ultimately too strenuous. Hee, very well. Now I want to see how many more moves you can endure. Chaiho, furious, laughed. Those 3 beings, empowered by fortune, did indeed break through the shackles. However, the fortune of the 3 clans was not enough to elevate them to the level of half-step Hongjun golden immortal. Zulong, Yuan Feng, in Shikolin state could only be termed quasi-Hongjun golden immortal. They were still a little short of half-step Hongjun golden immortal. We fight with the destiny of our clan, and we must end this quickly. The longer it drags on, the greater the losses. Zulong said seriously. Their strength was insufficient, gathering a clan's fortune onto themselves. They could barely exchange a few blows with Chaiho. However, the cost was immense. With each strike made or received, a clansman suffered backlash and died. The longer it went on, the more would die, and the fortune would also decline. Yuan Feng said fiercely, "Burn the source. Fight to the death, for now. We can only fight with our lives." Shikolin deeply agreed, saying, "Our 3 clans and even the life and death of countless clans in the wilderness are all tied to us. Why not fight to the death? Body and soul, essence, blood, and source, at this moment, were ignited without hesitation, burning madly. Zulong and the others were all in. They left no room for retreat. It was either victory or death, and even if they won, it would still be a defeat. Boom! 3 astonishing auras surged forth like a tidal wave. Fierce battle intent seemed to want to overturn the heavens. And the overwhelming blood, energy, surged like a massive wave rising from the ocean. Zulong Sr., Yuan Feng Sr., Shikolin Sr., all innate beings were moved by their determination. Their eyes reddening as they shouted, tears streaming down, their battle intent soaring several times. The beings participating in the battle fought for their lives, while those who did not participate rushed towards the battlefield, united in spirit, sharing a common enemy. A sense of desolate grandeur rapidly spread throughout the wilderness. Whether large clans or small clans, all were in action, contributing their last strength for this battle. Throughout the vast earth, there were hurried marches everywhere. Moths to the flame, seeking their own destruction. How laughable! A cold voice echoed in the heavens. The battlefield, now in a state of white heat, seemed to have been paused. As all beings looked up at the sky, boom! The aura of Hongjun golden immortal swept across the land, a terrifying pressure engulfing the 8 directions. The strongest divine might making heaven and earth tremble. God, Shenny, old heavens, please do not toy with us like this. We have just seen a glimmer of hope, alas. Ha ha ha, Shenny is Shenny, so great. We are doomed. Hey ha, I'm tired, let it be destroyed. Well then, it's just death. My big knife has long killed enough. What is there to fear about death? Wuwu, Hongjun Sr., please come out quickly. Big shot, please save me. I'm not good at fighting and have only killed a few fierce beasts, just a mere tens of thousands. Is it still too late to join the beast clan? I'm asking online, I'm quite anxious. I know you're anxious, but don't rush, because I'm even more anxious than you. As the saying goes, better to die with a friend. In an instant, some beings cried out in fear, some fell into despair, some sobbed, and others had different thoughts. Standing proudly in the sky, the god of rebellion stepped onto a grand path woven by laws. That path was incredibly brilliant, resembling 9-colored glass, shimmering with a dreamlike divine light. With laws evolving into a scene of all beasts kneeling in submission. The god of rebellion looked down on everything, and just a natural flow of energy made candle illuminator. Ghost firefly, ancestor dragon, and others feel a chill down their spines. Who will be the helper of Hongjun? Someone even more patient than this emperor? The god of rebellion felt a bit helpless. Following the arrangement of the heavenly order, he secretly attacked the lair of candle illuminator and ghost firefly, then concealed his aura, and wandered around the treasures of various clans. After that, he hid in the dark, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. But the opponent always remained hidden, leaving no trace at all. Even when Ancestor Dragon and his fierce old wife were forced to this extent, the opponent still paid no attention. How could he strike? There was no way to do so. The god of rebellion's patience was gradually wearing thin. If you won't show yourself, then fine. Once I kill Ancestor Dragon and Yuan Feng, let's see if you can still sit still. Chapter 44. Capturing Dragons and Controlling Phoenixes. The helper turns out to be her. The god of rebellion stood on the grand path of beasts, looking down from the sky like the ruler of the world, exerting pressure over the entire scene. His cold eyes surveying everything, and wherever his gaze fell, all knelt in submission. He even didn't need to make a move, just a glance, just a thought. Captured Ancestor Dragon and controlled Yuan Feng, who was about to self-destruct. Boom! A terrifying pressure surged towards the beginning Qilin, directly revealing its true form, sealing all its cultivation. Swish! The god of rebellion flashed and rode on the back of the beginning Qilin, patting its head, saying, "Not bad, not bad. A steed should be a Qilin. The Grand Marshal does not deceive me." Roar! Ah! The beginning Qilin roared in anger, shaking its body in a frenzy to resist. All the members of the Qilin clan roared in anger, their inner fury burning fiercely, filled with hatred. Viewing their ancestor as a steed. How arrogant! How could the members of the Qilin clan not be furious at such great humiliation? How could they not hate? However, being weaker in strength, they could only express their impotent rage. Noise. The 2 words from the god of rebellion instantly suppressed all sounds. They were speechless, only able to glare with wide eyes. Their eyes filled with bloodshot veins as if they would burst. Hee hee. The god of rebellion sneered coldly and lazily said, "Still dare to glare? Quite brave." As soon as he finished speaking, with a thought bang, bang bang, a series of crisp sounds of heads hitting the ground echoed. All the members of the Qilin clan knelt on the ground, banging their heads, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground, tears of blood streaming from their eyes, unable to even lift their heads. Witnessing this scene, the Dragon and Phoenix clans secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ancestor Dragon and Yuan Feng did not become steeds. Their faces were not completely lost. The next moment, the Phoenix clan members let out sharp, explosive sounds. With a flick of his finger, Yuan Feng transformed into the true form of the Ancestor Phoenix. The Serpent Queen steadily sat on Yuan Feng's back, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Hey, don't forget about me, brother," Ancestor Hound said with a sour expression. Swish! Without saying a word, the god of rebellion turned Ancestor Dragon back to his original form and tossed him at Ancestor Hound's feet. "Damn old mudfish. You keep inciting the innate 10,000 clans against my clan." Ancestor Hound cursed and stepped on Ancestor Dragon's head. Big Brother, Candle Dragon, and the other Dragon Clan members, filled with rage, roared one after another, then followed the old path of the Qilin clan, all kneeling on the ground, unable to speak, their eyes weeping blood. The god of rebellion's cold gaze fell on Candle Illuminator and Ghost Firefly, speaking fiercely. "You have repeatedly thwarted my good deeds, deserving of death 1,000 times." Rumbling, a colossal hand overshadowed the sky, and the terrifying pressure shook the heavens as the void shattered like a mirror. Candle Illuminator sighed bitterly. "Alas, had I known today's calamity, why bother wading through this muddy water? The heavenly Tao has misled me. Hongjun has misled me." Ghost Firefly shook her head, her icy, beautiful face revealing a clear smile, saying, "If my brother had not come, would I have met you? How could yin and yang come together?" "Ha ha ha." Candle Illuminator laughed heartily, gazing deeply at Ghost Firefly, his tone gentle. "That is true. In this life, having you is worth it. Hee hee. I too have no regrets." Ghost Firefly, changing from her previous cold demeanor, let out sweet laughter, tears like pearls sliding from her moon-like eyes. "Ghost Firefly." Candle Illuminator softly called her name, as if there were 1,000 words to say. However, that colossal hand had already descended. If it weren't for the Grand Marshal saying, "You are some holy beasts with extraordinary status. Perhaps you could be of some use to my clan," I would have exterminated you no matter what. The god of rebellion snorted coldly, reverting them to their original forms, sealing their cultivation, and tossing them into the innate 10,000 beasts imperial diagram. When discussing the war initially, the god of rebellion sensed from the expression and tone of the heavenly order that he seemed to be wary of these two beings. He suggested directly killing them, but the heavenly order shook his head in disapproval, saying that if possible, it would be best to capture them alive and bring them back to the Beast Clan, as they might have some use. Although the god of rebellion could not see through the heavenly order's thoughts, he had immense faith in him, so he obediently complied. Otherwise, given that Candle Illuminator and Ghost Firefly had once beaten him up, the god of rebellion would have been unable to tolerate it and would have killed them on the spot. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It darkened without warning, so dark that one could not see their fingers, accompanied by an extremely cold aura, as if the end of the ice age had arrived. A layer of ice armor formed around the god of rebellion, a power of the utmost yin and cold suppressing him for a moment. Everything changed too quickly, so fast that the god of rebellion didn't even react before he was hit. Bang! Once he shattered that layer of ice armor, he suddenly discovered that Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin had already been rescued. Beast Emperor God of Rebellion. Is this the end? A clear female voice echoed from outside, the tone 3 parts proud, 3 parts cold, 3 parts dignified, and 1 part gentle. Who is the one who has come? State your name. The God of Rebellion bellowed, his face looking very ugly. A figure emerged in the dark sky. It was a woman dressed in palace attire, dignified and elegant, with a moon-like face and flower-like beauty, naturally stunning. Her figure graceful and curvaceous, the lines beautiful and alluring. She carried a sense of vicissitude, proud and aloof, with an aura of coldness that seemed to come from high places. "My name is Wang Shu." The woman lightly parted her jade lips and responded indifferently. "Wang Shu." The god of rebellion furrowed his brows slightly, not having heard this name before, unsure of what kind of powerful being she was. Before this battle began, the heavenly order had warned him to be wary of a few individuals. One was called the Ancestor of the Universe, and another was called the Ancestor of Yin and Yang, but this Wang Shu was not mentioned. Where did she come from? Are there so many primordial golden immortals in the wilderness? How come I didn't know? The god of rebellion was quite puzzled and confused. The heavenly order's cultivation was clearly very weak, yet he seemed to know everything. How'd he manage that? Wang Shu, fellow Taoist, what brings you here? The god of rebellion asked, a hint of vigilance appearing in his eyes. After being beaten up by Hongjun in the battle at Ziqiang Mountain, he was no longer the reckless youth and didn't dare to be arrogant. Stop fighting, Wang Shu succinctly replied, not wasting any extra words, her face always maintaining a cold demeanor, keeping others at a distance. The god of rebellion's gaze turned cold, saying, if this emperor does not cease fighting, what will fellow Taoists do? Wang Shu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she slowly said, if you fight, you are not my opponent. The god of rebellion sensed a strong confidence in her tone, and immediately his expression darkened, indignantly saying, then let this emperor test the depths of fellow Taoist. Boom! The god of rebellion soared into the sky, unleashing his full battle power, the beast emperor's golden seal above his head, rapidly charging towards Wang Shu. Why bother? Wang Shu sighed lightly, waving her hand, gently striking out a palm. The collision of the chaos law and the lunar law brings about a strange synergy, where you exist within me, and I exist within you, marvelously intertwined. Bang! With a loud crash, Shun and I was directly slapped away, crashing into the primordial land like a meteor, creating a massive circular mountain. Coughing, Shun and I awkwardly flew out from the dust, shouting in the name of the Beast Emperor. With the luck of the Beast clan, all is bestowed upon me. Roar! Countless beast armies raised their heads and roared at the sky in unison. Buzz! The treasure of the Beast clan shone brightly, illuminating everything, channeling the luck of the Beast clan, all enhancing Shun and I. Boom! Shen Ni's aura surged, his combat power returning to the mid-stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, and he charged towards Wang Shu once again. Xiao Daoer, Wang Shu whispered, still indifferent. Neither angry nor happy, but simply raised her arm, palm vertical, ready to strike. Swish! A crescent-shaped light blade, invincible, shattered time and space, and in an instant, it struck Shun and I. Fast. Too fast. Zero-frame initiation, impossible to defend against. Shun and I was once again blasted away, his uncontrolled body smashing through several mountains. No, I just don't understand. Wang Shu, Hongjun, Luo Hu, how exactly do they cultivate? Is there no casting time for their spells? Shin and I in tattered clothes, with a crescent-shaped wound on his chest, lay amidst the rubble, gazing at the figure high above in the 9 heavens, beginning to doubt life. He stood up, awkwardly walking towards the sky, shaking his head, and his gaze became much clearer. Wang Shu cannot be resisted. The pressure she exudes, though not as strong as Hongjun and Luo Hu, is not weak either. As Shun and I walked, each step amplified his fighting spirit, his gaze resolute, fearless, with only a burning passion within him. A clan's emperor can be defeated, but must never lose face. He knew he was no match for Wang Shu, but he just wanted to challenge his limits. Why have I never heard of such a strong opponent? How many more such powerhouses are hidden in the primordial world? Is Fu Tian's plan going to fail? Zhu Huan looked bitter. The Queen of Serpents remained silent for a moment, saying, I don't think so. Hongjun has helpers. Does the Grand Marshal not have helpers? Although Wang Shu is strong, can she be stronger than the demon ancestor Luo Hu? The commotion here is earth-shattering. The Grand Marshal must be aware of it. I believe you'll find a way to deal with Wang Shu. Chapter 45, Brother Shun and I. Wang Shu's defeat at the peak of the North Wilderness, Tianjua Mountain. Fu Tian gazed into the distance, merely seeing the changes in the sky, sensing that chilling and cold energy, and he knew who had arrived. The chaos lunar demon god Wang Shu, Hongjun's helper, is actually her. This man's silver tongue is truly powerful. How did he persuade that old maid Wang Shu? Fu Tian was both surprised and puzzled. Oh no! Suddenly, he exclaimed, his face changing dramatically, feeling worried about Luo Hu's plan. He accounted for everything, considered everything, yet unexpectedly overlooked Wang Shu. It's not that he didn't think of it, but with Wang Shu's temperament, her threat could easily be dismissed. A recluse living far away on the lunar star, never involving herself in the primordial world, the most averse to conflict, Yet this old maid Wang Shu has also entered the game. Originally outnumbered, now adding a chaos demon god. Can Luo Hu's grand plan still succeed? Tian was very worried. Wang Shu had already become the biggest variable. He didn't even bother with Shen and directly took out the 9-tier demon lotus to send a message to Luo Hu. Inside the demon lotus space, at the center of the Tian Yuan star position, Tian's portrait flashed, followed by a line of small text appearing. Evil Ancestor, bad news. That old man Hongjun has already convinced Wang Shu. Demon Ancestor number 1. She dares. Demon Ancestor number 3. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll pay a visit to the lunar star. Demon Ancestor. Wang Shu has also entered the game? That makes things a bit tricky. How about this, whoever is closest? Go and test her. Demon Ancestor number 2. Already on the way. Watch me suppress her with one hand. Evil Ancestor. Don't be careless. She's also a chaos demon god. Who knows if she has any trump cards? What if she brings out some heavy artillery? Can you handle it with just one avatar? Demon Ancestor number 2. Kid, just wait. I'll take you down together. Demon Ancestor number 1. What's wrong with avatars? Kid, are you getting cocky? Dare to underestimate us. Number 2. Help me deal with him. Demon Ancestor number 3. Hee kid, you're finished. Number 2. Beat him up. Evil Ancestor. Boss, please spare me. Demon Ancestors number 1, 2, and 3. Too late. Tian inadvertently incurred the wrath of the crowd, cautiously exiting the demon lotus space, nervously looking towards the south, contemplating whether to flee. Luo Hu said he would take him down, and he really would. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and muttered, "Forget it. I can't run far anyway. At worst, I'll just take a beating. Consider it body training." At this moment, he remembered the beast emperor Shen. Tian had no other options and could only silently pray for Shen, hoping he could hold on a little longer until Demon Ancestor number 2 arrived. Shen was definitely no match for Wang Shu. How long had he been cultivating? His foundation was seriously insufficient. His realm relied on fortune and merit to break through, with an unstable Dao foundation and superficial Dao practice. How could he compete with Wang Shu? Even the weakest chaos demon god is not something a congenital being can provoke. They're simply not on the same level. They represent the 3,000 great Dao laws. In a sense, they're all children of the Dao. Having cultivated for countless years, their depth of Dao practice is unimaginable. Against a Hongjun golden immortal, especially a chaos demon god like Wang Shu, Tian had no other methods. The gap was too vast. Even utilizing the trump cards Luo Hu gave him Wuwu work. Shen still Wuwu listened to advice. He should just hide in the shadows and not move, and the opponent would be restrained by him, too afraid to act. Yet he insisted on seeking out suffering. Tian helplessly felt a bitter disappointment. Shen had long resided in a high position. His arrogance and pride had already seeped into his bones. Changing a dynasty is easy, but changing one's nature is hard. Even though Shen had suffered several defeats, he still defied heaven and earth, daring to fight anyone he encountered. At this moment on the battlefield, Shen was blasted away by Wang Shu time and again, yet he continued to launch attacks like a persistent little brother, refusing to back down. If it weren't for Wang Shu's good temper and her patience, anyone else would have likely seen Shen run out of breath. Despite this, Shen was severely injured. The chaos law and the lunar law invaded his body, difficult to eradicate, destroying his body at every moment. So stubborn and unyielding. Giving face, but not taking it. I must suppress you. Wang Shu shouted angrily, even her good temper showing signs of irritation. Boom! The terrifying power of the lunar force erupted, the laws swirling, freezing everything, far more frightening than the lunar power controlled by Yuing. All beasts salute the emperor. Shen let his long hair flow, appearing somewhat mad, and immediately summoned his accompanying spirit treasure. However, it was of no use. The beast emperor's golden seal and the all-beast salute map were sealed by the lunar law, losing their luster, unable to exert their effect, and fell into eternal silence before they could be used. How could a chaos demon god that has survived to this point be understood by common reasoning? Their application of the laws and grasp of battle opportunities had reached the pinnacle. Shani's figure suddenly froze, his primordial spirit, physical body, laws, and will all sealed. Shen and I stood like a wooden figure, motionless in mid-air, the surrounding time and space solidified as if frozen. Shen and I, Zhu Huan cried out in terror, his face filled with worry. Your Majesty, the Queen of Serpents lost her color, feeling a chill in her heart. My Emperor, the high-ranking members of the Beast Clan, as well as countless beast armies, all shouted in unison. Standing proudly in the sky was that woman, possessing absolute power to crush everything and dominate the battlefield. So strong that it filled them with despair. Ha ha ha. Senior's might is unmatched in the world. Senior Wang Shu, let me bow to you. The beings of the innate myriad clans laughed and cheered, feeling an instant brightness for the future. With such a senior assisting them, what was merely the Beast Clan? Wang Shu, how dare you tread in this murky water? At this moment, a roar echoed through the sky, and a surge of demonic energy tore apart the heavens as a tall and mighty figure descended, exuding an aura like that of a world-dominating overlord. Luo Hu, Wang Shu exclaimed in shock, her face changing dramatically, instantly becoming alert, with the spiritual treasure, the Tian mirror, hovering above her head, ready for battle. Oomph. The avatar of Luo Hu, a ruthless figure who spoke little, let out a cold snort and charged directly at Wang Shu. Boom! The pressure of a peak Hongjun golden immortal descended like a tidal wave, sweeping across the 8 desolations, akin to an overwhelming celestial might that could not be offended. Tyrannical and terrifying. Fellow Taoist, please hold your hand. Why not listen to my words? Today, I only strike to repay Hongjun's karma. I will no longer interfere in the matters of the Honghuang, Wang Shu hurriedly explained. The avatar of Luo Hu did not believe a single word, shouting fiercely, since you have chosen your side, why bother to argue? Whoosh! Without hesitation, Wang Shu turned and fled, bursting out of the heavens in the blink of an eye, plunging into the vast chaos. The strength of the demon ancestor Luo Hu was unparalleled in the Honghuang. Even Hongjun and Yangmei had to avoid his sharpness. Wang Shu was self-aware. She understood that her combat power was no match for Luo Hu, hence she left decisively. Where do you think you're going? The avatar of Luo Hu closely pursued her, vowing to teach her a lesson. The waters of Honghuang are too deep. You cannot grasp them. It's better to obediently return to the Tian star and sleep your beauty sleep. Running around aimlessly and meddling will only harm you. Be careful not to know how you die. The changes happen too quickly, so fast that countless beings could not react. Kill! With a loud shout from Ancestor Hound, the beast army immediately charged at the innate allied forces like starving wolves, and the battle erupted in an instant, with killing intent soaring to the heavens. He did not take action, but rushed to his good brother's side first, carrying the sealed Shun Ni back to Tianjua Mountain. Whoosh! The insect's tail flashed and collected the 2 accompanying spiritual treasures of Shun Ni, closely following Ancestor Hound's pace. Kill for this king, reclaim lost lands, and restore the glory of the past today. Tao Tai roared, filled with fighting spirit. Roar! Tiao Wu howled, shouting, kill them all, and seize Mount Buzhou in one fell swoop. The 4 great kings of the Beast Clan immediately took over command and continued to execute the previously formulated plan, the army moving in an orderly fashion, without panic. Chapter 46. Abandoning pawns to pave the way, plotting the Beast Clan's great change. The army that the Beast Clan dispatched this time was carefully selected from the infernal days. Fearless and only knowing slaughter and destruction. These aberrations had too much blood on their hands. Their minds were invaded by a fierce and murderous aura, only knowing killing and destruction, committing boundless atrocities. They were both a part of the powerful combat force and a cancer of the Beast Clan. The karmic obstacles created were too many. It severely affected the fortune of the Beast Clan and had already become an obstacle to its healthy development. This battle was destined to be tragic. As an alien race, they all had to die, transforming karma into karmic obstacles, killing beings with beings. This was not only a trick commonly used by the heavenly Tao, but also a specialty of the infernal days. When a person dies, the accounts are cleared. When beasts die, the karma dissipates. He intended to use the hands of the innate myriad races to wipe out these aberrations, eliminate that karma, and pave a bloody road for the future of the Beast Clan. The once fierce Beast Clan, now the Beast Clan, needed to change fundamentally, not just changing its name. The extermination of the fierce beasts was inevitable, even without the calculations of the heavenly Tao. With the countless sins committed by those fierce beasts, annihilation was only a matter of time. The so-called defiance of heaven was not really against heaven. What needed to be overturned was the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, not the laws of the heavenly Tao's operation. The fierce beasts had narrowed their path from the very beginning. Tian stood at the highest point of Tianjua Mountain, hands behind his back, his thoughts soaring, the indifference in his eyes sending chills down one's spine. In those purple pupils, it seemed that everything was merely a pawn in the struggle against the great trend of the heavenly Tao. Beings were not beings, all things were not all things. Merely pawns, defying the great trend, altering fate. Sacrifice was an inevitable cost, and sacrificing even more pawns was worth it. Tian looked southward, feeling that the time was ripe, and suddenly shouted, "Where are the imperial troops?" On the Beast Emperor Peak, 10,000 beasts roared in unison. A murderous team emerged. All immortal golden immortals, precisely the elite troops, personally trained and meticulously crafted by Shun and I. Roar! We are here, awaiting the command of the Grand Marshal. The commander of the imperial troops shouted loudly. Whoosh! Tian waved his hand, throwing out 100,000 post-heaven 10,000 souls banners and 100,000 post-heaven blood devouring pearls. Not too many, not too few. The Shinese imperial troops had just enough personnel for one set each. The reason for waiting over 3 months to open war after returning from the Abyss of Darkness was primarily for preparation. While discussing the war, they also explored the great reform of the Beast Clan and simultaneously refined these spiritual treasures. Using Tian's accompanying spiritual treasures as the mother device, together with Shun and I, Ancestor Hound, and other high-level members of the Beast Clan participating in the refining of the subdevices. A huge price was paid to refine these subdevices, consuming countless resources. Tian directly became a pauper, and Ancestor Hound, Shun and I, and other high-ranking members of the Beast Clan also suffered significant losses, even emptying 3 treasure houses of the Beast Clan. After 3 full months of refining, Shun and I and others developed a psychological shadow over refining tools. They probably didn't want a refined tool for the rest of their lives. Just mentioning those 2 words made them want to vomit. Remember, your task is to clean the battlefield. Only when the 2 armies have fought to the end can you take action. And you must make good use of the spiritual treasures in your hands. Tian assigned tasks to Shun's imperial troops and earnestly cautioned them. Obey the Grand Marshal's orders. 100,000 imperial troops shouted in unison, each with 2 evil weapons, heading to the southern battlefield. The more tragic, the better. The more beings that die, the better, as they will all benefit this seat. Tian watched the Beast Emperor's imperial troops leave the northern wilderness, the corners of his mouth crazily rising, letting out a chilling and eerie laugh. The aberrations of the Beast Clan must be eliminated. They would exert their last light and heat, fighting to the death, aiming to exhaust the main force of the innate myriad races as much as possible. Just imagining the battlefield filled with flowing blood, mountains of corpses, and vengeful souls drifting everywhere excited him to tremble. For him, those were all cultivation resources. A full 100,000 sets of evil weapons, specially refined for harvesting the battlefield. As subdevices, 90% of their harvest would be offered to the mother device. In other words, the 10,000 souls banner was originally that banner, and the blood-devouring pearl was originally that pearl. They could just lie there and eat to their fill. Hongjun was restrained by the true body of Luo Hu and could not leave the mountain, while Wangshu was forced by the avatar of Luo Hu to flee into the chaos, and Zhu Zhao and Yuing were also suppressed. Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Phoenix, and Shilin were first driven to a desperate fight by the insect's tail, then brutally ravaged by Shun and I, leaving them with no combat power. Their origins were severely depleted, and their bodies were also invaded by Shun's laws, with their strength reduced to almost nothing. That was the power of the laws of a Hongjun golden immortal. Although Shan Ni's Dao cultivation was superficial and his understanding of the laws was still lacking, it was enough to make Ancestor Dragon and the others drink from it. If not dealt with in time, at worst, their Dao foundations would be damaged, suffering Dao injuries. At worst, they would perish, leaving behind eternal hatred. The innate myriad races were defeated like a mountain collapse, and relying solely on the second-tier experts like Zhu Long and Bai, who would be difficult to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Roar. Kill. The roars of the Beast Clan and the cries of myriad races resounded through the heavens, fierce and murderous, blood-boiling. The killing intent so intense, it seemed to want to annihilate all enemies. Zhu Long, you are not capable. Tao Tai squinted contemptuously and shouted. Huh. Tao Tai opened his wide, blood-filled mouth and swallowed the 8 desolations in one gulp, and 100,000 dragon army flew uncontrollably into his mouth, being devoured in an instant. Zhu Long's eyes widened in rage, roaring continuously, but his strength was insufficient to contend with Tao Tai. Fellow Daoist, this is not a solution. The casualties among the races are too great. Bai Hu shouted anxiously. Gochin was also calling out, Brother Zhu Long, retreat. If we continue fighting, the main force is likely to be wiped out. Our foundation is in the south. What harm is there in giving up the northern borders? As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. The voice of Xiangui came from another battlefield. Tiao Wu sneered, shouting, Good you old turtle. Dare to distract yourself while fighting with me? You are simply seeking death. Bang! Tao Wu seized the opportunity and delivered a deadly strike to Xiangui. However, Xiangui merely swayed his body and did not suffer any injuries. Damn it! Sooner or later, I will shatter your tortoise shell. Tao Wu cursed angrily, as Xiangui's shell was simply a treasure of defense, solid and indestructible, blocking most of his attacks. White-haired cat, if you have guts, don't run. Let us battle for 800 rounds. Qiongqi flapped his wings, unable to catch up with the white tiger. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. The white tiger naturally masters the laws of wind with unparalleled speed, also embodying the sharpness of Western metal, ruling over the path of slaughter with extremely strong offensive power. He was like an assassin, making it difficult for Qiongqi to defend himself. A slight misstep could lead to a heavy blow. Thunder rumbled, deafening. Gochin stood on the thunder sea, lightning flashing with every gesture. However, his opponent was chaos. That guy practiced the laws of chaos, evolving a realm of chaos where nothing could invade. The thunder that fell within disappeared silently. Everything begins in chaos and returns to chaos. Chaos shouted, unleashing the power of the laws, evolving various means to attack Gochin madly. Alas, Gochin sighed deeply, feeling both constrained and frustrated. His means were completely suppressed by that damned chaotic realm. Not to mention killing chaos. He couldn't even touch him. Brother Zhu Long, retreat. We can't fight any longer. We must leave some seeds for our myriad races. Gochin shouted, utterly helpless. The decay of life resembled a wild wind sweeping away leaves, with countless beings dying in battle every moment. As time passed, casualties increased, and the number of fallen beings on both sides became a terrifying figure. The Beast Clan did not care about casualties. Because the army that marched this time was essentially expendable, they never intended for them to return alive. The battle was chaotic, relying solely on their fierce nature, trading injuries for injuries, lives for lives. The innate myriad races, however, did not dare to act so recklessly, always paying attention to the casualties of the army. Withdraw. Zhu Long saw that more than half of the main army had fallen and could no longer hesitate. However, withdrawing was not that easy. Roar. The 4 Beast Kings roared in unison. The Beast Clan army pursued recklessly, clinging tightly to the innate myriad races army, refusing to let up. In the shadows, a select force of 100,000, with the soul banner in one hand and the blood pearl in the other, was poised to strike like a lurking viper, waiting for the perfect moment. At Ziqiong Mountain, Hongjun sat cross-legged on a mat, the jade plate of creation suspended above him, radiating thousands of divine lights, which upon closer inspection were all interpretations of different laws. Suddenly, Hongjun's tightly closed eyes snapped open, and thousands of laws intertwined and clashed within his gaze, shooting out an incredibly brilliant beam of light. Boom! His aura surged, reaching an unprecedented peak. Had it not been for the great formation concealing him, it would certainly have shocked the Hongwang. After endless years, I have finally returned to the perfection of the primordial golden immortal. Luo Hu, Tian, and the end of you sinful obstacles is not far off. Once I fully grasp that portion of the heavenly Tao authority, everything will come to an end. Hongjun gritted his teeth and whispered, his indifferent eyes radiating cold light with a chilling, killing intent and a wild ambition hidden deep within his gaze. Chapter 47. Evil soldiers devour the battlefield. The soul banner advances. The four beast kings, known for their fierce reputation, were ruthless against the enemy army and even more brutal towards their own troops. They forced the sinful army, chasing them all the way to the southern side of Buzhou Mountain before completely exhausting this army. Wailing, the cold wind howled, resentment filled the sky, and countless unwilling battle souls roared, with innumerable remnants crying out in despair. The battlefield, incredibly tragic, had transformed into a place of extreme malevolence, a land of death and curses. Any living being that entered would surely be eroded. Splash! Blood flowed like a river, streaming through the mountains of corpses, saturating the earth and dyeing the entire battlefield a deep red, with the killing intent rising from that river of blood lingering long after. Swipe! The Beast Emperor's elite troops appeared, presenting 100,000 soul banners and throwing out 100,000 blood pearls. Wherever the 100,000 sets of evil soldiers passed, souls were devoured, the blood river dried up, and the mountains of bones on the vast land vanished one after another. The malevolent aura and bloody scent that enveloped the battlefield disappeared completely, like clouds parting to reveal the sun, and the world returned to clarity. The blood-soaked soil shed its color, returning to its original appearance, as if nothing had ever happened. The 100,000 elite troops of the Beast Emperor acted like cleaners of the Hongwang, running between heaven and earth, clearing away one bloodied landscape after another. After this battle, the Beast clan successfully reclaimed lost territories, occupying half of the land and capturing the Buzhou Mountain area in one fell swoop. However, the luck of the Beast clan did not increase. Instead, it weakened somewhat. But all the high-ranking members of the Beast clan could feel that the luck of the Beast clan had changed, becoming purer than before. As the Grand Marshal predicted, our clan's luck is now purer, Chaiho exclaimed, increasingly admiring Tian. Ancestor Hung nodded beside him, saying, the black-red mist that previously permeated the luck has decreased by nearly half and has also lightened. Black-red mist? Tian raised an eyebrow at Ancestor Hung, thinking to himself that he shouldn't speak carelessly if he didn't know. Ancestor Hung noticed his gaze and casually said, what does the Grand Marshal want to teach? The so-called black-red mist is actually a form of luck power, but it is misfortune and calamity. When they accumulate to a certain extent, they will lead a race to decline. They exist because of the karmic burdens you have created. Going against the great Tao will bring misfortune, and committing acts of slaughter will lead to calamity and death. Tian pondered for a moment and explained to them the source of the Beast clan's mixed luck and the seriousness of the consequences. What? Ancestor Hung and Chai Ho were taken aback. What kind of karmic burden could lead a race to weakness and even extinction? As if seeing their shock and confusion, Tian spoke. The so-called karmic burden is fundamentally karma. Its composition is complex, including good deeds, evil deeds, and acts of slaughter. Karma is a form of rule power that follows the principle of retribution for good and evil, and the cycle of cause and effect. In other words, what kind of karma one creates, one will reap that kind of fruit. Ancestor Hung and Chai Ho frowned and fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Reflecting on the development history of the Beast clan, since Shinsi conquered a group of followers with overwhelming combat power, gradually devouring all directions, sweeping through the North Wilderness, establishing the fierce beast dynasty, and then swallowing the world, dominating the myriad races. This was a blood-stained history, too painful to look at. Just pulling out a small segment was filled with war and fire. One general success leads to the death of countless bones, let alone an emperor. The imperial road, paved with corpses and bones, must have buried countless beings. The number was so immense it was beyond imagination, utterly incalculable. It was not just a battle or two, nor was it completed in a year or two, but stretched over several eras, with continuous bloodshed. The slaughtering knife of the fierce beast dynasty, once raised, has never stopped, even when it became blunt. The slaughter karma created was unimaginable. Tian, using the hands of the myriad races, eliminated those sinful obstacles, but that only solved a small portion of the karmic burdens. The greater obstacles were the high-ranking members of the Beast clan. Tao Tai and the other 4 Beast Kings, Zhu Yin, Yu and the 10 Great Generals, Ancestor Hong, Chai Ho, and even the Beast Emperor Shensi, all were entangled with karma. The stronger the power, the greater the destruction caused, and the heavier the acts of slaughter committed. Because, when they make a slight move, it is like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. Wherever they pass, slaughter is complete, leaving not a blade of grass behind. In this way, if we want the Beast clan to endure forever, are we not forced to take our own lives? Ancestor Hung looked at Tian warily. After all, this black-hearted guy before him was someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, regardless of the cost. With so many troops in the Beast clan, who knows if he would calculate against them? The level of danger Tian posed in Ancestor Hung's heart had not just risen linearly. It had skyrocketed like riding a primordial golden immortal at full speed. Don't think about dying by your own hand. You still have great use, at least for now. Tian said calmly, deliberately provoking a wicked smile. Do you hear that? Is it what people say? Zhu Huan's eyes widened. It turns out that he can't die just because he is still useful. What if one day he is no longer useful? Wouldn't that mean? Oomph. Zhu Huan snorted coldly, looking displeased, with deep-seated apprehension hidden in his eyes, thinking, this brat is too inhumane, full of dark thoughts. I must be cautious in the future. Hee. The queen of the insects covered her face, laughing so hard that she trembled, saying, why is the beast god taking it seriously? Can't you see the Grand Marshal is just joking with you? Zhu Huan glared at Tian angrily, saying through gritted teeth, brat. Tian spread his hands nonchalantly, glancing at the queen of the insects, who was laughing so hard that her snowy peak shook, and thought to himself, Kekekeke. This queen of the insects still has her charm. 3 days later, the high-ranking members of the Beast clan returned one after another. And the 100,000 Beast Emperor's personal army also returned to camp. Swish! Tian waved his hand, and the 10,000 souls banner and the blood-devouring pearl transformed into 2 rainbow lights, one black and one red, flying away. They circled the camp of the Beast Emperor's personal army and then returned laden with spoils. The scale of this battle was not small, and the harvested souls and blood resources were naturally considerable. Master, this banner might be able to attempt an upgrade. The 10,000 souls banner chuckled. Tian instantly became energized. Since the moment he arrived in the primordial world, he knew that his accompanying spiritual treasure could grow infinitely. If you ask him how he knew, he couldn't explain it. It felt like intuition or some innate spiritual perception. In short, it was very mystical, something that could only be understood but not expressed, not suitable for outsiders to know. The method for upgrading the accompanying spiritual treasure would only be revealed when the opportunity emerged in the dark. Now, the opportunity for the 10,000 souls banner to upgrade had appeared. Tian curiously asked, how do you upgrade? The innate beings possess extraordinary divine abilities. And within the soul light, there is a trace of innate, indestructible spiritual light. This banner needs to completely destroy a batch of remnant souls and shattered spirits, restoring them to their most primitive state to refine the innate, indestructible spiritual light. This method of upgrading seems to require human sacrifices, and the conditions are quite harsh. It must be the divine souls of innate beings. The number of innate beings is predetermined, and their divine souls are naturally limited. Using one means losing one, which is a non-renewable resource. Such a method of upgrading would completely destroy a batch of innate beings' divine souls, harming the heavens. However, Tian expressed that this was not a problem. As long as it didn't harm him, he was fine. What are the chances? How long will it take? What will happen if the upgrade is successful? What if it fails? Tian asked with concern. The 10,000 souls banner fell silent for a moment and said, I don't know, it all depends on fate. Tian felt a bit helpless. You don't even know the chances, and you're willing to take risks? Just a taste. It's not a big deal, the 10,000 souls banner said, signaling him to be at ease. Tian shook his head and said, in any case, be careful. Given the current situation, whether you upgrade or not doesn't matter. It won't affect anything. The 10,000 souls banner had nothing to say and began to attempt the method of upgrading. Tian toyed with the blood-devouring pearl and asked Pearl, what do you say? Master, the timing isn't right. This time, it indeed allows the little banner to take the lead, the blood-devouring pearl replied. Tian nodded and comforted, don't worry. What is meant to come will eventually come. Boom! Before his words fell, a muffled sound echoed in the sky. A powerful aura came from beyond the heavens. That aura ignored time and space, crossing infinite distances and instantly locked onto Tian. Damn it! My crow's mouth. This truly is what is meant to come will eventually come. It's bad. It's bad. This time it's really going to be disastrous. Tian's face changed dramatically. Cold sweat pouring down. Chapter 48. Beaten into a panda head, the Rahu plan is advanced. A figure shot out like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of mountain peaks. Cough, cough. Tian lightly coughed a few times, struggling to crawl out from the rubble, bruised and battered, his head beaten into a panda head. Damn it. Rahu, that guy is too inhumane. His strikes are really ruthless. Tian cursed inwardly as he slowly made his way back to Tianju Mountain. Bang! A gigantic hand came down from the sky, spanning thousands of miles. Damn it! Here it comes again. Before Tian could finish his curse, he was slapped into the depths of the earth, like a groundhog being hit. Kid, dare you to curse me again? Do you know the wonders of the Hongjun golden immortal? Even if you just have a single thought, I can sense it. The voice of the Rahu avatar echoed, ignoring time and space, directly ringing in Tian's ears. Damn it, I actually forgot about this. Tian howled, getting another thorough beating. Kid, what do you keep saying damn it for? What is that? The Rahu avatar curiously asked. Tian was stunned. He never expected him to ask this question and momentarily didn't know how to explain. It's a kind of cute animal, a horse that only eats grass in the mud. Tian collected his thoughts, speaking without distractions. He was terrified. He absolutely could not let the Rahu avatar know that it was a curse word. Otherwise, he would be dead. With Rahu's temperament, he would definitely be beaten to death. Tian then thought, wait, do innate beings and chaotic demons have mothers? Damn it. The Rahu avatar cursed loudly, saying, we were born from chaos. The Tao is our father. Chaos is our mother. How could we be without parents? Tian's big eyes turned, as if he thought of something amusing, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So if that's the case, isn't Pangu the strongest rebellious son in history for punching his father and chopping his mother? The Rahu avatar was left speechless, his mouth twitching, wanting to say something, but unsure what to say. Forget it. Let us just beat you again. He shook his head and sent Tian another loving punch. Hey, don't hit my face. Tian also surrendered, no longer daring to murmur, fearing being sensed. Hee hee. The Rahu avatar had his fill of fun, chuckling. Kid, do you submit? I submit. Did you make a mistake? Yes. Do you still dare to underestimate me, this avatar? I don't dare. What else could Tian do? He couldn't fight back, nor could he run. Under the roof, one must bow their head. Try to stand firm in front of Rahu. He could turn you into ashes. Once the Rahu avatar finished venting his anger and stopped hitting him, Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, returning to Tianju Mountain with a panda head. Kid, my main body has completed the layout for the extermination sword array, but Hongjun is acting strangely. It has been too quiet recently. The plan needs to be advanced. Tian did not feel surprised. Hongjun was no fool, but rather terrifyingly shrewd, like a cunning old fox. Perhaps he had already sensed something. So, are you leaving? The Rahu avatar glanced at him, saying in a rather speechless manner, am I going to stay here to eat? Besides, You don't have any good dishes to offer. Tian shook his head, saying, You think too much. I just have something to ask you for help with. What is it? Unlock the seal, Hongjun by Wang Shu. That's simple. Is there anything else? The Rahu avatar thought, and with a thought, he erased the power of the laws that suppressed Shan and I. Tian did not hesitate and said, I need a formation that can refine the source of fierce evil. This formation is for the beast clan to use, and the level cannot be too high. The Rahu avatar frowned and said, What low-level goods do I have? Forget it. Forget it. How about a Hongjun golden immortal level? Tian's mouth twitched crazily, and he silently nodded. All right then. After saying this, the Rahu avatar closed his eyes, and the laws of formation flowed around him. No way. You're creating it on the spot? Tian's eyes widened, and he exclaimed internally, Goodness. As expected, as long as one has strong power, high realm, and enough comprehension of the laws, one can do as they please. After just a moment, the Rahu avatar opened his eyes and flicked his finger on Tian's forehead. Tian closed his eyes and focused, and a formation suddenly appeared in his mind. Hey, let's call it the 10,000 Beasts Refining Evil Formation. He was very satisfied with the great formation and deeply admired Luo Hu's talent. But when he opened his eyes, he realized that Luo Hu's avatar had long since disappeared. Tian flew up to the clouds, gazing towards the direction of Zhiqiang Mountain, his expression particularly grave, as if a great terror capable of annihilating the world was awakening in that direction. It was evident that Luo Hu felt the pressure, otherwise he wouldn't have changed his plans and acted early. This pressure, without a doubt, originated from Hongjun. But what exactly did Hongjun do? How could it make Luo Hu, who set up the Annihilation Sword formation, feel such pressure? Tian frowned, unable to comprehend. But he knew everything was related to that old six of the heavenly Tao. He hoped that Luo Hu could succeed and eliminate a certain chaotic demon god in battle. Tian silently prayed. The demon ancestor plotted and prepared for a long time while being extremely cautious. The true target of his actions was known only to himself. No one else knew. Tian could basically rule out Yang, Mei, and Wang Shu. The former was too strong and left no trace, to this day. No clues have been found. The latter was too weak, and whether he was killed or not wouldn't have much impact. If the old maid Wang Shu knew his thoughts, she would have to ask, is there any rumor? As for Yin Yang and Qianquan, it would depend on who would hit the jackpot. At Zhiqiang Mountain, Hongjun's brow twitched violently, inexplicably feeling a chill surge in his heart, generating an ominous omen out of thin air. Was the will of heaven giving a warning? Interesting. Having grasped only a fraction of the heavenly Tao's authority, it already had such marvelous uses, predicting the enemy in advance. If he could master all of the heavenly Tao's authority, Hongjun's eyes were unfathomable and in a daze. A scene flashed through his indifferent eyes. A person standing proudly in the sky, controlling heaven and earth, cutting through the past, present, and future, towering over everything. The demon ancestor Luo Hu. Whenever Hongjun mentioned this name, he would appear filled with rage, but today he seemed extremely calm, indifferent, as if the name represented merely a trivial insect. At this moment, he underwent a qualitative change, difficult to describe, as if the form of existence had transcended, giving a sense of detachment. Suddenly, he rose from the cushion and stepped out of his dojo, walking step by step towards the ancestor demon palace that Luo Hu had opened. His expression was as confident as it was proud, looking down on everything, contemptuous of all. Finally, this brat is willing to come out. Is he looking for a fight? A tall figure walked out of the ancestor demon palace, hair disheveled, a blade of grass in his mouth, showing no overwhelming dominance, only a playful disdain. However, the moment Hongjun saw him, his defenses crumbled, his brow furrowed, and his face darkened. You are merely an avatar of that guy. Hongjun shouted sternly, suddenly feeling alarmed. Where had Luo Hu's true body gone? He suddenly felt an overwhelming dread, pondering what exactly Luo Hu had done while sitting on Zhiqiang Mountain for quite some time. What kind of schemes did he have? Hongjun initially thought Luo Hu was merely trying to restrain him, or perhaps instigating the little demon Tian to cause trouble. or simply trying to annoy him. After all, the demon ancestor Luo Hu was known for his bravery but lack of strategy. Now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. Chapter 49. The formation traps Hongjun. The secret of the sea, suddenly. A powerful killing intent erupted between heaven and earth. For beams of light shot into the sky. The dense, murderous aura shocking the entire primordial chaos, causing the universe to tremble and all beings to mourn. That guy's annihilation, sword formation. Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, his whole body trembling, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was completely thrown off. Luo Hu actually set up the annihilation sword formation right under his nose. How dare he? Hongjun found it hard to accept in an instant. That rascal Luo Hu was underestimating him too much. The key was that Luo Hu actually succeeded. What was this? Was he pressing his own face into the ground? The more Hongjun thought about it, the angrier he became, his fury uncontrollable, his 3 corpses raging like thunder, smoke pouring from his 7 orifices. With a glare, he suddenly glared at Luo Hu's avatar, murderous intent revealed. His gaze almost wanting to swallow him alive and turn him to ashes. Hongjun shouted sharply, veins bulging, the creation jade plate hovering behind his head, thousands of laws circulating, the righteous energy in his hand raised high, unleashing his strongest strike of this life. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were being opened. The loud noise shaking the primordial chaos, the laws clashing, unleashing unparalleled divine might, boundless light radiating, chaotic energy spreading. Bang! The ancestor demon palace was obliterated, along with the mountain, turning into nothingness, leaving not a trace, completely vanishing. Ha ha ha! Luo Hu's avatar laughed heartily, having retreated outside the annihilation formation, arms crossed, tilting his head, still with that blade of grass in his mouth. He stood proudly in the sky, looking down on Hongjun with a playful and contemptuous gaze, as if watching a powerless and furious clown. In my name, command the laws of heaven and earth, sever. Hongjun bellowed, his words commanding the laws, decisively using that fraction of heavenly Tao authority to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, attempting to sever the source of power of the annihilation formation. He useless. Useless. Old man Hongjun, just give up. With just you alone, there's absolutely no way to break this formation. Luo Hu's avatar sneered, confident of victory, as if everything was within his grasp. Boom! The places where the 4 swords passed shook the heavens. For beams of differently colored primal light reaching to the sky and the earth, radiating immeasurable power. Chaos primal essence. Hongjun exclaimed, somewhat dumbfounded, not expecting Luo Hu to actually find such a treasure. The chaos primal essence is an extremely rare source of power, likely to be born only when chaos first opens and the universe is not yet formed. Alternatively, when a chaotic demon god perishes, there may also be a chance to give birth to the chaos primal essence during the transformation of the demon god's body into the Tao. This kind of source power is pure and clean, containing boundless might. Its value is incalculable. Even a chaos golden immortal refining it could enhance their own source and elevate their cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms. Luo Hu truly had extraordinary luck to obtain 4 types of innate primal essences. What is more infuriating is that he was extravagant enough to use these treasures to sacrifice the formation, turning it into the source of divine power for the annihilation formation. Truly a grand undertaking. Hongjun gritted his teeth. Although he used heavenly Tao authority to restrict the spiritual energy within 100,000 miles around Ziqiu Mountain, it did not affect the annihilation sword. Hongjun couldn't help but marvel at how thoroughly prepared Luo Hu was. Where did you guys find the chaos primal essence? Hongjun asked in confusion. Bah! Luo Hu's avatar spat out the blade of grass, shrugged, and said, you're all in cahoots with the heavenly Tao. Is there really anything in this tiny primordial chaos that you don't know about? Hongjun grunted, frowning. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he said in shock, the 4 seas you actually dared to move the forbidden land of the heavenly Tao. TCH, aren't they just a few graves? What is so scary about that? Making a big deal out of nothing, Luo Hu's avatar scoffed. Hongjun was furious and said, Luo Hu, you have already chosen the path to your death. The Four Seas, similar to the Blood Sea of the underworld, forms its own realm, independent of the primordial chaos, yet dependent on it. The difference is that the four great realms within the sea, are actually four heavenly Tao, forbidden formations that suppress the remnants of the chaotic demon god and their resentment. He never expected that Luo Hu would dare to be so reckless. Moving those four heavenly Tao, forbidden formations, if not careful, could bring catastrophic disasters to the primordial chaos. A calamity of unimaginable proportions. Ha ha ha. Luo Hu's avatar laughed wildly, completely disregarding Hongjun, disdainfully retorting, the path to death? Ridiculous. Old thief, apart from boasting. What else can you do? Hongjun ignored his mockery, squinting his eyes and staring at him for a moment, saying, You have something that conceals the secrets of heaven. So what if I do? Luo Hu's avatar raised an eyebrow. Hongjun suddenly realized why that fellow could set up the extermination formation right under his nose and why he could manipulate the heavenly Tao formation without any response from the heavenly Tao. However, there was still one thing he did not understand. The secret of the Four Seas he only learned after obtaining the authority of the heavenly Tao. So how did Luo Hu know about it? Tian, you damn ant. Suddenly, Hongjun was filled with rage and cursed at the sky. If he remembered correctly, that little demon Tian escaped from the heavenly Tao formation of the North Sea demon so he naturally knew its secrets. In fact, he was not wrong at all. Tian had mentioned the secret of the sea to Luo Hu a long time ago. So long ago that he had forgotten it himself. Hongjun's face darkened, his eyes flickering with cold light, and his killing intent towards Tian refreshed his record once again. He wished he could crush him to death immediately. However, he was trapped in the extermination sword formation, unable to care for himself. So how could he kill Tian? Luo Hu had plotted for a long time and paid a great price to set up today's situation. Now that the sword formation had risen, he had disappeared without a trace, leaving only an avatar behind. What was his intention? Hongjun could not understand, but he knew that Luo Hu would never do anything in vain. Suddenly, he recalled the battle in the chaos outside the world. He had teamed up with the ancestor of Yin and Yang and the ancestor of Tian to hunt down Luo Hu, forcing him to hide deep within the chaos. With Luo Hu's temperament, he would definitely seek revenge. Could it be? That fellow intended to target his allies. Hongjun's pupils shook. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. He immediately used the means of the heavenly Tao to send a message to his allies. Fellow Taoists, Luo Hu's true body has disappeared, leaving me trapped in the extermination sword formation. This villain has sinister intentions, and I hope you all take precautions. Luo Hu's avatar was watching him closely when suddenly he felt an extremely subtle fluctuation of the laws and immediately shouted, Dreaming of sending a warning? In your dreams. Clang. The crisp and loud sound of the sword echoed. Brilliant sword light tore through the river of time, illuminating the past, present, and future. The four swords resonated, and the killing intent was shocking, as if the laws of the sword were going to slay all worlds. Exterminate the immortals, trap the immortals, slay the immortals, and obliterate the immortals. The four swords flew across the sky, sealing off all directions, and the formation erupted with boundless light, suppressing all laws of heaven and earth, completely sealing off Ziqiang Mountain, turning it into a dead zone, impossible to enter or exit, not to mention sending messages. Even the connection between Hongjun and the heavenly Tao was severed. In a place outside the world, the immortal mountains rose and fell, the heavens draped with auspicious colors, and the earth gushed with sweet springs, presenting a scene of peace like a sacred land. A Taoist sat cross-legged in the sky, the laws of the primordial unity circulating, as if he were one with this world, surrounded by myriad wonders, making him appear like the supreme ruler. Suddenly, the sky turned as dark as ink. A terrifying killing intent shattered the tranquility of this sacred land. The Qian Kuanding, the map of the primordial unity Qi and Qian Kuan emerged. The Taoist was greatly shocked, filled with fear, and a sense of deadly crisis surged in his heart as he hurriedly summoned 2 spirit treasures. Swish! A flash of cold light arrived first, followed by a spear shooting out like a dragon. The blood-red spear light pierced through time and space, obliterating cause and effect and order. Under one strike, all laws became illusions, and only slaughter was real. Qian Kuan, you should be eliminated. The roar shook the heavens and earth as a powerful and domineering figure wielded a blood-colored spear, directly targeting the ancestor of Qian Kuan. The killing intent emanating from a spear tip seemed to want to pierce him to death. Clang! The sharp and piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. 2 figures tore through the void, intercepting the 2 spirit treasures of the ancestor of Qian Kuan, every movement resonating with the roaring laws, each move terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 50. Under the god-slaying spear, the demon god bleeds, though alive, is as good as dead. In the outside world, the Taoist sight of the ancestor of Qian Kuan was shattered. The violent force of the laws intertwined and collided, disturbing time and space and scattering order. In the once holy land, the heavens wept blood, the earth gushed forth black water, and the killing intent obliterated everything. The aftermath of the battle rampaging and destroying all things. Puff! The ancestor of Qian Kuan coughed up blood. Alone and fighting, no one was a match for Luo Hu. Moreover, he was suddenly attacked. Even though his reaction was quick enough, he was still caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Luo Hu, you bastard! The ancestor of Qian Kuan cursed, his face pale. That spear had pierced through his body, and the strongest killing law nearly obliterated all vitality. The god-slaying spear. This innate killing treasure was truly terrifying. The peak body of the primordial golden immortal, indestructible and immortal, enduring countless tribulations without damage, was easily torn apart by the god-slaying spear, its sharp edge invincible. Innate Taoist, Inyan Taoist, Luo Hu is here, please hurry and save me. The ancestor of Qian Kuan, terrified and shivering, hastily called for support using secret methods, knowing he was no match for Luo Hu. Luo Hu let out a chilling smile, saying, "This place has long been set with restrictions by me, cutting off all laws no matter what you do. It will be useless." What? The ancestor of Qian Kuan was greatly astonished, his eyes wide open, both shocked and angry. He never expected that Luo Hu had already plotted this out, preparing who knows how much for today's killing game. But he was a peak primordial golden immortal, just a step away from proving the Tao. Logically speaking, at this level, everything related to oneself, such as cause and effect, intention, and killing intent, should resonate. Even if the calamity was overwhelming, there should be some warning. Why was there not a hint of sensation beforehand? The ancestor of Qian Kuan's face turned ugly as he stared at Luo Hu and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have a treasure that can conceal the heavenly secrets?" Luo Hu sneered, casually saying, "Since death is imminent, it won't hurt to tell you." As he spoke, the third avatar suddenly summoned an object. Hiss! The ancestor of Qian Kuan gasped in disbelief. It's actually the treasure, the Chaos Pearl. He was a chaos demon god, and the treasure he referred to was not some innate treasure, but the legendary Chaos treasure. Since the beginning of the primordial creation, only 5 known Chaos treasures existed. Namely, Chaos Green Lotus, Heaven-Opening Divine Axe, Creation Jade Plate, Chaos Pearl, and world-destroying Great Mill. The heart of the ancestor of Qian Kuan felt cold. Luo Hu's luck was truly beyond words, with spirit treasures in hand, each more defiant than the last. At this moment, he couldn't help but doubt. Who exactly is the chosen partner of the heavenly Tao? Hongjun or Luo Hu? If it was Luo Hu, he had nothing to say. On the contrary, he felt it was a huge mistake. How could the heavy treasures in Luo Hu's hands exceed those of Hongjun? Boom! The fist-sized Chaos Pearl erupted with boundless light, the aura of chaos spreading, every strand able to collapse the ancient sky and annihilate a realm. The pearl lived up to its name, its body a chaotic color, obscured and indistinct, with the surface seeming to have cracks spreading, continuously leaking out chaotic energy. Within it was a shattered, chaotic world. What a pity! Such a treasure could not withstand that calamity, ultimately becoming damaged, its grade plummeting, no longer possessing its former might. Luo Hu sighed, shaking his head in regret. As he spoke, the god-slaying spear pierced out remnants, each strike stronger than the last, each spear more ferocious than everything. Never ceasing. Puff! The ancestor of Tian accidentally got hit on the shoulder by the spear light, immediately splattering a flower of blood. At this moment, he was in tatters, covered in injuries, with a terrifying penetrating wound in his chest, blood gushing, unable to heal for a long time. Alas! Is it not that the Tao wishes to end me? Why grant treasures to Luo Hu? The ancestor of Tian shouted to the heavens, feeling a sense of despair in his heart. Forced by the situation, he could not help but feel pessimistic. Luo Hu's strength was already extremely formidable. Saying he stood unrivaled in the wilderness would not be an exaggeration. He was already a complete, primordial, golden immortal, unmatchable. Now with the god-slaying spear and the chaos pearl in hand, who could compete with him? Ha ha ha! Old fool of Tian, your broken map isn't that great. The voice of the third avatar echoed with arrogance. He wielded the chaos pearl, displaying great power, having already suppressed the companion spirit treasure of the ancestor of Tian. Puff! The imprint of the primordial spirit was violently erased, and the face of the ancestor of the universe turned even paler. His expression twisted as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The companion spirit treasure was extraordinary, often communicating deeply with its master, sharing in both glory and loss. Clang! Clang! On the other side, the sound of metal clashing was continuous, crisp, and piercing, like iron being forged. The first avatar stood on the 12-petal black lotus of destruction, exuding unmatched divine might with every move, causing the universe cauldron to shake violently. Teetering on the brink of collapse, its brilliance gradually fading. Ha 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 ha! Just as the universe cauldron was about to be suppressed, the ancestor of the universe suddenly burst into laughter, his hair disheveled and his clothes in disarray, resembling a madman. Luo Hu, you think you can kill me so easily? The ancestor of the universe shouted violently, knowing that disaster was imminent and with nowhere to retreat. He gritted his teeth and became fierce, his eyes turning blood red, filled with killing intent, his aura surging violently. I hold the universe in my hands. Within this realm, amidst the cosmos, I am the Supreme One, commanding this world and all its laws and beings to serve me. Once the words were spoken, the laws flowed, and all things in heaven and earth obeyed his command. An immense power surged into the body of the ancestor of the universe. Boom! This realm of purity experienced a massive collapse. Heading towards its end, all things perished, and the very essence of heaven and earth was violently extracted by the ancestor of the universe, everything turning to nothingness. Borrowing the laws of the universe is merely a small trick. Luo Hu sneered, disregarding it. Swish! He pointed his spear directly at the universe, declaring, I shall show you what the great way is. Watch closely. No matter how many laws you have, I will break them all with one shot. Boom! The sound of this explosion was indescribable. The ancestor of the universe's realm was utterly transformed into nothingness. Immediately after, the void was shattered, giving birth to chaos again. And then chaos was split apart. The four elements of earth, fire, wind, and water rampaged, as if opening up heaven and earth, creating the universe. In the intense explosion, one after another, small worlds were created, only to be destroyed in an instant. After destruction, they were created again, and after creation, they were instantly destroyed. Thousands of small worlds trapped in a cycle of destruction and creation. Various violent forces of the laws collided, order collapsed, time and space became misaligned, resulting in utter chaos. Cough! Luo Hu coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his face pale, his hand gripping the god-slaying spear trembling. In the final clash, he too felt the strain. After all, the ancestor of the universe was a chaotic demon god, and when he went berserk, he was equally terrifying, especially when he burned his essence for a desperate fight, his ferocity unmatched, terrifying indeed. That move of borrowing the laws of the universe was powerful enough to rival a fully realized primordial golden immortal. Good, you old bastard, indeed, ruthless. Luo Hu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face showing a fierce expression as he cursed. The ancestor of the universe did not die. After delivering the strongest blow, he was blown away by the terrifying explosion, seizing the opportunity to escape from the crisis, fleeing far away. Luo Hu was naturally unwilling to give up, fiercely pursuing him with his avatar, but failed to kill him. Borrowing the laws of the universe to escape was also a brilliant technique. Everything served him, making it hard to capture him. However, the ancestor of the universe was, though alive, effectively dead. His physical body was destroyed, his essence blasted apart, half of which fell into Luo Hu's hands, and his primordial spirit was torn apart. To return to his peak, who knows how many years it would take. One misstep leads to 1,000 failures. It can be said that he had already withdrawn from the grand stage of the Hongjun, and many significant events that followed would have nothing to do with him. In battles of life and death among peak experts, there are no frills. 1,000 moves turn into a single strike. And victory or defeat can be determined in an instant. From Luo Hu's attack to the ancestor of the universe's defeat, it barely exceeded a quarter of an hour. The explosion came suddenly, and the conclusion was equally abrupt. So quick that it left people with no time to react. Although I suffered some minor injuries, it's nothing serious. Let us go fight Hongjun. Even if we can't kill him, we must make him shed some skin. The third avatar frowned and said, Master, do not be reckless. I believe Yin Yang and the others should be arriving at Ziqiang Mountain soon. If we go now, we might not gain any benefits. What's there to fear? What if there are many? If we can't win, can't we run away? The first avatar retorted, filled with fighting spirit. Luo Hu's true self pondered for a moment and said, Leaving aside other matters, we must retrieve the extermination sword array. Let us go there first and see if we can fight. Chapter 51. The loser who once competed with the Father God at the summit of Tianju Mountain. Fu Tian and Shun Ni stood side by side, gazing towards Ziqiang Mountain, where they sensed 3 extremely powerful auras descending, one of which felt particularly familiar. Sure enough, Wang Shu has arrived. Fu Tian sighed lightly, thinking that getting on Hongjun's pirate ship meant being unable to act freely. It wouldn't be easy to get off. The old maid Wang Shu was a vivid example. She had once told Luo Hu's avatar that she would no longer interfere in the matters of Hongjun. Yet she still came, getting caught up in this murky water, and now, pulling away would likely be difficult. Great Marshal! Shin Ni clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, What exactly are they? Why are they so strong? His face was filled with confusion and bewilderment, and in the depths of his eyes, a complex flame ignited, unwillingness, defiance, and also yearning and longing. As fellow primordial golden immortals, why was the gap so vast? It was simply like heaven and earth, a chasm apart. Fu Tian looked at him deeply and said, If they were not strong enough, then there would be no justice in the world. Why? What exactly is their origin? Shin Ni's voice gradually lowered, almost growling with the intensity of his questioning. In truth, they have no grand origin. They are merely the losers who once competed with the Father God. What? What did you say? Fu Tian's casual words made Shun Ni's scalp tingle, his soul trembling, as he stared dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Losers who once competed with the Father God. Those few short words echoed like thunder in Shun Ni's mind, resounding endlessly, leaving him stunned for a long time. Fu Tian was not surprised by his reaction at all. He was merely a bit worried that Shun Ni might be so devastated that he would be left in despair, unable to rise again. If he couldn't even get past this hurdle, then he would be completely ruined. What was there to say about an invincible heart? Fu Tian thought to himself that there was nothing wrong with revealing the truth to him. The path of defying the heavens was inherently difficult, with one hurdle after another. Knowing the details of one's opponent early on was not a bad thing. Huff! Shin Ni exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented light. And he underwent a significant transformation from the inside out. All those defeats, all that resentment seemed to dissolve at this moment. No wonder that this emperor felt like a rookie when facing them. It turns out it is like this, and it should be like this. Shin Ni sighed deeply. feeling not beaten down, but rather relaxed. His eyes filled with an invincible confidence. Tian looked at him with relief and asked, "How is it? Are you afraid?" "Ha ha ha." Shun and I laughed heartily, full of spirit, and said, "They are nothing special. No wonder they were defeated by the Father God. If given time, I could surpass them." "Huh? Young man, you're quite arrogant. Several times you nearly got killed, and you still dare to say they are nothing special? Who gave you such confidence?" In front of the Pangu god, they indeed are nothing special, but for Shun and I, Tian smiled, but did not speak, thinking that having confidence is good. But don't be too arrogant. The young man is still too young and somewhat unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. It's not easy for innate beings to surpass chaotic demon gods. It's more difficult than proving the Tao. After all, the damned setting of Hongjun essentially determines a being's limits based on their background and origins. Breaking through is extraordinarily difficult. This emperor wants to become stronger. This emperor wants to progress. Shen and I roared towards the sky, venting his inner ambition. Tian stood by, feeling speechless, thinking Shun and I was just a fool, wanting to grow stronger without diligently grappling with the laws and solidifying his foundation. Just howling like this would accomplish nothing. In his view, Shen's current cultivation was largely built upon external factors like merit and fortune, nothing substantial. Forget it. Relying on him alone, who knows when he will rise. If there's a chance, I should find Luo Hu to ask this fool for some insights on cultivation. Tian shook his head gently, not very optimistic about Shen and I, mainly because time is running out. Judging by the current calamity, the final battle is not far away. The catastrophe of fierce beasts will eventually come to an end. He sincerely hopes that before that, Shun and I can grow up. Not to say standing alone, at least he should be able to contend with one or two, rather than collapsing at the first touch and being crushed upon meeting. The reason is simple. Luo Hu needs helpers. To counteract Hongjun also needs helpers. And to confront the great momentum of the heavenly Tao requires even more helpers. The enemy is strong and we are weak. The enemy is numerous and we are few. Only by uniting all forces might there be a slight chance of victory. At this moment, on Ziqiu Mountain, Luo Hu's second avatar was experiencing the feeling of being beaten into a panda head. Want to break the formation? No way. The second avatar, with a bruised face, roared angrily. "How dare you speak so boldly with just one avatar?" The Evil Ancestor looked down on him. The second avatar immediately retorted angrily. "How dare Amir, nobody bark like a dog. If it weren't for that old fellow Yang Mei suddenly attacking, I could easily suppress you with a flip of my hand. You little brat. You infuriate me." The Evil Ancestor was furious, moving his hands to interpret the laws of Yin and Yang, crazily bombarding the extermination formation. Boom! Sword lights crisscrossed. The unparalleled killing intent extinguishing one Yin and Yang law after another. "Fellow Taoist, you can't break this formation like this. Don't waste your efforts," Yang Mei Ancestor said indifferently. His white robe, exceptionally out of this world, always wearing a calm expression. The Yang Ancestor stopped his hands, frowning and asking, "Fellow Taoist, in your opinion, how shall we break this formation?" Yang Mei fell silent for a moment, his figure virtualizing, merging into the infinite void, circling around the four immortal swords, then staring at the formation diagram for a while. "Alas," Yang Mei sighed, seriously saying, "this formation is exquisite and unparalleled. To break it, at least 4 fellow Taoists need to act simultaneously, each attacking with a sword. Perhaps we can give it a try? Times have changed. Where can we find other fellow Taoists now?" Wang Shu frowned tightly. Since Pangu opened the heavens, there have only been 5 surviving chaos demon gods. If the Qingquan Ancestor were here, breaking this formation wouldn't be difficult. However, the Qingquan Ancestor might, perhaps, possibly have already fallen. We can't possibly ask Luo Hu to break the formation, right? The Yin-Yang Ancestor glanced at the second avatar, pondered for a moment, and said, "I have a method that may be worth a try." "What method do you have, Tao brother?" Wang Shu asked eagerly. He, the second avatar sneered, disdainfully saying, "Yin-Yang, aren't you afraid of talking big and twisting your tongue? Just you?" "Oomph." The Yin-Yang Ancestor glared at him, then chanted, 3,000 great ways. I control yin and yang, for yin and yang are mutually beneficial, mutually destructive. In yin there is yang, in yang there is yin. When yang reaches its extreme, yin is born. When yin reaches its extreme, yang returns. Yin and yang alternate, cycle endlessly, inexhaustibly. At the moment the chanting voice fell, divine light erupted. And then the yin-yang ancestor split apart. A very clear line appeared in the middle of his forehead, with the left side of his skin turning as black as ink and the right side as white as snow. Whoosh! That line burst forth with brilliance, dazzling beyond compare. The yin-yang ancestor split into two, becoming one black and one white Taoist. Immediately afterward, the black-robed Taoist transformed into another white-robed Taoist, and the white-robed Taoist transformed into a black-robed Taoist. Just as he said, yin and yang alternate, cycle endlessly, inexhaustibly. Before long, the vicinity of Ziqiang Mountain was filled with countless yin-yang ancestors, innumerable, half in black robes and half in white robes. This is the yin-yang magician skill. Although the transformed Tao bodies can only exist for a moment, and their combat power is slightly inferior to the main body, it's not too far off. Can this break the extermination formation? Chapter 52. The Chaos Demon Gods Gather at Ziqiang Mountain. The yin-yang magician skill is a defiant divine ability, with yin and yang alternating, evolving into countless avatars. Unfortunately, the strength of the avatars isn't that impressive. What the yin-yang ancestor said is ultimately too exaggerated. What does it mean to be slightly inferior to the main body and not much different? It's clearly nonsense. The gap between the avatar and the main body is not just thousands of miles. Ha ha! Yin-yang old ghost, is this your so-called divine skill? After all that, you've only produced some early-stage Chaos Golden Immortals avatars. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? The second avatar laughed wildly, unable to straighten his waist as he laughed, his half-squinted eyes full of disdain, as if he saw the greatest joke. Many ants can kill an elephant. This is just a joke in the realm of Chaos Golden Immortals. A step short is a difference of a whole heaven, like being placed in front of an insurmountable chasm, or like a high mountain that is unattainable. The idea of fighting beyond one's rank and defeating the strong with the weak simply does not exist. Attempting to win by numbers is even more of a delusion. A fully realized Chaos Golden Immortal only needs to make a slight move to easily crush a bunch of early-stage Chaos Golden Immortal scum. Of course, the premise is relying solely on strength, without considering treasures. Countless avatars snorted coldly, in unison saying, if I were to comprehend the laws of yin and yang to the extreme, this method would be flawless, and each avatar would be indistinguishable from the main body. Would you still be able to laugh then? Hee hee. The second avatar laughed uncontrollably, looking down on them. The extreme end, the law of proof, just you? You're still far off. The law of proof is to comprehend a certain law of the great way to its ultimate end, thereby breaking through to the realm of Chaos Luo Golden Immortal, representing a certain great way equal in status to the heavenly Tao. The Chaos Luo Golden Immortal is only 2 more words than the Chaos Golden Immortal. It has stumped how many existences? The law of proof is incredibly difficult. The yin-yang ancestor is merely at the peak of Chaos Golden Immortal, still far from the ultimate perfection. So how can he talk about proof? You little child, how dare you underestimate me? The yin-yang ancestor became furious. The second avatar scoffed. He, old thief with gray beard, old man with white hair, I underestimated you. What can you do about it? Seeking death. With a loud shout, the yin-yang ancestor's countless avatars instantly merged into one, transforming into 2 figures, one black and one white. Boom! An immensely powerful aura surged into the sky, instantly making the heavens and earth lose color, and the universe trembled. These 2 figures were not avatars. Their strength was even stronger than that of the yin-yang ancestor's true self. This is the defiance of the yin-yang magician skill. First, differentiate yin and yang. Then evolve into pure yin and pure yang, and finally transcend, manifesting extreme yin and extreme yang, tripling their combat power. The stone from another mountain can be used to attack Jade. The yin-yang ancestor, learning from this, truly comprehended the laws of the great Yin and great Yang, and his attainments were profound. Swish! With a sound of sword ringing, 2 swords were drawn. The black and white figures each held a sword, striking out sharp and unparalleled sword lights of Yin and Yang. Buzz buzz! The extermination sword formation seemed to be provoked, and in an instant, sword lights soared to the heavens, killing intent exposed. The 4 swords moved in unison, slicing out 1 sword light after another. Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl go. With a loud shout, the Yin-Yang ancestor summoned another accompanying spiritual treasure. It was a black and white pearl, exuding the innate aura of Yin and Yang, demonstrating the mysteries of the Yin-Yang laws, disintegrating one after another of the extermination sword lights. Fellow Taoists, do not entangle with this fiend. Please quickly break the formation to prevent any changes. Hongjun's anxious voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. He was trapped in this ancient and modern first killing formation. One can imagine how uncomfortable it was. If it weren't for the treasure protecting his body, he would have been severely injured long ago. Above his head was a heaven-swallowing cauldron. Under his feet, a 12-petal golden lotus of merit. Behind him, the transformation jade plate was suspended, and before him, the celestial celebrations surrounded him, with the right hand holding a righteous dust whisk and the left hand gripping a 9-dragon staff. Truly fully armed, without a flaw. It was indeed the divine armor in hand. I have the world. Since this is the case, let us first break the extermination formation, and then settle accounts with that Luo Hu. The white-robed Yin-Yang ancestor said. The black-robed Yin-Yang ancestor nodded silently, shouting, Yang Mei Daoist, Wang Shu Daoist. Let us work together, each suppressing 1 fierce sword to break it. Good. Yang Mei uttered a syllable, and his figure instantly disappeared, reappearing already suppressing the absolute immortal sword. Chaos Great Yin, the coldest and most extreme, sealing all laws, freezing everything. Wang Shu shouted, charging towards the trap immortal sword. The chaotic mist surged. The great Yin cold tide roared, wherever it passed. Even space was frozen, time was stopped, and the killing intent of the trap immortal sword could not escape either. Swish! Swish! 2 figures, 1 black and 1 white, darted towards the Zhuxian sword and the Luxian sword like phantoms. The extremes of Yin and Yang intertwined and collided in the void, unexpectedly creating a realm of Yin and Yang within the Zhuxian formation. The innate energies of Yin and Yang surged forth like fierce dragons, clawing at the 2 deadly swords. You dare to dream. Number 2 roared, wielding the Zhuxian formation diagram, ignoring everyone else, and focused on violently attacking the Yin-Yang ancestor, unleashing wave after wave of sword light to encircle those 2 figures. Puff! Puff! The unparalleled sharpness of the Zhuxian sword light cut through the air, producing bursts of blood flowers, putting immense pressure on the Yin-Yang ancestor. And both black and white figures were injured. Let me handle it, the Yangbrow ancestor said with a frown, taking over from the Yin-Yang ancestor to counter the overwhelming sword light. Command the infinite space, banish, the Yangbrow ancestor shouted, waving his sleeves. And the space was instantly torn apart, like a giant beast opening its bloody maw, swallowing the endless rain of swords. Old rascal Yangbrow. Number 2 cursed angrily, but found himself powerless against him. The opponent's mastery of spatial laws was astonishing, nearly reaching the pinnacle of perfection, and it was feared he was not far from achieving enlightenment. Boom! The Zhuxian sword formation shook violently, both inside and out, feeling the intense impact. Ha ha! With the help of my fellow Taoists, this formation is nothing to worry about. It can be broken with a snap of my fingers. Truly fortunate indeed. Hongjun laughed joyously, unleashing his full combat power, resonating with several treasures, erupting with immeasurable brilliance, merging thousands of laws, and launching a shocking attack. Buzz! The 4 Zhuxian swords trembled violently. The formation diagram was struck by terrifying power, swaying precariously, and the entire Zhuxian sword formation was shaking violently. Bad news. Number 2's expression changed drastically. The Zhuxian sword formation had reached its limit, and with his own strength, he could not maintain the stability of the great formation. It was only a matter of time before it would be breached. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the heavens. The void split open with a terrifying gash. Enrolling demonic energy spilled out, overwhelming like a tide, an unparalleled oppressive aura engulfing the 8 directions. A sinister laugh echoed as the true body of Luo Hu stepped through the rift in the void, the blood-stained god-slaying spear pointing directly at the Yongbrow ancestor. Yongbrow, you finally dared to come out. As soon as the words fell, the spear shot out like a dragon, directly stabbing towards the Yongbrow ancestor with unmatched ferocity and world-shattering power, the killing intent enough to terrify both heaven and earth. Luo Hu, the Yongbrow ancestor, growled lowly. Feeling the intense killing intent, his expression changed immediately, brows furrowing tightly, both shocked and angry and confused. What madness is Luo Hu up to? Have I provoked him? Although he had some grievances with him, it shouldn't have escalated to this point. However, Luo Hu's stance was clearly one of murderous intent, wanting nothing less than death. Attacking with full force, without holding back, and striking hard right from the start. What is the reason? And why did he say finally? Has he long wanted to strike at me? The Yongbrow ancestor was bewildered and confused. What has happened to this world? Why is it more brutal than the chaotic era? Is it the norm to seek life and death at the first encounter? Chapter 53. The formation breaks. Hongjun emerges. Parting ways, the Yongbrow ancestor reacted hastily. But after all, he cultivated the 10 supreme laws, and his comprehension of spatial laws was unparalleled, so he was not afraid of Luo Hu. Bang! The Yongbrow ancestor's thoughts moved, and the space before him stacked layer upon layer like an immortal shield, the sharp edge of the god-slaying spear unable to pierce through. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and the power of space suddenly crashed towards Luo Hu like a raging tide. Ha! The old thief is indeed difficult to deal with. Luo Hu spat, suddenly moving erratically, his figure hard to control, the surrounding space completely chaotic, lacking any semblance of order. He felt like a leaf fallen into the vast ocean, tossed about by the waves, drifting unpredictably, as if a mortal had entered a vacuum, unable to control himself for a moment. Although the Yongbrow ancestor was right before him, the bloodstained tip of the god-slaying spear was only a foot away from his brow. However, seemingly close, it was actually far away, that foot of distance separated by infinite space, making it feel so unreachable. Luo Hu, what madness are you on? Haven't we reached the point of life and death? Why such a chilling, killing intent? What is the reason? The Yongbrow ancestor questioned darkly. Ha ha ha! Luo Hu laughed loudly, raising his head, and said solemnly, why? You are the supreme of space, a leader among the demon gods, living freely, unrestrained, and devoted to the Tao. What's wrong with that? You ask me why. Why not ask yourself? Why become the lackey of that old man Hongjun? The immortals and demons cannot coexist. Since you are against me, why leave you alive? Boom! Before Luo Hu's words fell, his body surged to 10,000 feet tall, like a small giant standing between heaven and earth. His exposed skin covered with chaotic, demonic patterns, exuding overwhelming demonic might. Boom! The god-slaying spear flickered with dazzling crimson light. Luo Hu held the spear in one hand and thrust it forward violently, causing the infinite space to shatter like a mirror, and this sky began to collapse, seemingly about to recreate chaos. The true body of the demon god. The Yongbrow ancestor's pupils suddenly constricted, his body began to fade away, and then he instantly disappeared, merging into the infinite space to evade that world-destroying thrust. This top-tier, innate killing treasure, at this moment, displayed a might that even the chaotic demon gods in the Hongjun golden immortal realm found daunting. Luo Hu broke out of that spatial domain, his hair dancing wildly. Demonic might overwhelming, fierce light shining in his dark red demonic eyes, sweeping the spear around, searching for the Yongbrow ancestor's trace. I strike today out of necessity. The reasons are not convenient to disclose. However, your conflict with Hongjun, I have no intention to intervene. I've said all I need to say. You better think it over, if you still want to fight to the death. I have roamed through the ages. Aside from Pangu, I have truly feared no one. If it comes to a showdown, let us see if your life is tough enough. The Yongbao ancestor's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. Only his voice was heard, but he could not be seen. That cold and powerful voice seemed to be everywhere. An existence cultivating the 10 supreme laws is not something to be trifled with. Luo Hu's pressure was immense. How could he not be angry? Fellow Taoist, quickly break the formation. Hongjun urged anxiously. At the moment Luo Hu's true body descended, he felt a strong sense of crisis, his heart restless. If Luo Hu's true body took control of the Zhuxian sword formation and coordinated with the 3 avatars, Hongjun dared not imagine how much suffering he would endure. He couldn't help but feel a bit relieved that the reckless man went straight to find the Yongbao ancestor to fight for his life, not taking control of the Zhuxian sword formation right away. Brother Yongbao, this fiend Luo Hu has sinister intentions. Do not waste your breath with him. Once we break this Zhuxian formation, we shall join forces to subdue this fiend, the yin-yang ancestor shouted. On the other side, Wang Shu remained silent, but her actions grew increasingly swift, frantically urging the chaotic Sun Law, making the Xian sword tremble violently. Bold Wang Shu, you dare to meddle, truly unaware of your own mortality. Luo Hu's first avatar roared in anger, stepping on the 12th grade destructive Black Lotus, directly charging at her. Oomph. Wang Shu let out a delicate snort, lightly stamping her jade foot, and the laws unfolded into a long river rushing towards the first avatar. The powers of chaos and the Sun Law surging into towering waves, crashing towards him. You seek the path of death. The first avatar glared angrily. It was one thing for Yongbao to intervene, given his strength, but what right did Wang Shu have to join in? Wang Shu's strength, among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, could at most be considered average. She was far from the likes of Hongjun and Luo Hu, who stood at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. She could challenge them, but prolonged battles would surely lead to her demise. Boom! The destructive Black Lotus erupted with dark light, spreading a path of rolling demonic energy. The first avatar stepping on the Black Lotus, commanding the great Tao, fiercely colliding with the river of laws. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion echoed across the sky, the collision of laws directly leading this realm toward destruction, the ground crumbling and the void collapsing. Suddenly, the immense power generated by the explosive sound was drawn towards the Xian, soared by a strange law power, and then erupted violently. Thank you for your assistance. Wang Shu smiled lightly. What? The first avatar was dumbfounded and then roared like a raging beast. You dare to use me? Under the tremendous impact, the Xian sword had already lost its luster, falling from the Zhuxian sword formation, creating a flaw in the formation. Wang Shu, you wretched maid, you shall die. Number 1's eyes were bloodshot, with murder evident. However, where was Wang Shu's shadow? After stabilizing the immortal sword, she shattered the void and left in an instant, departing from the primordial chaos, leaving behind a cold remark. Hongjun, after this, we are clear of each other. The matters of the primordial chaos are no longer related to me. The cause and effect are settled. Do not disturb my cultivation. Number 1 intended to pursue, but the situation did not allow for it, so he could only hold a grudge and settle it later. Swish! He quickly flashed to the front of the immortal sword, wanting to repair the flaws in the immortal sword formation. However, it was too late. The space silently produced fluctuations, and a figure quietly appeared before the immortal sword, the laws pouring forth, directly stripping it away. You insolent fool! The true body of Luo Hu was furious, instantly thrusting his spear forward. Bang! Again, that damned spatial barrier. Again, that chaotic spatial domain. Luo Hu's furious blow achieved nothing. Almost at the same moment, the yin-yang ancestor seized the opportunity. The extreme yang and extreme yin merging in an instant, unleashing full combat power, swiftly dealing with the immortal sword. Boom! The divine light of Ziqiang Mountain surged, and Hongjun took the chance to explode forth, sending the immortal sword flying, flipping the formation map, and charging out with divine armor. Luo Hu! Hongjun roared, his anger flaring, the fury and killing intent in his eyes nearly turning virtual into reality. With just that one glance, he could annihilate a powerful being at the early stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Swish! The heaven-swallowing cauldron, the creation jade dish, the nine-dragon staff, and the righteous chi whisk, among other spirit treasures, all struck towards the true body of Luo Hu, dazzling beams of light engulfing everything. The wind howled. The true body of Luo Hu silently transmitted a message. The three avatars swiftly vanished, leaving only him to hold the rear. My sword brings chaos to Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang ancestor held dual swords, with the Yin-Yang mixed heaven pearl floating above his head, continuously swinging his swords, cutting out brilliant sword lights. The Yin-Yang energies like furious dragons crossing the sky, obliterating everything, domineering and terrifying. Luo Hu felt immense pressure, but fortunately, his avatars had left behind spirit treasures like the destruction Black Lotus and the Chaos Pearl before fleeing. Otherwise, he would not only suffer, but also lose a layer of skin. Unexpectedly, the most threatening Yang may merely watch from the sidelines, doing nothing to help. However, there was a hint of coldness and some caution in his gaze towards Hongjun. Yang Mei stood with his hands behind his back in the void, dressed in snow white, silver hair flying, deeply gazing at Hongjun, leaving behind a sentence. Hongjun, with the immortal sword formation broken, our transaction is complete. The cause and effect are settled. Do not disturb me in the future, or do not blame me for being rude. Before his voice fell, Yang Mei's figure vanished into the void, fleeing far away, leaving only ripples in space. Hongjun suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, Luo Hu, Hongjun, and Yin-Yang ignited true fire, battling their way into the chaotic void beyond the heavens. Chapter 54. The Great Reform of the Beast Clan. The awakening of the Enlightenment Tea Tree since the beginning of creation. The most terrifying battle unfolded, with 5 great chaos demon gods striking one after another. Shocking, the primordial chaos. The ancestor of Qian was the first to be eliminated, his Dao platform flattened, his primordial spirit fleeing into the infinite void with part of his origin, not knowing where he had escaped to. Yang Mei, Wang Shu, and Hongjun parted ways. From various signs, it seemed there were undisclosed secrets between them, and their relationship was not very harmonious. Only the Yin-Yang ancestor was determined to assist Hongjun, the two joining forces to battle Luo Hu, fighting from Ziqiang Mountain all the way into the chaotic sea beyond the heavens. No one knew when this battle would end, nor did anyone know the state of the battle. The chaos demon gods loomed like Mount Tai over the hearts of all beings, their terrifying divine might overshadowing the world, capable of destroying a realm at a whim. All spirits felt uneasy, fearing that a careless mistake could lead to unforeseen calamity. Ever since their departure, it seemed the entire world of primordial chaos had let out a sigh of relief. In the northern wilderness, at Tian Mountain, the high-ranking members of the Beast Clan gathered together, engaging in intense discussions and exchanges about the future development path of the Beast Clan. The Great Tao Oath must not be violated. It is both a constraint and the source of vitality. When the oath was made and grand aspirations were declared, it must be acted upon, not merely empty words. The Great Tao is supreme and cannot be deceived. The Beast Clan has received the Great Tao's grace, bestowing merits that have allowed their strength to increase so rapidly. If they dare to defy the Great Tao, their fortunes will flow away, and in an instant, everything will return to the starting point. Fu Tian sat upright, solemnly emphasizing the matters related to the Great Tao Oath, warning the high-ranking members of the Beast Clan not to harbor any delusions. Shen and I nodded, deeply understanding this. Recalling the past, he had refined the merits of the Great Tao, breaking through to the Hongjun Golden Immortal, becoming overly inflated, and aimed to destroy Hongjun's Tao platform to vent his anger. What was the result? Destroying heaven and earth. The Tao Oath held him accountable, and his cultivation was directly reduced by a small realm. Soon after, the flow of Tao fortune diminished, leading to a significant decline in the Beast Clan's luck, resulting in a series of severe consequences. The Grand Marshal need not say so much. We rough ones do not understand. So just tell us simply what we should do. That's right, whatever the Grand Marshal commands, we will follow. Well said. I, Tao Wu, will be the first to comply. Me too. The higher-ups of the Beast Clan, including Tao Tai and Xiongqi, shouted together for Tian to give orders. These muscle-bound, simple-minded fellows had no patience to listen to Tian's lengthy discourse, nor did they wish to think at all. TSK, I really admire you all, Tian thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. However, this was also good, saving him from wasting his breath. Swish! Tian waved his hand. Streams of light shot into the foreheads of the beasts, transmitting the 10,000 beasts' refining evil formation to them. From this day forth, each department began to refine the formation flags, practicing this formation, focusing on suppressing the evil spirits, strictly ordering the 10,000 beasts not to engage in harmful acts. Furthermore, if there is war, there shall be no more slaughter or extermination of clans. He issued several orders in one breath, aiming to fundamentally change the Beast Clan, cutting off all the bad habits of the past. Fierce beasts are the Beast Clan, but the Beast Clan is not merely fierce beasts. This vast race, which has been targeted by the heavenly Tao since its inception and designated as a piece in the calamity, can only seek development and avoid extermination by following the Tao. This Tao is not the heavenly Tao, but the great Tao. The evil spirit energy of the primordial chaos has existed since the opening of heaven and earth. Vast in number and complex in origin, a large part of the evil spirit energy comes from the fallen chaos demon gods. In some is the violent energy generated by the four innate origins of earth, fire, wind, and water during the evolution of heaven and earth. This evil spirit energy can erode the minds of living beings, pollute all things, turning vibrant places into lifeless wastelands. They are the tumors that destroy the world of primordial chaos. Whoosh! Shin flicked his sleeve, tossing out heavenly materials and earthly treasures, boldly saying, each department should quickly refine the formation flags. Do not worry about waste. There are plenty of resources. The dazzling array of treasures emitted brilliant light, colorful and eye-catching, illuminating the entire Beast Emperor Palace with a layer of treasure light. Shin was now exceedingly wealthy, with an astonishing amount of resources in hand. If the innate 10,000 clans were to see this scene, they would probably be heartbroken to the point of tears. All those heavenly materials and earthly treasures were theirs. In the battle to reclaim lost territories, Shun concealed his aura, raided the lairs of Zhu and Yuing, and then strolled around the ancestral lands of various clans, emptying their treasury. Receive the order. The higher-ups of the Beast Clan, including Tao Tai and Xiongqi, shouted in unison, each taking what they needed before exiting the Beast Emperor Palace, hurriedly going to refine the 10,000 beasts refining evil formation. The hall instantly became empty, leaving only 4 figures. Grand Marshal, the main force of the innate 10,000 clans has been nearly exhausted. Should we take the opportunity to seize the entire primordial chaos? Ancestor Zhou Huan said, with battle intent filling his copper bell-like eyes. Tian shook his head, saying, there is no need for that. The priority is still to enhance our strength. Shin slightly nodded, meaningfully saying, only the truly powerful can influence the overall situation. Territories and armies are merely illusions. Ancestor Zhou Huan appeared contemplative. After a sigh, the lady with the beautiful eyebrows furrowed and said, at our level, the improvement of cultivation is extremely slow, and I fear we won't make any progress in a short time. The primordial chaos knows no years, and cultivation makes one forget the passage of time. A Luo golden immortal can close themselves off for millions of years, let alone a half-step Hongjun golden immortal. As one progresses further along the path of cultivation, the higher the realm, the more difficult it becomes to advance. Without great opportunities, one can only endure slowly. I have heard that since the beginning of time, there have been 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots in the world, among which one is called the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. This tree bears no flowers or fruit, but has 3,000 leaves, each different, containing the true meaning of the Tao, symbolizing the 3,000 laws of the Tao, and can assist one in enlightenment. If one can find it, Tian said leisurely, showing some thoughts about the legendary Enlightenment Tea Tree. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, an innate spiritual root that can assist in enlightenment. Shin and I and the others were hearing about such an innate spiritual root for the first time and were immediately shocked, their eyes sparkling with unusual light. Upon entering the realm of Hongjun Golden Immortal, the most important thing is to comprehend the laws of the Tao. If this tree truly has the divine effect of assisting enlightenment, Wuwu tea cultivation become twice as effective with half the effort. It could save a lot of time spent in arduous practice. Smack! Shin and I slapped the table and stood up abruptly, excitedly asking, "Do you know where the enlightenment tea tree is? I must obtain it." Tian rolled his eyes. He wasn't all-knowing. How could he know where the enlightenment ancient tea tree was? If he really knew, would he still be sitting here? He would have already thought of ways to dig it up. Sigh. If anyone is most sensitive to innate spiritual roots, it must be the ancestor Yang Mei. But how can he be persuaded to help? Tian sighed inwardly, furrowing his brows. To find the enlightenment tea tree in the vast world of primordial chaos is like finding a needle in a haystack, exceedingly difficult. Could it be that even the Grand Marshal does not know where it is? Shin and I asked. Tian shook his head helplessly, saying, "I have only heard a little about it, but I truly do not know where the enlightenment ancient tea tree is." Shin and I was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, saying, "Our clan has already occupied half of the primordial chaos. I refuse to believe we can't find the enlightenment tea tree. Even if we have to turn this primordial chaos upside down, I will find it." Chapter 55. Peak of Tai, True Immortal. Desiring to shift karma, flowers bloom and wither. And bloom again. 3,000 years have hurriedly passed. In these 3,000 years, no major events occurred, and the primordial chaos welcomed a brief period of peace. Rare tranquility for a time. Tian sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes tightly closed, solemn and dignified, with a mysterious aura circulating around him. The laws of the evil path permeating. His hands were clasped, palms facing up, as the blood-devouring pearl quietly lay in his palm. Streams of blood light continuously flowing into Tian's body, continuously strengthening his physique. The 10,000 Souls banner stood silently beside him, quietly emitting black smoke. In its internal space, Tian's primordial spirit sat in the high sky, surrounded by a river of souls formed by his essence. Swish! A purple light shot out from the 10,000 Souls banner and entered Tian's brow. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the purple pupils glowed with an evil light, his momentum instantly surging. Peak of Tai, True Immortal. Tian stood tall, arms wide open, stretching beautifully, and immediately felt refreshed, bursting with vitality, in excellent condition. When Shun and I swore allegiance to the Tao, he shouldn't have mentioned me. This master of beasts is a significant karma. Tian sighed deeply, always feeling this was not a good thing. Now that his cultivation had advanced further, his understanding of the laws of the Tao had deepened. He had realized that karma is like the wildflowers and grasses by the roadside. It is best not to touch them, or else one will eventually be burdened by them. As the master of beasts, he enjoyed the luck of the beast clan, and his karma with them was very deep, which made him feel inexplicably anxious. If the beast clan were to perish under the great trend of the heavenly way, and he failed to defy the heavens, just this significant karma would be enough for Tian to die once. However, he always remained vigilant about the luck of the beast clan, not daring to use it freely, let alone rely on the power of luck to cultivate. Whether it be the luck of a clan or the luck of a sect, they are but two-faced individuals. When strong, they can be a great help, but when weak, they will definitely be the first to backstab, ruthlessly stabbing you in the back. No, to be safe, I must think of a way to shift this significant karma. Throw it away to avoid being implicated later. A cunning glint flashed in Tian's eyes, thoughts soaring, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose, forming a wicked smile. He thought of a suitable candidate. Shifting karma is no easy task. If Tian wants to throw away the identity of the master of beasts, he must first find a suitable scapegoat. That scapegoat must also make a certain contribution to the beast clan, earning the recognition of the beast clan's luck. And their actions must align with the identity of the master of beasts. Tian walked out of seclusion, standing atop the Tian mountain, gazing northward. The cunning light in his eyes grew stronger, and a suitable candidate surfaced in his mind as he murmured, a trip to the North Ming Great Marsh. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian soared into the sky, transforming into a long rainbow heading straight for the North Sea. At this time, in the Beast Emperor's palace hall, my emperor, the Grand Marshal, has come out of seclusion. By his aura, it seems he has broken through a small realm and is heading north. A figure in a black robe reported Shun Ni about Fu Tian's movements. Shun Ni waved his hand, saying, "Let him be. You just need to protect him in the dark. The Grand Marshal's cultivation is still too weak." Yes. The figure in black took the order, just about to exit the hall, when Shun Ni called him back with a word. "Is there any news about the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree? My emperor, I am incompetent and have not yet found the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, but there are a few suspected locations, and my subordinates are checking them one by one." Shun Ni nodded slightly, saying, "Be quick, no matter the cost. You must find that tree. If you need any resources, just take them from my treasury without reporting." "Thank you, my emperor. I will do my utmost." The figure in black suppressed his excitement as he spoke. Taking resources from the Beast Emperor's treasury without needing to report. What a level of trust. How much benefit can I reap? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Do your job well. Don't act smart. Shinenai glared at him, a cold light flashing in his stern eyes, as if he could see through his rebellious nature. Yes, I dare not." The figure in black shivered in fear. Shinenai grunted softly and said, "How is the 10,000 beasts refining evil formation?" Replying to my emperor, "The evil aura of the 100,000 great mountains in the North Wilderness has been completely refined, and the source of the evil has been eliminated. All major armies are advancing south." Shinai nodded slightly, then waved his hand, somewhat tiredly saying, "All right, you may leave." Subordinate takes leave. In the empty Beast Emperor's hall, only Shun Ni's solitary figure remained. Sigh. Shin Ni sighed deeply, sitting upright on the throne, his figure somewhat hunched. "Your Majesty," the lady with the beautiful eyebrows, dressed in a red skirt, slowly walked toward Shun Ni with her long and voluptuous legs, her jade back dazzling and her snowy peaks half exposed, her attire exuding wildness. "What troubles you, Your Majesty?" The lady sat directly on Shun Ni's lap, gently stroking his cheek. Shun Ni's sturdy body shook, instantly straightening his back, sweeping away the feeling of fatigue, his spirits soaring. He shook his head, saying nothing more, simply picking up the lady and heading toward the sleeping palace. Shin Ni was under immense pressure and urgently needed to vent. Among the many high-ranking members of the Beast clan, only he knew what kind of enemies he would face in the future. The losers who once competed with the Father God for the Tao. What a terrifying group of beings they were. Every time Shun and I thought of this, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. The immense pressure making it hard for him to breathe and stand tall. The strength and transcendence of those existences, just the thought of them sent chills down his spine, causing his soul to tremble. This was also the reason why he was willing to go to any lengths to urgently search for the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. He wanted to become stronger. He must become stronger. If the Beast Clan did not have a supreme being capable of competing with those existences, they would ultimately find it difficult to escape disaster, and the current prosperity and strength would become mere fleeting smoke. In the eastern part of the primordial chaos, Zhu Huan wandered among the towering mountains, holding a blood-red divine tree in his hand. The small tree was only about a foot tall, its body resembling gold and jade, with an immortal divine flame burning brightly. It was the divine tree of the Phoenix clan, the immortal Phoenix tree, one of the top 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots. Zhu Huan thought that since it was also a supreme, innate spiritual root, perhaps they would sense each other. So he took the immortal Phoenix tree and traveled through the primordial chaos, hoping to find the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. What had happened? Why did I feel that Shin and I had completely changed? His arrogance had dissipated, and he now appeared calm and composed, as if he had switched souls. Zhu Huan mumbled to himself. Given the relationship he had with Shun and I, both as teacher and friend, it was not difficult to see that Shun and I was under immense pressure. However, that bastard stubbornly refused to tell him anything and insisted on bearing it alone. Zhu Huan felt helpless. He wanted to help but couldn't, so he decided to search for the ancient tea tree of enlightenment for him. Suddenly, the immortal phoenix tree emitted a crimson light, spreading a peculiar wave. Had he found it? Zhu Huan was filled with excitement and apprehension as he quickly followed that wave. He thought that as long as he found the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, he wouldn't be afraid of prying out Shun Ni's little secret. He wanted to see what the once fearless Shun Ni was actually worried about. Chapter 56. Zhu Huan's shocked realization. Kuan tracks are hard to find what? Do you want to hear what you were saying? Zhu Huan nearly roared, his already large eyes bulging like copper bells, every hair standing on end like steel needles. He felt as if struck by lightning, his soul trembling, his strong and robust body shaking uncontrollably, his mouth wide open like a gate. Unable to close for a long time, utterly shocked. Sigh. Shun and I sighed heavily, wary. You didn't hear wrong. That old man Hongjun is indeed a chaos demon god, from the same era as the father god. Hiss. Zhu Huan gasped, feeling that the Beast Emperor Palace today was exceptionally chilling. A cold wave rushing up from his soles to the top of his head. That old man Hongjun actually had such a background. Just thinking about it made Zhu Huan's scalp tingle. He instantly understood Shen and I. With such a formidable enemy, anyone would feel immense pressure. Without saying a word, Zhu Huan waved his hand to take out the ancient tea tree of enlightenment and then looked at him deeply, placing a hand on his shoulder. Shen and I nodded slightly, their eyes meeting, everything unsaid between them. I will catch up to your pace as soon as possible, Zhu Huan said in a low voice, bursting forth with astonishing fighting spirit. Ha ha ha. Shen and I laughed heartily, delighted. Good. This is my good brother. After saying this, he closed his eyes, the power of the laws swirling around him, enveloped in a profound aura of Tao, and with a flick of his fingers shot out a beam of light that entered Zhu Huan's forehead. This is the insight from the Hongjun golden immortal realm. Zhu Huan was both shocked and moved. The insights given by Shan and I were completely unreserved. Even his own weaknesses and flaws were not concealed. What a grand gesture. What immense trust. The cultivation insights, the comprehension of the laws. It could be said to be the essence obtained by living beings during their cultivation, its value immeasurable. Unless the relationship was strong enough, it would never be easily passed on, because whoever comprehended this insight would have studied Shun Ni's Tao fruit thoroughly. Knowing the strengths and weaknesses of his Tao, based on this, one could counter Shen and I and cultivate a Tao and laws specifically to restrain him. Brother Huan need not think too much. You and the others must break through as soon as possible. The future is destined to be a world of Hongjun golden immortals. Only Hongjun golden immortals can influence the great trend. Shun and I left a sentence and took the ancient tea tree of enlightenment to seclusion, his pace hurried. Truly not wanting to delay for a moment. I will not let you down, brother. Zhu Huan shouted loudly, his figure disappearing in an instant, eagerly going to seclude himself, leaving only his solemn voice echoing in the vast hall. North of the northern wilderness, at the end of the northern sea, where water meets sky, there is a vast black swamp called Biming. The swamp is vast and boundless, its ink-like water surface silent and foggy, the world around it shrouded in a dead silence. Kekekeke. There are fish in Biming, named Kuan. The Kuan is so big that it can't be cooked in one pot. To transform into a pung, you need 2 grills. One wing seasoned, the other spicy, and then sprinkle some cumin. Even the neighboring children would cry from the scent. Tian muttered to himself, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, drifting above the Biming swamp, searching for traces of the strange beast Kuanping. That's right. He had shifted the target of the beast clan's karma to the future monster master Kuanping. Once the beast clan was established and recognized by the great Tao, they naturally had the right to dominate and govern all beasts. Heavenly beasts, divine beasts, sacred beasts, as long as they were related to the beast word. They should join the great family of the beast clan. Tian thought, a flash of light crossing his purple eyes, suddenly coming up with a good idea to strengthen the beast clan. He stroked his chin, grinning mischievously, whispering, let's first test the waters with Kuanping. However, the first step encountered trouble. The Biming swamp was vast and unfathomable. It was impossible to find Kuanping for a while.
Swish!
Tian swiftly summoned the 10,000 souls banner, sending out countless little ghosts to scout the way. Rumble! The 7 golden battle puppets recklessly unleashed the pressure of the Luo golden immortal realm, rushing in different directions, coordinating with those scouting little ghosts to conduct a carpet search. This dead, silent swamp suddenly became lively, with sinister winds raging, ghosts wailing, and evil energy sweeping through all directions. If Wang Shu was an old maid, then Kunpeng was an old bachelor. This guy had never left the Biming Swamp before Hongjun's sermon. Joining the monster clan's heavenly court was also coerced and tempted by Dijun and Donghuang. Even after becoming a monster master, he would often return to his old lair to hide. Later, when the Wu and Yao clashed, Kunpeng, the old six, directly backstabbed the monster clan, seizing the He Tu and Luo Shu and returning to the Biming Swamp at the first opportunity, never emerging for a long time. The reason Tian was so certain that Kunpeng was in Biming and hadn't wandered around was precisely because of this. In short, Kunpeng, the old six, seemed to have a mysterious attachment to the Biming Swamp. However, even so, finding him in this vast, boundless Biming Swamp was not an easy task and would inevitably take some time. 3 days later, the Kuei Long battle puppet discovered claw marks left by Kunpeng on a cliff at the bottom of the sea. However, it was a mark left by Kunpeng long ago, already eroded by seawater to the point of being very vague, of little significance. 7 days later, the Zonglong found a pung feather in a dead silent sea. It was a nearly decayed pung feather that had existed for an incredibly long time, making it difficult to trace Kunpeng's whereabouts through it. Thus, after more than half a month, they finally found a trace of Kunpeng's aura, following that trace all the way to a huge island. No, that could hardly be called an island, but rather a continent, vast and expansive, only appearing somewhat insignificant in the Biming Swamp. Kekekeke. Tian laughed wickedly and shouted, Kunpeng, old friend, are you well? After waiting for a long time, no voice came back. It seemed there was nothing on that huge island. Tian frowned, thinking how could it be so unlucky? Kunpeng wasn't home? He waved his hand, and the 7 battle puppets quickly searched the island thoroughly, meticulously examining it, almost turning it upside down. Unfortunately, they only found a feather. Damn, Kunpeng, why are you running? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Tian cursed with a dark face. That feather was very fresh, having been shed no more than a day ago. It was evident that Kunpeng, the old six, must have known someone was searching for him everywhere, deliberately leaving behind traces to mislead Tian, while he had already fled without a trace. Kekekeke. Tian chuckled wickedly, his purple pupils flashing with a dangerous light, already feeling a bit of anger. He originally planned to have a good talk with you. Who told you to run away? You better not get caught by me, or I'll have to remove your little black claws to make spicy chicken feet, and tear off your wings for barbecue in the depths of the North Sea. A shadow sneaked away quickly, muttering as it ran, Hiss! What evil spirit is this? What does it want with me? No, the visitor is not here for good. I can't stay in the North Sea any longer. I must move. Chapter 57. After the wings are roasted, Kunpeng realizes. Kunpeng was cautious, and when he learned that outsiders had entered the North Sea, he instantly heightened his alertness, concealed his whereabouts, and observed secretly. He saw countless wandering souls running around, seemingly searching for something. Then, he was shocked to discover that those souls seemed to be looking for him. Kunpeng stared blankly at those little ghosts searching for traces he had left behind, and he suddenly panicked. He didn't know why, but he knew he was definitely being targeted. Moreover, that guy was definitely no good. What kind of good person sends countless wandering souls after someone? The terrifying aura of evil was almost overflowing in the North Sea. Once Kunpeng realized this, he was so scared that he fled without even looking back at his lair. Unfortunately, he didn't get far. Good Uchi, 7 great Luo golden immortals, really think too highly of me. Kunpeng was furious, filled with despair. He, Fuqian stepped on the green phoenix, grinning wickedly, and said, Kun, why aren't you running? Keep running. Kunpeng was speechless and helpless. He wanted to run, but how could he? As a late-stage immortal, facing the encirclement of 7 great Luo golden immortals, He couldn't even grow 2 more legs, let alone 2 more pairs of wings. The disparity in cultivation was too great. His so-called Kunpeng speed was like a joke. Senior, may I ask what brings you here to seek me? I, a poor Taoist, have lived in the North Sea for a long time and thought I had not offended anyone. Kunpeng transformed into a black-robed Taoist, standing on the ocean, pale-faced and trembling, stuttering his words. Swish! A cold light flashed, and blood splattered. Kunpeng let out a miserable scream as his arms were severed at the shoulders, blood gushing, instantly making his face contorted with pain, cold sweat pouring down, and his pale face devoid of color. The Azure Dragon war puppet waved its hand, and the 2 severed arms transformed into Kunpeng wings, shrinking to the size of chicken wings and flying into Futian's palm. TSK, dragon liver and phoenix marrow, Kunpeng wings. This is a top-tier, immortal delicacy, Futian said while licking the corner of his mouth, looking like he was drooling. Immortal delicacy? In the eyes of the other party, I am just an ingredient. Kunpeng gasped, his heart filled with dread, feeling a chill rise, leaving him shivering as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, Futian put away the Kunpeng wings, grinned widely, and said, Don't panic, Kunpeng. I am here to offer you an opportunity. Kunpeng was dumbfounded, silently muttering, I have never seen someone as shameless as you in my life. He had his arms cut off upon meeting, and seeing that wicked grin. How could he be a good person? He was clearly a demon. He said he was offering an opportunity? Surely he meant to send me on my way. Kunpeng didn't believe a word of Futian's, firmly believing he had ulterior motives. This demon wouldn't raise me up only to periodically cut off my flesh and wings. Would he? Heaven! Kunpeng gasped, feeling a terrifying guess arise in his mind, suddenly feeling his heart shatter, terrified beyond measure. Cough, cough. Futian lightly coughed, pulling the nearly scared-to-death Kunpeng back from the brink of collapse, and said sternly, I'm the master of all beasts, the Grand Marshal of the Beast Clan. Here today to invite you to join the Beast Clan. His tone was very firm, not allowing for rejection. It sounded more like a notification, a command. Can I not go? Kunpeng said with a mournful face. Futian shook his head, grinning maliciously. What do you think? Sigh. Kunpeng sighed deeply, falling silent. Did he dare to refuse? With 7 great Luo golden immortals watching him closely, if he dared to say no, he would probably be devoured alive. Swish! Without further ado, the Azure Dragon war puppet directly suppressed Kunpeng, grabbing him by the neck with one hand and following Futian back to Tianjua Mountain. On the way, Futian assigned tasks to Kunpeng and branded his primordial spirit, controlling his life and death with a thought. What? You want me to create the Beast Clan script? I don't know how. No problem. I have faith in your talent, Futian said calmly, genuinely having some confidence in Kunpeng. After all, this fellow would eventually create the Monster Clan script, so he must have some talent in character creation. Beast script and monster script. No matter how large the gap between the two, there's still scripts, sharing some similarities. Since Kunpeng could create monster scripts, creating Beast Clan scripts should be a piece of cake, right? Regardless of whether he could succeed, it was worth a try. Anyway, even if it wasted time, it would only waste Kunpeng's time, not Futian's business. He just needed to whip him to work. However, Kunpeng frowned and tentatively asked, What if I really can't create the Beast Clan script? Can I survive? Of course, Futian said, but suddenly his tone turned cold. If you really can't create the Beast script, I guarantee I will make you wish you were dead. Gudu. Kunpeng swallowed hard, trembling, his heart sinking to the bottom, feeling that the path ahead was dark, with no glimmer of light. After some twists and turns, Futian brought Kunpeng back to Tianjua Mountain and rewarded him with a great haul for his script creation needs. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Kunpeng was at a loss, with no clue, not knowing where to start. He was anxious and helpless, almost losing all his hair. Futian immediately decided to lend him a helping hand. Whoosh! A flame rose in the character creation hall, and 2 grills were roasting Kunpeng wings. Futian turned the grill, occasionally brushing on oil, sometimes sprinkling spices. Sizzle. The fat dripped into the fire, making a crisp sound. The 2 Kunpeng wings were roasted to an enticing color, golden and crispy, with an aroma that wafted tantalizing the appetite. The unique scent of roasted wings filled the entire hall, not to mention others. Even Kunpeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his fingers itching. Hey, done. Fu Tian's barbecue skills were superb, and soon the Kunpeng wings were ready. Puff. He exhaled a breath of fresh air, extinguished the flames, picked up a roasted wing, and stuffed it into his mouth. With one bite, his taste buds exploded. This supreme, immortal delicacy made from exotic beasts was delicious beyond words. Smack! Fu Tian chewed heartily, savoring it, while also handing another roasted wing to Kunpeng. Kunpeng was first filled with confusion, then boiled with anger, unsure whether to take it or not. This was supposed to be a helping hand, and this was it? This truly was a helping hand. Roasting my wings in front of me, and even offering me one. I thank you. Heaven, open your eyes and take a look. Is this something a person can do? You little brat. Truly inhumane. Kunpeng's heart was collapsing, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Daring to be angry, but not able to speak, he could only mentally curse Fu Tian madly. Eat up. What are you waiting for? It will be bad if it gets cold. Fu Tian urged with a wicked smile. No. Kunpeng shook his head, looking resistant. Fu Tian shoved the roasted wing toward his mouth. Grinning, don't want to eat? Or do you want to eat? Kunpeng's scalp tingled, cursing Fu Tian in his heart. Suddenly, he pushed the roasted wing away and said, I understand. The beast clan is diverse and numerous, and character creation can start by observing the shapes of all beasts. Fu Tian nodded, smiling in satisfaction, retracting the roasted wing. Thinking, indeed, talent is often forced out. Chapter 58. The holy beasts are also beasts, foolish loyalty, or cowardice after the Kunpeng character creation got on track. Fu Tian found Shani and left a super golden metal enforcer to protect and monitor Kunpeng. What is the Grand Marshal's purpose? Shani sat cross-legged under the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, eyes closed, natural laws flowing around him, his entire being exuding an incomprehensible aura of the Tao. Fu Tian stood at a distance and said, Your Majesty, I wish to have Zhu Zhao and Yuying join the Beast Clan. Shani frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then relaxed his brow and said, The Grand Marshal is free to do as he pleases. Their cultivation has already been sealed by this emperor. After he spoke, the myriad beasts gradually flew toward the imperial chart. Fu Tian took the Tao chart, bid farewell to Shani, returned to his own masteress hall, and thought about how to persuade the two holy beasts. Kunpeng is an extraordinary beast of heaven and earth, while Zhu Zhao and Yuying are innate holy beasts. Whether extraordinary or holy, as long as they are labeled as beasts, they are soldiers of the Beast Clan. The sun Zhu Zhao and the moon Yuying, born of the two primordial forces, hold a high status and possess holy virtues, unique in the wilderness. Without a doubt, if these two were to join the Beast Clan, the implications would be extraordinary, and the fortunes of the Beast Clan would rise significantly. However, a problem arises. They have an inexplicable reverence for the heavenly Tao of the wilderness. It's not just them. In fact, most innate beings feel the same way. The Beast Clan goes against the heavens and is guilty of heinous crimes. Joining the Beast Clan, in their eyes, is simply an act of rebellion. Foolish loyalty is a deeply rooted mindset that is hard to change. Therefore, persuading Zhu Zhao and Yuying to join the Beast Clan would require some effort and words. The myriad beasts imperial chart contains a built-in space. Zhu Zhao and Yuying stood facing each other, in a miserable state, their bodies bound by chains of law, suspended in the air, constantly suffering. TSK. Fu Tian clicked his tongue, secretly lamenting that Shani also holds grudges, although he did not kill them after listening to his words. He certainly did not spare them from torment. Zhu Zhao's head hung low, his white robe already stained red with blood, his face pale, breath weak, and life energy waning. Yuying was in slightly better shape. At least her pretty face still had some color, but for her, the humiliation she felt was far greater than that of Zhu Zhao. Hey, how are you two? Fu Tian said with a wicked smile. Ants, Yuying shouted, raising her head with fiery eyes and angrily yelled, Get away from me. Her icy beauty was filled with anger, and the intense killing intent in her eyes was unmasked. The humiliation and helplessness she felt almost drove her mad. She turned her head, bit her lip, and struggled wildly. But her cultivation was completely sealed. How could she shake the chains of law left by Shani? A dignified half-step Hongjun golden immortal had her dignity trampled. What kind of lowly beings dared to act recklessly? Even a mere Tai true immortal dared to jump out. This truly made her unable to bear it, her anger soaring, and she felt utterly ashamed and humiliated. Cough, cough. Fu Tian, you damned evil spirit. Come at me with everything you have. Bullying a woman is nothing. Despicable and shameless to the extreme. Zhu Zhao coughed violently, struggling to lift his head, glaring at Fu Tian with weak anger. Fu Tian looked at him with disdain and said, "Had I known this would be the case, why bother in the first place? You two were cultivating in the outer world, living as carefree clouds and wild cranes pursuing the Tao. Wasn't he that good? Why rush to be pawns of the heavenly Tao, ending up in such a fate, worse than death, at the mercy of others, only able to rage impotently? What is the point?" Zhu Zhao was furious, forcing himself to gather his spirit, and cursed loudly, "You evil spirit, do you know the heavenly mandate? How dare you speak such nonsense here? The ferocious beasts go against the heavens and are evil doers. They must be punished by the heavenly Tao." Fu Tian almost laughed in anger. When the great Tao was introduced and the beast clan was established, weren't you, Zhu Zhao, dead? Or are you determined to whitewash the heavenly Tao? From the very beginning, the beast clan received the great Tao's recognition and was granted merits by the great Tao. How can you say the beast clan is without virtue? Yuying, how about you? Fu Tian walked up to her. Since Zhu Zhao was stubborn, could he find a breakthrough with Yuying? Oomph. Yuying snorted angrily, turned her head, closed her eyes, and remained silent, not wanting to pay attention to this ant. Fu Tian, Zhu Zhao, unable to contain his anger, had his eyes wide open, looking like a mad beast, his face twisted with rage. Ha! Fu Tian also laughed in anger. Are you misunderstanding your situation? Swish! He directly summoned the spirit of the myriad beasts' imperial chart, urging the power of the laws, letting the two feel what reality is. Otherwise, it would be hard to communicate if they remained so proud. Yuying suddenly raised her head, her eyebrows furrowing, letting out a painful sound. Her pretty face instantly turned as pale as snow, as the power of Shani's laws made her feel like she was falling into hell. Bastard! Give me your assistant. You damned Fu Tian, if you have the ability, come at me. Zhu Zhao was both anxious and angry, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices, spitting wildly at Fu Tian. At this moment, you're still pretending to be aloof? I didn't come here to humiliate you. I came to give you a choice. I hope you consider it carefully and cherish this opportunity. Join the Beast Clan, or you will undoubtedly die. After saying this, Fu Tian released Yuying, not wanting to be too ruthless. After all, he came as a negotiator, and if he offended them, it would be hard to meet again in the future. He turned back to Zhu Zhao and scolded, I really can't understand whether you're foolishly loyal or a coward. The unfairness of the heavenly Tao is already clear. I don't believe you haven't noticed it at all. Are you afraid to believe it, or unwilling to believe it? Zhu Zhao's eyes widened with anger. His gaze filled with fury, but upon hearing this, he fell into a moment of daze. It was as if the faith he once held was showing cracks. Cracks that could not be repaired. Think carefully. I give you 3 days. After 3 days, you better give me a satisfactory answer, or... Fu Tian's words were not finished, but cast a deep look at them, and a cold light flashed in his purple eyes. Chapter 59. Why should we compete with heaven? Just life and death, between life and death lies great terror. All living beings strive for life, and even innate holy beasts are no exception. Under the threat of falling and losing the Tao, they must seriously consider. Inside the myriad beasts' imperial chart, Yuying frowned and asked, Brother Zhu Zhao, what do you think about that little evil spirit's proposal to join the Beast Clan? Sigh. Zhu Zhao sighed deeply, his expression complex, pondering for a while before saying, Ing. That little thief is indeed hateful, but what he said has some truth to it, though I don't want to admit it, and I dare not believe it. The fact is that there are indeed problems with the heavenly Tao. So, are you saying we should submit? Yuying said in disbelief. Zhu Zhao shook his head with a bitter smile, blood tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. His once black hair instantly turned white by more than half. He looked up to the sky and cried out in anguish. Ah, Ing, my foolish brother is incompetent, unable to see hope. The road ahead is shrouded in darkness. Truly, there is not a glimmer of hope. Yu Ing and Zhu Zhao shared a deep connection, understanding each other's thoughts with just a glance. The implication of his words was clear. Whether they surrendered or not, death awaited them. Yu Ing instantly grasped Zhu Zhao's meaning and thought of an even deeper crisis in that moment. If they did not surrender and somehow managed to escape, they would still have to face the problematic heavenly Tao of the primordial era, and the path ahead would remain dark. Perhaps they would not die, but for the rest of their lives, they would only be pawns of the heavenly Tao, discarded at any moment, a truly tragic fate. If they surrendered, although the Beast Clan was strong, what could they do to contend against the heavens? It would be like a mayfly shaking the heavens, with no hope at all, and it would lead to a dead end as well. Yu Ing also gave a bitter smile, filled with a sour melancholy, as her heart seemed to fall into an abyss with no bottom, forever unable to see the light. At this moment, what did the pain inflicted by the laws matter? It was far less than the anguish and torment in her heart. A feeling of despair rapidly spread within, gradually occupying her entire heart. Brother, there's a saying that it's better to live poorly than to die well. Since it has come to this, thinking too much is of no use. It is better to take it day by day, living one day at a time. After saying this, Yu Ing looked at him affectionately. At the critical moment of life and death, she no longer wanted to consider right and wrong, good and evil, but only wished to cherish the person before her. The heavenly Tao is problematic, which is not a good thing, and the Beast Clan goes without saying, is also not a good thing. The heavenly Tao is so targeted at the Beast Clan. If it claims there is no scheme, it is likely even it does not believe that itself. Since that is the case, do the justice they once upheld still hold any meaning? If the root has problems, who can distinguish right from wrong? Perhaps only the one pulling the strings behind the scenes knows the truth. Yu Ying's current thoughts were simple. Instead of worrying about the future, it was better to seize the present and live for herself, lest she leave behind an empty eternity. The young man of the heavenly Tao was pressing hard, and both of them had great karma with that divine rebel. It was likely that joining the Beast Clan would not lead to an easy life. Zhu Zhao was somewhat worried. He understood her intentions as well. Yu Ing lowered her gaze to the chains of laws on her body, smiled lightly, and said, Brother need not look back and forth. No matter how hard life is, can it be worse than our current situation? That is true. Zhu Zhao nodded and said, Since the young man of the heavenly Tao is pressing so hard, there must be something he seeks. We still have value, so we will not immediately fall into his hands. Yu Ing slightly nodded and said, Indeed. 3 days quickly passed. The young man of the heavenly Tao once again entered the 10,000 Beast court and communicated with Zhu Zhao and Yu Ing. So how have you considered? He asked with a smile. Yu Ing took a deep breath. Her previously aloof demeanor softened considerably as she slowly said, We are willing to surrender. But there is one thing we do not understand. Please enlighten us. What is it? The young man of the heavenly Tao asked instinctively. On what basis does the Beast Clan contend against the heavens? Yu Ying's question was direct and sharp. The young man's brow furrowed tightly. This question was somewhat complex and difficult to answer. What basis is there to contend against the heavens? The key is not about the basis, but rather that they must contend. From the very beginning, the Beast Clan has been targeted by the heavenly Tao, destined to be a piece that must perish. Do they have a choice? Rebellion against the heavens might offer a glimmer of survival, but submission to the heavens would surely lead to ruin. Did the Beast Clan have any certainty of victory? Did the young man of the heavenly Tao have any certainty of victory? Neither did. However, there were things that must be done. Otherwise, they would simply wait for the butcher's knife to be placed at their necks. The young man pondered for a moment and said, If we must speak of a basis, then the only basis for the Beast Clan is to stake their lives. To fight at all costs, to use any means necessary. Zhu Zhao and Yu Ing exchanged glances, seeing complex expressions on each other's faces. Confusion, bewilderment, shock. No. Are you really that reckless? That is the heavenly Tao, not just any common entity. They had originally thought the Beast Clan had some reliance or trump card, but they never expected it to be just a vow to fight to the death. Is this a joke? Do you think we will report you for deliberately sending yourself to your doom? Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying were momentarily at a loss for words. Impressive. After a long silence, the two spoke in unison. The young man was taken aback, his mouth twitching violently as he rubbed his nose, clearly hearing their mockery. With a snap of his fingers, the spirit of the 10,000 Beast Court immediately lifted the chains of laws binding Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying. However, to be safe, they did not release their seals. After all, if a half-step primordial golden immortal went berserk, it would not be a joke. With a wave of his sleeve, the young man summoned a gust of wind to remove the bloodstains from their clothes, smiling as he said, "Welcome to the family of the Beast Clan, esteemed beasts." Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying were speechless, simply holding hands and following him out of the 10,000 Beast Court. "Swear an oath," the young man said lightly. "What? We still need to swear an oath?" Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying looked at each other in astonishment, thinking they would just need to verbally agree and then imprint it in their souls, but they did not expect they would have to swear an oath. This was much harsher than just an imprint in the soul. Once the oath was sworn, they would be irrevocably bound to the Beast Clan, with no way back. You are unwilling? The young man frowned, staring at them intently. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. With the heavenly Tao above them, they began to swear to the heavens. Stop, stop, stop. The young man hurriedly interrupted them, saying, "Who told you to swear to this unfortunate thing? Remember, the oaths of the Beast Clan are only sworn to the great Tao." With a rumble, the skies suddenly darkened, thunder rolling, lightning dancing, a magnificent heavenly might. Vast and majestic. What a miser, the young man muttered, raising his hand to give the heavens the finger. Hiss! Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying gasped. That thundercloud was not an ordinary thundercloud, but clearly the heavenly Tao's tribulation. The aura of the heavenly Tao was exceptionally strong. Without needing to think, the will of the heavenly Tao must be observing everything from within that thundercloud. They had never encountered a being bold enough to give the heavenly Tao the finger. Courage. Truly brave. Simply too brave. The young man waved his hand, giving them a look, casually saying, "Basic skills must not be neglected. That unfortunate thing is restricted by the rules of the great Tao and can only stare blankly. Come on, continue." Boom! With a loud crash, a purple lightning bolt struck right at the young man's feet, leaving behind a line of words. "Madman, you are the unfortunate one. Wait, I will chop you to pieces." The young man shrugged, casually wiping away the line of text and noting in his grudge book, "Heavenly Absolute Mountain," in front of the Master Hall. The miserly heavenly Tao scared me again, and even dares to make threats, truly courting death. Chapter 60. The Sacred Beasts Join. Progress in the creation of characters by Kunpeng with the great Tao above. Today, I, Zhu Zhao, and Yu Ying vow to join the Beast Clan, leading the lineage of sacred beasts, and dedicate ourselves to the development of the Beast Clan. If I violate this vow, may my body perish and my Tao dissipate. May the great Tao witness it. Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying solemnly swore according to the words instructed by the young man, their resonant voices echoing across the skies, spreading throughout much of the primordial era. Approved. A single syllable exploded in the hearts of all beings, and the great Tao once again refreshed its presence. Boom! The river of fate emerged, and the fate of the Beast Clan visibly strengthened by twofold, while the black-red calamity and misfortune dimmed by 3 parts. Very good, very good. The young man nodded with delight, shaking his head and muttering, a bright smile on his charming face, his purple eyes sparkling with brilliance, and his mood was exceptionally beautiful. Boom! In the next moment, a muffled sound was heard. The tribulation energy surged in the 9 heavens. A terrifying sense of oppression swept across the 10 directions, and a sinister aura filled the sky. The tribulation energy was overwhelming, covering the primordial era, almost reaching its peak. The protagonists of this tribulation were the Beast Clan and the innate myriad clans. Whichever side grew stronger would influence the tribulation energy. Time was running out. The young man furrowed his brow, gazing at the heavens and feeling a tremendous pressure. The Beast Clan was growing stronger. The innate myriad clans would not fall behind either. In order to maintain balance and stabilize the trend of the calamity's development, the heavenly Tao must take action. He will definitely find a way to open the back door for the innate 10,000 clans and narrow the gap between both sides. Tian understands very well the despicable and shameless nature of the heavenly Tao. Like himself, the heavenly Tao is also a ruthless character that will stop at nothing to achieve its goals, with no limits. Flash. Pure and pristine golden light flickered. Tian hesitated not at all, directly using the merits of the great Tao to place a layer of protective shield over his primordial spirit to avoid the uncontrolled invasion of calamity energy into his heart. When the Beast clan was first established, the great Tao granted merits. Tian used part of it to resolve the heavenly curse and karma, and he dared not waste the remaining portion, saving it for critical moments. Good heavens! The merits of the great Tao! Zhu Zhao and Yuing couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes filled with envy. That was truly a universal remedy, with endless uses. Every thread seemed extraordinarily precious and extremely rare, making all beings envious. Tian, using it to protect his primordial spirit, was somewhat extravagant. However, going to the bar in a number 11 way, one should say where they can and spend where they should. The consequences of calamity energy invading the heart are very serious. At best, one loses their rationality and becomes muddled. At worst, one could perish without knowing how. Tian believed that spending the merits of the great Tao was worth it. It was indeed a bit extravagant, but it was definitely not wasteful. He looked at the enviously gazing Zhu Zhao and Yuing, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and said, "You two need not envy. Follow me, and there will be plenty of merits to earn in the future." "Really?" Zhu Zhao asked suspiciously. Blowing smoke, Yuing rolled her eyes. Tian shot them a glare and said irritably, "Believe it or not, just don't regret it later." Zhu Zhao and Yuing exchanged glances, silent, filled with doubt about Tian's words. "Do you think the merits of the great Tao are as common as cabbage? There are still merits to earn?" Truly shameless, speaking so boldly without fear of backlash. Tian was too lazy to explain to them, taking them for a stroll around Tianju Mountain, renaming a certain idol grand hall on a peak to the Hall of Sacred Beasts, and handing it over to them. Then, he licked his lips as if recalling a delicious treat, and hurried off to find Kunpeng. How's it going? Any progress?" Tian said with a wicked grin, his charming gaze fixed on Kunpeng's arms. Yes. Kunpeng was startled and immediately shouted, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was truly afraid, fearing that if he took a second too long to respond, his wings would be chopped off again for roasting. That evil demon had immediately summoned Tao fire upon arrival, skillfully pulling out 2 barbecue grills, placing them over the Tao fire to preheat. Every movement was as smooth as silk. There really is progress? As Tian spoke, he twitched his mouth, looking at Kunpeng's arms, seemingly somewhat reluctant. Kunpeng felt uneasy under his gaze and quickly waved his hands, carving out lines of laws in the void. Those laws swam like tadpoles, continuously intertwining and changing, gradually forming a rune. The rune shone brightly. At first glance, it gave a sense of barbarism and ferocity. Yet it also resonated with the true meaning of the great Tao, as if that rune represented the word beast, symbolizing all beasts. Splash! The river of fortune for the Beast clan trembled once again, flowing around Kunpeng and that rune, cheering and celebrating, strands of fortune energy pouring into the rune, causing it to radiate auspicious colors. Clearly, Kunpeng had succeeded. Under pressure, his potential erupted, creating the first written character of the Beast clan. Wow! A beam of fortune light enveloped Kunpeng, making him feel refreshed and completely at ease, with a sensation of floating outside of reality. Having created characters earned him the favor of the Beast clan's fortune, and he also established a significant karma with them. Clap, clap, clap! Tian applauded, casting a look of approval at Kunpeng, pointing a finger to put a thin layer of merit shield over his primordial spirit. This was a great treasure. He still needed to rely on him to transfer karma. Kunpeng could not afford to have any accidents, especially during this time of rampant calamity energy. If calamity energy invaded his heart, the speed of character creation would inevitably drop significantly. However, calamity energy was like having eyes, the greater the influence of the calamity. The more likely it was to be eroded by calamity energy, like key figures such as Shun Ni and Zulong. As for others, at most they would be affected, but not maliciously targeted. Of course, Tian was an exception. He had already become a thorn in the side of the heavenly Tao, a thorn in the flesh. Calamity energy was something the heavenly Tao could manipulate to some extent. Given the opportunity, the heavenly Tao would not hesitate to target him fiercely. Characters are marks of the Tao. The way of character creation can observe the shapes of birds, beasts, fish, and insects, examine the appearances of grass, trees, metal, and stone, and comprehend the images of myriad things, grasping the principles of the operation of heaven and earth, to help the beast clan's written language be born as quickly as possible. Tian directly shared some of Songjia's insights on character creation with Kunpeng, hoping to inspire him. Wonderful. Extremely wonderful. Kunpeng truly was a genius. He understood immediately, his eyes shining with brilliance, dazzling beyond compare. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He became engrossed, entering a state of selflessness, his hands moving rapidly, carving out one rune after another in the void. Kunpeng made connections, experiencing a surge of inspiration, writing over 100 characters in one go before finally exiting that marvelous state. Huff, huff. He breathed heavily, drenched in sweat, as if he had exhausted all his physical strength and mental energy in an instant, collapsing in a heap in a grand hall, utterly fatigued, his eyelids heavy. Whoosh. Tian waved his hand, pulling out a large handful of Hongjun from the Hongjun banner, refining it and injecting a large amount of essence into Kunpeng's sea of consciousness. Thank you, Kunpeng said weakly, his primordial spirit dim and nearly falling into a deep sleep. That mysterious and marvelous state, akin to enlightenment or merging with the great Tao, allowed him to grasp some profound mysteries in an instant, consuming immense energy from his primordial spirit. Tian tossed aside a heap of resources, saying, "From today onwards, all treasure vaults of the Beast Clan are open to you. If you need anything, feel free to take it. In addition, the entire Beast Clan will do its utmost to cooperate. If you encounter any obstacles, just let me know, and I would like to see which little brat dares to stir up trouble. The most difficult thing in the world is to go from 0 to 1. Kunpeng had already broken through this barrier and achieved from 1 to 100, with such great talent and such progress. How far could the birth of the 3,000 beast characters be? Chapter 61. Heavenly Tao Countermeasures, Breaking the Game. In the world of Hongjun, the heavens and earth underwent great changes. The entire territory north of Mount Buzhou saw a sharp decline in spiritual energy, with laws becoming obscure. Many immortal mountains and blessed lands were affected, as if entering an age of decline. The living beings of the northern wilderness, especially the Beast Clan, faced a difficulty in cultivation that increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Let alone breaking through a small realm, even slight progress was extremely challenging. In contrast, south of Mount Buzhou, the spiritual energy was dense to the point of almost liquefying, especially in the territories of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. As if blessed by heavenly fate, various resources appeared in an explosive manner. Numerous secret realms opened, and immortal mountains and blessed lands experienced hundreds of times increase in their benefits. That lofty heavenly Tao seemed no longer so distant. Laws manifested, clear and visible. With countless examples of instant enlightenment, there was no need for seclusion and hard cultivation. Even taking a nap could lead to some progress, let alone the innate beings. Even a pig could quickly become stronger. The innate 10,000 clans seemed as if aided by the gods, their cultivation pathways smooth and unobstructed, with no bottlenecks, simply like a cheat. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans enjoyed unique advantages, with their strength rapidly increasing. The ancestors of the 3 clans, such as Zhu Long and Yuan Feng, were also making steady progress. When comprehending the laws, they achieved twice the result with half the effort, drawing ever closer to becoming Hunyuan golden immortals. Damn it, the heavenly Tao, you unworthy creature, can you not play games with us? Ridiculous, simply outrageous. Tian shouted angrily at the sky, feeling utterly helpless, only able to feel anxious. This was a blatant scheme, seemingly an unsolvable blatant scheme. The heavenly Tao controlled Hongjun, mobilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, bestowing blessings, and other operations were merely the most basic powers. Unless one could wrest power from the heavenly Tao, there was no way to counteract it. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was bold enough to do this, undoubtedly avoiding the restrictions of the great Tao's rules. Everything was within its own authority. Even invoking the great Tao would be futile. After all, the great Tao is impartial. It only acts according to the rules, and would not be like the heavenly Tao, with so many tricks up its sleeve. This rise and fall, this growth and decline. The snowball will only grow bigger. At this rate, the advantages of the Beast clan will be completely gone, and they might even be surpassed by the primordial races. Swish, swish, swish. A series of figures emerge from their secluded training, standing at the peak of Tianju Mountain, looking up at the sky with anger. Their eyes ablaze with fury, as if they could burn the heavens down. Good, you heaven's way. How can you be so unjust? Shin-In-I roared in anger. His face dark and his expression extremely unpleasant, his tall and powerful body trembling with evident rage. Roar! Ancestor Hound let out a roar that shook the heavens. His jaws clenched, burning with fury, his copper bell-like eyes ignited with overwhelming wrath. The Queen of Insects frowned tightly, filled with extreme resentment. Her cold gaze, like a sharp arrow, aimed to pierce the sky and eradicate the heaven's way. Taotai bared his teeth, angrily saying, "Damn heaven's way. One day I will swallow you whole. Heaven's way, how unjust you are." Tao Wu gritted his teeth. Xiongqi was furious, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he shouted, "With such bias, how can you be fit to control the universe? You are unworthy. With such suppression of my clan, where is the heavenly principle? It's hateful that my cultivation is shallow, unable to punish the heavens. Otherwise, I would definitely strike up to the ninth heaven and destroy you." Tao Wu shouted sharply. The blatant targeting by the Heaven's Way made all the mid to high-ranking members of the Beast clan feel furious, each one of them jumping up like thunder and cursing at the sky. The Heaven's Way actually shocked their souls, leaving them horrified, their faces turning pale as paper. A wave of great terror rising in their hearts. Brother, has the Heaven's Way really developed consciousness? Otherwise, how could it come to this? Yu Ying's face was devoid of blood, filled with fear. They had long realized there was something wrong with the Heaven's Way. However, after witnessing its injustice with their own eyes, they still found it unbelievable. Unable to accept it, their minds severely impacted. How can the Heaven's Way be so unjust, treating all living beings as mere trifles? What kind of scheme is at play? Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying felt a chill run down their spines. Thinking about it sent shivers through them, as if they were falling into a hellish nightmare. They silently looked towards the south, their gazes seemingly transcending time and space, returning to the moment when they fought alongside the primordial races against the Beast clan. They couldn't help but think, if the Beast clan is being targeted and suppressed like this, what will happen to the primordial races? In this day and age, the Heaven's Way wants to use the hands of the primordial races to annihilate the Beast clan. Who will it use to destroy the primordial races? I'm afraid that by then, the fate of the primordial races will be even more tragic than that of the Beast clan. After all, once the rabbit is dead, the dog is cooked, and when the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. Pawns never have a good ending. Great Marshal, think of a way quickly. If this continues, our clan will surely suffer, and over time, we might fall behind the primordial races. Shin-In-I was anxious, truly anxious, beads of cold sweat forming densely on his forehead. His heart racing, his breath disordered, showing signs of going berserk. Swish! A torrent of hot gazes all turned to Futian. The mid to high-ranking members of the Beast clan, along with Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying, all stared at him in unison, eagerly hoping he could come up with a way to break the deadlock. Futian took a deep breath, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and spoke slowly. A bold strategy requires a bold counter-strategy. What does that mean? Shin-In-I was puzzled and awkwardly said, "Please elaborate." Great Marshal, the first step is to use war to sustain war. While the Beast Clan's strength still has the advantage, we must strike, plunder resources, gradually eat away at them, and not give them a chance to breathe. The second step is to cultivate elite troops while fighting the primordial races. We must also engage in internal struggles, like breeding insects to filter out true elites. The third step is to change families. Those at the level of the Luo Jinxian and above should leave the Beast Clan, dive deep into the southern wilderness, and seize great opportunities. I don't believe the Heaven's Way can control everything. The Heaven's Way is not omnipotent. Such extensive control over cultivation resources and changing the cultivation environment cannot be without limits. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to concentrate all resources and precisely support key figures like the Ancestral Dragon and the Yuan Phoenix? Moreover, cultivation is not achieved in a day. Even the best environment, time is needed. The higher the realm, the longer the time required, unless the Heaven's Way directly enlightens otherwise. The high-ranking members of the primordial races will also need to spend a lot of time. There is absolutely no absurdity of breaking through 3 realms in one day. Fuqian's plan seemed to break the deadlock. Even if it didn't succeed, it wouldn't allow the primordial races to grow too much distance. However, this plan had a huge flaw. That is the chaos demon god. Hongjun and Yang are not in the flood wilderness, deep in chaos hunting down Luo Hu, and it would take them a while to return. Would Yang Mei and Wang Shu take action? Fuqian felt uncertain. The Heaven's Way only needs to lure a chaos demon god, and the Beast Clan will be suppressed heavily, and all plans will come to nothing. The disparity in strength is simply too great, leaving no room for resistance. Shinni's half-baked level is nothing, far inferior to Wang Shu, let alone Yang Mei. A single finger could easily end Shin and I. There is no time to think about that. When soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it. There must be a way. Fuqian stopped thinking too much and gestured for Shun and I and the others to act. The high-ranking members of the Beast Clan responded actively, each returning to their departments to quickly arrange plans to break the deadlock. Meanwhile, the Heaven's Way was also in action. Yang Mei, do you really not want to take action? Do you have to create a great cause and effect with me? Yang Mei said angrily. You and Hongjun are not good beings. You set a trap to confine me in the space of the Heaven's Way. Try to refine me into your avatar. If it weren't for Luo Hu setting up the Celestial Punishment Formation, launching a surprise attack on the universe, forcing that bastard Hongjun into a dilemma, I might not have escaped by now. You dare to talk about cause and effect with me. Then how will this cause and effect be settled? I will eventually settle accounts with you. As for now, you can get lost. Roll as far as you can. If Luo Hu heard Yang Mei's roar, he would definitely sigh. No wonder I couldn't find a trace of you after searching for so long. It turns out you were imprisoned. Chapter 62. The Heaven's Way keeps being rejected. Fuqian understands the law outside. On the Tian Star, uninvited guests arrived, and Wang Shu had a frosty expression. She has always disliked conflict, but things have turned out contrary to her wishes, and now she has reached a deadlock. This time, it only targets the Beast Clan. Why should you fear that Luo Hu guy? The cold voice of the Heaven's Way carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Wang Shu slightly frowned her willow brows and retorted. Can't you see that Luo Hu is cooperating with the Beast Clan? If I take action this time, would I not be in a life-and-death struggle with Luo Hu? In the end, your eyes only see Luo Hu and not me. You fear Luo Hu like a frightened bird, but do you not have a shred of respect for me? The Heaven's Way was enraged and even threatened with words. Wang Shu's willow brows stood upright, scoffing, and retorted, What are you? If it weren't for the battle of opening the sky, you would just be a principle of the great Tao. Where does the consciousness come from? A mere scavenger dares to be unruly. Who doesn't know your background as a living chaos demon god? Don't think that just because you have Hongjun on your side, you can do as you please and dare to threaten us. Try it and see. As she spoke, an unusual phenomenon suddenly descended upon the Tian Star. The sky turned a deep red, and torrential blood rain fell, a vertical eye of the principal appearing in the blood clouds, staring intently at Wang Shu, filled with killing intent and rage. Wang Shu looked up at it, glaring, and disdainfully said, Who are you trying to scare with your bluster? If you can't make a move, then get lost. Until the shackles are broken, I doubt you dare to defy the rules of the Great Tao. In the past, the Great Tao gave birth to and nurtured 3,000 principles, and those 3,000 principles gave birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. The birth of the 3,000 chaos demon gods and the birth of the consciousness of the Heaven's Way are somewhat similar at a certain stage. Therefore, Wang Shu is very clear about the growth stages of the consciousness of the Heaven's Way, even clearer than the Heaven's Way itself, and is not afraid of it at all. The chaos demon god stands proudly outside of it, representing a principle of the Great Tao, its status not inferior to that of the consciousness of the Heaven's Way. Wang Shu does not regard at all, in her eyes. The consciousness of the Heaven's Way is merely a junior. You just wait. The Heaven's Way left behind 3 cold words, and the eye of the principle gradually dissipated. Sigh. Wang Shu sighed deeply, her willow brows furrowing even deeper. She can disregard the Heaven's Way, but she must deal cautiously with the Hongjun who has been tricked by it, and that madman Luo Hu. She looked down at the flood wilderness and then gazed towards the chaos, as if making some kind of decision, soaring into the sky and disappearing without a trace. Rahul, Yangmei, Wang Shu, you all deserve to die. Tian, the divine rebellion, is even more deserving of 1,000 deaths. Hongjun is incompetent and ineffective. He should be punished. The yin and yang refuse to be controlled. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao is about to explode with anger, having been continuously turned away, causing him to be furious and filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Great Tao rules, he might really take action personally. However, reality is so suffocating. What if it's the heavenly Tao? He can only swallow his anger, hiding his killing intent and fury deep within his consciousness, waiting for the right moment to unleash his wrath and eradicate all those who defy the heavens. At this time, on Tianjua Mountain, the Beast clan is methodically executing plans to break the heavenly Tao's sanctions. This time, they have truly emptied their nest. The Beast clan's base is deserted, with only Tian and Kunpeng remaining. The former, at the moment before Ancestor Hound left, borrowed the immortal Wutong tree and is diligently studying the mysteries of the supreme innate spirit roots. The latter works day and night to contribute to the Beast clan's writing efforts, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, losing a pile of fur each day, and is nearly bald. The 3-foot-tall red Wudong tree, entirely like gold and jade, is covered with a layer of crimson flames, giving the entire tree a glazed sheen. It is an innate spirit root, capable of growing large or small. When enlarged, it becomes a towering giant tree, standing tall like a celestial mountain, and when shrunk, it could be as small as a speck of dust. The tree trunk's patterns resemble phoenix feathers, with colors as vibrant as phoenix blood, and every leaf has a naturally formed phoenix pattern. The blossoms of the Wutong tree, in various colors, resemble small phoenixes shrouded in mist. It is the most special, supreme, innate spirit root, the undying nirvana fire, one of the top 10 innate divine fires, coexists with it and has a profound connection to the Phoenix clan. It is said that the original Phoenix was born atop this tree's crown, and the Phoenix clan reveres it as the supreme divine tree. Tian whispers, filled with interest in the immortal Wudong tree. With a swish, he plucks a leaf and tears in half. With a rustle, a red glow ignites at the split of the leaf as if firelight flickers, and in an instant, the leaf returns to its original state, the torn pieces becoming 2 complete leaves. This indestructible characteristic, could it be the effect of the undying nirvana fire? Or does the Wutong leaf itself possess this miraculous power? Is it nirvana or healing? Tian is filled with curiosity, feeling that researching this tree might allow him to comprehend a life-saving principle. The immortal Wutong tree and the 10 supreme innate spirit roots are different from other innate spirit roots. Their genesis is complicated and closely related to the fallen chaos demon gods. The chaos demon gods who fell under Pangu's axe had their primordial spirits extinguished, but their true spirits did not disperse. Though their bodies died, their potential was not exhausted, and their Tao foundations were injured but not completely severed. If they were to gain a glimmer of life, their Tao fruits could undergo transformation. thus making it possible for them to evolve into supreme, innate spirit roots. Tian understands the difficulty within. A slight misstep could result in the loss of a supreme, innate spirit root from the wilderness. Among the 3,000 chaos demon gods, apart from the 5 lucky ones like Hongjun and Rahul, the other 2,990 died under Pangu's axe. In the battle to open the heavens, over 99% of the chaos demon gods perished. Yet, there are only 10 supreme, innate spirit roots. The odds of this are evident. Their rarity and preciousness are self-evident. From a certain perspective, the 10 supreme, innate spirit roots are an alternative continuation of the chaos demon gods, or one could say, their nirvana. Rustle, rustle. The 3-foot-high little tree sways gently, and a new wudong leaf grows back on the leaf stalk where the leaf was plucked. From nothing to something, from small to large. It manifests at a visible speed, with the phoenix patterns on the leaf coming to life naturally. Interesting. Tian chuckles, reaches out to pluck another leaf, tears it into pieces, and throws it into the air. The leaf fragments like sparks slowly fall, and then with a flash of red light, they all return to their original state, and when they fall, the ground is covered with red leaves. The Phoenix clan's nirvana rebirth technique makes Tian somewhat envious. After all, who would dislike a resurrection artifact? Through the immortal Wutong tree, it is highly likely to comprehend such divine skills. Tian immediately decides to give it a try. Regardless of whether it can succeed, trying it is always harmless. Swipe, swipe. Threads of rule chains shoot out from his fingertips, enticing the dormant rules of the immortal Wutong tree to become active. He sits cross-legged in front of the immortal Wutong tree, slowly closes his eyes, and connects his consciousness through the chains of rules to the immortal Wutong tree, focusing on enlightenment. It feels as if he has entered the realm of fire. What his consciousness sees is a vast expanse of red, intensely hot, with his scorching consciousness consuming immense energy. Clusters of flames are burning, but upon closer inspection, they are not flames, but rather chains of rules, and further inspection reveals they are densely packed runes. Observing those runes, comprehending their essence, mastering their mysteries, accumulating little by little, is akin to grasping a kind of principle. In deep focus, time seems to lose its meaning. Tian immerses himself, capturing and analyzing those swirling runes. Gradually, a peculiar rhythm emerges from him, resonating with the immortal Wutong tree. It is a kind of reversal of life and death, reigniting the fire of life in the midst of extinction. Just as his mind is stirred, about to grasp the true meaning of the rules and glimpse the secrets of the undying nirvana, a sudden change occurs. The originally calm realm of fire reveals another terrifying principle, as if a giant rock has been thrown into a tranquil lake, causing that red expanse to boil instantly. It is a principle filled with rage, heat, and a sense of danger, brimming with a destructive aura. As soon as it appears, it instantly rushes toward Tian's consciousness, penetrating into his sea of consciousness, seemingly intending to incinerate his primordial spirit. Chapter 63. Don't be reckless in the wilderness. Don't occupy the nest of magpies. The immortal Wutong tree suddenly goes berserk, terrifying divine flames burning fiercely, collapsing the void in an instant, truly horrifying. Swish! The red lotus of karmic fire blossoms with crimson light, forming a shield that blocks the raging, undying divine fire at the first moment, saving Tian from disaster. Huff, huff. Tian gasps violently, his heart pounding, his face pale, drenched in cold sweat. Just a little more, just a little more. He was about to be burned to ashes, becoming fertilizer for the immortal Wudong tree. Damn, you really are sneaky. Tian wipes the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, angrily points at the immortal Wudong tree. Cursing, feeling a wave of fear, genuinely scared. Rustle, rustle. The 3-foot-high little tree sways gently, its leaves rustling, seeming to scoff, as if retorting. It is unique, coexisting with the undying nirvana fire, harboring more than one kind of principle. Tian's evil Tao principle stirs the nirvana principle, like dropping a bomb into stagnant water. At the moment of explosion, the principle plunges into chaos, The path of fire, fierce indeed. The dormant, undying nirvana fire erupts in an instant. The principle suddenly spewing forth like an ancient volcano that had long been suppressed, devouring everything and incinerating myriad laws. Fortunately, with the protection of the karmic fire red lotus, the consequences would be unimaginable otherwise. This lotus coexists with karmic fire and has a kind of immunity to all innate divine fires. It is also a supreme innate spiritual treasure with extremely high defensive value, easily handling the undying divine fire. Zing! Tian takes out the innate pure yang sword he picked up from Dongmu Gong. With a flash of cold light, he swings the sword and slices off a wutong flower that resembles a young phoenix. Learning from past mistakes, Tian no longer takes risks or tries to cut corners. He honestly picks up that wutong flower, comprehending the principles contained within, starting from the easy to the difficult, from the simple to the complex. Although the speed is much slower, the risks are also reduced. Still, the old saying applies: don't be reckless in the wilderness. When it's time to be steady, be steady. Don't suffer great losses over small gains. Calm, Tian lightly shouts, dispelling all distracting thoughts, concentrating his mind, picking the flower and understanding the law, slowly analyzing it as if peeling layers of an onion, with plenty of patience. The young phoenix-like wutong flower dances gracefully between his fingers, swaying beautifully, emanating a mysterious rhythm. In the depths of Tian's divine thoughts, he immersed himself in the rhythm, resonating with it, capturing its mysteries and comprehending its subtleties. The buzzing purple-black ripples intertwined and collided with the crimson waves, stirring up waves of turbulence that distorted the void. The laws of the evil path and the laws of nirvana intertwined, seeming to communicate, yet also competing, interpreting their respective profundities. Tian sat still like a statue, motionless, his primordial spirit clear and bright, his six senses unaware of external matters. He gradually entered a state of enlightenment, and in his sea of consciousness, one law rune after another emerged, radiating a peculiar rhythm around him. Understanding a law is not a task accomplished in a day. Just as Tian was focused on his contemplation, the beast race army had already rushed to the front lines, plunging the entire primordial world into chaos. At the northern and southern borders, beast tides surged everywhere, dark and overwhelming like a flooding river, madly charging towards the southern wasteland, breaching one defense line after another. Kill! Charge! Block those beasts for me! For the sake of our homeland, for the survival of all races, we must stop them. Those who dare to retreat a single step. Sons, do not be afraid. Push forward. We can drive them back. Better to fight to the death than to retreat half a step. Roars echoed through the heavens. As the innate races stationed at the borders quickly counterattacked, fighting to the death, desperately trying to stop the beast race from advancing south. Strangely, during the battle between the two armies, no high-ranking members from either side were seen, only the troops engaged in a frenzied slaughter, as if they had all agreed beforehand. At this time, in the ancestral land of the dragon race, Shun-Ni, accompanied by a group of high-ranking beasts, forcefully occupied the best cultivation grounds, driving out the ancestral dragon and other high-ranking members of the dragon race. Shun-Ni, the ancestral dragon, had a streak of filthy blood at the corner of his mouth, his dragon eyes spewing fire, feeling both frustrated and enraged. Shun-Ni sneered, disdainfully saying, "Little loach, don't be indignant. The weak do not deserve to occupy the treasures. Before this emperor changes his mind, hurry and roll away. Otherwise, you will become a dead loach." If it were the previous him, he would have killed the ancestral dragon without a second thought, stepping on the filthy loach. However, the current Shun-Ni had no such intention. Seeing through the phenomenon to the essence, he had already understood what the true enemy of the beast race was. Compared to the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and others, they were merely insignificant pawns, no longer worthy of Shun-Ni's attention. Beings like the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix were protected by the heavenly path, their destinies intact. And even if killed, the heavenly path would produce substitutes, making the significance of killing them negligible. Shun-Ni recalled Tian's words, frowned slightly. lifted his head to gaze deeply at the firmament, then lowered his gaze to sweep over the ancestral dragon, feeling annoyed just by looking at him. Boom! He waved his sleeve, as if swatting a fly, sending the ancestral dragon and the high-ranking members of the dragon race flying. The ancestral dragon and the others transformed into small black dots at a visible speed, disappearing at the edge of the sky, not knowing where they had been sent by the slap. Whoosh! Shen-Ni summoned the 10,000 beasts tribute to the Emperor diagram, causing a massive tremor. Golden light bursting forth, hovering in the sky, casting a layer of light curtain that covered billions of miles of land. With a thunderous boom, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment fell from the 10,000 beasts tribute to the Emperor diagram, crashing down like a celestial mountain, firmly embedding itself in the ancestral land of the dragon race. Tao Tai, go gather resources. If you encounter strong enemies, do not linger in battle, just loot and leave. The others should sit down and meditate for enlightenment. Do not waste time. After Shen-Ni finished speaking, he sat cross-legged under the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, closed his eyes, and instantly entered a state of meditation. Understood, Tao Tai replied, and turned to leave. Zhu Yan Yao and other high-ranking members of the beast race silently approached the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, sitting down on the spot and quickly entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, at the immortal volcano, the ancestral hound, who once wreaked havoc in the ancestral land of the phoenix race, swaggered in leading a team, directly invading the ancestral land of the phoenix. Bang! The primordial phoenix was sent flying by a single punch, its body uncontrollably gliding across the sky. Phoenix blood raining down and forming a perfect parabolic arc. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, small black dots shot into the sky, rapidly disappearing at the ends of the earth, as the high-ranking members of the phoenix race sent the ancestral hound flying. Oof! The ancestral hound grunted, baring its teeth and saying, if it weren't for the need to eliminate you, which could bring unforeseen variables and be detrimental to my clan, I would definitely twist your little chicken necks. Long before, when Futon borrowed the immortal phoenix tree, he had sternly warned him, saying that the three ancestral beings must not be killed. They were born from the four innate elements of earth, fire, wind, and water after the chaos began, possessing deep fortunes, great luck, and a merit of opening the heavens. As long as the merit exists, their luck is not exhausted. Not to mention whether they can be killed. Even if they were, the backlash would be inevitable, leading to unpredictable changes. The merit of opening the heavens is the most powerful life-saving talisman in the primordial world, a true indestructible decree. As long as it exists, even if one were to slap the heavenly path twice and then step on it to urinate, they probably wouldn't die. On the other side, in the ancestral land of the Qilin race, the fate of the first Qilin was no better than that of the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix, being kicked away by a deadly long leg from the last scorpion, and all high-ranking members of the Qilin race were exiled. In an instant, the supreme cultivation sacred ground crafted by the heavenly path itself fell, all occupied by the high-ranking members of the beast race. Rumbling, thunder roared above the 9 heavens. Purple-black calamity clouds surged, and the aura of destruction enveloped everything, the magnificent heavenly might overshadowing the primordial world. Damn it, the heavenly path was truly furious. The purple gold law I had turned black-red, with murderous and bloodthirsty energy surging wildly. What an evil ancestor Futon, that damned rebel against heaven, unforgivable sin. After this tribulation, I will ensure that the primordial world is free of evil paths, and all demonic laws will be severed. The law eye of the heavenly path fixed its gaze on Tianjua Mountain, with a cold and resentful voice filled with killing intent. The heavenly path's killing intent surged. As the stars shifted, the 365 main stars of the Zhou Tian, 600 auxiliary stars, and countless minor stars all became chaotic in an instant. The power of the stars running rampant, shaking the primordial world. Various doomsday-like phenomena emerged, and the aura of destruction swept across the universe. Tianjua Mountain. In the Master S Hall, a lazy voice drifted out. Evil resides in the heart, demons in thought, conforming to the great way, hidden among the masses. How can you sever it at will? Do not boast too much, it will only add to the laughter. Chapter 64. The Heavenly Path's Hatred, Nirvana Breakthrough to Great Perfection. The Heavenly Path lifted a massive stone and smashed it fiercely towards the beast race. But unexpectedly, the beast race dodged, and the giant stone landed right on the Heavenly Path's foot. Although it didn't hurt much, it was infuriating, leaving the Heavenly Path extremely frustrated. Reflecting on his journey. From the beginning of the creation of the heavens and earth, all calculations had proceeded smoothly without any setbacks. Everything was under control. Until the catastrophe of the fierce beasts began, the calamity surged skyward, breaking the forbidden formation on the magic eye of the North Sea, allowing a strand of innate evil to slip out. Since that time, everything changed and became extremely uncontrollable. That damned evil disciple Tian defied heavenly will time and again, provoking heavenly might repeatedly, taking advantage of the constraints of the Great Way's rules to act recklessly. Yet he could do nothing about it. That evil disciple grasped the balance perfectly. He once broke through the Heavenly Path's defenses, yet all the Heavenly Path could do was stare blankly, unable to take any action against him. Overlooking the southern wasteland, the Heavenly Path was extremely frustrated. Almost all of its efforts, painstakingly created for the innate races, were handed over to Shun and those wretched beings. Yang Mei, Wang Shu, you are truly detestable. If you had acted sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. The Heavenly Path sighed deeply, filled with bitterness and frustration, resentment towards Yang Mei and Wang Shu deeply rooted, wishing to eliminate them immediately. Unfortunately, it could not. Until the shackles of the rules were broken, it was severely restricted by the rules, with very few actions possible. Everything it did had to be within the limits allowed by the Great Way's rules. If the Heavenly Path had an expression, it would surely be frowning with a grimace, looking as ugly as possible. Boom! A grand will descended upon the southern wilderness, as if it were the sovereign of all things, manipulating and controlling the cultivation resources at will. In the area surrounding the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin, a shocking and unprecedented change occurred in the environment over millions of miles. Even a place that was once a bitter and desolate land now became a vibrant and rich cultivation holy ground. To clean up the mess, the Heavenly Tao implemented macro control once again. It truly exerted all its efforts. It was just short of feeding the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin by hand. However, it also grew cautious. It did not drastically cut the cultivation areas of the high-level beast clans like Shun and the ancestral hound. Nor did it create an excessively outrageous cultivation environment for the ancestral dragon and others. Favoritism was inevitable, but it had its limits. This action was merely to stabilize the high-level beast clans like Shun and preventing them from harboring covetous thoughts. After doing all this, the weary consciousness of the Heavenly Tao stared at the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, falling into deep thought. This thing was indeed a cheat artifact. If no countermeasures were taken, the gap would only widen. Time flowed endlessly, and the years passed quickly. The great river flowed eastward, taking away over 1,000 years in haste. On the peak of Tianjua Mountain, known as the Masteress Summit, Tian remained as still as a clay statue, quietly meditating before the immortal phoenix tree with a layer of red leaves spread at his feet, which also contained withered petals. The dense flowers and leaves of the immortal phoenix tree had been nearly stripped bare, and some branches had been severed. For over 1,000 years, this tree had suffered much destruction. Tian's body was covered in red lines, shining brilliantly, with mysterious Tao patterns like fiery glass, radiating crystal-clear light. The red clouds flowed, resembling burning divine flames, causing Tian's fleshly body to approach extinction, becoming dark and shriveled, gradually turning into charred ding. Ka-ka! The crisp sound echoed in the empty hall, like jade falling to the ground, like wood and stone colliding, and like some hard shell breaking. Swish! The charred body cracked open, and brilliant rays of light surged from the gaps, revealing skin that was white with a hint of red, blood energy surging like an ocean. bursting forth with an incredibly strong vitality. Revived from extinction, reborn from shattering, drifting on the edge of life and death, transforming calamity into rebirth. The wonder of nirvana was beyond words. With a light sigh, Futon suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of red clouds passing through his purple pupils, the divine flames boiling. But upon closer inspection, they were densely packed runes. After over 1,000 years, immersed in the law of nirvana, he had nearly stripped the immortal phoenix tree bare, and finally had some gains, initially comprehending this law. Boom! His momentum surged, and his cultivation level advanced further. Before him appeared one Tao pattern after another, some as ethereal as ribbons, others as heavy as chains. Dark purple evil Tao patterns, pitch black dark patterns, crimson fire patterns, glazed nirvana patterns, blood red, bloodthirsty patterns. Over 10 types of law chains surrounded him, operating in a crisscross manner, yet orderly, spinning like the iron rings of a celestial sphere. Among them, the evil Tao pattern was the thickest. If the other patterns were iron chains, then it was a tread. At this level, he had reached the pinnacle of the true immortal of Tai. This breakthrough did not rely on the 10,000 souls banner or the bloodthirsty pearl, but rather comprehended the law of nirvana, igniting himself with immortal divine fire, experiencing nirvana once. Standing after the shattering, both his flesh and spirit underwent astonishing transformations. Touching the threshold of the celestial immortal of Tai, his understanding of the laws now could be considered as having entered the inner chamber from the front hall, beginning to explore the profound truths from a superficial surface, which was akin to taking a significant step forward. Futon whispered, his mind calm, not feeling the joy of breaking through his cultivation, but rather a natural and effortless sensation. How to describe that feeling? It was very solid, very reassuring, without any sense of superficiality. This was thanks to his accumulation and sedimentation. His foundational Tao was incredibly solid, and his Tao practice was very pure, without a trace of dilution. Futon put away the immortal phoenix tree and strode out of the Master S Hall, heading straight to the character creation hall where Kunpeng was located. It was not to covet the roasted Kun wings, but rather to see the progress of character creation. After over 1,000 years, he wondered if Kunpeng had been slacking off. If so, that would be quite delicious. He. Futon laughed as he walked, his charming laughter sending chills down spines. Characters were not simple symbols, but carriers of a thread of the true meaning of the Tao. Although they were merely faint traces, they could be used to glimpse the mysteries of the Tao's operation. Creating characters was incredibly difficult, far from being accomplished overnight. Every stroke had to resonate with the Tao, and each character had to align with that thread of the true meaning of the Tao. Even a prodigy like Kunpeng would find it difficult to make significant progress in a short time, still requiring long years of accumulation and sedimentation. What? Do you want to hear what you were saying? Half a character? Half a character. In over 1,000 years, you have only created half a character. Futon felt darkness cloud his vision. The sky was collapsing. At this rate, when would completion be? When could he transfer the great causality of the Beast Master? I have already tried my best, but creating characters is incredibly difficult. Kunpeng trembled, speaking in a quivering voice. Futon's face darkened, his gaze icy, staring intently at Kunpeng, his fierce eyes seemingly piercing through his soul. Kunpeng's body shook like chaff, breaking out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror, his heart icy, as if he had fallen into the icy abyss of the moon. Calm, don't get angry. Creating characters is inherently difficult. Give him some time. Futon took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, dispelling the coldness in his eyes, and forced a smile, trying to present what he considered a gentle expression. Hiss! Kunpeng gasped, looking at that crooked, sinister smile, as if a demon had crawled out of chaos to claim his life, feeling despair instantly, thinking, "It's over, my life is at an end." Clap. Futon patted his shoulder heavily, trying to use a gentle tone to say, it's okay. Creating characters is not easy, and you have stayed in the character creation hall for a long time, so your inspiration must be somewhat lacking. Let me take you to find some inspiration. However, this statement fell into Kunpeng's ears, but it completely changed meaning. Gulp! Kunpeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face pale, crying out in his heart. Not dead? Not dead. Sure enough, this demon wants to send me on my way. Alas, my life, how bitter it is, how tragic it is. Without saying a word, Futin waved his hand, letting the Qingfeng battle puppet take Kunpeng, exiting Tianjua Mountain and heading straight south. Creating characters and understanding the Tao share a similar essence. Hopefully, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment would be of some help to Kunpeng, Futin thought in his heart. Kunpeng looked at him with a complex expression, his pale lips slightly parted, stuttering. That when you make your move, can you make it quick? Futin was full of question marks. What move? Quick. Did Kunpeng's brain short-circuit, or had he developed a forced illusion? When did I say? Futin was about to speak. Suddenly, in the southern sky, divine lights burst forth, treasures radiated. Countless auspicious colors appeared, and the vast sounds of the Tao resonated like a great bell ringing through the sky. The unique aura of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure emerged, spreading in all directions, accompanied by a thick aura of the heavenly Tao. Terrifyingly, that spiritual treasure had not yet revealed itself. Yet it stirred the laws of heaven and earth to resonate with it. 3,000 Tao laws manifested in that sky, fleeting like a dream, yet so clear and real. What kind of treasure is this? What is that old six of the heavenly Tao up to again? Futin's pupils trembled, filled with suspicion. Chapter 65. The Lotus of Enlightenment. Facing tribulations and contending for power with heaven. Futin gazed into the distance and saw a colorful lotus slowly appearing in the southern sky, blooming with 12 petals, exuding a dreamlike radiance. That colorful lotus, like the fiery red lotus of karma and the destructive black lotus, was also an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. However, it was far too extraordinary. The Tao rhythm pervaded, and the phantoms of 3,000 laws all revolved around it, as if drawn by a fatal attraction, lingering without dispersing. Swish! The infernal flame, red lotus, autonomously revived, floating in the air, releasing a unique source fluctuation to communicate with that colorful lotus across infinite distances. The 12th grade enlightenment divine lotus. Shortly after, the infernal flame, red lotus, transmitted a thought, appearing immensely shocked. Impossible, this is impossible. It was merely a once imperfect lotus seed. Logically, the 9th grade was already the limit. How could it grow to the 12th grade? This defies natural law. The more the infernal flame, red lotus thought about it, the more shocked it became, and it couldn't help but doubt the lotus's birth. It is the will of heaven. Fu Tian lightly uttered 3 words. The infernal flame, red lotus, suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Now that makes sense." That colorful lotus exudes a strong aura of the heavenly way, like a lighthouse in the night, extremely conspicuous and impossible to conceal. TSK. Cultivating such a divine lotus, is it meant to counteract the enlightenment ancient tea tree? Fu Tian gazed at the sky, instantly seeing through the heavenly will's intentions. In the next second, a loud dragon's roar came from the southeast, the aura of a great Luo golden immortal at its peak surging in all directions. It was the ancestral dragon. It tore through space and swiftly took away the enlightenment divine lotus. The entire set of actions by the ancestral dragon was seamless, flowing like a stream, without any hindrance, as if that divine lotus had been waiting for him. Hey. Fu Tian grinned wickedly, licking his lips, and said, "This divine lotus is very much to my liking. I must have it. The ancestral dragon can't hold it, and neither can the heavenly way, I assure you." As soon as these words were spoken, the clear sky was immediately filled with rolling thunder. A heavenly law eye appeared out of nowhere, hovering right above Fu Tian's head, with a vertical eye woven from laws exuding a resentful gaze. Delusional. A voice like muffled thunder directly exploded in Fu Tian's ears, making his eardrum ache, his head buzz, and his primordial spirit feel dizzy. Fu Tian shook his head, looked up to the sky disdainfully, blinked his enchanting big eyes, and revealed a bright smile, saying, Thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, I will cherish it well. Boom! A loud noise erupted, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The heavenly way was furious and said, "You insolent brat." Tian lightly scoffed, rolled his eyes, and said in an elder tone, "Young, still too young. Not knowing to keep good things hidden, being so high profile. Are you afraid I wouldn't know? Oh heavens, do be more cautious." Rumble. The clear sky instantly turned dark, and terrifying blood-red lightning flashed amidst the storm clouds. The void split open with horrifying cracks, as if a chaotic behemoth had opened its monstrous mouth, wanting to devour everything. And the four elements of earth, fire, wind, and water erupted, as if chaos was about to be reenacted. Everything seen in the heavens and on earth was a scene of world destruction. The heavenly will's consciousness was out of control, nearly collapsing from anger. It could no longer endure, directly smashing down a vast sea of blood lightning. Fida. Electric lights flickered, lightning danced chaotically, crazily lunging toward Tian like venomous snakes. "Damn you, heavenly way!" Tian cursed while hiding within the shield of the infernal flame, Red Lotus. "Ah!" Tian screamed in agony, instantly struck to the point of skin being torn and flesh shredded, his clothes in tatters, his face like charred coal, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices, and his hair a chaotic mess. The shield of the infernal flame, Red Lotus, seemed non-existent, unable to defend against it at all. Fortunately, the heavenly way did not dare to use lethal force. Ultimately, it was wary of the laws of the great Tao and did not dare act recklessly, risking a thunder tribulation punishment, merely to vent a long-suppressed rage. The heavenly way was truly fed up with Tian, fed up with the humiliation he caused. It seized Tian and gave him a beating. Though not fatal, it caused him immense pain, suffering unspeakably. My goodness! The Kunpeng felt a chill, watching from the side, trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe. The entire bird of Kunpeng was in bad shape. He always knew Tian was no good, thinking he was a ruthless demon. Today, his perception of him was refreshed. He never expected Tian to be so vicious, daring to show his fangs to the heavenly way. Being audacious could hardly describe him. He couldn't help but wonder if there was anything in this world that Tian dared not do. Could he still survive? The path ahead seemed to plunge into eternal darkness, so dark it was suffocating. The heavenly way had a clear target, its focus solely on Tian, and only aimed at him. Kunpeng became completely transparent, merely a false alarm. Not a single hair harmed, as that blood lightning seemed to have eyes, completely ignoring him. Can you believe it? This thunder tribulation struck for a full 81 years, until the number 99. The heavenly way finally ceased, not because it was satisfied, but because it had risked exceeding the limits of the rules. 9 is the ultimate number in the world, and 99 is the extreme of extremes. If it dared to act again, the next second it would be pressed to the ground by the laws of the great Tao. The blood lightning dissipated, and the storm clouds gradually faded. Just as the heavenly way's vertical I was about to retract, it suddenly glanced back, as if seeing something intolerable, enraged beyond measure. The entire eye of law trembling with fury. "Hey, heavenly way, thank you." A cheeky voice came forth. Tian, looking less than human, was flashing with red light, and then all his injuries healed as if they had never existed, revitalized. He had a trace of blood lightning dancing at his fingertips, smiling as he looked at the heavenly law eye. True strong people never complain about their environment, even while suffering in the sea of thunder tribulations. He discovered immense gains amidst the pain. He tempered his body with thunder tribulations, refined his primordial spirit with tribulation light, devoured lightning with blood, comprehended the mysteries of its laws, viewing the heavenly punishment like a whetstone to hone his own cultivation, so crazily. Tian dared to be so reckless because he saw through the heavenly way's intentions, knowing that the little turtle wouldn't dare to strike hard. "You insolent brat." The heavenly way suddenly broke its defenses, cursing very crudely. Tian appeared indifferent, stretched lazily, and provocatively said, "This heavenly punishment is truly a treasure. helping me break my shackles and step into the Tai, celestial, immortal level. Then it merged with my flesh, fully revealing its laws for my use. I must say, Heavenly Way, you're truly kind. The Heavenly Way remained silent for a long time, as if forced to pick up a bowl and eat a big meal at the cycle of grains, feeling utterly uncomfortable. That damned scourge is truly sinister, daring to use the thunder tribulation to cultivate, and even seizing the opportunity to wrest power from heaven. Comprehending a part of the heavenly punishment laws exclusive to the Heavenly Way, it was simply despicable. Yes, that blood lightning was not ordinary lightning. It was the Heavenly Way's exclusive power of heavenly punishment. This special law power had a remarkable effect on those burdened with heavy karma. Even if just a trace, it would injure upon touch and death upon contact. The 3,000 Great Tao laws are not all available for sentient beings to comprehend. There are some laws that are themselves a kind of authority, obscure and hidden, with no chance to comprehend, such as heavenly punishment, heavenly authority. Yet, Tian grasped a trace of heavenly punishment, insignificant yet profoundly meaningful, indeed seizing some authority of the Heavenly Way. Silently, the Heavenly Way's law quietly vanished. It was afraid, truly afraid, concerned that if it continued to fight with Tian, its still incomplete consciousness might encounter major problems. At worst, it could be driven to complete chaos and confusion, like a madman, not knowing what consequences might arise. Leaving? You can't either. Hey. Tian laughed loudly, then suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on the direction where the enlightenment divine lotus had disappeared, his eyes sparkling. A 9th grade lotus platform was forcibly elevated to the 12th grade by the Heavenly Way. If I obtain it, can I comprehend a method to advance spiritual treasures? Speaking of which, how many lotus seeds did the 36th grade chaos blue lotus nurture? Are there any more treasures like the enlightenment divine lotus? Tian sword. Connecting many ideas, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. He hoped the enlightenment divine lotus would bring him some surprises. Chapter 66. The Origins of the Divine Lotus. Heavenly Punishment's Backlash. The operation of the Great Tao has its fixed destiny. 9 is the extreme of numbers. Therefore, when the 36th grade Chaos Blue Lotus differentiated, there were 9 lotus seeds within the lotus pod. The outbreak of the Chaos War came too suddenly, and the fighting was too brutal. Julian consumed too much of its original source, resulting in only one of the 9 lotus seeds reaching the great perfection level. The flame red lotus lamented. Pity the red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. It's a shame the 3 teachings were originally one. Futon sighed upon hearing this, as if lost in thought. If nothing unexpected happens, the only lotus seed that has reached the great perfection level is the legendary primordial blue lotus. It blooms in 24 grades, surpassing the supreme innate spiritual treasures, even exceeding the category of innate supreme treasures. However, its fortune is quite poor. The heavenly Tao, being short-sighted and miserly, does not allow such a powerful existence in the primordial chaos. The primordial blue lotus, also known as the creation blue lotus, ultimately faced heavenly jealousy and was divided into 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, fulfilling the friendship of the 3 pure ones. Futon recalled the future calamity of the conferred God, where the 3 pure ones would turn against each other. The 3 teachings would become estranged, and they would engage in fierce battles, suddenly finding it quite interesting. Their fate is not different from that of the creation blue lotus, right? The creation blue lotus disintegrated, transforming from 1 into 3, while the 3 brothers of the 3 pure ones, united in heart, would fight for themselves, and after the conferred God calamity, their past camaraderie would no longer exist. The moment they encountered the creation blue lotus, the tragedy of the 3 pure ones may have already been destined. Of course, this has nothing to do with fate. Fate claims it won't take the blame and leaves the matter to the heavenly Tao. Everything is the calculation of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, Futon's thoughts raced, making him even more wary of the heavenly Tao, whose calculations are unmatched throughout history. Viewing all beings as chess pieces, It has orchestrated one calamity after another, suppressing the earthly and human paths, dominating the primordial chaos, and standing aloof above all, which is terrifying beyond measure. He shook his head, gradually relaxing his tightly furrowed brows. Try not to think of the suffocating future. Being an enemy of the heavenly Tao means immense pressure. Just thinking about it brings a heavy feeling as if Mount Tai is pressing down on him. Futon looked at the flame-red lotus curiously and asked, "What about the other lotus seeds?" The flame-red lotus swayed, spinning in the air, transmitting its thoughts. 3 lotus seeds are like me, although they have reached perfection. They have not attained great perfection. Some may inherit innate merits, while others may have their original sources destroyed, blooming in 12 grades, each with its own fortune. As for the last 4 lotus seeds, they were born too late and have not attained perfection, their whereabouts unknown. I have also seen the enlightenment lotus for the first time. Futon understood and said, "I see. All innate spiritual treasures are graded as follows. Lower grade is 9. Middle grade is 10. Upper grade is 11. Supreme grade is 12. Quasi-supreme treasure is 15. And supreme treasure is 18 grades. Surpassing the 2 nines means it is a chaos spiritual treasure, like the 24-grade creation blue lotus. 3 nines represent a supreme chaos spiritual treasure. The higher the grade, the greater the disparity, especially between supreme chaos spiritual treasures and chaos supreme treasures, which are separated by 9 small grades. The enlightenment lotus, due to its innate incompleteness, is merely a 9-grade lotus platform. However, the heavenly Tao invested heavily to force it to advance to 12 grades, transforming it into a supreme, innate spiritual treasure to counter the enlightenment ancient tea tree. Kekekeke. Futon chuckled sinisterly, a sea of greed igniting in his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, "The enlightenment lotus is mine for the taking." He possessed many spiritual treasures, and one supreme, innate spiritual treasure was not enough to make him crazy. The enlightenment lotus itself was not important. The method the heavenly Tao used to promote it was the key. His 2 accompanying spiritual treasures were both supreme, innate spiritual treasures, highly compatible with him and possessing infinite growth potential. If they could advance to a higher level, they would provide him with even greater assistance. Whoosh! The azure phoenix battle puppet erupted into speed, its wings tearing through the void, taking Futon and Kuenpeng into the spatial rift. In an instant, the azure phoenix descended upon the ancestral land of the dragon clan. Shun and I slowly rose under the enlightenment ancient tea tree, stepped forward, and laughed heartily. "Ha! What brings you here, Grand Marshal?" The commotion in the sky just now surely did not escape your Majesty's notice? Futon smiled lightly and said, "That is natural, just now." The 3,000 laws manifested together, and the phenomenon shocked the primordial chaos. The commotion was not small. After speaking, Shun and I curiously asked, "Does the Grand Marshal know what that was?" Futon pointed towards the enlightenment ancient tea tree and then raised a middle finger to the sky, saying, "It is called the enlightenment lotus, a treasure of enlightenment given by the heavenly Tao to the ancestor dragon and the others." "What?" Shin and I was both shocked and angry. He suddenly raised his head to gaze at the sky, his eyes flashing crimson, his face filled with rage. No wonder that old mudfish obtained it with such ease. What a heavenly Tao, truly biased beyond measure. Shun and I cursed with a dark face, his iron fists clenched tightly, feeling an uncontrollable rage boiling within him. "Why must your Majesty be angry? What harm is there in the heavenly Tao giving it to the ancestor dragon?" Futon shook his head, the cold light in his purple eyes intensifying, and said solemnly, "I fear the ancestor dragon may not be able to bear it." "What does the Grand Marshal mean?" Shin and I erupted with a shocking battle intent. Futon looked at him, implying, "Would your Majesty fulfill a small wish of mine?" "Ha ha ha!" Shin and I laughed heartily, saying boldly, "Grand Marshal, wait a moment. I shall fetch that divine lotus for you." Before his words fell, his figure had already vanished. Shin and I crossed infinite space, and when he reappeared, he stood in the very sky where the enlightenment lotus had vanished. The heavenly Tao bestows treasures? This emperor shall intercept it. His crimson pupils reflected the rippling void, the laws circulating, capturing the aura of the enlightenment lotus, tracing back, searching for the ancestor dragon's whereabouts. Well done, Beast Emperor. Futon praised silently, giving a thumbs up. With Shun and I, who was in the mid-stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, taking action, he believed the ancestor dragon could not hide for long. The 12th-grade enlightenment lotus was practically in his pocket. Puffed. Suddenly, Futon's face turned pale, and he coughed up blood, his breath becoming extremely disordered. Crackle. His body split with numerous small cracks, crimson blood oozing out, and electric lights flickering within the blood, wreaking havoc in his limbs and bones. Heavenly punishment. Futon gritted his teeth, hurriedly sitting cross-legged under the enlightenment ancient tea tree to suppress the rampaging power of heavenly punishment. Using the heavenly tribulation to break the shackles, he forcefully swallowed the power of heavenly punishment with his flesh and blood, contending for power with the heavenly Tao while comprehending the laws of heavenly punishment amidst the pain. Such audacious acts were indeed accomplished. However, he had not completely succeeded. Understanding a law is by no means an overnight effort. A mere 81 years is but a fleeting moment. What he comprehended about the laws of heavenly punishment was merely the surface. Previously, for the sake of the enlightenment lotus, Futon gritted his teeth to forcibly suppress the power of heavenly punishment hidden within him. Now, with Shun and I personally taking action, he had only slightly relaxed, and the suppressed power of heavenly punishment instantly surged, revealing its fangs. Although he had broken the shackles, the laws invaded his body. His original source was depleted, his foundation unstable, and his Tao cultivation somewhat superficial. Futon looked inward at himself, his brows furrowing into a shape. The situation was dire. A slight misstep could leave him with Tao injuries. The 81 years of being trampled by the heavenly Tao were far from the surface's ease. Although the heavenly Tao did not take his life, it dealt heavy blows, injuring his original source and leaving hidden dangers. If not dealt with in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 67. Searching for the dragon. 3 clans conceal their tracks. Kunpung, who had been following Futon, was very conscious. Although he saw Futon's condition was terrible, he did not dare to have any second thoughts. Kunpung walked around the enlightenment ancient tea tree, found a suitable spot, and sat down to continue working on his character creation endeavors. After following Futon for these years, he had completely accepted his fate. Not to mention that he was merely an insignificant immortal golden immortal. Even if he were a great Luo golden immortal, what could he do? Could he escape the claws of the devil? In his eyes, Futon was simply terrifying. The heavenly Tao, which all beings fear to the utmost, is nothing in the eyes of that demon. The most frightening and deadly thing is that the heavenly Tao, which is usually omnipotent and supreme, has repeatedly suffered setbacks in its confrontations with him, being thoroughly defeated. I shall just honestly continue creating characters, with the help of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. I hope things can progress faster. Otherwise, I can't bear to think about what will happen when that demon lord breaks free. Kunpung muttered to himself, gasping in shock, quickly suppressing his distracting thoughts, adjusting his state, and entering a meditative state swiftly to create characters without delay. On the other side, Shen and I was confused. As a mid-stage Hongjun golden immortal, he couldn't find any trace of the ancestor dragon. This was simply unbelievable. What cultivation level did that stinky loach possess? The peak of the great Luo golden immortal. Such a level of cultivation was already an unattainable existence in the eyes of the masses. However, beneath Hongjun, all were like ants. The cultivation of the ancestor dragon was not just 100,000 miles away from Hongjun golden immortal. In Shen Ni's eyes, it was truly no different from a small loach in a pond. He wouldn't need to lift a finger. A single thought could erase it. Strangely, this little loach had vanished without a trace. All signs of its existence had been wiped away, as if it had never existed at all. The lines of causality were severed, the lines of fate concealed, the past could not be traced, and the future could not be glimpsed. As if it had detached from this space-time, non-existent in this world. There was no trace at all, not even a hint to be found. Shen and I frowned tightly, puzzled. Even if it had suddenly died, and its true spirit had vanished, it shouldn't be like this. Moments later, Shun-In suddenly raised his head, glaring at the sky. His crimson eyes filled with ferocity, his anger boiling over, and he gritted his teeth to shout, "Heavenly Tao!" Above the firmament, everything remained the same, with not a hint of abnormality. The heavenly Tao completely ignored him. Bang! The furious Shun-In punched out. A brilliant fist imprint shot into the sky, piercing through the universe, collapsing the firmament, shattering all laws, and annihilating everything, enveloped in boundless rage, crashing into the chaos beyond the heavens. This punch was earth-shattering, fully showcasing the might of a Hongjun golden immortal. However, aside from displaying unmatched divine power, it was utterly useless. "I don't believe it," Shun-In roared. "The wilderness world is this big. Where can that old loach hide? At worst, I'll turn the world upside down, and I will find him." With a furious roar, Shun-In, accompanied by the divine beast treasure, the beast emperor's golden seal, soared into the sky, shattering the void with a single strike, sending the beast emperor's decree to various beast tribes. In just a short while, an immense aura erupted from the undying volcano. Ancestor Huan walked through the sky, heading east along the South Sea, searching for the trace of the ancestor dragon. Boom! Above the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, the pressure of a half-step Hongjun golden immortal intimidated all beings. The queen of insects took a step forward and crossed billions of miles, heading west. And then from west to east, searching for the ancestor dragon. Roar! The sounds of beast roars echoed through the sky. With a decree from Shun-In, high-ranking members of the beast tribe stepped out of their closed-door cultivation, rushing in all directions, working in unison, searching for the ancestor dragon. This search lasted for decades. However, they were astonished to find that not only had the ancestor dragon disappeared, but also the Yuan Feng and the beginning Qilin were nowhere to be seen. Even the vast majority of beings from the three clans had all hidden away, leaving no trace to be found. Only some mixed-blood, lowly minions remained, hardly worth mentioning. In the East Sea, on an inconspicuous isolated island, Shun-In, Ancestor Huan, and other high-ranking members of the beast tribe gathered together, their faces gloomy, expressions extremely unpleasant. The three clans were hidden, with no trace at all, as if they had been forcibly erased from this world by a great hand. They had used all sorts of methods to seek causality and explore space-time, yet it was all in vain. The undying volcano went south all the way, entered the East Sea from the South Sea, and then explored the East Wilderness from the East Sea, not even catching a whiff of the dragon, Ancestor Huan cursed. The queen of insects furrowed her delicate brows and sighed. "I explored from the south to the west, passed through the West Sea to the North Sea, and even went to the North Abyss. It was the same." Tao Tai said gruffly, "Your Majesty, I have traversed the famous mountains and rivers, and not a single dragon scale was found. I took the waterways, searched every river, lake, and pond." Tao Tai shrugged, looking gloomy. The mid to high-level beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal and above shared their experiences, each recounting their findings. For decades, they had scoured the wilderness. Every famous mountain and river, every divine peak and celestial mountain, every river, lake, and abyss, all the caves and blessed lands have been turned inside out. Without exception, they found nothing. After fruitless searching, they realized something was amiss and understood what was happening. The heavenly Tao, besides that biased and dead thing, who could achieve such a feat? Even Shun-In, as a Hongjun golden immortal, couldn't, let alone the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng. Looking up at the sky, a deep sense of helplessness surged in their hearts. Sigh. Shun-In sighed deeply and said helplessly, "The heavenly Tao's intervention is beyond our ability to break. We can only consult the Grand Marshal. He must have a way. Yes, let us find that kid. That wicked little rascal must have some schemes." Ancestor Huan was talking when he suddenly noticed Shun-In staring at him intently, pausing his tone and asking, "Is there something on my face?" "Oomph." Shun-In grunted, glared at him, then looked at the other beasts, solemnly reminding, "You all must not be disrespectful to the Grand Marshal in the future. We will remember." The high-ranking members of the beast tribe said in unison. Only Ancestor Huan turned his head away, the corners of his mouth twitching, unwillingly saying, "I don't know." Whoosh! Shun-ni pointed like a sword, gently slicing open a void passage, leading the beast to find Tian in the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. Beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, looking like a blood man, his entire head of black hair stained crimson, with chaotic blood-colored arcs dancing inside and outside his body. His body was covered in dense cracks, blood and electricity shooting out, wounds healing and cracking again, as if caught in an endless cycle. Hiss! 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 A chorus of gasps echoed. Shin-ni and the others stared wide-eyed at his miserable state, feeling a chilling sensation. What happened? Tian remained motionless, his eyes tightly closed, only communicating through his divine sense. However, this divine sense was filled with pauses and hoarseness, as if every word he spoke was incredibly difficult and required immense pain to express. The heavenly Tao has hidden the three clans. Shin-ni wasted no words, speaking concisely, cursing himself for his incompetence. Even the Grand Marshal was like this, and he still had to add trouble for him. Tian frowned slightly, silent, as if deep in thought or gathering strength. After 3 full days and nights, he finally managed to convey a divine thought with great difficulty. If the divine lotus and the white tiger are not handed over, the limit of the top 100 ancestral clans of Gochun with a time limit. Shin-ni's eyes turned red. The queen of insects had tears in her eyes. And Ancestor Huan felt a sourness in his nose, his eyes hot and itchy. The high-ranking members of the beast tribe all lowered their heads, their jaws clenched tightly. Fists tightly grasped, their whole bodies trembling, their aura like volcanoes about to erupt. Shin-ni looked deeply at Tian, without saying a word, filled with killing intent. Led Ancestor Huan and the others away, with each step increasing their killing aura. After they left, a glass-like divine flame ignited on Tian's body. The rules of nirvana operating, extinguishing life, and his flesh gradually turned to charcoal. The purple-black evil laws around his wounds entwined with blood-colored arcs, fighting and clashing fiercely. As time passed, the healing wounds no longer cracked open, and the blood-red arcs slowly revealed a hint of black mist. Chapter 68, Bitter Endurance and Sweet Reward. Purple Cheong golden light blocks, Shun-ni. Tian was truly miserable, unprecedentedly miserable. Each day felt like a year, every moment like being subjected to slow slicing. Every minute and second experiencing indescribable agony. Whoosh! The crimson lotus of karma flashed. The blazing red lotus floated before him, forming a layer of barrier, autonomously protecting him from being disturbed at a critical moment. How could rough characters like Shun-ni, Ancestor Huan, and others suddenly awaken him while he was in closed-door cultivation? In the eyes of the blazing red lotus, this was simply madness. No matter how urgent their matters were, they shouldn't disturb him during his closed-door cultivation. Such reckless and rash actions can easily lead to major problems and cause uncontrollable consequences. The severely injured Tian may suffer backlash, worsening his already dire situation. Fortunately, the sudden visit of Shun-ni and others prevented a tragedy from occurring. However, such things must be guarded against. There can be no more precedents. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Blood light fills the sky, blood energy surges. The blood-devouring pearl autonomously revives, and the accompanying spiritual treasure senses that its master is not in a good situation, quickly merging with him to provide a continuous source of primal power. Truly, the master possesses extraordinary courage. The blood-devouring pearl marvels. It has already discerned that Tian is not merely stabilizing the power of heavenly punishment to resolve his own hidden dangers, but is instead enduring intense pain, gritting his teeth to comprehend the rules of heavenly punishment, aiming to fully master the dormant heavenly punishment power within him. Swish, swish, the fiery lotus of karma sways, transmitting a divine thought. Not only does he possess extraordinary courage, but he is also recklessly ambitious, striving to swallow the heavens. What is heavenly punishment? It is the punishment of the heavenly way, known by its fame. After the opening of heaven and earth, The demon gods, symbolizing the 3,000 laws of the Tao, were nearly annihilated, and heavenly punishment became the taboo power solely controlled by the heavenly way. It is itself a type of great law, but monopolized by the heavenly way, forcibly altering its nature and meaning. Thus it became a taboo, transforming into one of the authorities of heavenly punishment. Cut! The blood-devouring pearl rebuked, retorting, "Little red flower, can you not speak?" The master is clearly far-sighted. Heavenly punishment poses a deadly threat to those entangled with karma. If it can be mastered when facing those with deep karma, it will be invincible. The fiery lotus of karma remained silent for a long time. With its understanding, it naturally knew the blood-devouring pearl was not wrong, just a bit exaggerated. Heavenly punishment is like a flame, and karma is like oil. Both ignite upon contact. Until karma is completely burned away, heavenly punishment will not cease. Like conceptual divine power, it can ignore cultivation and realm. Mastering heavenly punishment greatly enhances deterrent power. If any living being dares to bare its fangs, they must first weigh their own karma. The fiery lotus of karma is very stable, unlike the blood-devouring pearl, which is blind faith in Tian. After pondering for a moment, it said seriously, "To seize power from the heavens and master the taboo of heavenly punishment is not so easy. A slight error could lead to unimaginable consequences." Oomph. The blood-devouring pearl snorted, indignantly saying, "Alarmist, we must believe the master can conquer all. Mere heavenly punishment is not beyond his grasp." The fiery lotus of karma cursed the foolish pearl and ignored it. Whoosh whoosh. The blood-devouring pearl, speechless, provocatively circled around it, as if saying, "Not convinced? Kulme, let us clash." Suddenly, Tian's body trembled, as if the sleeping chaotic demon god was awakening, and the pressure it emitted grew stronger, its aura becoming more robust. His body and mind, though dazzling, were repeatedly reborn through an iron will, grappling with the power of heavenly punishment. Finally, the bitter struggle bore sweet fruit. Tian gained significant insights, comprehending some of the true meaning of heavenly punishment. He revived from oblivion, growing through suffering. This is a rebirth, a transformative metamorphosis. Vibrant life bursts forth, and powerful pressure is brewing. On the day of emergence, he will surely step into a higher realm, firmly establishing himself in the realm of Tai, celestial immortals. At the same time, the Beast Emperor Shun and I, bidding farewell to Tian. Let a host of Beast Clan experts, fiercely stepping into the firmament. Boom! The 9 heavens roared, and the universe trembled. The pressure of a mid-stage Hongjun golden immortal swept across the 8 directions, a terrifying and domineering aura unmatched, with the strongest killing intent shocking the world. The enraged Shun and I unleashed his full momentum, standing proudly in the 9 skies, venting the resentment in his heart, his divine might radiating, collapsing a section of the firmament. Ancestor Dragon Little Loach, listen well. This emperor gives you 3 days to hand over the 12th grade Enlightenment Lotus. After 3 days, if the lotus is not seen, this emperor will annihilate the top 100 clans among the innate myriad races. White Tiger, Go Chun, Tang Shi, Xiangui. Shun Ni's thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth, echoing through the wilderness, lingering between heaven and earth for a long time. He stood above the firmament, cold and ruthless like a death god, as if he held the fate of the innate great clans. With indifference, he announced one name after another of the innate great clans that would be slaughtered. Shun Ni's voice was filled with killing intent. That killing intent was extremely intense, startling and terrifying, capable of randomly scaring a large number of innate beings to death. The grand voice spread throughout the wilderness, immediately causing an uproar. However, before the beings could react, an explosion of boundless golden light erupted from the direction of Ziqiang Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden light transformed into seemingly real, yet illusory great paths, spanning infinite space, rushing in all directions. In an instant, powerful innate races were taken away by those golden light paths, migrating their entire clans to Ziqiang Mountain. Not good. Shen Ni's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly attempted to stop this bizarre scene. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Those golden light paths, like laws or some incredible formations, were so profound and complex that they exceeded Shen Ni's comprehension. He exhausted all means but could do nothing about it, unable to stir even the slightest ripple, only staring in disbelief. At the very least, it was a method at the peak of Hongjun Golden Immortal, or even at the level of great perfection. Shen Ni was shocked, his face pale, his tall and robust body trembling, unable to believe. The old ancestor Hongjun has become this powerful. Those golden light paths made Shen Ni feel deeply powerless. A strong sense of crisis and urgency surged like a tidal wave, instantly drowning his heart. The terrifying pressure making him feel suffocated. Hongjun Golden Immortal, one step at a time. With Hongjun so powerful, who in the wilderness can contend with him? I have a premonition that when old ancestor Hongjun returns, the final battle will begin. Shen Ni's face showed terror, feeling despair for the future of the Beast Clan. Hongjun, allied with the Evil Ancestor, fights against Luo Hu, pushing deep into the chaos. Although Luo Hu is strong, how long can he hold out? Hongjun will return sooner or later. During this uncertain time, as only a mid-stage Hongjun Golden Immortal, Shen Ni had no confidence at all in breaking through to the great perfection realm. In fact, even reaching the peak of Hongjun Golden Immortal was a luxury. Wanting to rise to a higher level was incredibly difficult. Let us go back and enter seclusion. Shen Ni took a deep look in the direction of Ziqiang Mountain. His spirit greatly diminished, hunched over, feeling a sense of twilight. He did not know whether this was the handiwork of the Heavenly Way or a backup plan left by Hongjun before leaving. But he deeply understood that with his strength, he could do nothing against the protective great formation of Ziqiang Mountain, nor could he deal with those golden light paths. The Serpent Queen walked over to his side, holding his arm, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Your Majesty, what about the Enlightenment Lotus?" Shen Ni shook his head, his voice hoarse. "We will consider it once the Grand Marshal emerges from seclusion." Just as they left, a vertical eye of the law suddenly appeared in the sky above. Attempting to force the ancestor dragon to hand over the Enlightenment Lotus with such despicable means is simply laughable. Fu Tian, Shen Ni, your doomsday is approaching. The cold voice was unknown and unheard by anyone, like the ethereal sound of heaven, existing yet seemingly non-existent. Immediately afterward, the heavens and earth shook violently. Spiritual energy surged like madness toward Ziqiang Mountain, transforming that supreme immortal mountain into a holy land. Chapter 69. Fu Tian's Emergence, Shen Ni's Astonishing Transformation. Life is difficult for the Beast Clan. That old man of the Heavenly Way is too biased, extracting over 50% of the spiritual energy and pouring it all into Ziqiang Mountain. The White Tiger, Gochun, and other top 100 innate great clans are completely being fed by the Heavenly Way, munching on spiritual energy crystals and drinking spiritual liquid to cultivate, rapidly increasing their power. The remaining over 40% of spiritual energy is scattered, making it very thin in various places in the wilderness, unable to gather it all. The Heavenly Way has kicked the Beast Clan into a deep valley, suppressing them tightly and making it hard to turn things around. If this continues, what will happen? The gap will only grow larger. Shen Ni felt overwhelmed. The high-ranking members of the Beast Clan were silent, staring at each other helplessly, unable to come up with a solution no matter how hard they thought. Shen Ni's brows were furrowed into a shape, veins bulging on his forehead, and looking at their clear yet foolish eyes, he felt a wave of dizziness. Sighing deeply, he patted his head on the armrest and said helplessly, "You all must take action yourselves. Gather all your strength to gather the aura of the 8 desolations for the Grand Marshal to cultivate." Shen Ni had no other choice and felt exhausted, hoping that Fu Tian could emerge from his seclusion soon and provide a solution. "Yes, we obey," responded Wuwu. Zhu Hong, Tao Tai, and other high-ranking members of the Beast Clan, all of them answering and heading out. They transformed into beams of rainbow light, traversing the sky, rushing in all directions, standing tall in the air, each occupying a corner and collectively gathering spiritual energy. Boom! 2 half-step mixed Yuan golden immortals led the charge, and more than 10 great Luo golden immortals joined in, forcibly seizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating an overwhelming momentum. Swallowing heaven formation, activate! Tao Tai shouted loudly, personally operating the grand formation, with the experts cooperating, instantly stirring up a tremendous wave. Howling winds arose, the sky darkened, and a gigantic vortex of spiritual energy appeared in the heavens. The spiritual energy transformed into a storm, rushing in from all directions, madly pouring into the massive vortex, which was continuously purified by the grand formation, becoming extremely pure. Drop! Tao Tai shouted sternly, changing the grand formation, and the spiritual energy vortex immediately trembled violently, descending a pillar of energy that pierced through heaven and earth, precisely enveloping Fu Tian below. Drip, drip! Under the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, the dense spiritual energy was compressed and liquefied into drops of spiritual rain, falling onto Fu Tian's body. However, the figure sitting cross-legged like a statue remained as steady as a rock, showing no signs of movement. The higher the cultivation and realm, the more spiritual energy is required. In a short period, even bathing in the rain of spiritual energy had little effect, at most only slightly accelerating the speed of cultivation. Time passed like a shuttle. 3,000 years flew by in the blink of an eye. The swallowing heaven formation operated for a full 3,000 years. The high-ranking members of the Beast clan had no dissatisfaction, no complaints, like tireless robots, continuously gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Shin'ai was not idle either. He delved into the blood sea of the underworld, refining the source of evil, traveling across the seas, and refining various lost sources within the CEI. To become stronger, he had completely gone mad, wishing he could swallow the primal chaos whole. Crackle! Under the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, black-red lightning danced wildly, exuding a strong aura of evil. Fu Tian's eternally motionless body suddenly trembled, and then his aura surged, rapidly opening his eyes. Wow! His purple pupils carried a hint of enchanting blood color, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, a beam of electric light shot out, instantly causing the void to tremble. Hey, hey, hey! With an evil laugh, Fu Tian stood up, his bones cracking like thunder, blood, energy, surging like an ocean, his spirit and vitality at their peak. Bathing in the spiritual rain, he looked up at the sky, seeing the formation and spiritual energy vortex above him. His divine sense felt the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he immediately understood everything. Without a second thought, it was undoubtedly that Old Six of the Heavenly Way had implemented macro control again. Thank you all for your kindness. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, please stop the swallowing heaven gathering spirit formation and take a rest, Fu Tian said, bowing slightly, keeping this favor in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh. Figures descended from the sky, ecstatically surrounding Fu Tian, their eyes glowing with the heat of seeing a savior. The Grand Marshal has finally emerged from seclusion. Congratulations to the Grand Marshal for breaking through to the Tai celestial immortal realm, elevating his cultivation to a new level. Zhuo Ho was the first to congratulate, but then his tone changed, lamenting, alas. The Grand Marshal is unaware we were a step behind the heavenly way, that enlightenment divine lotus. The heavenly way is hateful. You have no idea how excessive it is. Zhu Hong cursed while speaking, full of hatred for the heavenly way. Fu Tian patiently listened to them finish, his brow furrowing tightly, secretly thinking. Purple Qiong Mountain, Hongjun's dojo. He indeed left a backhand? He walked to an open area, his cold gaze directed towards the direction of Purple Qiong Mountain, a cold light flickering, revealing a chilling, killing intent. You are so unfair, openly biased, repeatedly correcting the so-called great trend, recklessly unaware that all beings are not foolish, and pieces can also backfire. Your reputation has plummeted, and all beings know that the heavenly way has favoritism. I want to see how you will end this, Fu Tian thought darkly, sneering. At this moment, A space was suddenly torn apart. The aura of a mixed Yuan golden immortal surged, overshadowing everything, shocking all beings. Shen and I stepped into the void passage, instantaneously appearing in front of Tian. Looking at him deeply, his voice hoarse, "Hongjun is coming back soon." "How do you know, Your Majesty?" Tian's expression changed, his brows twitching wildly. This was not good news. Shen I thought for a moment, suddenly emanating a dense demonic aura, saying, "I encountered the incarnation of the demon ancestor in the abyss of darkness." Tian's pupils constricted sharply, since it was informed by the incarnation of Luo Hu. It was most likely accurate. The most terrifying enemy was about to return, and the most dreadful battle of this tribulation would also break out. But Shen Ni's cultivation? Tian was shocked upon seeing it. Good heavens, in just a few thousand years, Shen and I had actually reached the peak of the mixed Yuan golden immortal. Moreover, his aura was robust, with a profound rhythm, showing no sign of being superficial, which was simply unbelievable. As if sensing his astonishment, Shen and I smiled wryly and explained, "It's all thanks to the demon ancestor. He provided me with cultivation insights and made me test the laws." Tian suddenly realized, but also caught a crucial piece of information. Testing the laws? What laws were being tested? Shen and I did not elaborate, only looking towards the direction of Purple Cheong Mountain with determination, saying, "Now, that grand formation cannot stop me." After saying this, his figure soared into the sky. Immediately afterward, a loud roar echoed through heaven and earth. "By the decree of the Beast Clan's fortune, all power is added to me, commanding the great trend of heaven and earth. All territories of the Beast Clan, all beings and creatures, come to assist me in battle." As if words became the law, once spoken, the river of the Beast Clan's fortune appeared out of thin air, waves surging, lifting Shen and I high. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. All territories occupied by the Beast Clan responded to the decree, manifesting an invisible great power to support Shen and I. This was an extremely profound method of leveraging power. Shen and I received the enhancement of two great powers, his combat strength reaching its peak, his might comparable to a fully realized mixed Yuan golden immortal, causing the heavens and earth to change color. How did Luo Hu's incarnation achieve this? In just a few thousand years, Shen and I seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, giving a feeling of being unfathomable. Tian was extremely shocked. Shen and I had undergone a qualitative change, his foundation solid, his Tao profound. No longer the half-baked individual he once was. He couldn't help but doubt, could this really be achieved in just a few thousand years? Shen and I couldn't have been possessed. Could he? Chapter 70. Shen Ni's moment of glory, unmatched power. With his epic enhancement, Shen and I wasted no time and swiftly made his way to Purple Cheong Mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back, towering in the skies, looking down at the protective formation of Purple Cheong Mountain with a face full of disdain. One word. Hand over the enlightenment divine lotus. Restore the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and I shall spare this group of ants. Shen and I pointed towards the 100-strong clans hidden within Purple Cheong Mountain, raising his head and shouting to the heavens, domineering and forceful, not allowing for rejection. The 12th grade enlightenment divine lotus he was determined to obtain, simply because Tian wanted this treasure, simply because he had promised Tian this small wish. As a dignified clan monarch, his word was his bond. If he said he would help him seize the enlightenment divine lotus, then he must seize it. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he let it slip by? However, there was no response from the heavens. It seemed the heavenly way was not home. Shen and I snorted coldly, his face like cold frost, saying, "I advise you not to think of delaying time. When that old Hongjun returns from the depths of chaos, I guarantee the opportunity will be lost." Before his voice fell, he had already made his move, swinging his arm and slapping towards Purple Cheong Mountain. Wow! Countless divine lights erupted from Purple Cheong Mountain, chaos energy overflowing, and the protective mountain formation activated on its own, bursting forth in an instant, revealing an unprecedented and shocking divine might. Boom! The divine light and the palm imprint collided, instantly engulfing the entire realm in a violent law. Time and space twisted, order fell into chaos, and the aura of destruction swept across the wilderness, shocking the world for countless years. Break! With a loud shout, the divine reversal stepped on the river of fortune, bearing the weight of 10,000 beasts towards the imperial map, the beast emperor's golden seal hovering above his head, exuding boundless power with every movement. Boom! A deafening sound akin to the opening of heaven and earth thundered, collapsing the firmament and tearing apart the void, causing the world to tremble. Whoosh! A broken jade disc soared into the sky, various fragments of laws swirling around it, controlling the protective mountain array, fiercely counterattacking the divine reversal. Merely a forbidden artifact imitating the creation jade disc. How dare you act so wildly? Break for this emperor. The roar was earth-shattering. The beast emperor's golden seal suddenly enlarged, smashing down on the forbidden artifact like a colossal mountain. Bang! In an instant, Ziqiang Mountain shook violently. The array patterns erasing in patches, laws annihilating, the great formation teetering on the brink of collapse, dimming into nothingness. The forbidden artifact was riddled with cracks. A counterfeit is ultimately just a counterfeit. Whether in material, restriction, or the engraved laws, it was far inferior to even a fraction of the creation jade disc. Borrowing the laws of the universe, the force shattered 10,000 pounds. The divine reversal raised his arm high, transforming his palm into a claw. And with a fierce grip from afar, it seemed as if he had condensed the power of half the wilderness into a single punch. Before the punch was even thrown, the emanating might already cause the void to collapse under the pressure, with the punch's direction tearing the void into a terrifying black hole, obliterating all laws. Buzz! The forbidden artifact resembling the creation jade disc felt the deadly threat and immediately unleashed all its power, summoning golden avenues. These were the powers of the array, also transformed from laws. Each golden avenue represented a law, appearing to number in the dozens at first glance. They merged into one, condensing into a massive golden hand that reached for the divine reversal's punch imprint. Boom! The moment of collision, the heavens collapsed. The void tore apart like ragged cloth, ripping open gaping chasms that spanned the wilderness, and a terrifying chaotic storm rushed in. The world lost its color, the sun and moon dimmed. Chaotic energy surged across the seas and wilderness, drowning everything, as if it wanted to completely turn this world into chaos. My God! The white tiger exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine. How strong is he? Is the divine reversal going to be invincible? Even the artifact of the ancestor Hongjun can't stop him. The fear in Go Chen's heart was absolute, feeling a chill. The tongue snake shuddered in disbelief. In just a few thousand years, he became this powerful. How did this monster cultivate? This fiend is terrifying. The Xian turtle marveled, feeling powerless. Who can subdue this fiend? Even the combined forces of our innate 10,000 clans cannot. The top 100 clans protected by the Ziqiang Mountain Array all changed their expressions, turning pale as paper. Devoid of any color, their eyes wide open in terror, their hearts roaring as if about to shatter. An ant tried to stop a chariot, overestimating itself. The cold voice of the divine reversal sank the hearts of the innate 10,000 clans to the bottom. Boom! Suddenly, he used some method. His momentum unexpectedly increased by 3 points, the overwhelming pressure like that of a world-dominating sovereign, showcasing his invincible potential. The divine reversal looked up at the sky, standing with his hands behind his back, a hint of a playful smile on his lips. Pointing to the heavens, he shouted, raising his right arm to the sky, gathering all his might into his middle finger, pushing it to the extreme, and then swung his arm to unleash his strongest strike. That middle finger was enough to pierce through the wilderness, shattering the jade, disc forbidden artifact with a destructive force. And the residual power continued to break through the protective mountain array. Puffed, puffed. The sounds of coughing up blood echoed. Even if it was just a trace of an insignificant residual wave, it still injured or killed many beings among the top 100 clans. It's over. Blood dripped from the corner of the white tiger's mouth, completely falling into despair. Hee. Go Chen's eyes were vacant as he let out a miserable laugh. Sighing, my life is at its end. The tongue snake's heart was like dead ash, wanting to say something, but ultimately closed his eyes silently, seeming to accept his fate. In the moment the array shattered, the aura of despair spread like toxic mist, engulfing all living beings. Just as the divine reversal was about to strike down, stop. The voice from above resonated through the heavens, but only the divine reversal could hear it. The heavenly Tao, that old six, ultimately could not sit still, rushing over to save the scene. The reason was simple. Some beings among the innate 100 clans were of great significance and influenced various calculations for the future, and they cannot die yet. He, the divine reversal, sneered, looking up to retort, "Are you anxious? This emperor doesn't want to waste words with you. If you don't want them to die, bring the enlightenment divine lotus." Between heaven and earth, there was a dead silence, as if the mute button had been pressed. With no sound for a long time, the overwhelming heavenly might above the 9 heavens grew, increasingly terrifying, the oppressive atmosphere shrouding the entire wilderness, brewing the might of world annihilation. In response, the divine reversal wasted no words, directly raising his leg to stomp on Ziqiang Mountain, preparing to slaughter the White Tiger, Go Chun, and the other top 100 clans. Outrageous! The familiar heavenly voice accompanied by an incredibly intense anger. In an instant, calamity clouds filled the sky. Capable of injuring even the primordial golden immortal, the divine thunder of Zixiao flashed. The paper tiger of empty threats. Don't think this emperor doesn't know your background. Dare to strike and see. Do you really think the great Tao has perished? The divine reversal was completely unperturbed. In the dark abyss, the avatar of Luo Hu not only taught him the reverse sky, great method and insights, but also revealed many secrets to him. Thus, the divine reversal understood the reality of the heavenly Tao and was not the least bit intimidated. Those who go against the heavens will ultimately be punished by the heavens. A cold voice echoed in his ears. Ha ha! The divine reversal laughed heartily, nearly shedding tears from laughter, and after laughing, he angrily retorted, treating all beings as chess pieces, being unkind first, maliciously targeting my clan, being unjust afterward. With such actions, what is wrong with going against it? As the words fell, a fierce light surged in his eyes. Looking at the innate 100 clans, his gaze was like a ferocious tiger eyeing a little lamb. The next moment, he hesitated no longer, and with a crushing footprint, he stomped down hard. Whoosh! A dazzling and brilliant light flew from the east. A colorful lotus, accompanied by rolling heavenly might, swiftly blocked the divine reversal. The heavenly Tao, considering the overall situation, ultimately chose to yield. The divine reversal flipped his hand to suppress the 12th grade enlightenment divine lotus, gazing towards the easternmost land, pondering. So the ancestral dragon and the others are hidden there. Quite interesting. Chapter 71. A corner of the time wheel. The divine reversal got what he wished for with the 12th grade enlightenment divine lotus, forcefully demanding the heavenly Tao to restore the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he stamped down on the main peak of Ziqiang Mountain, releasing a vent of anger, striding away amidst the terrified gazes of the top 100 clans. Hey. Tian laughed heartily as he approached the divine reversal, saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your great victory." The divine reversal concealed his sharpness, as if he had changed his soul, waved his hand, and said amicably, "Grand Marshal, oh Grand Marshal, do not overpraise this emperor. This is hardly a great victory, merely a home invasion." Tian was taken aback, looking at the divine reversal oddly, shaking his head. I wouldn't dare. Ha ha! The divine reversal laughed heartily, feeling very good, saying, "Grand Marshal, you are unaware that these past few thousand years have been truly hard to describe." After a moment of pleasantries, the divine reversal recounted his legendary experiences. In those early years, the divine reversal was indeed at his wit's end, worrying so much that he lost hair. Helpless, he had to search for cultivation resources everywhere, seeking ways to grow stronger. Entering the North Sea, challenging the demon eye, refining the source of evil, delving into the blood sea of the underworld, refining the blood source, going to the East Sea. Until in the dark abyss of the West Sea, he encountered the avatar of Luo Hu, and everything began to change. Under his guidance and whipping, he completed an astonishing transformation. The demon ancestor was truly ruthless. It was impossible not to grow stronger. The divine reversal recalled that past, still feeling a lingering fear. Is the foundation not solid? Just beat it a few times. Is the cultivation a bit superficial? No problem, beat it some more. Is the understanding of the laws too slow? Keep beating. This was undoubtedly the most painful period of his life. Without exception, the avatar of Luo Hu was extremely cruel. Being beaten by him at least cost half a life. Then he healed and continued to strike. When he broke something, he healed it again. After healing, he continued to strike, and so on in a continuous cycle until he made progress and reached his expectations. Hiss! Tian gasped in the heat of summer, thinking it was terrifying. Having also been beaten by the avatar of Luo Hu, he deeply understood this. No wonder when mentioning Luo Hu, Shin'ai no longer had any trace of arrogance. He spoke of the demon ancestor with reverence, always respectful. It turned out he was afraid of being beaten. Why do I suddenly feel a bit schadenfreude? Tian thought, half closing his eyes, unable to suppress a smile. With such attention from Luo Hu, anyone would make rapid progress. Just because one doesn't improve, they could really be beaten to death. However, even with the assistance of Luo Hu's avatar, Shin'ai's improvement shouldn't be so fast. From the mid-stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal to the peak, it took only a few thousand years. Can you believe that? It's simply outrageous. The higher the cultivation and realm, the slower the improvement. Haven't you heard? A Hongjun Golden Immortal can casually enter seclusion for several yuan meetings without necessarily making progress. How exactly did he manage that? Did he dig out the remnants of the chaos demon god for Shin'ai to consume? Tian was full of questions. Suddenly, Shin'ai took out a treasure. It was a fragment shaped like a crescent moon, palm-sized, resembling gold and jade, with a chaotic color covered in cracks, giving off an ancient and weathered feeling, but also a sense of fragmentation. What is this? Tian felt that the fragment was extraordinary, but couldn't pinpoint why. Shin'ai observed his reaction and smiled proudly, saying, "This is a fragment of the time wheel, capable of affecting the flow of time. The demon ancestor temporarily lent it to me. A fragment of the time wheel." Tian's eyes widened, and then he understood, and everything made sense. The time wheel is a companion spirit treasure of the time demon god. Although it may not be as good as the chaos supreme treasure, it is likely not far off, being a standout among chaos spirit treasures. This treasure contains a world where the flow of time is completely different from the outside. 1 year outside can correspond to 1,000 years inside. I, the Emperor, solidified my foundation, honed my path, and broke through to the peak of Hongjun Golden Immortal, which seems to have taken only a few thousand years, but in reality, I have cultivated for millions of years, Shin'ai said. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes lit up with envy, thinking that with this treasure in hand, wouldn't he be able to soar? Undoubtedly, the time wheel is a precious treasure, even if it is just a fragment. It's no wonder that the chaos demon god Luo Hu has such profound resources. The treasures in his hands are truly many. Tian looked on in envy, feeling a desire to rob Luo Hu. The destruction Black Lotus, the god-slaying spear, the slaying immortal sword array, the chaos pearl, and now a time-wheel fragment, plus the spoils obtained from ambushing the ancestor of Chinquan. Luo Hu is truly rolling in wealth. Casually throwing out a spirit treasure could incite a bloodbath. The battle of opening the heavens was too brutal, and the time demon god fell on the spot, with the time being split into several pieces by an axe, leaving it incomplete. This fragment is about 1/6. Its damage is severe, and the world inside is broken, at most accommodating a little over 100 people. There is nothing more to say. Time is urgent, and the task is heavy. So we must focus on creating top-notch combat power, with spots prioritized for the powerful. I think it's inappropriate. In this way, wouldn't the Grand Marshal miss out on a spot? Your Majesty, with my current cultivation, what can a few more yuan meetings do? I'm just a bigger ant and want to join the fun. No, The Grand Marshal has made great contributions to our clan. If your majesty really wants to give me a spot, let Kunpeng take my place. Fu Tian and Shun and I had a heated discussion about the allocation of spots. In the end, Shun and I couldn't refuse Fu Tian. After leaving the 12th grade Enlightenment Lotus, he took Kunpeng and over 100 carefully selected elites into the time wheel, racing against time to cultivate. Fu Tian smiled wickedly and whispered, I hope Kunpeng seizes the opportunity, quickly creates the beast script, and becomes the new generation of beast masters. After saying this, he began to refine the Enlightenment Lotus, studying its secrets from the 9th grade to the 12th grade. Fu Tian was very rational and had a clear understanding of his own strength and weaknesses. At this stage, the two companion spirit treasures were his greatest and most reliable support, and also his main means of output. The battle puppets like Qing Feng, Kuei Long, and San Long were at least in the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Although their combat power was not as strong as in life, they still had over 30%, relying solely on Fu Tian, who was at the early stage of Tai, Celestial Immortal. Who knows when he would cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal? According to his words, if you have fighters and don't use them, if you have brains and don't use them, if you have a powerful backing and don't know how to leverage it, and rely solely on your insignificant combat power to venture out, isn't that foolish? Therefore, for him, improving cultivation had little significance. It was far less important than advancing his companion's spirit treasures. Time was limited, so he had to make choices. Comparing the two, it was better to do the more important and valuable things first. As Fu Tian, Shun and I, and others, the troublemakers, gradually withdrew into their own tasks, the Honglong world fell into a brief tranquility, except for the line along Mount Buzhou, where the Beast clan and the innate 10,000 clans were still fighting. Other areas welcomed a period of peace. However, all beings knew that this oppressive and dull tranquility was merely an illusion. It was the prelude to a greater storm that was about to arrive. The Beast clan was preparing for the final battle, and the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans were also making preparations, as were the top 100 clans like Go Chun and Bai Hu. Chapter 72, Refining the Lotus Restrictions. Crisis erupts after Shun and I forcefully pressured the heavenly Tao to make concessions. The spiritual energy gradually restored to its original state, although there were still gaps. They were not serious. The Beast clan no longer suffered malicious targeting and began to recuperate, while the higher-ups like Shun and I returned to Tianju Mountain and entered seclusion. However, Fu Tian's plan to raise soldiers and refine elite troops was still in execution, and the fighting along the line of Mount Buzhou continued day and night without stop. Both the Beast clan army and the innate alliance suffered heavy casualties and tremendous consumption, with piles of corpses forming mountains and rivers of blood flowing. The strong survive, while the weak perish. In this world of the survival of the fittest, how could the clashes of gigantic beings care about the existence of the weak? The complete annihilation of the army was inconsequential. What truly determines everything is always the victory or defeat between the strongest. As for ants biting an elephant to death, that's just a joke. In the Beast clan, at the Master Teacher Hall, Fu Tian sat cross-legged on the flame red lotus, with the Enlightenment Lotus hanging above his head. The innate pure yang sword lay across his knees. The blood-devouring pearl and the Namli fire control pearl circled around him, and the 10,000 souls banner stood behind him, emitting black smoke. The 7 battle puppets, including Qing Feng and Kuei Long, stood quietly before and behind him like guards. He was cautious and very careful, fearing that the heavenly Tao had hidden some tricks in the 12th grade Enlightenment Lotus. It wasn't that Fu Tian was suspicious. It was just that the heavenly Tao was cunning and cruel, so he had to be on guard. The heavenly Tao invested heavily and painstakingly raised the Enlightenment Lotus to the 12th grade, and before it could warm up, it was forced to hand it over. With its petty nature, how could it be willing? Who would believe that there were no tricks involved? Anyway, Fu Tian would never believe it. His divine sense entered the internal part of the Enlightenment Lotus, and he was surprised to find that there were intersecting innate restrictions, showcasing profound mysteries. Fu Tian gasped. unable to help but exclaim, "No wonder it's produced by the heavenly Tao." There are actually 44 innate restrictions. Restrictions are the core of spirit treasures. Whether innate or acquired spirit treasures, their grade is determined by the number of restrictions. The more restrictions, the higher the grade, and the stronger the power. Generally speaking, the number of restrictions for top-grade innate spirit treasures ranges from 36 to 44. Exceeding 44 would qualify as a quasi-innate supreme treasure. For instance, the namely Fire Control Pearl has 47 innate restrictions. If it could progress further to reach 49 restrictions, it could drop the quasi-prefix and be called a true innate supreme treasure. The great change of 50 using 49. Therefore, the number of restrictions on the innate supreme treasure should be exactly 49, neither more nor less. This represents the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. As for breaking the limit and having the number of restrictions reach 50 or more, that would no longer belong to the category of innate spiritual treasures. The heavenly Tao is grand and imposing, and its actions are significant. The 12th grade Enlightenment Lotus possesses a total of 44 innate restrictions, making it a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The core of the restrictions merges with the essence of the spiritual treasure, the innate and indestructible spiritual light, and so on, integrating into a whole to form the original restriction. Refining the original restriction means gaining control over everything about the spiritual treasure. Tian remained vigilant, not rushing to refine it, but carefully observing the original restriction of the Enlightenment Lotus. Sure enough, he discovered some problems. It was truly strange that such a spiritual treasure actually lacked spiritual intelligence. Had it been erased by the heavenly Tao? Tian felt puzzled, adding another layer of caution. The scheming of that old sixth of the heavenly Tao is unfathomable. He never engages in futile efforts, and there must be some hidden mystery within. Every innate spiritual treasure must possess spiritual intelligence, not different from ordinary beings, only differing in the form of life, existing between the state of being half artifact and half spirit. Tian frowned in thought. Innate spiritual treasures are not simply magical artifacts or weapons. They are also living beings, and their existence aligns with the true meaning of the Tao. If we were to discuss the difference, it is merely the paths they take that differ. All 3,000 Tao laws can lead to enlightenment. The intertwining of laws creates marvelous transformations, giving rise to countless paths toward the Tao. Every path leads to the grand Tao. There is no talk of high or low. It is just a matter of choice, and the scenery seen along the way is different. The path of innate spiritual treasures is not surprising. Like all beings, they also need to awaken their spiritual intelligence, refine resources, and comprehend the laws. The lack of spiritual intelligence in the Enlightenment Lotus is indeed abrupt and appears very odd. However, after much contemplation, Tian knew something was wrong, but could not discern any clues or feel any hint of danger. To uncover the secret of the Enlightenment Lotus's advancement, he must refine it. Gritting his teeth, Tian chose a restriction to begin refining. He remained highly alert. He would take it slow, and if he sensed even the slightest hint of danger, he could retreat at a moment's notice. The origin of the innate restrictions is complex, but fundamentally, it is also a transformation of laws, differing merely in existence and manifestation. It is a mechanism, a protective and restraining mechanism that evolved autonomously during the birth and growth of the innate spiritual treasure. Thus, refining restrictions and comprehending laws resonate with each other. The core of this restriction is the law of enlightenment. After understanding it, Tian's words were not finished. Suddenly, a change occurred. The 44 innate restrictions burst forth with brilliant light, instantly awakening from their silence, becoming very active, and crazily pouncing toward Tian's consciousness. Not good. Tian was greatly alarmed, as his sharp innate spiritual sense caught an unprecedented sense of crisis. The 44 innate restrictions were like a pack of hungry wolves that had suddenly discovered a little lamb, revealing their fangs in an instant and invading Tian's consciousness. Cut! With a commanding shout, Tian did not hesitate to abandon that part of his consciousness. However, the crisis was still not resolved. Boom! The 12th grade Enlightenment Lotus erupted with a terrifying might. The shadows of 3,000 laws appeared, and the aura of the heavenly Tao circulated. The Enlightenment Lotus spun rapidly, laying down a colorful barrier that trapped Tian, who was sitting below. Bang! The Southly Fire Pearl, blood-devouring pearl, and other top innate spiritual treasures were all thrown away, isolated outside the barrier. Zing! The sound of a sword echoed as the innate pure yang sword revived, slashing out beams of pure yang sword light. However, the colorful barrier was unbreakable, and the pure yang sword light could not penetrate it at all. Step aside. Let me handle it. The Southly Fire Pearl emitted a voice like that of a proud girl, instantly summoning a sea of flames to fiercely burn the colorful barrier. Hiss! The blood-devouring pearl gasped, exclaiming, "Oh no, are you trying to burn our master? Can you be a little gentler? That is no ordinary flame. It is the South Mingli fire, one of the 10 supreme, innate divine fires, capable of burning even a great Luo golden immortal." Whoosh! The red glow flashed, and the Southly Fire Pearl circled around the barrier, being scorched by the sea of fire. Don't worry, that disaster won't die, because the fire I set can't break the barrier. Don't you think this 9-colored pattern looks quite beautiful? The blood-devouring pearl was utterly speechless, inwardly mocking Ali's focus always being so peculiar. Crash! The blood evil energy surged, a scarlet that was blinding. The blood-devouring pearl summoned one blood-colored chain after another, stabbing toward the barrier like blood spears. Clang! The blood chains broke, as if striking an egg against a stone, not even scratching the surface of the barrier. Don't waste your effort. This barrier is immune to all laws, solid and indestructible. It cannot be broken from the outside. We can only find a way to collapse it from within. The steady flame red lotus observed carefully and revealed the mystery with a single sentence. Collapse from inside? The blood-devouring pearl said helplessly. Then it can only rely on the master himself. Swish, swish. Inside, the colorful barrier. Every petal of the Enlightenment Lotus extended a restriction chain. A total of 12 restriction chains firmly bound Tian, rendering him unable to move. Damn it! Tian was both shocked and furious, as his physical body was completely sealed. The restriction chains penetrated his flesh, as if trying to transform him into an artifact. Evil Tao, all laws invade, stop it! Tian's primordial spirit roared, with purple-black evil energy surging violently, crazily urging the power of laws to counterattack those restriction chains. However, those damn restriction chains not only sealed his physical body, but also launched the same attack on his primordial spirit, aiming to completely suppress Tian. Chapter 73. The Malicious Intent of Heaven, the Union of Tao and Transformation of Tao. Tian ultimately fell. The heavenly Tao had personally taken dark actions. How could his meager cultivation resist? Even the divine reversal would fall. The 44 restriction chains, mixed with the power of the heavenly Tao, invaded Tian's body and soul like a poison, and even the essence was not spared. Buzz. At the place of the original restriction of the Enlightenment Lotus, a grand will slowly awakened. Tian stared fiercely at that spot, gritting his teeth and saying, "You damn rogue, you are so sinister and ruthless. Overrated." A cold voice came, accompanied by the unique aura of the heavenly Tao. There, a miniature version of the Enlightenment Lotus appeared out of thin air, with innate spiritual light suddenly shining, emanating a faint 9-colored glow. No wonder I couldn't find the spiritual intelligence of the Enlightenment Lotus. It turns out it has long been usurped by you. Tian felt a chill rise in his heart. Whoosh! The miniature lotus swayed with colorful brilliance, and a vertical eye of law appeared on the lotus platform. Usurp? You are mistaken. It is clearly the Enlightenment Lotus willingly merging with the Tao, becoming one with me. This is a gift, not usurpation. The indifferent voice came from the eye of law. Hee. Tian sneered, full of disdain. Do you believe this yourself? The heavenly Tao's eye of law said indifferently. Why not believe it? All beings go mad for the Tao, and I am the Tao. Merging with me is to attain the Tao. This is a great honor. Tian was taken aback. In a certain sense, he was not entirely wrong. However, This so-called attaining the Tao would result in the complete loss of everything, the obliteration of consciousness, and the true spirit becoming muddled, leaving not even a trace of thought. Abandoning all of one's self, being completely mastered by the heavenly Tao, and becoming a puppet. The merging of the Enlightenment Lotus with the Tao is fundamentally different from the merging of Hongjun after becoming a saint. They cannot be compared at all. Rather than merging with the Tao, it is more accurate to say it is a transformation of the Tao, a sacrifice. Tian coldly glanced at the heavenly Tao's eye of law, solemnly saying, "What a despicable and cunning evil Tao. Do you wish to use this method to turn me into a puppet as well? You?" The tone of the heavenly Tao's eye of law paused, then it sneered, utterly disdainful. Tian coldly snorted, his thoughts racing as he quickly sought a way to break the situation. "Do you even deserve to?" "The heavenly Tao's law," I sneered and said, "this is what I prepared for that sinful being, but I never expected he would actually hand this lotus to you. An ant. What a pity, what a pity." Tian was terrified and filled with trepidation. If the divine rebel were to be controlled by the heavenly Tao, what was there to play with? This calamity would be ended in an instant. Everything would develop according to the heavenly Tao's will, without a hint of suspense. Making one shudder when thought of. Unjust and unkind, treating all things as mere fodder, using the common people as pawns, taking at will, acting recklessly, treating the rules of the great Tao as nothing. The heavenly Tao said lightly, "You speak too heavily. Everything I do is within the rules. It's not as exaggerated as you say." "Damn, what a load of crap." Tian cursed directly, scolding before asking, "Is seizing the divine rebel's body also within the rules?" "The heavenly Tao's law," I flickered and indifferently replied, "That is not, but..." It drew out the sound, then changed its tone, coldly stating, "Failing to refine the divine lotus and suffering backlash has nothing to do with me." Tian's primordial spirit frowned tightly, suddenly realizing that the heavenly Tao was trying to evade the rules of the great Tao, shifting the blame to the enlightenment lotus. In this way, the heavenly Tao truly dared to seize the divine rebel's body. Fortunately, the divine rebel did not refine the lotus, but handed it over to him at the first opportunity. Otherwise, he would definitely fall for this scheme and become a puppet of the heavenly Tao, with unimaginable consequences. The great cycle has 51 escapes. Tian murmured, recalling the wonders of the great cycle. That one escape allows all things to have a glimmer of life, allowing all matters to have unpredictable changes. Even the heavenly Tao cannot know everything. Tian gave a wicked smile, narrowing his eyes at the heavenly Tao's law eye, provocatively saying, "How does it feel for your schemes to come to nothing? It seems even heaven has times when it does not get its way. You really are useless." The heavenly Tao's consciousness, upon hearing this, remained strangely calm. Neither angry nor irritated, it was as if it were facing a tiny bug, unable to muster any anger. At this moment, it was confident, extremely self-satisfied. Everything was under its control, no longer in the state of being driven to madness by Tian. Schemes coming to nothing? Not really. After all, you, this ant, and that sinful divine rebel are both my targets. It makes no difference who comes first or last. The moment the words fell, it struck. Tian screamed in agony as his primordial spirit was instantly torn apart, 44 chains of restraint slicing through his essence like soul-cutting blades. Boom! The chains of restraint exploded, turning into a bizarre mist of laws, filling the sea of consciousness, swallowing Tian's shattered primordial spirit and seeping into it. At the same time, 12 chains extending from the petals of the enlightenment lotus broke through the defenses of his physical body. Like venom, they invaded his limbs and bones, destroying his flesh, leaving strange laws imprinted on every drop of blood and every bone. Swish, swish, swish. Tian's seated body trembled. A layer of divine flames erupted from his pores, and the enlightenment lotus, suspended above him, dropped petals of law. Blood was no longer blood. Flesh was no longer flesh. His body gradually became transparent, transforming towards the laws, as if wanting to merge with heaven and earth. "My lord, The blood-devouring pearl trembled, sensing that something was amiss due to its bond with its master. This is the fiery red lotus. It paused and shouted in alarm. It's transforming the Tao. This is transforming the Tao. The usually willful and somewhat rebellious Southly Fire Pearl also became serious and said, "How can this be? What on earth is happening?" Without saying a word, the primordial pure yang sword erupted with boundless light, dense sword energy attacking the nine-colored barrier like an unstoppable river. Woo woo woo. The sinister wind howled, and the cries of ghosts and wolves echoed. The myriad souls banner awakened, the flag flapping loudly, stirring up a tidal wave of black mist, with sinister energy frantically eroding the nine-colored barrier. Several innate spiritual treasures grew anxious. Their fundamental restraints were grasped by Tian, and they shared glory and loss with him. If Tian truly fell while transforming the Tao, they would all be affected to some degree. Swish! The fiery red lotus summoned endless karmic fire, combining with other spiritual treasures to attack the barrier. At the same time, it released its original energy, attempting to negotiate with the Enlightenment Lotus using its unique bond as they shared the same root. However, it was of no use. The Enlightenment Lotus was like it was dead, showing no response, and the barrier remained unmoved, impervious to all laws, indestructible. Within the nine-colored barrier, Tian was reconstructing his primordial spirit with great willpower, the nirvana laws operating wildly. "Give up struggling and suffer less," it assured. "I will not kill you. Rather, I want you, this rebellious wretch, to be a slave to the heavens for eternity." The heavenly Tao's cold voice was filled with mockery, the law eye flickering, casting a mark that rushed directly towards Tian's true spirit. "Do you really think you have me?" Tian shouted loudly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as his true spirit suddenly erupted with boundless golden light, instantly blocking that mark. Merit of the great Tao. The heavenly Tao's consciousness was astonished, the law eye almost blinded by the brilliance, suddenly feeling that it could not comprehend Tian. If one were to say he feared death, he was defying the will of heaven. He was either acting against heaven or on the path of defiance. If one were to say he was unafraid, he was extravagant enough to use the merit of the great Tao to protect his true spirit. Tian did not care how it thought, just coldly staring at it, saying in a chilling voice, "Do you think if I use this merit as a sacrifice and bet my life, can I summon the great Tao to consult with you?" Upon these words, the heavenly Tao's law eye trembled, its radiance dimming by 3 parts, nearly collapsing from shock. You calm down. Calm down. You must be calm." At this moment, it was genuinely somewhat panicked. Tian was one of the 3 evils of Pangu, formed from the evil thoughts of Pangu combined with innate evil energy. Relying on Pangu's residual grace, favored by the great Tao, like the 3 purities of Pangu, he naturally possessed the merit of opening the heavens. If Tian used the merit of the great Tao as a sacrificial offering, igniting the merit of opening the heavens, seeking the great Tao to manifest, there was indeed a possibility of success, and the probability was not small. At that time, if the great Tao appeared and Tian consulted it, that would truly be the collapse of heaven. The great Tao is impartial and would not allow a selfish heavenly Tao to exist. The heavenly Tao also knew very well that its actions were seriously violating the rules, not in accordance with the great Tao's regulations. Once the great Tao learned of it, the consequences would be unimaginable, and its consciousness would be obliterated. Chapter 74. Defeating Heaven's Child, Severing Emotions and Thoughts. The great Tao above, today there is Pangu's Tian, deeply persecuted by the heavenly Tao, on the verge of falling and the gods on the brink of destruction. The heavenly Tao is unkind, biased, and unjust, treating all things as fodder, committing numerous evils. Tian vowed to the great Tao, reporting the heavenly Tao, accusing the malice of heaven, clearly showing a posture of breaking the net. He was resolute, leaving no retreat, with red eyes, completely mad, the rage in his hard to suppress. This vast wilderness was like an oversized grass stage. If everyone abides by the rules, then there is still something to play with. But the heavenly Tao personally intervened. as the operator of the rules, first violating the rules, dictating everything so unjustly, launching such a dimensional strike. Tian simply flipped the table, saying, "You don't want to abide by the rules, right? Very well, let us not play anymore. Let's all be destroyed together." Gritting his teeth and hardening his heart. Even if he were to die, he would take the heavenly Tao down with him. Swish, swish, swish. He directly ignited the merit of the great Tao, sacrificing himself, and shouted loudly, "I now use myself as a sacrifice with merit as a guide, respectfully inviting the great Tao to awaken, to judge." Shut up. The heavenly Tao was shocked and hurriedly shouted to stop him. Swish. The bizarre mist of laws dissipated, all the chains of restraint were retracted. The heavenly Tao, unable to afford to play with fire, quickly withdrew, respectfully inviting the great Tao to awaken, to judge the evil of the heavenly Tao, respectfully inviting the will of the Father God to revive, to quell disasters and chaos, to slay the heavens and eliminate thieves. Upon these words, the heavenly Tao was frightened half to death. The law vertical eye dimmed, trembling in terror, shivering, becoming transparent as if wanting to hide and escape. In a daze, two supreme, powerful, and overwhelmingly great auras appeared in the wilderness, as if some inconceivable, terrifying existence was awakening. With Tian's sacrifice, that astonishing aura grew stronger, spreading everywhere, reaching far and wide. "You, this wretch, this sinful being." The heavenly Tao was both shocked and angry, scared and flustered, shouting in exasperation, "What do you intend to do? I have already stopped. Why do you not cease? Do you truly want to fight to the death?" He has already sensed the two supreme auras growing stronger. The earth shook, the universe trembled, all things bowed their heads, and the 3,000 laws surrendered, pressing down on the heavens and all realms. Their might shocking past and present. Stop. Quickly stop, or it will be too late. The heavenly Tao was extremely anxious, then its tone changed, coldly threatening. "If you stop now, you may live, otherwise I will take you to the grave with me." He didn't want to wait for death, wanted to strike back. But the blazing merit of the great Tao and the vigorous sacrificial fire immune to all laws and disregarding all means left him helpless. Tian sneered, hearing the words of the heavenly Tao, the corner of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. If given a choice, who would risk their life? After all, it's better to live poorly than to die well. At this moment, reincarnation had not yet been established, and there was no door to rebirth. Death meant the end of everything. Even if the true spirit was indestructible and could be reborn, reversing life and death was an extremely difficult process that required a long time and was uncontrollable, with a very low chance of success. Get lost. Tian spat out a word. He hadn't lived enough and naturally didn't want to exchange with the heavenly Tao. His mouth twitched wildly as he looked at the merit of the great Tao, which had burned away more than half, with a pained expression as if his heart was bleeding. Swish! Tian halted the sacrifice, quickly extinguishing the sacrificial fire, using the remaining merit of the great Tao to tightly protect his true spirit, still remaining vigilant. This time, consider yourself ruthless. The heavenly Tao gritted its teeth and left a sentence, its law I immediately dissipating, aura completely gone. Puffed. Tian coughed up blood, suffering a huge backlash. His physical body shattered, his primordial spirit dimmed, his origin was severely injured, and 98 of his vitality had flowed away, his energy and spirit greatly diminished. Feeling weak and dispirited. In this game, he had truly faced extreme danger. If it weren't for the merit of the great Tao, he would have had no power to resist and would have been suppressed long ago, thus becoming a puppet of the heavenly Tao, his primordial spirit extinguished, his body no longer under his control. However, although the heavenly Tao had departed, those strange laws remained. They infiltrated Tian's primordial spirit and flesh, merging into one. Difficult to separate, like a deadly poison, constantly harming him. Swish! Tian severed a part of his primordial spirit, directly devouring the miniature divine lotus, replacing it, becoming the spirit of the enlightenment lotus. It could be considered a stroke of luck. Tian bitterly smiled. It could be seen as a blessing in disguise. As he completely mastered this top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it was not merely refining, but complete mastery. In other words, he did what the heavenly Tao did, seizing the spirit of the enlightenment lotus, seizing the spirit of an innate spiritual treasure and replacing it was not so easy. The spiritual treasure would fight back with all its might, not hesitating to resist at any cost. However, the enlightenment lotus had been ravaged by the heavenly Tao. Its intelligence was dim and its state was extremely weak, practically collapsing upon touch, being devoured in an instant, with no resistance whatsoever. After doing all this, Tian paid no attention to anything else, quickly consolidating his origin and healing his injuries. At this moment, he discovered a major problem. He had changed. He had become desireless and emotionless, indifferent and unperturbed, all emotions and desires disappearing, leaving his heart empty, with no thoughts whatsoever. His eyes were like stagnant water, extremely cold, giving off a chilling stillness and tranquility. Heartless, burying desires, severing thoughts. Tian was acutely aware of the severity of the problem. He was being assimilated by the power of the laws left behind by the heavenly Tao. However, he, who should have been anxious, felt no fluctuations in his heart. This was not his nature. Rather, all emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and desire had vanished, leaving only indifference, making him seem less like a living being. Moreover, it was not limited to this. His body also exhibited similar conditions. All instinctive reactions had disappeared. It was as if he were merging with heaven and earth, trapped in a bizarre unity of man and nature, unable to extricate himself. Tian was very clear that this was a huge crisis. If this continued, he would become more and more numb, eventually losing his true self. If that time came, he would no longer be himself, losing everything, completely becoming a puppet like a walking corpse. The heavenly Tao harbored an unyielding heart against me.